In the 333rd year of the desolate era on a wasteland world, at the periphery of Salma Town, a shantytown for the poor, a lightning bolt suddenly split the dim sky, followed by howling winds and a torrential downpour. Alas, with this rain we can't go out scavenging today. A figure in ragged clothes with a hunched back sighed as he trudged back to his shack. Not just him, but everyone else in the shantytown also looked at the pouring rain with sighs of despair. Though rainwater was precious, the heavy rain kept them from going out to scavenge, and that meant hunger. Whether it rained or not, they were doomed. Raindrops pounded against the shacks like drumbeats in a wild frenzy. In a corner of the shantytown, inside a small dilapidated shack, a faint light flickered. Gone in an instant, unnoticed by anyone. Is this how I get transported through worlds? Wang Ming curled up in a corner, his sallow face frozen in shock. He looked at his own dry, grimy, rough palms. Every breath brought the smell of moldy dampness. He was dumbfounded. Born under the red flag and raised in a spring breeze, a hothouse flower, when had he ever faced such circumstances? He liked reading novels and had fantasized about being reincarnated as a mighty ruler with beauties on his lap and power in his hands. But to become a starving wasteland pauper on the verge of death. What kind of nonsense was that? A hellishly difficult start. With his meager skills, he probably wouldn't even outlive the original owner in this world. Sifting through the jumbled memories of the original host, Wang Ming couldn't help but rub his forehead with his grimy hands. He had only stayed up late binge-watching a show. Surely that wasn't a capital offense. Wang Ming took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. Since this was the reality, dwelling on what was lost was pointless. A survival was the paramount issue now. Wang Ming, 22 years old, a third-generation pauper of the Wasteland. It wasn't that there were only 3 generations, but that he only knew about these 3 generations above him. Not long ago, his parents were both killed by savage beasts while scavenging. Alone and unsupported, he eventually died in his own shack. A cold, a mild fever, long-term malnutrition. Starved and sick, no wonder he had croaked. Feeling heavy-hearted, Wang Ming lifted his eyes and glanced at the figure standing beside him, and his heart finally found some solace. T-800. He murmured softly. Buzz. The figure's eyes suddenly emitted a bright red light. T-800 at your service, sir. A dark, broad, metallic skeleton 2 meters tall with blood-red eyes. It looked like an undead creature, but it wasn't. It was a super robot embodying human technology, the Terminator T-800. Yes, the very Terminator. The show he had been binge-watching before his transit was the Terminator series. He hadn't expected the T-800 to have come along with him, but fortunately the T-800 had come through. Otherwise, he really didn't know what to do next. According to the original owner's memories, this was a world ruled by savage beasts and the law of the jungle. The most important thing now is to find food, or this body won't last long. T-800. Yes, sir. Where is your synthetic human skin? About to order T-800 to take him out for food, Wang Ming suddenly realized that T-800 was now a complete machine. Sir, my central processor stores multiple types of human synthetic skin. Please choose one. T-800 stepped forward, then projected a holographic screen from its eyes displaying various 3D human images. Such high-tech display made Wang Ming's eyes light up. This one will do. He casually selected an average-looking Asian youth. Very well, sir. T-800 retracted the holographic screen, and in an instant its entire alloy body was covered with a layer of synthetic human tissue starting from the head. Perfect. Just like the real thing. Wang Ming nodded approvingly, then followed by T-800, stepped out of the shack. The rain was still falling, showing no signs of stopping anytime soon, but Wang Ming had no other choice. He was too hungry. He looked around, grabbed a torn cloth bag, threw it over himself, and pointed in a direction. T-800, take me there. In the original owner's memory, that was the home of High C, the local bully of the shantytown. Receiving the instruction, T-800 wrapped one arm around Wang Ming's frail body and strode into the rain, heading in the direction Wang Ming had indicated. Indeed, Wang Ming had no intention of taking T-800 into the wilderness. There was ready food right in the shantytown. Why go far? In less than 5 minutes, Wang Ming arrived in front of a house built with color steel panels. Compared to the other shacks in the shantytown, this actually looked like a home, a real house. Hey, who are you? Haven't seen you before. Outside the steel panel house, 2 skinny thugs in ragged work clothes holding sticks frowned as they walked over. They carried umbrellas reluctantly in the heavy rain. Wang Ming. One of them seemed to recognize the original owner and glanced between Wang Ming and the tall, sturdy T-800. Slim Monkey, one of High C's underlings usually responsible for collecting protection money in the area around Wang Ming's old shack. They had crossed paths many times before. Of course, when the original owner's parents were alive, they would address him as Lord Monkey. Now, Slim Monkey is High C in. The nickname, Slim Monkey, caught Slim Monkey off guard for a moment. Perhaps intimidated by T-800's presence, Slim Monkey instinctively replied, He's inside. Wang Ming nodded, then walked past the two thugs into the steel panel house. Hey, what's this guy's deal? The other thug nudged Slim Monkey and whispered. The Slim Monkey came to his senses, his face flushed red, unable to utter a word. Even he himself was bewildered. What was up with this kid, calling him by his nickname and even addressing Fourth Master directly by name? Damn it! Remembering that Wang Ming and his companion had barged straight in Slim Monkey's face, turned pale in an instant, then with a wailing cry, he dropped his umbrella and ran frantically toward the steel panel house. What the hell? The companion was left alone, utterly confused. Inside the steel panel house, as High C's base, its floor area was naturally large, partitioned haphazardly into many rooms. But apart from the two guards at the door, usually no other men besides High C were inside here. After all, the seductive music that reached his ears made Wang Ming's face flush with embarrassment. Whether in his past life or this one, he was a thoroughly innocent young man. Though a certain unease stirred within him, he had not forgotten the purpose of his visit today. Let's go. Patting T-800 on the shoulder, the two moved to walk straight in. Stop right there. At that moment, Shou-Ho rushed in, springing forward like an arrow to block their path, an iron rod in his hand, pointing at Wang Ming. Kid, this is Fourth Master's residence. A lowborn like you dares to force your way in. Get out of here. Shou-Ho blustered, trying to sound tough despite his fear. He glanced at the towering T-800, still intimidated, but then thought of High C behind him, steeled his nerve, and raised his rod to strike Wang Ming. Whoosh! The iron rod whistled through the air. It was clear Shou-Ho was swinging with all his might. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The iron rod did not strike Wang Ming as intended. Instead, it was firmly caught by a powerful hand. It was T-800. You, what are you doing? Do you dare to oppose Fourth Master? Shou-Ho shouted, trying to stay calm, hoping High C's fearsome reputation would intimidate them. But, unfortunately, T-800 did not know High C. Moreover, T-800 was not human. There was no such thing as fear. Monkey, what's going on? At this moment, the gatekeeper who had been with Shou-Ho also walked, an iron rod in hand. Quick! These two are trying to force their way into Fourth Master's residence. What? The man was taken aback, clearly confused, but he still hurried over. After all, if someone really forced their way in, they would both be in serious trouble. Damn it! What's all this racket? Don't you know I'm busy? A harsh voice suddenly rang out. Wang Ming looked over and saw a bald man, bare-chested, wearing faded jeans, still fastening his belt as he walked over, cursing. Clearly annoyed at being disturbed. Fourth Master. These two were trying to force their way in, we were stopping them. Shou-Ho reacted quickly, letting go of the rod and stepping back as High C emerged. Meanwhile, he pointed at Wang Ming and T-800 with an indignant look. What? Which blind bastard doesn't know where this is? High C glared viciously at T-800 and at Wang Ming, cradled in T-800's arm. Oh ho! Where did this big fellow come from? He looks pretty sturdy. High C sized up T-800 carefully, his eyes lit up with interest. Don't get the wrong idea. High C was completely straight, just pure admiration. After all, in this wasteland world overrun by wild beasts, the law of survival was always the law of the jungle. Only the strong could stand firm. And a brute like T-800 was a natural enforcer. If he could recruit him. He. High C couldn't help feeling delighted, half of his earlier displeasure already dissipating. Brother, what should I call you? I don't recall anyone like you in the refugee camp. High C asked with a semblance of courtesy. As for Wang Ming, he instinctively ignored him. Silence. T-800's expression did not change at all. This made High C's face somewhat uncomfortable, but he still asked again with patience. What's the matter? Does brother think I'm not worthy? Still silence. T-800 didn't even glance at him, which finally made High C explode. Fuck. I gave you face. Take him down. With that, he charged forward, raising his thick leg and kicking at T-800's abdomen. In this refugee camp, High C dominated through sheer real strength. Plus, he never lacked for food and drink, naturally having a body full of muscle. So he was confident that this kick, even against this tall and burly guy, would make him suffer. Thud. The powerful kick landed squarely on T-800's abdomen, but High C's face suddenly changed color. Because the feeling of this kick was wrong. It was as if he had kicked a rock with all his strength, the impact making his foot ache and his calf go numb, but the other party didn't move an inch. What are you standing there for? Attack. High C glared at Shou-Ho and the other man. They dared not hesitate and rushed forward. Having lost his iron rod, Shou-Ho could only imitate High C and kicked. The other man swung his iron rod heavily at T-800's head. Clang! A crisp metallic sound stunned everyone. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have thought it was hitting steel. T-800, no mercy. Kill them all. Understood, sir. T-800's eyes flickered slightly, then he struck without warning. Without any visible effort, He hurled the iron rod like an arrow from a bow, then stepped forward and kicked. Eft! Thud! The iron rod pierced through one man's chest, pinning him to the ground. And High C in front was sent flying, as if hit by a truck, blood splattering on the spot, leaving only an utterly stunned Show Ho. Tap, tap, tap. T-800 turned and slowly walked over to Show Ho. Under the latter's dazed gaze, he raised his hand and slapped down. Smack! Like a watermelon being burst open, Show Ho's head exploded instantly. And Wang Ming, who witnessed all this, stood there with a blank stare, as if his mind had wandered. Ding! Killed Thug Li Go gained 10 experience. Ding! Killed Thug Leader High C gained 20 experience. Ding! Killed Thug Show Ho gained 10 experience. 3 consecutive cold prompt tones and data streams appearing in his vision instantly seized Wang Ming's attention. Is this a system? A cheat? Whoosh! A virtual screen suddenly materialized before his eyes. Name Wang Ming, level LV1, 401000, race, human, lifespan 2230, depleted body radiation, pollution, strength 0. 6 normal, adult, standard is 1, physique 0. 5 agility 0. 5 spirit 2 talent, none expertise, none skills, none items, none troops 1, huh. Wang Ming's eyes widened sharply. Then he couldn't believe it and rubbed his eyes, looking again. It was still there. T-800, can you see this? Wang Ming asked in a trembling voice, pointing at the virtual screen in front of him. I don't know what sir is referring to. T-800 looked in the direction of Wang Ming's finger, obviously not seeing the screen right in front of him. Huff! Wang Ming let out a long breath. It's nothing. The virtual screen still floated before his eyes. It really is a cheat. Chewing on the food he had snatched from High C, Wang Ming's face was filled with contentment. As for High Cis woman, Wang Ming had no interest in her and simply let her leave. The most important thing now was naturally to study the newly appeared golden finger. He had originally thought the T-800 was his greatest asset, but it seemed the real surprise always came last. However, after Wang Ming's preliminary experiments, the system had no intelligence, operating purely on its own logic. It contained numerous modules, each with functions yet to be fully understood. But the lifespan column was glaringly conspicuous. 2230. This meant he had only 8 years left. 8 years. Only 8 years. Wang Ming's expression darkened. Now that he possessed the system and the T-800, his good days hadn't even begun yet. He had only 8 years of life left. This naturally dampened his spirits. Nevertheless, the system's emergence also gave him hope. Even lifespan could be changed with the system's help, couldn't it? Crunching on the instant noodles in his hand, Wang Ming looked at his panel. The 4-dimensional attributes and the long list of none didn't require much attention. As a hardcore gamer, he understood them all too well. The only thing worth examining was the troop column. Name T-800, special hero, race, mechanical, strength 30, constitution 25, agility 3, spirit 0, talent, Skynet system processor, specialty, precision operation skills, heavy weapon proficiency, cold weapon proficiency, hand-to-hand combat, driving, and vehicle proficiency, infiltration, and camouflage, medical, anatomy, engineering, machinery, wilderness survival, and tracking. Holy crap! The moment the troop column expanded, it dazzled Wang Ming's eyes. Such magnificent attributes, such a string of skills, and then he looked at his own. Truly a case of a minor monster encountering a boss. Especially the Skynet system processor shimmering with golden light, which left Wang Ming utterly astounded. Skynet system processor, the T-800's core, is the 800 series neural network CPU, the top-tier processor of the Skynet system. With multi-core and hypercube interconnectivity, it incorporates quantum effect technology, boasting computing power millions of times greater than humans' microsecond-level reactions, and real-time updates based on its experiences. Awesome! Wang Ming drooled with envy. Only by possessing it did he realize how valuable it was, not to mention the long list of skills that followed. Precision operation. As a robot, the T-800 can perform all tasks with the most standard data, increasing effectiveness by 20, including but not limited to life skills and attack skills. This precision operation was essentially a boost, improving efficiency and effect by 20 in life skills and amplifying power by 20 in combat or weapon use. As for the 8 skills covering every aspect, they truly lived up to the T-800 Terminator's reputation. I wonder if I can learn some skills. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled. Though it was his first time obtaining a system as an avid reader, various applications were already storming through his mind. Glancing at High Cis mansion, Wang Ming, having temporarily solved his hunger, decided to keep a low profile for now. After all, he had just acquired the system and hadn't fully studied it. So packing up the food from High Cis place, he quickly took cover under the heavy rain and returned to his own shack. Ding! You have earnestly practiced health Taijiquan. Your health Taijiquan proficiency 1. It worked! Wang Ming's heart surged with excitement. Following his own speculation, he considered his current physical condition and performed the health Taijiquan he had learned in college. To his surprise, it was recorded by the system as a skill. Isn't this just the proficiency system routine? Practice step by step to gain proficiency, and when it's full you break through to the next stage. Awesome. After all, people sometimes aren't lazy or slack. They just see no reward for their efforts. But Wang Ming was different. Not only did he get rewards for his efforts, but he could also directly see his progress. This ignited Wang Ming with adrenaline-like excitement. Practice, practice until he dropped. At the very least, he had to level up once to see the effect. Ding! You have earnestly practiced. Your health Taijiquan proficiency 1. Once. Twice. Thrice. Until the 9th repetition, Wang Ming was drenched in sweat. Even with the gentle health Taijiquan, given his current physique, performing it 10 times was extremely arduous. Yet watching the proficiency rise bit by bit, Wang Ming gritted his teeth and persevered. Ding! Your health Taijiquan proficiency 1. Your health Taijiquan has been upgraded to LV1. In an instant, a warm current surged from Wang Ming's dantian, flowing through his entire body. Even his previously fatigued body seemed infused with new vitality. Not only that, but Wang Ming felt a surge of insights and techniques about health Taijiquan flooding his mind. Breathing techniques, muscle exertion, the feeling of merely mimicking the form without understanding the essence completely transformed. He was like a master who had immersed himself in health Taijiquan for years, each movement carrying an inexplicable charm. Opening the attribute panel, Wang Ming stats had now changed. Name Wang Ming, level LV 1, 400 1000, race human, lifespan 2231, physical deficiency, radiation contamination, strength 0. 7, constitution 0. 6, agility 0. 6, spirit 2. Talent none, specialty none, skills health Taijiquan LV 1. 0 100 items none, troops 1. Lifespan increased. Wang Ming looked at the panel showing an extra year of life, secretly delighted. This meant he had found a way to extend his lifespan. Not only that, but his physical attributes had also improved. As long as he diligently practiced health Taijiquan, he could at least restore his body to normal levels and increase his lifespan further. However, glancing at the still active radiation contamination status, Wang Ming frowned. The Wasteland's excessive radiation had drastically shortened the average lifespan. Wang Ming was clearly one of the more severe cases. Yet, with the system defying fate, shouldn't be a problem. Sigh. The revolution is not yet complete. Comrades must still strive. This time it would require 100 repetitions of health Taijiquan, and Wang Ming naturally didn't plan to finish them all at once. Given his current physical condition, it could really kill him. Better to take it slow. But at least there was hope. Wang Ming's eyes gleamed with sharp light, full of anticipation for the future. Rumble. Outside the shack, the heavy rain continued to pour. Though the sky was dark and dreary, Wang Ming's mood was exceptionally good. Humming a tune, he slowly resumed practicing the health Taijiquan. The night was deep. The heavy rain had subsided slightly, leaving only the patter of raindrops in the slums, punctuated by occasional roars from beyond Salma town. The wilderness belonged to savage beasts. In a corner of the slums, Wang Ming was leisurely practicing Tai Chi. Though his physique seemed frail ever since he had mastered the basics of this art, the more he practiced, the more invigorated he felt. Glancing at his Tai Chi progress, which had reached 39,100, Wang Ming calculated silently. With a bit more effort tomorrow, he should be able to reach level 2. Just as Wang Ming was immersed in his calculations, a crisp knocking sound came from his shabby wooden door. Thump, thump, thump. The sudden noise made Wang Ming pause mid-motion. He glanced at the T-800, then felt reassured. Without a word, he tiptoed toward the machine. In this wasteland world, caution was paramount. Xiao Ming, it's me, your Uncle Chong. A deliberately lowered voice mixed with the rain drifted in from outside. Uncle Chong. Wang Ming frowned as a memory surged into his mind. He remembered now. This man named Wang Chong lived next door. They had met before but rarely interacted. However, rumors suggested he was of questionable character. But why is he here so late? Wang Ming grew suspicious, neither responding nor opening the door. Though it was just a flimsy wooden door, it was intact enough that no one could peer through the gaps. Still, he glanced at the dim oil lamp inside. Perhaps, maybe, it wouldn't be noticed. Xiao Ming. Bang, bang, bang. Contrary to his hopes, even without a response, Wang Chong showed no sign of leaving. Instead, he pounded harder as if intent on breaking the door down. Xiao! Creak! The door opened. Wang Ming saw Wang Chong. A man in a straw rain cape with a sallow complexion and a body as thin as a dry branch. Moreover, large red patches covered his neck. His right hand was frozen midair. Uncle Chong, I was just asleep. What brings you here so late? Wang Ming broke the silence, first fearing the man might truly damage his door if he didn't respond. Wang Chong was taken aback, looking surprised. but he quickly recovered, forcing a smile. Oh, nothing much. Your parents met with an accident not long ago and I was worried about you, so I came to check. Sigh. It's good that you're fine. You, take care. Wang Chong feigned a sigh, putting on a concerned air. But Wang Ming wasn't fooled. The man's late-night knocking wasn't out of concern. It was as if he had expected Wang Ming to be dead. Yet his home held nothing of value. What was he after? Still, Wang Ming replied quickly. Thank you for your concern, Uncle Chong. I'm fine. That's good. Wang Chong nodded but remained rooted to the spot. Is there something else, Uncle Chong? Sigh. There is indeed a matter. Wang Chong was flustered, but he had no other choice. Since Wang Ming had brought it up, he went along. It's like this. I heard your parents once had a radiation absorption stone. I got some radiation exposure recently while scavenging the ruins and I was hoping to borrow it. You see. He rubbed his hands together awkwardly. Radiation absorption stone. Wang Ming muttered to himself. He glanced at the red patches on Wang Chong's neck and understood. The ruins were remnants of the civilized era. Either city ruins or base ruins. Such places were usually habitats for savage beasts and mutants, or sometimes just empty shells. However, they might contain supplies from the old era, so people often ventured there to explore. To the east of Salmatown lay a small base ruin, but its resources had long been scavenged clean, with only occasional savage beasts dwelling inside. Wang Chong had probably tagged along with a hunting party to pick up leftovers. Otherwise, a commoner like him wouldn't dare go there alone. But Wang Ming had never heard of such a stone, nor had his parents ever mentioned it. If they truly had one, he wouldn't have suffered radiation contamination himself. Uncle Chong, I've never heard my parents mention such a thing. Are you sure you've got the right idea? Wang Ming frowned. No. How could it be? Wang Chong's expression shifted abruptly. Xiao Ming, I don't want to take it from you, just borrow it. Once I recover, I'll return it for sure. He patted his chest in assurance. No, Uncle Chong, I really haven't heard of it. Wang Ming was exasperated. He was telling the truth, yet the man wouldn't believe him. Xiao Ming, why don't you trust your uncle? We're neighbors. We should stick together. Sigh. Wang Chong's face darkened as he sighed. Uncle Chong, no matter what you think, I truly don't know about this item, and I've never seen it at home. If I had, I wouldn't refuse to lend it to you. Seeing Wang Chong persist, Wang Ming grew annoyed. He gave his final explanation and directly shut the door. Hey! Wang Chong's sorrowful expression instantly darkened. His already sinister eyes flickered with a cold gleam. Damn it, I thought the little bastard had died of illness at home. Since you won't give it. Humph, don't blame me for being ruthless. He shook his rain cape and vanished into the rainy night. Inside, Wang Ming listened silently until the footsteps faded into the rain, then returned to sit on the straw mat. Where did that old bastard hear that we have a radiation absorption stone? Wang Ming frowned. He knew Wang Chong wouldn't let it go given the visible physical changes from radiation contamination. Once radiation contamination exceeded a certain threshold, it caused bodily mutations. From subtle changes to severe deformities, eventually turning one into a bloodthirsty mutant. Wang Chong was at the most dangerous stage. He couldn't afford to wait. Looks like I need to be on guard. Still, Wang Ming wasn't too worried. With the T-800 as his protector, a mere Wang Chong posed no real threat. Yet he felt something was off. Sigh. No use overthinking. Strength. With enough strength, all schemes are useless. Wang Ming took a deep breath, patted his face, and resumed practicing his health-preserving Tai Chi. Ding. You have earnestly practiced health-preserving Tai Chi. Proficiency 1. Ding. You have earnestly. Amid the series of system prompts, Wang Ming's heart gradually steadied. The next day, the humble shack bathed in the warm sunlight dispelled some of the gloom. After the heavy rain, the outside world was refreshingly clear. Inside the shack, the T-800 stood silently beside the straw mat, its towering and formidable figure exuding a sense of security. On the straw mat, Wang Ming was still sound asleep, sleeping with absolute peace. Last night, he had practiced Tai Chi dozens of times, not sleeping until late. Yet the results were remarkable. A soft murmur escaped his lips. Wang Ming opened his drowsy eyes. Taking a deep breath, he felt an extraordinary ease throughout his body. Open the attribute panel. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 1, 400, 1000. Race, human, lifespan 2231. Depleted body radiation contamination, strength 0. 7 physique 0. 7 agility 0. 6 spirit 2. 1 talent, none expertise, none skill, health preserving Tai Chi LV 1. 79, 1, 0, 0. Items, none, troops 1. Although a Knight of Cultivation didn't level up health-preserving Tai Chi, it increased a basic attribute by a bit, making his body feel much more comfortable. Glancing at the bright daylight outside, Wang Ming stretched and decided to have a belated morning exercise. After all, he only needed 21 more repetitions to see what surprises level 2 of health-preserving Tai Chi would bring. As soon as the thought struck, he acted. He nudged the T-800 to stand in the corner, then assumed the stance. Once. Twice. All the way to the 21st repetition. Ding! You have earnestly practiced health-preserving Tai Chi Proficiency 1. Your health-preserving Tai Chi has been raised to LV2. Boom! The moment the system notification faded, a surge of warm energy instantly flooded Wang Ming's entire body. His mind went completely blank, and he found himself in a profound and mysterious state. Sweat poured out like a burst dam. Dark, grimy stains oozed from his pores along with the sweat, and a foul stench immediately filled the air. Ugh! What a stench! After an unknown amount of time, Wang Ming's nostrils flared, and he was finally awakened by the foul odor. He raised his hand and looked at his arm, now covered in black grime. Marrow cleansing! Wang Ming exclaimed in delight. Though he had never witnessed it, he had read extensively, and every novel described it just like this. Open the attribute panel. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 1, 400, 1000. Race human, lifespan 2233. Afflicted by radiation contamination, strength 1, physique 1, agility 1. 1 spirit 2. 2. Omitted. Skill health preserving Tai Chi LV 2. 0, 500. His lifespan had increased by 2 years. His basic attributes had all reached the level of a normal adult, even surpassing it, especially his spirit. And the depleted body descriptor is gone now, it's just afflicted by radiation. This path is indeed the right one. Wang Ming was overjoyed, but... Ugh! This is way too stinky. T-800, hurry. I need a bath. Thanks to yesterday's downpour, water was not in short supply. Although the rain was acidic for humans who had survived and multiplied in the wasteland, for so long this mild acid rain was no big deal. After busying himself for over half an hour, Wang Ming finally managed to clean up. Now his complexion was rosy, his skin much smoother than before, and his once frail body had developed a fair amount of muscle, making him look remarkably healthy and strong. Tisk, I never expected level 2 health-preserving Tai Chi to be so effective. Wang Ming pinched his own body, his face beaming with satisfaction. But when he saw the progress bar at 0, 500, his expression soured. Damn! From 100 reps to 500, the gap is too huge. Looks like he'll have to activate Plan B. So-called Plan B was just a label. He had considered it last night. Since the system could record skills, there was no reason only health-preserving Tai Chi was useful. Though he hadn't practiced martial arts in his past life, he knew more than just health-preserving Tai Chi for strengthening the body. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming closed his eyes, and the memories of his past life flooded back. Dada! He marched in place, and the familiar rhythm seemed to echo in his ears. 8th set of broadcast gymnastics, march in place. Begin. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 2, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. After 2 sets of 8 counts, Wang Ming changed his movements, raising his arms forward with palms facing each other. Section 1, stretching exercise. Until the 8th section of the finishing exercises, a complete set of the rhythmically dynamic 8th set of broadcast gymnastics was flawlessly executed by Wang Ming. Ding! You have earnestly practiced the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics. Proficiency 1. Your 8th set of broadcast gymnastics has been upgraded to LV. 1. The system's prompt sounded at just the right moment. A faint warm current surged through Wang Ming's entire body like an electric shock. He. It worked. I'm such a genius. Wang Ming chuckled to himself, inwardly giving both himself and the system a thumbs up. Glancing at the increased strength of 0. 1, Wang Ming felt a wave of emotion, realizing he hadn't forgotten the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics he learned during his 3 years of high school. He then looked at the upgrade progress of the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics 010. This progress was far slower than the health-preserving Tai Chi, likely due to its limited potential or lesser quality. Nevertheless, it was more than enough for Wang Ming. Any improvement was welcome, no matter how small. Every bit counted. He wasn't picky. Glancing at the sun, Wang Ming took out some food, first paying homage to his stomach, before beginning to practice the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics. After 10 repetitions, it reached LV. 2. After 50 LV. 3. After 100 LV. 4. By 10 o'clock at night, Wang Ming had grinded the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics all the way to level 4. The improvement from the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics also boosted each of Wang Ming's 4 attributes by 0. 1, which was quite decent. His strength and physique had now reached 1. 1 agility 1. 2 and spirit 2. 3. Besides feeling an inexhaustible surge of energy, his mind was exceptionally clear, as if dust had been wiped from his spiritual platform, leaving it remarkably lucid. Seeing that the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics still required 200 proficiency points, Wang Ming decided to focus intensely on mastering this skill. However, since it was already late, he resolved to have dinner first. With that, Wang Ming set up a pot to boil water, preparing to cook the dry, hard nutrient bars. He still had plenty of food taken from High C, including some jerky along with the nutrient bars. Thus he could stay indoors for a few days, developing in peace without needing to go out. After finishing dinner, Wang Ming instructed the T-800 to remain on alert, while he himself resumed the simple 8th set of broadcast gymnastics. Though simple, repeating it 200 times, even at a pace of 4 minutes per session, would require over 13 hours to complete. It was certainly out of reach for tonight. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. 2 2 3 4 5 6 7 8. Early in the morning, a peculiar sound drifted from a shack in a corner of the slums. Fortunately, few people were around, so Wang Ming's low voice didn't attract attention. 13200. 14200. 19,200. Watching the steadily increasing proficiency, Wang Ming was full of motivation. But while he wished to develop in peace, others had different plans. Bang! 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 Open up! Open up! Time to pay protection money. The rough knocking and shouting instantly interrupted Wang Ming's actions. Unfazed, he glanced at the ready T-800 and waved his hand, then straightened his somewhat tattered clothes before ambling toward the door. Creak! May I help you? Wang Ming asked with a smile, remaining polite. Perhaps because he had been in a good mood these past couple of days. Collecting protection money. The visitor was a lean young man, barely 5'3". Despite his short stature, his face bore a hostile, arrogant expression. Protection money? I just paid not long ago, Wang Ming replied, feigning confusion instead of picking a fight. What you paid before doesn't count. This area is now under the protection of the Black Snake Gang. High C is history. The young man sneered. High C's death hadn't been hidden, so Wang Ming expected it to be discovered. But that someone had taken over so quickly caught him off guard. After all, the slums offered little profit but housed many people, and wherever people gathered, conflict followed. Especially in this wasteland world. But with High C's sudden death, shouldn't his underlings be fighting among themselves? Were they really so united that a successor stepped in immediately? Nonsense. Wang Ming didn't believe it. This? Call me Lao Biao. Oh, brother Biao, this is the slums. We can't afford another round of protection money. How about next month? Can't afford it. Lao Biao's eyes gleamed. Fine, let me take a look inside. If there's truly nothing to take, he'll say no more. But if you're hiding something... Humph. Lao Biao seemed to have anticipated this and moved to enter. Bang! He bumped into something, frowned, and looked up. Tall, mighty, stern. What a formidable man. You! Lao Biao's confidence wavered. This man didn't look like a slum dweller, but more like an elite warrior from a hunting squad. What's the matter, brother Biao? Not coming in anymore? Wang Ming still wore a smile, his eyes glancing toward a corner as understanding dawned. It seemed Wang Chong was already stirring trouble. In? Of course, him coming in. Lao Biao was caught in a dilemma. Entering with this imposing man made him uneasy, but backing out after his bold words would cost him face. Yet thinking of the Black Snake Gang behind him, Lao Biao steeled himself. Unexpectedly, the T-800 didn't block him but stepped aside. The shack was tiny, easily seen at a glance. Nothing valuable besides a straw mat and some worn-out furniture. Still, Lao Biao patiently paced around, though his expression soured. After a long pause, Kid, forget this month. Remember, starting next month, not a penny less for protection. Watching Lao Biao leave, a cold glint flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. Damn it! Didn't you say this kid had a radiation absorption stone? How dare you fool me? Bang! In a corner, the departed Lao Biao erupted in fury, viciously kicking a gaunt, middle-aged man. Brother Biao, it's true. I saw his parents bring it home with my own eyes. Wang Chong curled up, clutching his head, not daring to resist. This area was now Black Snake Gang turf, and even a low-ranking member like Lao Biao was someone he had to look up to. Saw it with your own eyes. You saying I'm blind? Lao Biao kicked him twice more, cursing angrily. No. I mean, the kid might have hidden it somewhere else. Enduring the pain, Wang Chong spoke humbly. Somewhere else? Lao Biao frowned. Seeing Lao Biao stop kicking, Wang Chong scrambled up and forced a flattering smile. Brother Biao, this kid was weak from radiation before, but now he's perfectly fine. He must have stashed the radiation absorption stone away. Wang Chong asserted confidently. He had scavenged with Wang Ming's parents before, so he was sure they had a radiation absorption stone. And Wang Ming, who had always been sensitive to radiation and seemed near death, was now full of life. If the stone hadn't been left to him, Wang Chong wouldn't believe it for a second. Lao Biao studied Wang Chong. He didn't seem to be lying. Since your neighbors keep an eye on him, come to me if you find anything. Recalling the formidable T-800, Lao Biao decided to let Wang Chong be the pawn. Even if he couldn't snatch the stone himself, reporting it to the gang would earn him a handsome reward. After all, that rare ore was worth a vial of basic gene repair fluid. Back in Wang Ming's home, he took a piece of dried meat from his inventory, chewing as he surveyed the empty shack. Could there really be a radiation absorption stone? But it didn't add up. The system clearly detailed his physical condition. Radiation contamination. If such a stone existed, his parents would have used it for him. Scanning the shack again, Wang Ming's gaze finally settled on his pillow. The pillow was sewn by his mother, seemingly stuffed with dry grass and odds and ends inside some unknown animal hide. Could it be? Rip. Wang Ming tore along the seam. Dry grass and cotton fluff spilled out, but among the debris, he spotted a smooth, pale blue bead. Thumb-sized, perfectly round with a bluish hue. Item: radiation absorption stone. Effect: absorbs residual radiation in the human body, helping to suppress radiation-induced mutations. It's real. Wang Ming was startled by the pop-up property window. Reading the description, he suddenly realized something. The radiation in his body must have far exceeded his estimation. Without this stone, his health Tai Chi alone would never have achieved such results. But how did Wang Chong know about this? Wang Ming narrowed his eyes, thoughts racing. His parents had never mentioned it to him, yet Wang Chong was certain the stone was in the house. Could it be? At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wang Ming stayed indoors, gritting his teeth and grinding through the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics until it reached 199,200. Apart from meals and taking care of personal matters, he had hardly rested. By now he was drenched in sweat. Though the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics was simple, practicing it for over 10 hours left his body aching terribly, feeling far worse than the health-preserving Tai Chi. One last round. That would be the final 4 minutes. Sweat trickled down, stinging Wang Ming's eyes. Ding! You have earnestly practiced 8th set of broadcast gymnastics. Proficiency 1. Your 8th set of broadcast gymnastics has been upgraded to LV 5. The crisp system notification sounded like heavenly music, instantly relaxing Wang Ming. Then a warm current enveloped his entire body. Incredible! Ding! Your 8th set of broadcast gymnastics has reached perfection. You have obtained the expertise limb coordination. Another system notification rang out, pulling Wang Ming back from the blissful enhancement. Expertise. Open the status panel. Name: Wang Ming, level LV 1, 401,000. Race: human, lifespan 2235, some radiation residue in the body, strength 1, 2 physique 1, 2 agility 1, 3 spirit 2, 4 expertise limb coordination skills, health preserving Tai Chi LV 2, 0 500, 8th set of broadcast gymnastics LV 5 max level. Lifespan increased by 2 years. The effects of radiation have also weakened. All 4 physical attributes have increased by 0. 1. Most importantly, he had awakened an expertise. Limb coordination. Years of exercise have made your limbs highly coordinated, allowing for more complex and precise movements. Attack speed 10, hit rate 10. Increased attack speed and hit rate. This was equivalent to gaining a passive skill, and a noble percentage-based bonus at that. Indeed, this system has boundless potential. No wonder everyone loves cheats. It was simply too satisfying. If he could max out health-preserving Tai Chi, wouldn't he soar to new heights? But health-preserving Tai Chi was far more difficult and would take time. Still, the future is promising. He. With such thoughts, Wang Ming lay down contentedly. Early the next morning, Wang Ming began his morning exercise, practicing health-preserving Tai Chi several times like an old man in the park. However, he didn't plan to stay cooped up at home today, so after a few rounds of health-preserving Tai Chi, he stepped out. The food he had taken from Hai's place was running low. Though Hai's home had plenty of food, Wang Ming couldn't resist indulging without restraint over the past few days. So he needed to scrounge up some supplies. In the refugee camp, obtaining supplies boiled down to 2 options. One was to join the town's hunting team, picking up leftovers or doing odd jobs for them. The other was to go scavenging on his own and try his luck. If he found something valuable, he could trade it at the outer market of Salma Town. Wang Ming clearly chose the second path, but not scavenging. With the T-800 as his protector, ordinary wasteland beasts were no match for him. So, just go for it. Wang Ming had no idea where Salma Town was located in the wasteland world. His original self was merely a refugee struggling to survive in a poor camp. His family of 3 had never ventured beyond Salma Town's borders. As for maps, they only covered the area near Salma Town. Anything larger was beyond the reach of refugees like them. Damn! So this is the wasteland world, truly desolate. Wang Ming gazed at the nearly barren land, feeling a twinge of melancholy. According to the map, this is a dangerous area where wasteland beasts often appear. Ahead lies the base ruins where Wang Chong went. Wang Ming squinted at the distant base ruins. To be honest, he wasn't worried about the beasts. but the radiation pollution that had mutated Wang Chong gave him pause. After all, he hadn't fully purged his own radiation contamination. Forget it, I won't risk it for now. Just as he thought this, the T-800 beside him stepped forward and shielded Wang Ming. Sir, danger, please step back. The T-800's tall frame blocked Wang Ming, its stern face turning to the side. Wang Ming followed its gaze and saw a dark figure racing toward them from afar. That's a wasteland beast. With his enhanced eyesight, Wang Ming could barely make out a creature covered in sharp spines resembling a mutated porcupine. Wasteland beasts before the Wasteland era were ordinary animals. But after the era began, radiation and unknown factors mutated them into ferocious, brutal beings. Humanity struggled not only against radiation and nature but also against these beasts. Over centuries of conflict, these mutated animals became collectively known as wasteland beasts. The beast charging at Wang Ming was likely a mutated porcupine. This thing can shoot poisonous spines. T-800, charge at it and stay far from me. Understood, sir. The T-800 obeyed. It lowered its body, then suddenly exerted force with its legs. Bang! With a dull thud, the T-800 shot forward like an arrow released from a bow. Roar! Seeing someone coming to die, the porcupine beast grew excited, its crimson eyes filled with bloodlust. It pushed off with all four limbs, charging at the T-800 with even greater speed and ferocity. In its hunting experience, these two-legged creatures were the most fragile, not even requiring its poisonous spines. A simple charge would crush them completely. Unfortunately, this time would not go as it expected. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. The two closed in closer and closer. Then, bang! It was like a thunderclap striking the ground. In the dull collision, the porcupine beast was sent flying backward, blood spraying through the air. Most of its spines were broken. Bang! Oink! The massive body crashed heavily to the ground, the porcupine beast letting out painful squeals. With its simple pig brain, it would probably never understand how a two-legged creature could shatter it so completely in a heat-and clash. Threat neutralized. The T-800 approached, glanced at the still twitching porcupine, and then stomped heavily on its head. With a crisp crack, the porcupine beast went completely still. Ding! Killed wasteland beast porcupine. Gained 50 experience. The system notification followed. As the only human settlement within a radius of 100 miles, Salmatown was generally self-sufficient in all its supplies. On one side of the slums lay the peripheral trading market of Salmatown, primarily serving the residents of the slums and the outer town. Salmatown was divided into 3 districts. The innermost core area, protected by towering inner-city walls, housed the town's elite major families and formidable hunter teams. Next came the outer town, enclosed by walls, which was larger and more sprawling, teeming with a motley mix of hunter teams, minor clans, industrial sites, and various gangs. Lastly, there was the slum on the outskirts of the town, home to later arrivals, drifters or ordinary people without connections or strength. Wang Ming's original self naturally belonged to this latter group. He walked all the way to the peripheral trading market, where many people had already set up stalls. There were gaunt slum dwellers, residents of the outer town, and occasionally fully armed and rugged-looking hunters. But as Wang Ming stepped in, everyone turned to look. After all, a tall, imposing man dragging a massive spiked boar beast, followed by a young man. Such a sight would draw anyone's gaze. Isn't that Wang Heng's boy? What's this? Someone recognized Wang Ming. The slum was small, and living close together, faces became familiar. Could he have joined a hunter team? Doesn't look like it. Murmurs followed him along the way, but Wang Ming paid them no heed. He had business to attend to. After a hunt, wild beasts usually needed to be processed at specialized shops. Dissection and radiation treatment a complete service. Take this spiked boar, for instance. Its most valuable parts were the venomous quills, followed by its meat. The quills were easy, but the meat required specialized radiation treatment to be edible. In this peripheral trading market, there were shops dedicated to such processing. Passing through countless stalls and small shops, Wang Ming arrived at the central hub of the market, where shops stood in rows far more prosperous than the outskirts. Glancing at a nearby shop, Wang Ming led the T-800 straight inside. Welcome to our humble shop. A sharp-looking young receptionist greeted them with a broad smile. He spotted the beast behind the T-800, his eyes lighting up as he stepped forward. Sir, are you here to process a wild beast? Our shop has skilled masters who can extract every valuable part from the beast, guaranteed to satisfy you. All right, go ahead and handle it. Wang Ming nodded casually. Right away. Please wait a moment. The young man gestured, and 2 middle-aged men pushed a cart over. Please, this way, sir. You can rest in the inner room. The young man guided Wang Ming to a side room, poured him water, and quietly withdrew. Didn't expect such good service. Wang Ming was quite pleased. Indeed, it all came down to who you were. A strong man commanded respect wherever he went. About an hour later, the young man returned. Sir, from your beast we obtained 365 intact quills, 62 broken quills, 200 gene of beast meat, and all the internal organs. Oh, that much? Wang Ming said instinctively. Your beast's carcass was intact and in excellent condition, so we extracted a lot. If you wish to sell, our shop can purchase it all directly at a price that will satisfy you. The young man wore a gentle smile, seemingly considering everything in Wang Ming's favor. Well, give me a price and I'll consider it. To be honest, Wang Ming's original self had never dealt with such matters, so he knew little about these prices. Well, buy intact quills at 1 gold coin, each broken ones at 2 for a gold coin. Beast meat goes at market price, 1 gold coin for 2 gene. As for the organs, 1 gold coin for 5 gene. After deducting the 10 gold processing fee, that comes to 489 gold and 20 silver. What do you think? The young man pulled out a calculator, tapped away, and announced a figure. Rounded up to 490 gold. Wang Ming waved his hand decisively. This? The young man was visibly taken aback, clearly not expecting such a rounding up. But he quickly recovered. Very well, sir. We hope to see you often. No problem. Wang Ming stepped out of the beast processing shop, weighing the wallet in his hand. 490 gold coins. In the Wasteland, paper currency was worthless. Only precious metals held value. This was universally acknowledged across the Wasteland, as these metals were crucial industrial raw materials. Wang Ming didn't know about the outside world, but in Salma Town 1 gold 100 silver 10000 copper. And the purchasing power of 1 gold coin, if used solely for cheap nutrient supplements, could sustain a poor person for nearly a year. So 490 gold was a fortune. And what do you do with money? Spend it? He looked around, his gaze settling on a shop called Hope Restaurant. Though it seemed quiet, everyone entering or exiting was either a tough-looking hunter or a well-dressed town resident. Recalling the pig slop he'd been eating for days, Wang Ming couldn't help but swallow. Today he had to treat himself. Clutching his wallet, he led the T-800 straight over. Welcome. The waiter at the door initially wore a smile, but seeing Wang Ming's ragged clothes, his smile froze, and his attitude shifted noticeably. It wasn't entirely his fault for being snobbish. Wang Ming's attire resembled neither a hunter nor a town resident, and in all his experience the waiter had never seen anyone dressed like that. But the T-800 behind him, clad in a black leather jacket and towering, caught his eye. Welcome to our humble shop. The waiter redirected his smile toward the T-800. The T-800 lowered its head and remained motionless. Ahem, we're together. Wang Ming coughed appropriately. He didn't blame the waiter's attitude given his shabby appearance. He decided to change his clothes after the meal. Wang Ming thought to himself, "Oh, please come in, both of you. What would you like to order?" The waiter's face lit up again as he gestured inside. Still, Wang Ming felt the waiter's gaze on him was a bit odd. Dismissing it, he sat down and glanced at the menu. Stir-fried mutant man-eating flower roots, 3 gold 50 silver per serving. Braised wild bull beast meat, 10 gold per serving. Roasted wild boar beast front leg, 2 gold 50 silver per gene. There were over 20 dishes, but each price made Wang Ming inwardly wince. This kind of spending was beyond not just the slum dwellers but even ordinary town residents. Damn it! In this accursed wasteland, even a decent meal was a luxury. Expensive as it was, Wang Ming knew the prices were reasonable. After all, these were genuine beast meats and mutant plants. Items that hunter teams risked their lives to obtain. Moreover, consuming these radiation-removed beast meats and mutant plants helped strengthen the human body. The price wasn't too high. I'll have. Following the principle of spending money like water, Wang Ming ordered everything he craved. 490 gold instantly dwindled by 50 gold. These are complimentary drinks from our humble shop. Please enjoy. The waiter brought over a drink with an enigmatic smile, then slowly walked away under Wang Ming's bewildered gaze. That drink looked like coffee. Of course, what it was didn't matter. What mattered was the heart shape on top. And there were even 2 straws inserted into 1 cup. This was obviously a couple's drink. No wonder the waiter had given him such a strange look. They must have thought they were a gay couple. Damn. Wang Ming's face turned green on the spot. He wanted to slam the table and explain, but feared it would only make things worse. In the end, he could only lower his head and eat ravenously. During this meal, Wang Ming employed his utmost speed, devouring everything in a whirlwind fashion. He quickly paid the bill and left, vowing never to return to this place again. With a dark face, Wang Ming walked out of the Hope Restaurant and directly entered a weapon shop. This had been one of his plans all along. Although the T-800 was formidable, there was a significant difference between an armed T-800 and an unarmed one. Additionally, he also wanted to train, so weapons and equipment were essential. Jingle. As he pushed the door open, a crisp bell rang, and a sweet-faced girl appeared in his line of sight. Welcome to the Tai's weapon shop. The girl was tall and slender, dressed in a tight beast hide outfit. She had a youthful face but possessed a curvaceous figure. Ah, hello. Wang Ming's eyes unconsciously wandered just for a moment. Then he said seriously, I'd like to see some weapons. What types of weapons and equipment do you have here? The girl glanced at them both, then fixed her gaze on Wang Ming. What kind of equipment is the customer looking for? We sell firearms, ammunition, and melee weapons. All are crafted by our Thai's weapon shop, and the quality is absolutely guaranteed. Although the girl was beautiful with a sweet voice, her tone carried a strong sense of pride. Then, let me have a look. Wang Ming's gaze wandered as he stepped inside. The weapon shop was quite spacious with a wide variety of weapons and equipment displayed on the walls and wooden counters. From cold weapons to firearms, they were neatly categorized and arranged. However, despite the quality of the equipment, the prices made Wang Ming wince. Hundreds of gold coins were common, and there were even items costing several thousand gold. Thinking of his meager 440 gold coins, Wang Ming's mouth twitched. After browsing around, he finally settled on a shotgun. An M2 lever-action shotgun priced at 399 gold coins. This shotgun is a modified version from our Thai's weapon shop. Unlike the M1, which can only fire single bullets, this M2 model is compatible with various ammunition types, making it more versatile in combat. Seeing Wang Ming stop here, the girl timely introduced. It looks good. Can I try it out? Of course, no problem. In truth, the reason Wang Ming was drawn to this shotgun was largely due to the iconic image of the T-800 Terminator, which subconsciously inclined him toward this model. Click-clack. After trying it out, Wang Ming handed the gun to the T-800. Give it a try. How does it feel? This sizable weapon seemed smaller in the T-800's hands. Then Wang Ming witnessed a classic scene. A one-handed spin to chamber around. Click. Not bad, the T-800 commented flatly. Well, take it. Wang Ming decided on the spot. Now this was a Terminator. Alright, this gun comes with 20 standard 12-gauge shells. If you want more powerful ammunition, you'll need to purchase it separately. With the girl's sweet smile, Wang Ming ended up buying 10 spiral slugs and 5 explosive slugs. Including the M2 lever-action shotgun, the total came to 434 gold coins, leaving him with a paltry 6 gold. Here are your weapons. If you need anything else, feel free to come again. My name is Tai Shanshan. With Tai Shanshan's crisp voice bidding him farewell, Wang Ming walked out holding the shotgun. Though the girl was beautiful and pleasing to the eye, damn, it was expensive. Despite having only 6 gold left, Wang Ming still bought 2 decent sets of clothes and some ordinary food. Clothes were the cheapest items, and with some slightly better quality nutritional supplements, his remaining 6 gold was completely spent. Creak. Returning home, Wang Ming lay directly on the straw mat. He had been out all day, and it was only thanks to the training from the past few days that his body hadn't collapsed halfway. For now, the health-preserving Tai Chi had hit a bottleneck, and he wouldn't make any significant breakthroughs in the short term. He needed to think of a new skill. In his past life, he was just an ordinary person with no exposure to martial arts or combat. The health-preserving Tai Chi and the 8th set of broadcast gymnastics had already exhausted his repertoire, and now he was truly at a loss. As he pondered, Wang Ming suddenly had a flash of inspiration. No, it was 2 flashes of inspiration. Although he had nothing more to offer, the T-800 did. It was proficient in hand-to-hand combat, cold weapons, and various firearms. Wasn't that better than him trying to figure things out on his own? But even as he mused, he had just thought of another muscle memory routine. That was eye exercises. That's right, the very routine where students massage acupoints around their eyes during breaks. Though it seemed a bit out of place, it was indeed a systematic method for eye care. Besides, there was no harm in trying. If it didn't work, he could always learn from the T-800. With this thought, Wang Ming got up and sat on a wooden chair nearby. Although he hadn't done it in years, the deep-seated memory and his Buddhist subconscious muscle memory allowed him to quickly get the hang of it. Eye exercises are based on traditional Chinese massage and meridian theory, alleviating visual fatigue by massaging acupoints around the eyes. The movements are gentle and slow. One session of eye exercises takes about 5 minutes. Ding! You have earnestly practiced eye exercises. Your eye exercises proficiency 1. Ding! Your eye exercises has been raised to LV 1. Holy crap! It actually works. The system notification made Wang Ming jolt with surprise. This was a truly divine system, allowing even this. He quickly checked his attribute panel and saw a new skill under the skills column, eye exercises LV 1. However, his 4 core attributes hadn't increased at all, suggesting that although the system recognized the eye exercises, the benefits were minimal. TSK. Can't be too greedy. Wang Ming clicked his tongue but wasn't too disappointed. Although there were no attribute gains, the specialization at max level couldn't be entirely useless, could it? He checked the proficiency needed to level up eye exercises, 0-2. It was incredibly easy. 2 times to reach level 2, 4 to level 3, 8 to level 4, and 16 to reach the max level of 5. A total of 2.5 hours. Ding, your eye exercises has been raised to LV 5. You have obtained the specialization. Ding, your eye exercises has been upgraded to LV 5. And you have acquired the specialization Sharp Gaze. Sharp Gaze, your eyes have become more acute through prolonged exercise with Dynamic Vision 5 and Hit Rate 5. Just as I thought. Even a skill like eye exercises, which barely enhances the 4 primary attributes, grants a specialization upon reaching max level. For a moment, Wang Ming's gaze at the skill panel burned with fervor. T-800. He fixed his eyes on the T-800. Let's start with hand-to-hand combat. Ding. You have earnestly studied hand-to-hand combat. Proficiency 5. Proficiency increased by 5 points. Wang Ming was somewhat surprised. It seems self-study is different from having someone explain it. This was good news, and Wang Ming's motivation grew stronger. With the T-800's professional explanations and sparring in just one night, his hand-to-hand combat skill reached level 2. At the same time, Wang Ming also gained a 0.1 increase in strength and physique. However, his focus wasn't solely on hand-to-hand combat. He also intended to learn firearms and cold weapons. Cold weapons were manageable, but firearms practice required investment. With his pockets empty, he had no choice but to continue hunting in the wilderness. At dawn, as the sun just peeked over the horizon, Wang Ming, clad in newly purchased loose clothing, stepped out. His destination this time was still near the base ruins. Along the way, he saw many fully armed hunting teams, heading out their modified off-road vehicles, speeding by like the wind. In comparison, Wang Ming and his companions seemed utterly shabby, relying entirely on their own 2 legs. Hey brother, heading out to hunt. A rugged-looking off-road vehicle skidded to a halt beside Wang Ming, kicking up a cloud of dust. A roughly 30-year-old man with a bushy beard asked in a gruff voice. Inside the car was a slender woman with fiery red hair and a provocative outfit, and in the back sat a one-eyed burly man. Yeah, just going to try my luck. Wang Ming nodded calmly. You don't look like scavengers, but you're not planning to walk there, are you? The man eyed them suspiciously, lingering longer on the T-800. Well, consider it exercise. Wang Ming smiled, not intending to engage much with these people. In the Wasteland, human malice was far more dangerous than any mutant beast. Although his original self had always been under his parents' protection, Wang Ming was deeply influenced by post-apocalyptic web novels. He hadn't tasted pork, but had seen pigs run. What sinister plots hadn't he read about? But even if you wanted to avoid them, they wouldn't let you off. Little brother, you're quite interesting. How about we team up? The wilds are fraught with danger, and more people mean more security. The man said with a feigned honest smile. Exactly, we're all just trying to make a living. If we find something we want, cheat you, well, split based on contribution. Even if you don't contribute, you'll still get a sip of the soup. How about it? The one-eyed man in the back laughed. You 2 big guys are probably scaring the little brother. Little brother, listen to big sister. The wilds aren't like the town. Better to ride with us. The red-haired woman tossed her hair, her ample curves stirring Wang Ming's interest. Well, then sorry for the intrusion. Wang Ming smiled shyly, then got into the back seat with the T-800. Vroom. The fully loaded off-road vehicle roared, vanishing in an instant, leaving only a trail of dust. By the way, I haven't introduced myself. Im Dagong, the one in the back, is Blind Man, and this beautiful lady beside me. Im Zhao Weiwei, you can call me Sister Weiwei. Before Dagong could finish, Zhao Weiwei interrupted. She then turned to Wang Ming, her big eyes blinking. What's your name, little brother? Oh, I'm Wang Ming, and this is Taizhan. Wang Ming paused, then quickly introduced, looking like a greenhorn. Oh, Zhao Weiwei nodded, but her gaze occasionally flickered to the T-800. Still curious about their identities. Or relationship. After all, the T-800 looked like a tough guy, yet everything revolved around Wang Ming. A truly odd combination. As Wang Ming suspected, the trio subtly probed their backgrounds along the way, even steering the conversation toward the T-800 several times. But the T-800 remained impassive, cold as iron. Fortunately, the journey wasn't long, and in this awkward atmosphere, the car finally stopped. This is already deep in the wilderness, about 20 kilometers from Salma town. Any farther in would be too dangerous. Dagong took out a map, studied it briefly, then pointed in a direction. Some hunting teams claim to have seen ironback wasteland wolf packs there. Want to check it out? Of course. We're here to hunt, aren't we? Blind Man racked the bolt of his automatic rifle, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement in his one eye. What do you think, little brother? Dagong looked at Wang Ming. Me. I'm fine with anything. I'm not familiar with this area. Wang Ming appeared somewhat nervous. Dagong's smile grew wider. I really don't get you too. Daring to come out on foot. It must have taken you hours to get here. We were planning to scout around the base ruins. The map said there are some mutant beast hotspots nearby. Base ruins. Dagong paused. You mean the place 5 or 6 kilometers east of Salma town? Yes. Wang Ming nodded honestly. Ha ha ha. At that, Dagong suddenly burst into laughter, and even Zhao Weiwei and Blind Man couldn't help but chuckle. Little brother, no offense, but your map must be years old. Everything within 10 kilometers of Salma Town has been combed over by hunting teams. There's no mutant beast hotspot there. I bet you were scammed. Ah! Wang Ming was taken aback. This wasn't an act. He genuinely hadn't known. And he had indeed run into a porcupine near the base ruins. Here. This is the latest map. You have to go at least 17 or 18 kilometers out from Salma Town to find mutant beast territory. Except for a few scavengers, hunting teams rarely go near the base ruins anymore. Dagong spread out the map, pointing at the lines. So that's how it is. Wang Ming fell silent. It seemed he had been lucky last time. But the base ruins still had high radiation levels, which was why Wang Chong had been contaminated. Something must have changed there. Alright, let's head over there. Ironback wasteland wolves are pack animals, usually 7 or 8 to a dozen. Individually, they're not strong. If we can find them, we'll make a decent profit. With that, the car restarted and drove toward the nearby desert. With the roar of the off-road vehicle, they had entered a flat wilderness. Under such terrain, everything was completely exposed to view. Over there. Zhao Weiwei pointed from the passenger seat. Wang Ming followed her gaze and saw a dark mass racing toward them at incredible speed. Thanks to his sharp vision expertise, Wang Ming could see with relative clarity. A rough count revealed about 12 or 13 of them with brownish-yellow fur and gleaming green eyes. They were significantly larger than the wolves he had seen in his past life, each resembling lions or tigers in size with ferocious visages. With a screech, Dagong slammed on the brakes and jumped out. Prepare for battle. A faint click followed as the blind man got out and opened the trunk, revealing a row of cold weapons. Blind man set up the rifle. Leave it to me. The blind man aimed his automatic rifle at the distance, the scope on the barrel appearing exceptionally precise. Meanwhile, Dagong grabbed 2 chopping knives from the trunk, slung them on his back, and loaded a shotgun with shells. Finally, Zhao Weiwei, with her slender fingers, deftly checked her submachine gun. Who would have thought that this one-eyed man was the team's long-range firepower? With a bang, as the wolf pack drew closer, the blind man fired decisively. The distance was estimated to be over 100 meters. Wang Ming's sharp eyes caught a spray of blood blooming from the chest of a distant ironback wasteland wolf. The moment the blind man pulled the trigger. A direct hit. Unfortunately, it didn't bring the target down. Several more shots rang out, and this time, the ironback wasteland wolf couldn't escape its fate, collapsing to the ground amid bursts of blood. Brother, when the fight starts, we might not be able to look out for you much. Dagong warned, stepping forward and aiming his shotgun at the approaching ironback wasteland wolves. Zhao Weiwei had already raised her submachine gun and began firing. No problem. I can take care of myself. Wang Ming took a step back as the T-800 beside him drew its lever-action shotgun. With a bang, the distinctive roar of the shotgun erupted. T-800. Bang. The T-800 responded instantly, its lever-action shotgun spewing a hail of steel pellets, then cycled the action one-handed to reload. With another bang, the violent and stylish scene instantly caught the attention of the three. A notification chimed. Ironback Wasteland Wolf slain, 50 experience gained. Another notification sounded. The familiar voice reached Wang Ming's ears and he breathed a sigh of relief. At least these three hadn't stolen all the kills. This was pure experience. Out of the 13 Ironback Wasteland Wolves, a full 5 had been taken down by the T-800 with headshots. In total, he had gained 250 experience points. He checked his current experience, 340-1000. Finally, some comfort. Impressive. Your partner is really skilled. Handling that shotgun like a pro. Dagong looked at the T-800 with surprise. He was also a passionate lover of shotguns, but such moves had never crossed his mind. For a moment he felt he should buy a lever-action shotgun himself. Just practice makes perfect, Wang Ming said with a slight wave and a faint smile. The group took another look at the T-800 but didn't say much more. Let's gather the bodies first. Ironback Wasteland Wolves fetch a decent price. These could sell for a lot. Too bad some are mangled by the shotgun. The blind man said, lifting a wolf carcass. It's still profit, don't be picky. Dagong laughed and scolded. We can't haul all of this in one trip. We'll need to find a temporary spot to store them, Zhao Weiwei said, standing idly by. Then let's put them at our temporary rest stop. Dagong replied without looking back. Good idea, it's not safe here. Zhao Weiwei nodded. Little brother, lend a hand. Oh sure. With their combined effort, the 13 wolf carcasses were quickly prepared. 5 were loaded into the vehicle. The rest would have to be fetched later. Weiwei, you and the blind man guard this spot. We'll transport these first. All right. You two come with me. Okay. With that, Dagong started the engine. After a short while, a peculiarly shaped cave appeared not far ahead. We stumbled upon this place. It was probably some beast's territory before, but we modified it into a temporary rest stop. It's relatively safe to store things here, Da Gong explained. You two please haul the stuff inside. It'll go back for another load. Leaving Wang Ming and the 5 wolf carcasses behind, Da Gong sped off. Wang Ming watched the departing vehicle with a frown. T-800, stay alert. Though he didn't know what these people were plotting, he had never trusted them from the start. If it weren't for hitching a ride and hoping for a chance to turn the tables, he wouldn't have bothered with this charade. He glanced back at the dark cave, lost in thought. Could they be waiting for me in there? After a moment's consideration, he decided to play the part through. T-800, let's go. The two dragged the wolf carcasses slowly into the cave. Only after they were completely swallowed by darkness did faint dust rise in the distance. It was pitch black, but in an instant 2 beams of light cut through the darkness. What the hell? Wang Ming spun around. He saw the T-800's eyes blazing like headlights casting brilliant light. Sir, illumination is a basic function. Please do not be alarmed. Well, seems like the Terminator movies were too conservative. Wang Ming muttered with a twitch of his mouth. Sir, based on my observations, there are signs of biological activity inside this cave, and they are recent. The T-800 scanned the surroundings and offered its analysis. Is that so? Can you identify what kind of creature? Based on the traces, it should be a serpent. A fiery blast erupted. Wang Ming felt a powerful force yank him backward. A series of gunshots rang out as the T-800 fired while retreating. Under the 2 beams of light, Wang Ming finally saw what lay ahead. One glance and he gasped sharply. A snake. An enormous snake. Its scales were jet black, its body as thick as a barrel. Its length was unclear, but its terrifying maw was large enough to swallow him whole. Sir, fall back. The T-800 placed Wang Ming behind it, its shotgun firing without pause. But each shot merely sparked off the giant serpent's scales, failing to inflict any real damage. As if angered by the pain, the black serpent coiled and let out a piercing hiss. Standard rounds cannot penetrate the scales. Though unable to cause significant harm, it could still suppress the creature briefly. During a lull, the T-800 reached back, pulled out a shell, and loaded it. Wang Ming saw clearly that it was a more powerful spiral slug round. He chambered it and fired with a bang. Bang! From the spitting muzzle flash, a specially made spiral slug burst forth from the barrel. The high-speed rotating threaded slug drilled fiercely into the belly of the massive black serpent like an electric drill. Clang! A crisp sound of metal striking metal erupted, accompanied by a shower of sparks. Though it failed to fully penetrate the serpent's body, the shattered scales and oozing blood testified to the shot's effectiveness. However, despite landing a hit, this shot thoroughly enraged the great black serpent. It hissed, twisting its body, then abruptly contracted its head like a spring. Compressing and compressing further. Then it suddenly shot forward. Its terrifying maw opened to a full 180 degrees. The sharp fangs glinted with a cold, eerie light under the T-800's illumination. Yet the T-800 reacted swiftly. The instant it lunged to bite, an explosive slug had already been rammed into the chamber. Click-clack. Sir, please stay behind me, the T-800 warned coldly. Just as the massive jaws were a hair's breadth from the muzzle, the T-800 resolutely pulled the trigger. Bang! The shotgun's muzzle flash was far more spectacular than before, like a pillar of flame. It savagely plunged into the giant serpent's mouth. Boom! Explosion and firelight erupted instantly. In that moment, it even illuminated the cavern. Struck by this blow, the great black serpent was knocked backward, its forward momentum completely shattered. Click-clack. Bang! The T-800, well-versed in the principle of striking, while the iron was hot, switched to spiral slugs in his shotgun and fired relentlessly. Scales on the serpent's head and its vital spot burst apart, and within moments the black serpent ceased to stir. The air reeked of gunpowder mixed with a hint of cooked meat. Ding! Killed wild beast, black-scaled poison python, gained 300 experience. Is it over? Wang Ming's heart pounded fiercely. Even watching this scene in a movie would excite him, let alone witnessing it firsthand. The target has lost all vital signs. However, given the peculiar nature of serpents, sir, please maintain a safe distance from its head. Oh, okay. Got it. Wang Ming nodded obediently. Are you sure that kid went in? Of course. I saw it with my own eyes. Looks like 2 wolf carcasses are missing outside, so it should be right. Judging by the time that beast should have finished eating. I laced those wolf carcasses with a heavy dose of neurotoxin. Even if it can't kill it, it'll slow it down. Better be careful. Outside the cave, several familiar voices rang out. They were here. T-800. Prepare for battle. Wang Ming whispered, then quietly hid in a corner. Those 3 were all armed with guns. With his slender build, it was better to stay hidden. Getting hit by a stray bullet would hurt. Click-clack. The T-800 shut off its illumination system and gently loaded a shell into the chamber. Of course this time it used only standard ammunition. Wasting expensive specialty rounds on them was unnecessary. Clatter clatter. The chaotic footsteps drew nearer and the three entered the cave. Looks like they already got into a fight. Tisk tsk. That big guy seems pretty tough. The smell of gunpowder inside the cave was clearly detected by the trio. Tisk, the tougher he is the better. That way hell wear down that beast more for us. Say, you don't think these two will actually take down the black-scaled poison python, do you? Silence. Then a sneer rang out. That's a black-scaled poison python. It's one of the top-ranked wild beasts around Salma Town. If it were that easy to deal with, why would we go through all this trouble? Exactly. I think you've lost your mind, woman. What are you still thinking about that pretty boy? TCH, it's just a pity. He looked like he might be a virgin. Hey, can't the two of us satisfy you? How dare you think about outsiders? Just wait until we get back tonight. We'll teach you a proper lesson. Hee. You too. All right, we've come this far inside. Everyone stay alert. As he spoke, 3 beams of light came into Wang Ming's view. They're here. In the corner, Wang Ming stared fixedly at the direction of the light. Against the cave wall, the T-800 stood silently holding its shotgun. Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Wang Ming deliberately softened his breathing, and as the trio drew closer, he even held his breath. Until, bang! The T-800 fired first. The shotgun, the king of close quarters, struck Dagong, who was right next to them, instantly. Even though Dagong was burly at such close range, he was sent flying backward. Ding! Killed wilderness hunter, gained 100 experience. Dagong! Blind reacted swiftly. The moment the T-800 fired, he swung his rifle around and with the safety already off held down the trigger. Rat-a-tat! A stream of bullets surged wildly toward the T-800. After a brief moment of shock, Zhao Weiwei also reacted, her submachine gun spitting bullets at an even higher rate of fire toward the T-800. But the expected sound of bullets hitting flesh never came. Instead they witnessed something far more terrifying. Clang, clang, clang. Bullets rained down like hail, but the T-800 didn't dodge or evade. Instead sparks flew upon contact with the bullets. What the hell? Blind's single remaining eye was filled with shock. Even wearing body armor couldn't produce such an effect. Had he strapped on steel plates? But when he saw bullets aimed at the T-800's head also ricochet off, Blind panicked completely. Was this even human? Bang! His thoughts stopped there, his lone eye still holding deep shock and bewilderment. With 2 dead, Zhao Weiwei was utterly stunned. Watching the T-800 withstand bullets like a war god, her legs gave way and she collapsed to the ground. Her submachine gun had long since fallen somewhere. Don't kill me. Zhao Weiwei's face was a mask of terror. Rip! She swiftly tore off her own clothes, revealing large expanses of pale skin flickering in and out of sight under the beam of the fallen flashlight. But the T-800 remained unmoved. However, in the shadows. Gulp! Wang Ming swallowed hard. Damn, she's good at that. Wang Ming clicked his tongue in amazement. Zhao Weiwei certainly had her tricks. When force didn't work, she went straight for seduction, without a moment's hesitation. If she were just a pretty face, Wang Ming might not have been able to resist. But Zhao Weiwei was no pushover, he dared not take the risk. Besides, she was dirty. Bang! Without hesitation, the T-800 cleanly blew her head off with a single shot. Even in death, Zhao Weiwei couldn't understand why the man before her felt not a shred of temptation. 3 corpses lay cold on the ground, netting Wang Ming 300 experience points. The cave fell silent once more. Wang Ming crept out quietly, only then realizing his palms were slick with sweat. After all, these 3 were wilderness hunters, not the thugs of Salma Town slums. But through this battle, Wang Ming gained a deeper appreciation of the T-800's power. Gazing at the 3 mangled corpses, the lesson resonated even more profoundly. This is the wasteland world. Survival of the fittest, deceit and treachery. The dangers of the wilderness are more than just wild beasts. After a moment of silent reflection, the next step was simple. Looting, commonly known as loot farming. After a thorough search, Wang Ming ended up with 2 machetes, 2 daggers, 1 shotgun, 1 submachine gun, 1 automatic rifle, and a quantity of ammunition. Additionally, there were 3 bank cards from Salma Town Bank, 70 gold coins, plus the off-road vehicle outside and its contents. Tisk tisk tsk. A jackpot. As expected. Crime pays fast. Wang Ming truly understood what it meant to take shortcuts. No wonder the strong were so fond of plunder. It was incredibly satisfying. At the Salma Town trading market, the T-800 drove an off-road vehicle directly to the beast processing shop. Last time he had dragged the carcasses, this time he carried them instead. Server, take the goods. After 2 trips, all 13 corpses of the ironback prairie wolves were transported. If not for the need to avoid drawing attention, Wang Ming would have simply retrieved them from his inventory. Of the 13 wolf carcasses, 5 had been injected with neurotoxins by De Gang, and his crew fetching a low price, but the remaining 8 each sold for 300J. After deducting an 80J processing fee for the 13 Ironback Prairie Wolves, the total profit was 2820J. The 5 drugged carcasses were priced at 100J each, sparing the trouble of dissection. A massive haul. Truly a massive haul. Moreover, Wang Ming still had a complete black-scale venom python carcass in his inventory, which would surely fetch an even higher price. However, it wasn't the right time to sell it yet. He would wait for a while. Leaving the beast processing shop, Wang Ming headed straight for the Tai's weapon shop. He was quite satisfied with the weapons from Tai's weapon shop, even though he secretly felt they were a bit overpriced. Though that had absolutely nothing to do with Tai Shanshan. Absolutely nothing. Welcome. Ha! Tai Shanshan's voice was still sweet with a smile, but she clearly paused in surprise. We meet again. She quickly regained her composure and greeted him warmly. Miss Tai's weapons are indeed excellent. I plan to purchase more. Thank you for your trust. Tai Shanshan's smile widened, a hint of pride in her tone. What kind of weapon would you like to choose this time, sir? Do you have any recommended pistols? Nothing too fancy, mainly for practice. Practicing shooting had long been on Wang Ming's agenda, but honing marksmanship was a costly endeavor, so affordable pistols and ammunition were the priority. A pistol for practice, sir. Perhaps you'd like to take a look at this. Tai Shanshan led the two to a corner and retrieved a black pistol. This pistol isn't for sale. It's a casual piece I made for my own practice. It uses 22 caliber ammunition, is extremely cheap to produce, and has very little stopping power. Of course, little stopping power was only relative to other weapons. It could still put a hole in a person. How much is it? Wang Ming asked, taking the pistol. It's free, a gift. It's just my practice pistol. I hope you don't mind, sir. A shrewd businesswoman, Wang Ming silently praised. Alright, I'll pick out a few more things. Following Tai Shanshan's recommendations, he purchased some shotgun shells and a brand new silver Desert Eagle. According to Tai Shanshan, this was the most powerful pistol in the shop, though its recoil was too strong, making it difficult to control. The entire gun was forged from high-strength alloy plated with a layer of silver paint, using 50 caliber ammunition with a magazine capacity of 7 rounds and an effective range of 200 meters. A sniper rifle among pistols. Naturally, the price was equally impressive, selling for 299J. Similarly, as a weapon for hunting wild beasts, this silver Desert Eagle was compatible with various specialty rounds such as threaded armor-piercing bullets and explosive rounds. Wang Ming bought a few of each. In total, Wang Ming spent another 420J. Tai Shanshan generously gifted him 200 rounds of 22 caliber standard ammunition. This type of bullet was cheap to produce and could only be sold for 1 silver coin each. However, her attitude was quite pleasing to Wang Ming, and the transaction ended on good terms. Returning home, Wang Ming started cooking. He had bought a large amount of food, both meat and vegetables. Scarce resources in the wasteland and naturally expensive. But with money, one should enjoy life. Wang Ming was willing to spend on this. As for nutrition supplements, unless he was in the wilderness or short on funds, even a dog wouldn't touch them. The aroma of rice, vegetables, and meat wafted out, tempting the nearby residents. After a hearty meal, Wang Ming's stomach was filled with satisfaction. However, he didn't lie down to rest immediately. Instead, he practiced the health Tai Chi twice and then the hand-to-hand combat technique twice. This had become his habit. Accumulating proficiency points daily would eventually lead to breakthroughs. Open the status panel. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 1-940-1000. Race human, lifespan 22-45, internal radiation cleared, strength 1. 3. Constitution 1. 3. Agility 1. 3. Spirit 2. 4. Talents: limb coordination, sharp eyesight, skills, health, Tai Chi LV. 2. 130,508th set of broadcast calisthenics LV. 5. Eye exercises LV. 5. Hand-to-hand combat technique LV. 2. 60,200. This was Wang Ming's current status, the fruit of his recent efforts. First, in terms of experience, he was just one step away from reaching level 2. Second, regarding radiation, thanks to carrying a radiation-absorbing stone and the boosts from various skills to his 4 attributes, the radiation in his body had been completely cleared. Unfortunately, the effects of radiation had still drained his lifespan. His maximum lifespan was only 45 years. However, this could be improved, so Wang Ming wasn't too worried. Strike while the iron is hot. He'll start by milking the T-800 for all it's worth. His goal was clear. Since he could gain several times the proficiency under the T-800's guidance, he would squeeze every bit of value from its instruction. But despite his good plan, someone was determined to cause trouble. Ugh! From a shack in the refugee camp, muffled cries of pain came intermittently. Damn it! The radiation contamination is getting worse. I can't delay any longer. The hoarse voice was filled with urgency and fear. Half of the voice's owner's face was covered in hideous red patches, and his neck and arms were similarly afflicted with twisted veins like entangled venomous snakes. A truly gruesome sight. Indeed, this person was Wang Chong. In just a few days, radiation contamination had nearly consumed him. In all likelihood, he would die within days. No, death might even be a luxury. He could turn into a mindless mutant. He wanted neither outcome. These past few days, he had been secretly observing Wang Ming. He was certain that Wang Ming carried a radiation-absorbing stone, otherwise, he couldn't have regained his health. Moreover, he had sneaked into Wang Ming's home when he was out and found nothing there, so this was the only possibility. But he also knew he was no match for Wang Ming, especially with that burly man by his side. I must find a way to use the Black Serpent Gang's power. Only the Black Serpent Gang could help him, even if it meant courting disaster. Brother Biao, you're here. In the dark corner, Wang Chong endured his agonizing pain, forcing a fawning smile. Old Biao, standing nearby, frowned with disdain as he looked at Wang Chong. As everyone knew, those contaminated by radiation without timely treatment faced only two outcomes: either die in agony or completely lose their sanity and become mutants. In this refugee camp, treatment was out of the question, so Wang Chong's fate was sealed to one of these two. Are you sure, kid? From the look of you, you won't last much longer. Old Biao carefully examined Wang Chong's pupils. No red, yet his sanity remained intact. Red pupils were the hallmark of a mutant. If even one of Wang Chong's eyes turned red, it signaled his transformation into a mutant, and according to the laws of the Wasteland, that meant kill. When both eyes were fully dyed red, he would become a mindless monster. Thank you for your concern, Brother Biao. I saw it with my own eyes. He carries it on him. Wang Chong swore, earnestly afraid of being disbelieved. And that kid has other treasures. He glanced around, then lowered his voice. Other treasures. Old Biao's eyes lit up. He cared little about Wang Chong's fate, only about what he could gain. Besides, in Wang Chong's condition, even a radiation absorption stone couldn't save him. Only decontamination in the inner city could offer a chance at survival. Tell me quickly, what other treasures? Wang Chong looked around furtively, then beckoned Old Biao closer. Seeing this, Old Biao's excitement grew. This must be something valuable. Without hesitation, he leaned in. Besides the radiation absorption stone, he also has. What else? Also, a flash of cold light. A notched dagger had already plunged into Old Biao's throat. Ugh! Old Biao's eyes bulged instantly. He staggered back, clutching his neck. Blood. Unstoppable blood. Ah! Ah! Old Biao opened his mouth to speak, but the dagger piercing his throat rendered him voiceless. His eyes were filled with shock and confusion. How dare he? He was a member of the Black Snake Gang. Did he not fear retaliation? Warm blood sprayed incessantly. He could feel his body growing cold and numb, his consciousness fading. Death. Was this word about to befall him? In that moment, Old Biao felt an unprecedented terror. Brother Biao, I don't want to die, but I have no other choice. Just you and me were no match for that Wang Ming. These past days I've seen that burly guy beside him is a skilled fighter. Wang Chong trembled, whether from physical pain or the thrill of killing. He rambled on to himself. Only with you dead can I use the Black Snake Gang to deal with him. Watching the almost delirious Wang Chong, Old Biao's doubts finally cleared. Divert the trouble and kill with a borrowed knife. Though he was merely an insignificant gangster in the Black Snake Gang, now that the gang had just taken control of the refugee camp, if a member was killed by a refugee without consequences, where would the Black Snake Gang's face be? This kid. Old Biao stared at Wang Chong as if seeing him for the first time. But it was too late now. Oh, his head grew heavy, and then, thud. Old Biao's body finally collapsed. Dead. Yet it sparked a glimmer of hope in Wang Chong. You little bastard. Ha! Just you wait. Ha! In the dark corner, ragged, heavy breaths came intermittently. Ding! Under the master's guidance, your hand-to-hand combat proficiency 5. Your hand-to-hand combat has been upgraded to LV. 3. Your strength 0. 1. Ding! Under the master's guidance, you have learned firearms proficiency. Your firearms proficiency has been upgraded to LV. 1. Your spirit 0. 1. With T-800's aid, Wang Ming progressed rapidly, his proficiency skyrocketing visibly. He would not have stopped if not for the noise outside. What's going on outside? Why so noisy? Sir, a large number of unidentified individuals have gathered outside. Please remain on alert. T-800 had already entered combat mode, his shotgun fully loaded. Wang Ming grew suspicious. Nothing major ever happened in this refugee camp. What was going on today? Curious, he approached the door and peered through the crack. Outside, a crowd had gathered. Roughly 20 people armed with clubs, some with knives and pistols. Is this the place? Thanks to his spirit attribute far exceeding ordinary people, Wang Ming's 5 senses were exceptionally sharp, allowing him to hear the conversation outside. Yes, Brother Defei. The two whispered, pointing toward Wang Ming's home. One was bald, stocky, draped in yellow animal hide, fiddling with a pistol with an arrogant expression. The one called Brother Defei. The other was a familiar face. Despite the red spots covering his face, Wang Ming recognized him instantly. Wang Chong. This guy, such influence. Wang Ming didn't believe it. He must have stirred up trouble again. As he pondered, the group outside drew closer. Bang, bang, bang. A lackey stepped forward and pounded on the door. Come out. Brother Defei of the Black Snake Gang is here. Creak. The door swung open, but it wasn't Wang Ming who appeared. It was T-800. Something. T-800 asked, indifferently, holding the shotgun with one hand. Ha! Him. Defei raised an eyebrow, sizing up T-800. This man didn't look like a refugee from the camp, more like a hunter. Even old Biao wouldn't be foolish enough to provoke someone like this. Defei squinted, turning to Wang Chong. Not him, Brother Defei. I don't know who this guy is. Never seen him before. He only moved in recently. Wang Chong stepped forward quickly. Wang Ming, your crimes are exposed. Come out. At his shout, Wang Ming finally emerged, leisurely, still staying behind T-800 just in case. Oh, what's all this? Such a big fuss. Wang Ming feigned surprise. Uncle Chongyu, Brother Defei, it's him. Wang Chong ignored him entirely, pointing excitedly. Wang Ming's mouth twitched. Damn, he really did set me up. So you're the one who killed one of my Black Snake Gang men. Quite gutsy. Defei squinted, appraising Wang Ming. Then he glanced at Wang Chong, his gaze wandering. Black Snake Gang. Wang Ming understood. The Black Snake Gang again. But murder. He turned to Wang Chong, whose evasive eyes gave him a rough idea. Divert the trouble and kill with a borrowed knife. Wang Ming stood still, offering no defense or explanation. He understood clearly that the Black Serpent Gang had mobilized so many people solely to assert their authority. The identity of the deceased and the manner of death were inconsequential, merely a pretext. Anything else to say? Defei was in no hurry to act. He was no fool. The account of old Biao's death came entirely from Wang Chong himself. The true circumstances remained unknown. He didn't fully trust Wang Chong's story either. He only knew that the Black Serpent Gang had lost a man and they had to make a statement. Otherwise, how could they maintain their standing? Wang Ming cast a surprised glance at Defei. It seemed this man named Defei might know something. Words are useless now, aren't they? Wang Ming didn't feign ignorance, believing Defei would understand. Haha, you've got guts. I admire that. Defei laughed heartily, his eyes filled with appreciation. Kid, any interest in working under me? It might just save your life. The moment Defei said this, Wang Chong whipped around, staring at him in utter disbelief. How had things come to this? Defei actually wanted to recruit Wang Ming. How could this be? No, absolutely not. Brother Defei. He. Bang. Shut up. Who gave you the right to interrupt? Defei kicked Wang Chong to the ground, then glared at him with disgust. Defei loathed those who tried to fool him. Though he appeared a brutish bald man, he was the vice leader of the Black Serpent Gang. No simpleton could hold such a position. Moreover, in the Wasteland, a capable subordinate was far more valuable than a few guns. Ugh! Wang Chong curled up on the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Yet more than his physical pain, he feared Wang Ming might accept Defei's offer, leaving him with no chance of survival. Thanks for the offer, but I'm too used to being free to join any gang. This was a refusal, and Defei understood. As for Wang Chong, he barely restrained himself from sneering. Fine, then it's time to go. A cold glint flashed in Defei's eyes. Since he refused, death was the only path. Boss, let me. The lackey who had knocked on the door stepped forward eagerly, having long taken a dislike to Wang Ming. How dare a refugee from the slums act so arrogantly? He raised his club high, ready to bring it down on Wang Ming's head. But the T-800 reacted faster. The instant the club began to fall, it threw a punch. Crack! A sharp sound rang out. Like a bursting watermelon, the man's head exploded. Red and white matter splattered everywhere. Stunned, this sudden scene left everyone in shock. A single punch shattered a man's skull. Was this even human? What are you waiting for? Get him! Defei snapped out of his initial shock and reacted instantly. He aimed his pistol at the T-800 and fired. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 3 sparks flew as the T-800 calmly raised its shotgun. Boom! Click! Boom! Click! Fire chamber fire again. With each shot, a thug was sent flying. Some unlucky ones hit by scattered pellets fell to the ground wailing. Ah! Ugh! After just a few shots, the thugs fled in terror. This man, bullets couldn't kill him. How could they fight this? How is this possible? Defei stared wide-eyed, refusing to believe it. Was it an exoskeleton? Refusing to accept it, he raised his pistol and aimed at the T-800's head. Bang! Clang! The bullet struck the T-800's forehead with terrifying force, only causing its head to tilt back slightly. Then, boom! A single shotgun blast lifted Defei off his feet. Even in death, he couldn't comprehend how this was possible. Where do you think you're going? A large hand clamped down on Wang Chong's neck. He had sensed trouble when the thugs scattered and tried to slip away, but Wang Ming caught him. With Wang Ming's strength now at 1. For an ordinary man like Wang Chong contaminated by radiation couldn't even resist. Xiao Ming, let me go. I just wanted to borrow your radiation-absorbing stone. Wang Chong said with difficulty. Borrow? Wang Ming found it utterly ridiculous. You bring a crowd of people storming into my home and you call that borrowing? But it didn't matter. I'll ask you 3 questions. Answer well and you'll avoid more suffering. You. Go ahead. I'll answer truthfully. Wang Chong nodded eagerly. First, did you set me up in this incident? Yes. I wanted to use the Black Serpent Gang to get the radiation-absorbing stone. I also killed Old Biao. Wang Ming nodded as expected. Second question, besides this Defei, who else is in the Black Serpent Gang? Well, I don't know much. I only know Defei is the vice leader and above him is a leader named Chao He. Chao He ha. It seemed there was still trouble ahead. Last question, did you have anything to do with my parents' death? This question was Wang Ming's for his original self. Having inherited everything, he had to take on all of it. No. Really no. After we scavenged together that time, I asked your father to lend me the radiation-absorbing stone, but he refused. We didn't keep in touch after that. I don't know anything about the accident he had while scavenging later. Wang Ming stared intently at Wang Chong. He seemed to be telling the truth. All right, I'm done with my questions. Time for you to go. Wait. SSH. A dagger plunged from beneath his chin straight into his skull. Wang Chong was dead. This time the Black Serpent Gang had brought 23 men. Excluding the 12 who fled, 11 were killed here. Adding Wang Chong, that made 12 each worth 50 experience points, totaling 600 experience points. That was enough to level up. Still, Wang Ming and the T-800 cleaned up the scene before returning home to check. Ding. Killed Black Serpent Gang thug, gained 50 experience. Ding. Killed. Several messages flashed on the system panel, followed by a golden notification. Your experience is full. You have been promoted to LV. 2. You have gained 1 attribute point and 1 evolution point. Whoosh. A flash of light and the attribute panel instantly appeared. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 2, 540, 2000, race human, lifespan 2245, strength 1, 4 constitution 1, 3 agility 1, 3 spirit 2, 5 talent none, expertise limb coordination, sharp eyesight, skill health, tai chi LV 2, 130500, 8th set of radio gymnastics LV. 5. Eye exercises LV. 5. Hand-to-hand combat LV. 3. 300 firearms proficiency LV. 100 items silver desert eagle. Omitted troops 1. Level up. He also gained a free attribute point and an evolution point. After all, Wang Ming had to exert tremendous effort to train only to achieve a mere 0. 1 or 0. 1 attribute increase. This single point enhancement was undoubtedly significant. But what was this evolution point? The question flashed through his mind, followed by a surge of information. Evolution point. The key to a hero's advancement. Wang Ming instantly understood, and overwhelming joy followed. This evolution point was meant to upgrade heroes, and the hero was none other than the T-800. That meant the T-800 could grow even stronger. While Wang Ming's greatest reliance was the system, it was the T-800 that had ensured his survival thus far. If the T-800 could continue to strengthen, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale. Wang Ming took deep, heavy breaths, barely managing to suppress the excitement within him. Both attribute points and evolution points needed to be swiftly converted into strength. Wang Ming already had an idea for distributing the attribute points. The principle of avoiding weaknesses and leveraging strengths was absolutely applicable, but he had to gamble. Among his current attributes, only the spirit attribute stood far above the other 3. So instead of bolstering the other attributes, it was better to invest the precious points into his dominant one. However, compared to the other 3, the benefit of the spirit attribute seemed less tangible. For now, raising the spirit attribute only sharpened his 5 senses, boosted his energy, and enhanced his memory, offering little direct increase to combat power. So he had to gamble, bet that reaching a certain threshold would trigger a qualitative transformation. I wonder if I can reset points later. Wang Ming remained hesitant. After all, humans are creatures of complex thoughts. Forget it. It's not like I can't improve other attributes. I'll take the gamble. Gritting his teeth, he decisively allocated the point to Spirit. Spirit 2. 5-3. 5 boom. The moment his spirit attribute skyrocketed to 3. 5, an explosion erupted within Wang Ming's mind. It was like a sudden enlightenment, a unity of heaven and man. He felt his consciousness ascend in that instant. His thoughts became unprecedentedly clear, his nerves ecstatic and vibrant. Ah! He even let out a comfortable moan. A long while passed before he snapped back from that state of clarity. Indeed, the spirit attribute is no simple thing. That feeling, it might just awaken something extraordinary. Wang Ming's heart settled somewhat. Next was the evolution point. As the soul bond Wang Ming had forged in this wasteland world, the T-800 was more than just a robotic tool. It was a true partner. Activate. As the evolution point was consumed, a radiant light suddenly rose around the T-800. And then, nothing more. That's it. There didn't seem to be any change. Wang Ming and the T-800 stared at each other in bewilderment. Ding! Special Hero T-800 has evolved. It is now Special Hero T-850. The system notification arrived belatedly. T-850. Wang Ming muttered to himself before immediately opening the unit interface. Name T-850 Special Hero Race Mechanical Strength 35 Constitution 40 Agility 10 Spirit 0 Talent Skynet Processor 2 Specialty Precision Work Skills Firearms Mastery Cold Weapon Mastery Hand-to-Hand Combat Driving and Vehicle Mastery Infiltration and Disguise Medical Anatomy Engineering Machinery Wilderness Survival and Tracking. Skynet Processor 2 equipped with an emotional simulation system for improved human psychological analysis. Besides the upgrade to the T-800S, the T-850S, talent, its strength, constitution, and agility had all significantly improved compared to the T-800. Overall, it was a massive boost. How do you feel, T-850? Wang Ming asked with a smile, looking at the T-850. I feel excellent, sir. My body has undergone a full upgrade granting strong resistance to plasma attacks. Additionally, my processor has become more advanced. The T-850 examined its hands. In that moment, Wang Ming could swear he saw curiosity. Was this the newly installed emotional simulation system? Sir, I believe we need to discuss our next course of action. Huh? Wang Ming was still a bit dazed. It's about the Black Snake Gang. Oh, it truly was different now. After their setback at your hands, the Black Snake Gang won't let this slide. Their retaliation likely won't wait until tomorrow. They might be organizing their forces even now. That's true. Wang Ming nodded. He had anticipated this. With so many dead, including a vice leader, the Black Snake Gang would have to crush him with overwhelming force if they wanted to maintain their foothold in the refugee camp. Then, well, just have to stand ready. Wang Ming wasn't worried about the Black Snake Gang's revenge. With the T-850 around, what trouble could a mere gang stir up? But the wait stretched all the way to the next day. The morning sun cast its light across the refugee camp. Outside his door, Wang Ming and the T-850 stood solemnly like two security guards. This Black Snake Gang doesn't follow the script. Wang Ming was exasperated. Sir, according to human psychological analysis, there was an 80% chance of action yesterday. The remaining 20 covers numerous possibilities. The T-850 analyzed. In its computer, only one line stood out: humans. Truly complex creatures. Rewind to the previous night. Boss, are we really running? A gaunt, middle-aged man with a center-parted hairstyle and a thin mustache asked reluctantly. Beside him stood a burly, heavy-set man. What do you think? This target is tough. We might all get wiped out. If we don't run, are we waiting to die? Chow, he said irritably. His subordinates had reported DeFei's incident last night. That guy was impervious to blades and bullets, even his head could withstand gunfire. He was clearly a bio-augmented human. Though Chow, he lived in the refugee camp, he knew many hidden secrets. But the more he knew, the more he thought, and the more cowardly he became. But this is just hearsay. We need to verify if it's true. Ergo said anxiously. He lived like a local tyrant in the refugee camp. If he fled to the outer city, he would have to keep his head down. After all, the Black Snake Gang had only dared to invade the poor camp because they couldn't make it in the outer city. If they were to slink back to the outer city now, just thinking about it made Ergo's face turn green. Boss, something like a bio-augmented human is rare even in the outer city. How could it appear in the poor camp? It's probably just an excuse from those fleeing cowards. Ergo persisted, unwilling to give up. Chow, he frowned at Ergo. What was wrong with this dog-headed advisor today? Had his brain been kicked by a donkey? Where was his usual sharpness? It seemed the dog-headed advisor needed to be replaced, or one day he'd end up getting Chow he killed without even knowing it. How should I know where he got a bio-augmented human? Even if it's not one, the fact that two of them could take down DeFei means they're not to be trifled with. That was over 20 people. Chow, he said patiently. I think it's just luck. They probably found an exoskeleton armor somewhere, which is why DeFei's crew lost. Ergo sneered, convinced he had seen through Wang Ming's secret. With proper planning, even an exoskeleton armor can be taken down. Then that fine piece of equipment will be ours. Exoskeleton armor wasn't invincible. It had plenty of weak points. As long as you didn't foolishly charge in for close combat, there were plenty of ways to kill the user. Exoskeleton armor. He hesitated. If it was really just an exoskeleton armor with the few guns he might not need to flee immediately. But what if it wasn't? He had seen the terror of bio-augmented humans before, far beyond what a few pistols could handle. No, he couldn't be greedy. He had seen too many die from greed. He wouldn't follow in their footsteps. Ergo, sometimes life and death hang by a thread. Are you willing to bet your life on it? Leaving these words, he resolutely packed his belongings, and with his trusted men headed straight for the outer city. As for Ergo, after a moment of hesitation, he gritted his teeth and followed. The boss was right. Compared to his own life, these things were nothing. That night, except for some peripheral members, all of His trusted men had entered the outer city. The Black Snake Gang's stronghold in the poor camp had become an empty shell. By the time Wang Ming launched his attack, the Black Snake Gang had already fled, leaving only some bewildered peripheral members. This decisiveness left Wang Ming both amused and exasperated. He really hadn't expected He to simply cut and run. Sir, based on analysis, this person likely judged his own strength insufficient to defeat us and thus left directly. Should we continue the pursuit? No need. There wasn't much of a grudge to begin with. Since they're not retaliating, there's no point in creating trouble for ourselves. Wang Ming shook his head, not intending to press the matter. Glancing at the dried meat and gold coins left behind in the Black Snake Gang's stronghold, he narrowed his eyes. This he was quite the talent. He was trying to turn hostility into goodwill. After the Black Snake Gang incident was resolved, Wang Ming finally enjoyed a rare period of peace. With plenty of money on hand, he didn't need to venture into the wilderness. Instead, he devoted all his time to honing his skills. Health, Tai Chi, hand-to-hand combat, firearms proficiency. These were the three skills he was currently focusing on. Especially hand-to-hand combat and firearms proficiency. Under the guidance of the T-800, they were improving remarkably quickly. In just 3 days, hand-to-hand combat had reached level 4, granting Wang Ming a 0.1 boost to strength. Firearms proficiency had reached level 3, providing a 0.1 boost to both agility and mental attributes. Now Wang Ming's strength was 1.5, agility 1.4, and mental attribute 3.6. However, after hand-to-hand combat reached level 4, the T-800's guidance became useless. He could only rely on accumulating proficiency points bit by bit. He assumed the T-800's hand-to-hand combat was only level 4. Stretching, Wang Ming looked at the bright sky outside and decided it was time for a walk. He hadn't been out in 3 days. Maybe he'll go to the restaurant for a good meal. Eating nothing but dried meat and nutrient paste is getting old. T-800, let's go. Pushing open the door, Wang Ming swayed lazily as he headed straight for the peripheral trading market. But before he arrived, he sensed something off in the atmosphere. People, so many people. And judging by their clothes, they were all outer city residents gathered together. Curious, Wang Ming squeezed his way through. Hey buddy, what's going on? He patted a man's shoulder and asked. The man turned around, looked Wang Ming up and down, then spoke. You don't know. Hearing the surprise in his tone, Wang Ming added. I've been hunting in the wilderness lately, so I haven't been keeping up with news from the outer city. Oh. Glancing at the T-800 beside him, the man seemed convinced. Recently a wild beast appeared east of Salma Town and destroyed one of its temporary supply points. To prevent it from causing more damage, the Law Enforcement Patrol has decided to take the initiative and hunt it down. East of Salma Town. Wasn't that the direction of the base ruins? As he spoke, the man suddenly pointed toward the city gate. Look, it's the Law Enforcement Patrol. Wang Ming looked up and saw a team already marching out of the city gate. Clad in black leather uniforms, wearing steel helmets, and carrying standard-issue automatic rifles, they strode out in unison. With his sharp eyes, Wang Ming even noticed a silver badge pinned to their chests. A soaring eagle. Just by their bearing, they were clearly an elite force. It's the Salma family. So cool. Too bad the Law Enforcement Patrol doesn't recruit anyone outside the Salma family. Hey, I think you could become a vassal of the Salma family. Then you'd have a chance to join too. Someone joked. Ill pass. Everyone knew the Salma family was notoriously strict. Even becoming a vassal was no easy feat. The Salma family. Wang Ming mused. The town was called Salma Town and the family was the Salma family. Could it be that the town belonged to them? Wang Ming didn't ask. Asking would have been strange. But he had to admit these regular troops were a world apart from High Seas crew or the Black Snake Gang. Compared to the Salma family's people, they were as different as clouds and mud. Just as Wang Ming was about to leave, he noticed a few strange figures in the procession. One was burly, standing over 2 meters tall. He was clad in a full suit of black armor with 2 large axes on his back glinting menacingly in the sunlight. Another was slender, riding a wild beast. Could wild beasts be tamed? What in the world was? It stood erect with black fur resembling a canine in appearance, its fangs protruding outward, limbs thick and powerful, its physique alone matching that of a lion in size. Tisk 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 lar. Salma, truly majestic. Indeed, if I could become a hunter one day, I would aspire to be a beast tamer just like Lord Lar. Beast tamer? Wang Ming was slightly taken aback. Were there also professions among hunters? He silently noted this in his mind, feeling that he should go to the outer city to have a look. Without lingering further, Wang Ming went to the peripheral trading market for a hearty meal, then decided to enter the outer city for a look. There were only 3 ways to enter the outer city. In reality, it targeted 3 categories of people. The first was the privileged class. Needless to say, like a hunter's medal, this served as a natural entry pass. The second category was residents of the outer city, who only needed to present their residence permit to come and go freely. The third category targeted people like Wang Ming. Whether drifters or those from the impoverished camps, anyone wishing to enter the outer city had to pay an entry fee of 1J and undergo inspection by the outer city guards to check for excessive radiation. Of course, even after paying the 1J entry fee, one could only stay in the outer city for a single day and had to leave by 9 in the evening. Otherwise, it would be a provocation against the authority of the patrol enforcement team. Wang Ming naturally had no intention of challenging the rules of Salma Town, so he dutifully paid the 2J entry fee, and after passing the guard's inspection, entered the city smoothly. Stepping into the outer city for the first time, Wang Ming felt as if he had entered another world. It seemed less like a wasteland and more like a peaceful little town. Gone was the squalor and chaos of the impoverished camps. Here, hard asphalt roads were laid, the streets clean and tidy. Though bustling with people, everyone was decently dressed, chatting and laughing, their spirits remarkably high. There was no unpleasant odor in the air, and even street lamps lined both sides of the road. Clearly separating the trading zone from the outer city was a very good idea. This truly is heaven on one side, and hell on the other. Turning his head to look at the city gate behind him, Wang Ming was filled with emotion. Both struggled to survive in the wasteland, yet separated by a single wall, they inhabited 2 different worlds. Shaking his head, he lifted his foot and walked inside. Hunter's Guild. Along the way, following the signposts, he crossed several streets and finally arrived before a 2-story building. Above the building's main entrance hung an emblem bearing the crossed pattern of a blade and a spear. This was the insignia of the Hunter's Guild, worn by every hunter according to their rank. From low to high, it was divided into 4 tiers: black, iron, brass, silver, and gold. For instance, the 3 men Dagong who had died by his hand were black iron level hunters. Click. The lock clicked softly as Wang Ming pushed open the door of the Hunter's Guild. What met his eyes was a hall filled with tables and chairs. The structure was predominantly wooden, giving it a certain antique charm. At midday, the hall was mostly empty, with only 3 staff members on duty at a front desk inside. Wang Ming walked straight over. "Good afternoon, gentlemen. How may I assist you?" The crisp voice paired with the girl's sweet smile gave Wang Ming the illusion of being in a hotel. "Oh, we're here to inquire about hunter registration." This was the excuse he had prepared. "All right, allow me to explain it to you." The girl maintained her smile and began a detailed explanation. The Hunters Guild was independent of any system. It did not belong to any particular city or town. It was an organization established worldwide after the advent of the Wasteland, dedicated to serving hunters. They would accept local commissions and post them on the Guild's mission board, awaiting capable hunters to undertake them. Thus, under normal circumstances, the Hunters Guild would cooperate with local authorities for mutual benefit. Over years of evolution, the Hunters Guild had become more specific, such as with its professional system. In the Wasteland world, over a century, humanity had devised countless methods to combat wild beasts, aberrants, and various mutant creatures. To better learn these techniques, the ancients organized them into 3 mainstream professions: gunslinger, firearms, gunpowder, long-range precision strikes serving as the team's core output; brawler, using all cold weapons or even one's own body as a means of attack, engaging in close-quarters combat with wild beasts, an indispensable force for restraining them; beast tamer, relying on extraordinary spiritual communication, cultivating rapport from a young age with relatively gentle wild beasts, then commanding them to fight. To join the Hunters Guild, one must first determine their professional direction, after which a specialist would conduct an assessment to evaluate the hunter's rank. So which profession would you 2 like to register with for the Hunters Guild? Wang Ming had not anticipated this at all. But as things stood, he possessed level 4 unarmed combat skills and level 3 proficiency in hot weapons, so whether as a gunslinger or a brawler, it should not be a problem. As for beast tamer, that was out of the question. Although he had a mental attribute as high as 3, 6. He had no wild beast. So, I choose gunslinger. Yes, gunslinger it was. Wang Ming considered only one aspect: safety. Long-range combat was surely safer than facing wild beasts hidden. Moreover, with the T-800 protecting him, direct confrontation would never fall to him. He would just pick off targets from behind. Alright, please fill out the form as required first, and then a specialist will be arranged to assess you. Okay. Oh, and give him 1-2 registered under the gunslinger profession as well. Alright. Next came the registration of basic information, which was entered into the Hunters Guild database. Not long after these tasks were completed, the front desk receptionist led them to the back. It was a place resembling a training ground where a middle-aged man in a trench coat with a cold expression stood waiting silently. This is our Hunters Guild certifier. You two will undergo your assessment here with him. With that, the receptionist left, leaving Wang Ming and the T-800 standing there somewhat dumbfounded. The gunslinger assessment is very simple: basic disassembly and assembly followed by target practice. If you pass both tests, you can become black iron level hunters. What are you standing there for? Come over. The man looked at Wang Ming and the T-800 rather speechlessly. Here, this is the most common defensive pistol. 1 minute limit, go ahead. The moment the words fell, the T-800 had already taken action, moving so fast that afterimages appeared. Click. 6. 12 seconds. Time froze at that moment and the certifier was stunned. You? The certifier pointed at the T-800, his tongue stumbling over the words. Although this was merely the most basic assembly and disassembly of firearms, it tested the fundamental skills to the utmost. How many practice sessions must one undergo to reach such proficiency? No, even pure practice is insufficient to achieve such speed. It requires talent and even greater physical agility. Breathe in. He took a deep breath and then spoke in a deep voice. Full marks. You go next. He pointed at Wang Ming, a glint of curiosity in his eyes. He wouldn't. Before his thoughts could settle, Wang Ming had already begun disassembling the firearm. Click, click. With a few crisp sounds, the handgun was dismantled and then rapidly reassembled. Time taken, 13 seconds and 59. Although quick, it was still fairly normal. Very skillful movements qualified. Only Wang Ming had the right to provide commentary. Next is the shooting test. You go first. He handed the handgun to the T-800, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. The testing distance was the standard 30 meters, which was relatively far for a handgun. Moreover, one must score 25 points within 3 shots to be considered qualified. Without talent and years of hard practice, this would be impossible. No need to rush, steady now. Accuracy is the most important in the test. Bang, bang, bang. Before he could finish speaking, 3 shots were fired in rapid succession. Ding. Your score is 30 points. The voice report rang out and the certifier's mouth was still open in shock. 30 points. All 10 rings. Still a rapid fire. Are the newcomers this impressive now? Even a bronze-level hunter could not achieve this. However, Wang Ming's subsequent rapid fire of 3 shots also scored 30 points, leaving him completely astonished. In all his years as a certifier, he had never seen such a newcomer. Congratulations to both of you for becoming officially registered hunters of the Hunters Guild. Here are your black iron level hunter badges. Please take care of them. After leaving the testing area, Wang Ming and the T-800 successfully obtained their hunter badges. In addition to the emblem of the Hunters Guild, there were 2 crossed handguns at the top signifying their identity as gunsmiths. Sir, although this is merely a black iron level hunter badge, it still grants you certain privileges. Seeing Wang Ming still fiddling with the hunter badge, the receptionist softly explained. Firstly, as a registered hunter of the Hunters Guild, you may enter any town where the guild is located without needing to pay any fees. Secondly, the Hunters Guild has training methods for the 3 mainstream professions. You can exchange contributions for learning. Lastly, only registered hunters of this guild can take on tasks and receive handsome rewards. After a round of explanations, Wang Ming understood the gist, or, in other words, he had now taken a leap to become someone of importance. Indeed, respect is reserved for the strong. Ding. Host has successfully changed professions, unlocking the profession system. Loading. Successfully loaded. Ding. Host has changed profession to gunsmith, acquiring the gunsmith talent. Acquiring. Ding. Acquired gunsmith talent, master of firearms. Before the hunter badge in his hand had even warmed up, a series of system prompts suddenly sounded, bombarding Wang Ming and leaving him dazed. Only when he regained his senses did his expression change drastically. Profession system. Registering as a hunter actually upgraded the system. Open the attribute panel. Name Wang Ming, level LV 2-540-2000. Your profession gunsmith, race human, lifespan 22-45, strength 1, 5 physique 1, 3 agility 1, 4 spirit 3, 6 talent, master of firearms, slightly Master of Firearms. As a master proficient in various firearms, your damage with all firearms increases by 10, and accuracy by 15. The glaring talent before him made Wang Ming's eyes sting. Damn! This magnificent enhancement made Wang Ming feel as if he were dreaming. Who would have thought that the system also implemented a trigger unlock mechanism? If he hadn't whimsically registered as a hunter, he might never have unlocked the profession system in his lifetime. Truly, the world is full of surprises. Moreover, according to the information transmitted by the profession system, as long as he reaches a certain level, he can continue to awaken new professional talents. This undoubtedly represents a tremendous boost for him. Click. He pushed open the door of the Hunters Guild. The dazzling sunlight made Wang Ming feel exceptionally warm. It felt even more comfortable than when he arrived. The hunter badge pinned to his chest glinted coldly under the sunlight, a symbol of his identity. Not to mention the attitudes of the guards at the city gate clearly changed. Look, this is the difference. Back at home, Wang Ming did not immediately begin training, but recalled the receptionist's words from before he left. The training methods for the 3 mainstream professions. This was precisely what Wang Ming needed right now. As long as he had detailed techniques, he could incorporate them into his skill bar, which would directly translate to raw attribute points and specialties. Looks like I need to earn some contributions first. There are many ways to gain contributions, such as completing tasks within the guild, or trading the corpses of wild beasts or rare materials to the guild. All of these can earn contributions. I'll go to the guild for research tomorrow. Today, I'll level up mastery of firearms to level 4. After arranging today's tasks, Wang Ming immediately fell into a state of cultivation. Under T-850's guidance, the proficiency of mastery of firearms rose rapidly. By evening, it had reached level 4, providing Wang Ming with 0.1 in agility attributes. As for health Tai Chi, this tough nut to crack was still practiced a few times as usual. Wang Ming was not in a hurry. Little by little he would eventually break through. Glancing at the time, it was already 7 o'clock in the evening. He took out the wild beast meat and mutant plant roots he had bought from his inventory. This piece of wild beast meat, fresh wild boar, cost a staggering 6J. The mutant plant was the root of the bloodthirsty vine. Although a vegetable, it still fetched 3J. Such items are rarely seen in the slums, but now that Wang Ming was financially comfortable, he wouldn't hesitate. I'll steam a pot of rice, then stir-fry the wild beast meat with the mutant plant roots. TSK, TSK, TSK. This flavor might just make the neighbors weep with envy. He glanced at T-850 beside him. Too bad you can't enjoy it, T-850. Wang Ming chuckled. Sir, I must correct you. Although I am a robot, ever since upgrading to the T-850 model, I can consume human food and then expel it from my body. If you wish to share food, I wouldn't mind. T-850 said seriously. Wang Ming twitched the corner of his mouth, his mind filled with dark lines. Letting a robot eat? Let's skip it. I feel like that would be a waste. The next day, Wang Ming rose from his humble straw mat, stretching his body, which cracked with a series of crisp sounds. He had things to do today, so he got up early, planning to head into the city right after breakfast. But, should I consider moving to a different place? He had both status and money now, so finding a place to live in the outer city was within reach. Why endure hardships when he could leave this impoverished camp? There was nothing here worth missing. Was it the environment of the outer city that was undesirable? Or was it the uncomfortable, soft, and large mattress? Thinking of this, Wang Ming's mind instantly became active as he silently estimated his funds. After deducting his expenses for the past few days, he should still have 2,300J left, which was enough to buy a decent house in the outer city, complete with all the necessary amenities. T-850, let's go. Today we're buying a new house. Alright, sir. Wang Ming waved his hand, taking T-850 to the city to buy a house, leaving the matter of contribution points for later. As they reached the outer city's main gate, Wang Ming suddenly noticed many people in black combat suits coming in and out. They looked as sharp and competent as the Sarmar family he had seen the other day. What's going on? The actions in Sarmar town have been quite frequent these past few days. Although he had become a hunter, these matters were still beyond his reach. He just instinctively felt that something was off. However, Wang Ming had no intention of inquiring further, fearing that such troubles might entangle him. After all, this was a wasteland world. He made his way to the administrative hall of the outer city. In Sarmar town, real estate transactions were not decided by individuals, but had to go through the administrative hall. First, both parties' identities must be verified, and then a transfer fee must be paid to proceed with the property transaction. After all, the outer city space was limited, so large-scale private real estate transactions were not allowed. Of course, this transfer fee was typically borne by the buyer. Adding the 30J transfer fee to the 1,200J for the house, Wang Ming spent a total of 1,230J. What he received in return was a house with a private courtyard measuring a full 130 square meters. Compared to the hovels of the impoverished camp, this was simply a mansion. Sir, you made a wise decision. According to human reasoning, you should have changed your residence long ago. Hey, do robots also have standards for living conditions? I am merely analyzing from a human perspective, sir. Good analysis, but don't analyze next time. A hovel is still a home. Having settled his housing issue, Wang Ming went directly to the Hunters Guild. At that moment, the guild was exceptionally bustling, even crowded. What's going on today? Is the Hunters Guild having a promotional event? Why are they all gathered here instead of taking on tasks to earn money? Wang Ming was somewhat dumbfounded. However, through the conversations of these people, he began to understand some things. It turned out that not all of them were hunters from Sarmar town. A significant portion were hunters from other towns. The people he had seen in black combat suits at the city gate were also newcomers. It was rare for Sarmar town to have so many foreign hunters, which explained the crowd at the guild today. This is quite strange. Is there really such a large-scale gathering in a wasteland world? Wang Ming felt that things were not as simple as they seemed. He approached the front desk and inquired about the contribution points. So to learn knowledge related to a profession, one must have at least 300 contribution points, right? Yes, this is a unanimous regulation within the Hunters Guild. You can earn contributions by completing tasks or selling savage beasts and rare materials. How are contributions calculated for the corpses of savage beasts? This was a question Wang Ming had been wanting to ask. Savage beasts varied in strength. Their value couldn't possibly be uniform. You can refer to the Savage Beast Guide, which the guild provides for free. It details the types of savage beasts and their danger levels. Generally speaking, the value of a savage beast is related to its danger level. Alright, after gaining some understanding, Wang Ming finally grasped some classifications of savage beasts in the wasteland world. Overall, savage beasts were divided into 6 danger levels based on their average strength. From lowest to highest, they are EDCBA and the highest level S. A-level savage beasts are harmless to humans. Ordinary people can handle them with sticks, as they are mostly creatures at the bottom of the food chain. Next are D-level savage beasts, which require at least 10 people working together to subdue if there are no firearms. For example, the ironback wasteland wolf is a D-level savage beast. However, their pack behavior makes their actual threat level comparable to C-level. C-level savage beasts are nearly impossible to handle without fully armed hunters, such as the porcupine Wang Ming had hunted before. As for the higher-level savage beasts, they possess terrifying powers akin to monsters. All this knowledge has been accumulated through generations of humans, risking their lives to explore. Their value is immeasurable. This is practically an encyclopedia of savage beasts. Here, record this. Wang Ming handed the dictionary thick guide to T-850. Although his memory was exceptional, it was still quite challenging to imprint such a thick guide in his mind in a short time. So, he chose to hand it over to T-850. Wasn't its network system processor just as capable as his brain? With just a quick skim, all the contents of the guide were fully uploaded to T-850's database. Sir, the recording is complete. Alright, put the book back. Let's leave. As he spoke, Wang Ming was about to take T-850 out. Little did he know someone had been watching him for a long time. Not far away, a woman in a tight black combat suit was observing Wang Ming and T-850. Seeing the two leave the Hunters Guild, she immediately stood up to follow. Hello. The voice coming from behind made Wang Ming turn instinctively. It was a young girl in her early 20s with long black straight hair, fair and tender skin, exquisite features, and clad in a tight black leather outfit without any excessive jewelry, exuding a capable aura. Quite beautiful. Are you calling me? Wang Ming looked around. It seemed like it was just him and T-850. Yes, may I trouble you for a moment? The girl stepped forward, her demeanor very proper. Sure. At the peripheral trading market, the other party chose a relatively quiet restaurant. I apologize for interrupting your time. Please order whatever you like. It's on me. No need, we're not hungry. If there's something to discuss, feel free to go straight to it. They had just eaten not long ago and truly could not eat anymore. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Xiao Rui and I come from Wangyue City. Wangyue City. Wang Ming really didn't recognize it. Aside from the wilderness surrounding Sarmar town, he knew nothing about the rest of the wasteland world. Yes, it's located 150 kilometers east of Sarmar town. Oh. Wang Ming nodded. 150 kilometers was quite a distance. One must know that in the wilderness, the farther one is from human settlements, the greater the danger. The distance of 150 kilometers held countless unknown dangers. If these people had no business, he wouldn't believe they would travel so far to Sarmar town. They couldn't possibly be here just to sightsee. So, what is the reason you sought me out? Xiao Rui chuckled, then winked half-jokingly. What if I said I just wanted to make a friend? A friend? Wang Ming laughed. Not even in the peaceful days of his past life, let alone in this wasteland world, had a girl ever approached him to strike up a friendship. After all, he was neither a tycoon nor a rich second generation, nor was he an incredibly handsome man. What could she possibly want? And now in this dog-eat-dog wasteland, a black iron hunter like him being actively befriended by a bronze-level beauty. Was he out of his mind? I'm just a newcomer who just joined the Hunter Guild. I doubt I'm worth a beauty like you taking the initiative to befriend me. Besides, you're stronger than me. Wang Ming pointed at the bronze badge on Xiao Rui's chest, his expression calm. Normally that would be true, but you're different. Even though you only wear a black iron badge, your strength is far greater. Don't bother denying it. My intuition has always been sharp. Xiao Rui was unfazed, her eyes meeting Wang Ming's. Intuition. Wang Ming fell silent. It sounded mysterious, but ever since his spiritual attributes had skyrocketed, not only had his five senses become sharper, but his sixth sense had also grown remarkably accurate. This sixth sense, also known as intuition or extrasensory perception. Setting that aside, my intuition isn't bad either. I feel your motives aren't that simple. A smirk tugged at Wang Ming's lips as he turned the question back on her. Wasn't she claiming to have sharp instincts? Well, so did he. Ah! This reply truly caught Xiao Rui off guard. She was momentarily stunned, then shook her head with a wry smile. All right. It's not really a hidden agenda. I did come to make friends, but I also hope to join your hunting team. Xiao Rui's expression turned serious as she spoke earnestly. Due to personal reasons, I came from Wangyue City to Salma Town. I need a promising hunting team that will accept me. I think you're a good fit, so consider this my self-recommendation. Join us. Wang Ming pondered silently. Xiao Rui didn't seem to be lying, but her request to join them was rather sudden. He and T-800 had never considered forming a hunting team, let alone recruiting members. But after her suggestion, he began to seriously contemplate the matter. The dangers of the wasteland world extended far beyond what was visible in Salma Town. Could an individual's strength truly surpass that of an entire faction? He had to admit, even with his golden finger as things stood, he and T-800 were no match for a major power. There was also the troop section in his system. Seeing Wang Ming lost in thought, Xiao Rui did not interrupt. She had indeed concealed many things, but her reason for approaching Wang Ming was exactly as she had stated. She simply wanted to join a hunting team that would accept her. Her intuition told her that this man was different, so she chose to trust it. After a long pause, Wang Ming's brow smoothed as he looked at Xiao Rui. If you genuinely want to join us, I have no problem with it. Consider it having one more comrade in arms. Could also serve as an experiment. Wang Ming thought to himself. I'm truly grateful. A smile spread across Xiao Rui's face, and it was clear she was genuinely happy. So, Captain, aren't you going to introduce yourselves? Xiao Rui winked playfully, showing no hint of shyness. I'm Wang Ming, and this is my partner, Taizhan. He almost blurted out T-800. Wang Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief. Xiao Rui, your new comrade. She stood and extended her hand. Welcome. Welcome. Cheshan, what do you think? Is Xiao Rui telling the truth? On the way back, Wang Ming was still mulling over Xiao Rui's situation. Sir, based on my analysis, there is a 98% probability that Miss Xiao is not lying based on her current statements. She likely genuinely wants to join us, though whether she has other secrets remains unknown. Also, sir, have you renamed me? T-800 added. What else could I do? I couldn't exactly call you T-800 in front of others. But now that you've loaded the emotion simulation system, you deserve a name. Quick thinking on my part, coming up with Taizhan on the spot. What do you think? Wang Ming patted Taizhan on the shoulder, looking rather pleased with himself. An excellent name. I like it very much. Taizhan replied with a deadpan expression. That stony face prompted Wang Ming to tease him. You really should get a facial expression simulation system installed. Your face doesn't change at all when you talk. That's not my fault, sir. Perhaps with the next upgrade. Right, no rush. Let's head home first. We have to go hunting with Xiao Rui tomorrow. Very well, sir. The two of them walked in step toward their new house in the outer district. They had already agreed to go hunting in the wilderness tomorrow to test their teamwork and build rapport. At the Hunter Guild, Xiao Rui checked into the guild's inn. It was accommodation provided specifically for visiting hunters. Affordable and well-maintained. It worked. At least I didn't come all this way for nothing. Xiao Rui collapsed onto the soft large bed. After a few minutes of laziness, she suddenly sat up as if remembering something. Slap. Slap. Can't sleep yet. I still need to pack my gear for tomorrow. I have to perform well. Patting her cheeks, Xiao Rui forced herself to stay alert and began preparing her equipment. As she had said, her intuition was always accurate. Although Wang Ming and his partner were newly registered black iron hunters, their true strength was undoubtedly far greater. Even as a bronze-level hunter, she had to demonstrate her own abilities well. Click! With a faint mechanical sound, a black suitcase, as tall as a person, was opened. "I'll take you. As my most proficient weapon, you'll surely impress Wang Ming and the others tomorrow." The night passed without incident, until the next morning when Wang Ming leisurely finished his breakfast and sauntered out of the house. The large off-road vehicle seized from the yard was already revved up and ready. Last night had been the most comfortable sleep Head had since arriving in the Wasteland. He hadn't even gotten up early to practice his skills. The soft mattress at home was just too comfortable. Remembering the straw mat he used to sleep on. What was that? That was pure garbage. Whether in my past life or this Wasteland world, having money makes all the difference. The gap in living standards is enormous. Lost in thought, he drove to the city gate. There a girl in a black form-fitting combat suit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, and a large canvas bag strapped to her back, stood quietly at the gate. Passers-by couldn't help but glance at her. It was Xiao Rui. "This girl is early enough," he muttered to himself as Wang Ming pulled up beside Xiao Rui with a flick of his tail. "Ding! You diligently practiced your driving skills, gaining 1 proficiency in driving vehicle mastery. Your driving vehicle mastery has been upgraded to LV1. Holy crap! An unexpected delight. Feeling the strange influx of memories flooding his mind, his expression turned incredibly vivid. It wasn't just cars. He also possessed the driving skills for tanks, airplanes, and even ships, so 1 certificate really covers all. Click! The car door opened. "Miss Xiao, sorry to keep you waiting." Taishan was the first to greet her. Only then did Wang Ming snap back to reality. Sorry to keep you waiting." After struggling for a moment, that was all he could muster. "Damn it, Taishan, you stole my line. It's our first time going out after all. I couldn't make you wait for me, but next time you'll have to wait for me." Xiao Rui blinked playfully. Sure. Wang Ming chuckled. Little did he know Xiao Rui was serious. In the future, he would learn that whether in his past life or the Wasteland world, girls always took an hour or 2 to meticulously prepare before going out. Especially a girl as beautiful as her. But that was a story for later. "Where are we going to hunt?" Xiao Rui asked casually in the car. "Anywhere is fine. As long as we go far enough, we're bound to run into some wasteland beasts." "All right, but we can't go east." "Huh? Why?" Wang Ming turned to look at her. "You don't know." Xiao Rui looked at him in surprise instead. "Am I supposed to know? Wait, could it be? You mean the wasteland beast that destroyed the supply point in Salmatown? You do know." "I thought so." Xiao Rui nodded. "That thing is a real pain. It came from Wangyue City. They say it's a Brank heavy armored black rhino." Brank? Wang Ming was secretly shocked. According to the Wasteland Beast Directory, a Brank beast was beyond human power, or heavy weaponry was required. A joint siege. The heavy armored black rhino, a Brank wasteland beast. Its entire hide has mutated, resembling steel armor. It excels in defense. Ordinary firearms can't harm it at all. Only large-caliber spiral armor-piercing rounds can affect it. Beside him, Taishan rattled off a string of information. "Right, that's it. I didn't expect you to know so much about wasteland beasts, Taishan." Xiao Rui looked at Taishan with some surprise. She had thought he was just a brute with brawn and no brains. She had underestimated him. Wang Ming's mouth twitched, but he didn't respond. "But what did came from Wangyue City mean? What do you mean by saying the beast came from Wangyue City?" Wang Ming smoothly steered the conversation in another direction. In truth, he had many questions he wanted to ask Xiao Rui, and this was his chance. Literally, the heavy armored black rhino first appeared near Wangyue City and destroyed many of their supply points, causing considerable losses. Later, Wangyue City sent troops to fight it, but it managed to escape. "So you all came to Salmatown to pursue this heavy armored black rhino?" "Not exactly. A beast of that level is beyond the capability of ordinary hunting teams. It requires the intervention of the major families and the city lord. Those hunters just came hoping to pick up some scraps." Xiao Rui explained without holding back. "Pick up scraps? They want to pick up scraps from a Brank beast?" Wang Ming raised his voice, finding it utterly ridiculous. "Not from the heavy armored black rhino," Xiao Rui clarified. On its way to Salmatown, it gathered quite a few other beasts, forming a small-scale beast tide. They want to pick up scraps from that tide. "Is that so?" Wang Ming frowned slightly. Something felt off, but Xiao Rui spoke with such conviction that he couldn't find any fault. "In any case, it's best not to go there. It's chaotic. There's no need for us to wade into that mess." "All right, I'll listen to you." Wang Ming nodded, then turned the car southward. That was the direction the gang and the others had taken. Golden Eagle, a large raptor of the Accipitridae family, with a wingspan reaching 2 meters. Named for the ring of golden feathers on its nape, it is the apex predator of the skies, the undisputed ruler of the air. and the Wasteland beast Wang Ming and his group encountered was a golden eagle. Full name: Sky-rending golden eagle. Good grief, this golden eagle is as big as a fighter jet. Gazing at the sky-rending golden eagle soaring freely in the sky, Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Its wingspan was a full 4 meters. Its wings blotted out the sun, its feathers shimmering with a dark gold luster, as if clad in heavy armor. The signature golden feathers on its nape blazed like fire radiant in the sunlight. Its beak was like black jade, its sear a dark gold. Its talons were as thick as an adult's forearm, sharp as forged iron, gleaming with a chilling light. The sky-rending golden eagle, a crank wasteland beast. However, due to its air superiority, its actual danger level is Brank. Tai Shan continued his lecture. Brank, huh? TSK, TSK, TSK. To be honest, he hadn't planned on attacking the sky-rending golden eagle. After all, it was high above while they were on the ground. Without suitable weapons, how could they fight it? With his silver desert eagle or Tai Shan's shotgun. Do you like the golden eagle, Captain? Xiao Rui asked casually. It's all right. Looks pretty cool. Wang Ming replied offhandedly, then prepared to drive on. But then a strange sound came from behind. Click! The crisp sound of a bullet being chambered made Wang Ming instinctively turn his head. And then he saw a long, thick gun barrel had appeared right above his head. A sniper rifle. That's right. It was a sniper rifle, and it looked like an ultra-large caliber one comparable to a Barrett. The Hunter Heavy Sniper Rifle, forged from high-strength special alloy. Length 1.85 meters, weight 25 kilograms. Uses 14.5 mm special rounds. Captain, I'm a sniper. Bang! The moment she finished speaking, the massive rifle fired. A thunderous roar like a cannon shot exploded in his ears. Wang Ming even saw a jet of flame burst from the muzzle. Crack! A sharp sound came from above his head. Wang Ming turned his head, mechanically just in time to see a headless golden eagle plummeting to the ground. The so-called ruler of the skies, the sky-rending golden eagle, was dead. So when you asked if I liked it, this is what you meant by like. Glancing at the system panel, which still showed a troop count of 1, Wang Ming swallowed hard. This woman was ruthless, yet the system hadn't included her in his troop roster. This left Wang Ming with a sense of unease. He would have to be on his guard, or otherwise, he might end up with a bullet in his head one day without even knowing it. The flesh of the Rift Condor is exceptionally firm and commands a high price. Captain, we've made a substantial profit this time. Xiao Rui retracted her spear and took her seat, a sweet smile lingering on her delicate face, betraying no trace of the ferocity she had just displayed in hunting the wild beast. Silence. Was this the legendary sharpshooting cutie? The contrast was so stark it made him involuntarily shudder. Captain, don't you like it? Then go. Xiao Rui gestured with her chin toward the headless corpse of the Rift Condor. TSK. I like it alive. Damn it. He cursed inwardly, but his body moved forward instinctively. Yet the moment he neared the Rift Condor's carcass, before his fingertips could even touch it, an intense sense of danger erupted like a frenzy in his heart. He reflexively yanked his hand back. Pfft. A hole had already appeared in the ground beside him. Ambush. Wang Ming crouched low, instinctively rolling toward the off-road vehicle in a series of movements. Taizhan immediately stepped forward, standing like an iron tower to shield him. On the other side, Xiao Rui quickly shouldered her sniper rifle, her eyes alert. Taizhan. Yes, sir. Based on the bullet hole analysis, the enemy is in the Wasteland Grove to the left. The data stream surged within Taizhan's mind, his gaze instantly locking onto the Wasteland forest. His shotgun was primed and ready, but the distance was too great for his weapon to be effective. Bang! Almost the instant Taizhan pinpointed the location, Xiao Rui pulled the trigger without hesitation. The Hunter Heavy Sniper Rifle in her hands roared, deafeningly unleashing a torrent of brutal firepower. Boom! With a single shot, a thick wasteland tree was blasted to splinters with chips flying everywhere. But immediately a dense barrage of gunfire erupted from the side, a continuous roar of shots. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Tisk, a bit off. Xiao Rui ducked behind the off-road vehicle, a trace of regret flickering across her pretty face. They're not stupid. That shot of yours was too powerful. If you fired another, you'd probably have sniped them all. Beside her, Wang Ming, holding a silver desert eagle, wore a cold expression. So close. His right hand had nearly been blown off. On the Wasteland, stealing spoils was a common occurrence, but Wang Ming, being new to this world, was encountering it for the first time. Whoosh! Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming seized the enemy's reloading interval, leaned out from cover, and opened fire decisively. Bang! 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 A rapid succession of 3 shots. Even from over 100 meters away, with his level 4 mastery of thermal weapons, he was already an exceptional marksman. Coupled with the hit rate boost from his talents and expertise, this distance was merely his standard effective range. Crack! 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 With 3 crisp sounds, 2 figures crumpled to the ground. Ding. Hunter eliminated. Gained 100 experience. Ding. 2 system notification tones rang out marking the demise of the two. But make no mistake. One shot wasn't a miss. It was 2 bullets aimed at the person hiding behind the Wasteland tree. 1 bullet struck the tree and the second following the hole left by the first pierced straight through, precisely hitting the man behind it. Damn. This guy's tough. Hell, where did this sharpshooter come from? How did he hit that? Bang. Another shot. It was Xiao Rui. Her heavy sniper thundered again, snapping the entire hiding tree in half. The enemy behind it, along with splintered wood, was torn through by the savage bullet, instantly silenced. Shit. This woman's weapon is too powerful. We can't hold this position. Fall back now. The remaining few immediately lost their will to fight. They had only wanted to snatch an easy prize. Who knew they'd run into such a formidable opponent? Crouching low, they hastily retreated under the cover of the Wasteland Grove. But it was too late. The moment they thought of retreating, Taizhan had already charged. Though agility was his least notable attribute compared to humans, it was still overwhelmingly superior. With each stride covering 3 or 4 meters, he dashed across the ground like a cheetah, in an instant plunging into the Wasteland Grove. Bang! The shotgun in his hand now revealed its terrifying might as the king of close combat. With a single shot, countless pellets scattered in all directions, causing the surrounding wasteland trees to sway violently. Of the 3 fleeing ambushers, one was instantly riddled into a sieve by the dense hail of pellets. What? The other 2 turned at the sound, their eyes widening in horror. How is he so fast? Run! Rat-a-tat! A torrent of bullets immediately rained down on Taizhan, yet his stride didn't falter for a moment. Body armor! Their hearts sank. Just as they aimed their guns at Taizhan's head, bang! Another shot blasted forth. This shot was aimed at the head, the dense pellets smashing the enemy's skull to pieces. Such a gruesome scene shattered the last man's nerve. Ah! Die! Abandoning escape, he screamed and raised his rifle, unleashing a frenzied barrage at Taizhan. Rat-a-tat! The wildly spraying bullets struck Tieshan, only to spark off in a series of flashes, as if hitting solid steel. His steps didn't pause. Like a moving iron fortress, he advanced step by step toward the broken ambusher. Ah! The man screamed until his magazine ran empty, staring at Tieshan, who was now inches away with nothing but despair in his eyes. Eh? Monster! Expressionless Taizhan raised his shotgun and fired at his chest. Bang! The steel pellets shredded cloth, flesh, and bone. With a scream, the man was blasted backward. Shortly after, Wang Ming and Xiao Rui quickly caught up. Seeing the carnage, Xiao Rui laughed nonchalantly. Nice one, Taizhan. The speed you just showed was almost inhuman. She wasn't joking. She meant it. No one knew better than her the speed Taizhan had just unleashed. It was beyond what any normal human could achieve. Genetic enhancement. A word popped into her mind. Maybe it was a surge of potential. Humans can release unimaginable power in critical moments, Taizhan explained impassively. Hee. Xiao Rui smiled. Whether she believed him or not was unclear. Wang Ming, calm as ever, stepped forward. Let's clean up the battlefield first. The wasteland is too dangerous. The shot from earlier still made him shudder. If not for his mental warning, it seemed investing in spirit attributes was the right call. Everything's gathered. What about their vehicles? There were 6 enemies in total. Apart from some weapons and equipment, they also found a grade wild beast corpse, all of which were packed up. Not far away, 2 off-road vehicles were parked, worth far more than what they had in hand. Forget the vehicles. There are only 3 of us, it's best not to split up. Xiao Rui nodded and said nothing more. As for Tieshan, he would never oppose Wang Ming's orders. Let's go. We'll end today's hunt here. We've already made a good haul. The wilderness was still far too dangerous. Salma Town. It was not until the vehicle passed through the outer city gates that Wang Ming's taut nerves finally began to ease. He first processed the remains of the wild beast at the guild, earning a total of 500 contribution points and 300 J. Selling the wild beast carcass at the guild naturally resulted in a heavily discounted price, but in return they compensated the hunters with contribution points as currency. Even so, many still sold their wild beast carcasses at the guild, as contribution points had numerous uses, things that gold coins alone could not buy. Here, this 200 J is for you since I took the contribution points. Exiting the guild hall, Wang Ming handed a storage card to Xiao Rui, stating it as a matter of course. Then I want stand on ceremony with the captain. Xiao Rui's eyes curved into crescent moons as she accepted the storage card without any hesitation. To be honest, she was currently strapped for cash, and these 200 gold coins would be just enough to solve her immediate troubles. Let's rest for a few days. I plan to first learn some combat techniques from the gunslinger and then we'll get in touch. Wang Ming spoke calmly, outlining his plans. Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui's brows shot up in utter astonishment. You want to learn the gunslinger's combat techniques? What's so surprising about that? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, meeting her gaze. Of course it's surprising. Xiao Rui's voice was filled with disbelief. Even I have to admit your marksmanship is superior. The guild's theoretical manuals only cover the most basic techniques. I thought you were going to use the contribution points to exchange for a gene agent. Gene agent. It was yet another unfamiliar term. Wang Ming frowned slightly. You don't know this either. Xiao Rui was somewhat stunned. She was beginning to find these too hard to fathom. Their strength was overwhelming, yet they were ignorant of the most basic knowledge of the Wasteland. Tell me more. Wang Ming gestured with his chin, signaling her to get in the car. Gene agents, the first ray of light to appear after a century of darkness in the Wasteland world. It was a collective term divided into two categories. The first was gene repair fluid, primarily used to repair human genetic defects, and to a certain extent enhance the body's physical functions. This type of gene agent came in three models: Type 1, Type 2, and Type 3. These three types of gene repair fluid had to be used sequentially step by step to ultimately achieve a relatively perfect gene. The second category was gene enhancement fluid. This type of gene agent was built upon gene repair fluid. Only those who had completed genetic repair could undergo gene enhancement. Unlike gene repair fluid, gene enhancement fluid came in 5 models sequentially: Type 1, Type 2, Type 3, Type 4, and Type 5. It achieved human enhancement at the genetic level. Such precious items were always only obtainable by large families and powerful organizations. For ordinary people, the only way to acquire them was through the Hunters Guild. So that's how it is. The more Wang Ming listened, the brighter his eyes grew. No wonder there existed a profession like the brawler seemingly suicidal. He had naively thought they simply relied on personal equipment like exoskeleton armor to dominate, or it turned out there was such a hidden reason. I thought you two had both used gene agents, but it turns out. Xiao Rui's bright eyes swept back and forth between the two, lingering especially on the taciturn Taizhan. Wang Ming was at a loss. This was the information gap. His original self, a refugee from a poor camp, had no way of knowing such intelligence. Heh, it's pure talent. Heh. He gave a dry laugh, unable to come up with a better excuse. As for Tieshan, he kept a cold face, showing no intention of speaking. Xiao Rui deliberately drew out the word, her gaze carrying a hint of teasing as she looked at them, but she wisely did not press further. In the Wasteland world, who didn't have their own secrets? Still, this precisely proved that she had not chosen the wrong people. In any case, gene agents are exorbitantly priced, so it's best not to waste contribution points. If you want to learn the theory of the gunslinger, I can teach you later. She was a prodigy who scored full marks on theoretical exams. Teaching a student would be a piece of cake. All right. Seeing that Xiao Rui didn't continue questioning him, Wang Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief and quickly agreed. Besides, it was free. There was no harm in learning. So, isn't the captain going to treat me to dinner? Xiao Rui looked at Wang Ming with a charming smile. Of course. I insist. Ding. You have diligently studied gunslinger combat theory, gaining the skill gunfighting art. Gunfighting art proficiency 5. Ding. You have diligently studied gunslinger close quarters combat theory, gaining the skill gun fu. Gun fu proficiency 5. Ding. You have diligently studied gunslinger weapon maintenance theory, gaining the skill armament maintenance. Armament maintenance proficiency 5. As these were purely theoretical subjects, with Xiao Rui teaching generously, Wang Ming quickly acquired 3 skills in no time. Among them, gunfighting art was a systematic set of gun combat techniques encompassing core combat logic like precision shooting, suppressive fire, tactical reloading, distance management, and multi-target switching. A massive boost to Wang Ming's practical experience. Gun fu was a composite combat art integrating firearm shooting and close-quarters combat, excelling in tight space operations and unexpected skirmishes, maximizing mobility and surprise. Finally, armament maintenance was a support skill including abilities like weapon cleaning, parts inspection, troubleshooting, durability repair, and performance fine-tuning, maximizing weapon lifespan and fully leveraging its performance. 3 skills in a row. The knowledge contained within them was immense. Almost instantly, this flood of memories surged into Wang Ming's mind, and even with his mental attributes, he felt his head throbbing. But what followed was sheer delight. Compared to skills like unarmed combat or thermal weapon proficiency, which merely enhanced a single technique, these support and practical experience-oriented skills were far more valuable to a battlefield novice like Wang Ming. This effectively elevated him from an outsider with advanced marksmanship but lacking combat discipline into a battlefield master deeply versed in firearm combat and close-quarters fighting. After the meal, watching Xiao Rui leave, Wang Ming returned home and pulled out the black-scaled venomous python from his inventory. He hadn't forgotten about this. According to the Wild Beast Compendium, the black-scaled venomous python was a crayed wild beast, and a relatively powerful one at that. It should be worth some contribution points. Tieshan, let's make another trip. Calling out to Tieshan, Wang Ming stepped on the gas and drove out of the small courtyard. Shortly after he left, a distant figure slowly turned and walked away. Ding, you have diligently practiced firearms tactics. Proficiency 1. Your firearms tactics has been upgraded to LV. 2. Spirit 0. 1. Ding, you have diligently practiced Gun Fu. Proficiency 1. Your Gun Fu has been upgraded to LV. 2. Physique 0. 1. Ding, you have diligently practiced weapon maintenance. Proficiency 1. Your weapon maintenance has been upgraded to LV. 2. Spirit 0. 1. Counting the attributes provided by the 3 skills at level 1, Wang Ming stats once again saw a slight increase. Name: Wang Ming. Level LV. 2. 10402000. Class Gunslinger. Race Human. Lifespan 2245. Strength 1. 5. Physique 1. 5. Agility 1. 5. Spirit 4. Talent: Firearms Master. Expertise: Limb Coordination, Keen Eyesight. Skills: Health, Tai Chi LV. 2. 230,508. Set of Radio Gymnastics LV. 5. Eye Exercises LV. 5. Hand-to-hand Combat LV. 4. 50,400 Thermal Weapon Proficiency LV. 4. 100,400 Firearms Tactics LV. 2. 200 Gun Fu LV. 2. 200 Weapon Maintenance LV. 2. 200. Items: Silver Desert Eagle. Omitted. Unit 1. Gazing at the fully packed skill bar, Wang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He recalled his former self on the verge of death in a shabby shack and contrasted it with his current state. Indeed, cheating was exhilarating once, but cheating endlessly was an eternal thrill. Knock, knock, knock. Just as Wang Ming was immersed in the pleasant feeling of admiring his own status panel, a crisp knock on the door abruptly shattered the silence within the room. Who is it? Wang Ming asked instinctively. Hello, I am a hunter from Wangyue City. May I have a word with you? A gentle and polite voice came from outside the door, its tone calm and soothing to the ear. Wangyue City. Wang Ming's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly, a flicker of doubt rising in his heart. Apart from Xiao Rui, he didn't know a single soul in Wangyue City. Moreover, were all the hunters from Wangyue City so presumptuous in their familiarity? It was one thing for Xiao Rui to strike up a conversation randomly on the street, but this one was even more absurd. He had the audacity to come directly to his door and knock. Wang Ming grumbled inwardly but didn't outright refuse entry. Instead, he cast a glance at the burly Taishan beside him, signaling him to open the door. Click! The solid wooden door was pushed open gently. Outside stood a middle-aged man with a fair complexion and a refined demeanor, dressed in a sleek black trench coat that accentuated his upright posture. He wore a perfectly measured, gentle smile that instantly inspired goodwill at first sight. Greetings. I apologize for the sudden intrusion. My name is Li Wenjing from the Li clan of Wangyue City. Li Wenjing introduced himself softly, his tone as warm as a spring breeze, his manner humble and courteous. Unfortunately, the person at the door was Taishan. Business. The cold voice, coupled with an indifferent expression, caused the smile on Li Wenjing's face to stiffen, and the atmosphere grew inexplicably awkward. Did you two sell the corpse of a void-splitting golden eagle at the guild today? Li Wenjing cleared his throat, quickly composed himself, and countered with a question instead of answering. Taishan nodded expressionlessly, uttering only a single syllable. Then he fell silent, neither asking the visitor's intent nor continuing the conversation. He just stood at the door staring fixedly at Li Wenjing. Li Wenjing was momentarily at a loss for words, blocked by Taishan's impenetrable demeanor, his smile barely holding. Fortunately, at that moment, Wang Ming stepped forward. Li Wenjing quickly seized the opportunity to speak. I mean no harm. I merely wish to offer you both a word of caution out of goodwill. Oh! Please go ahead, Mr. Li. Wang Ming wore a calm smile, gesturing for him to continue. Phew! Li Wenjing breathed a silent sigh of relief, finally encountering someone he could communicate with normally. Taishan's cold face had nearly left him speechless earlier. He steadied himself, his tone suddenly turning grave. Do you know, sir, that a massive beast tide will soon charge straight at Salma Town? His words were startling, dropping a bombshell right from the start. Beast tide. Wang Ming's heart jolted violently, immediately recalling the heavy armored black rhinos east of Salma Town. Xiao Rui had mentioned earlier that a small-scale beast tide had already gathered there. Could it be? You mean the east side? Li Wenjing, who had hoped to see Wang Ming's shocked expression, was instead taken aback himself, looking utterly surprised. You know. Isn't that why you're here? Wang Ming looked at Li Wenjing with a puzzled expression. Yes. Indeed. So that's it. He must have encountered hunters from Wangyue City before. When Wang Ming had sold the void-splitting Golden Eagle earlier, Xiao Rui hadn't followed him inside, so Li Wenjing was unaware of this. Since you already know, it simplifies matters. Part of Salma Town's forces are blocking the Beast Tide in the east. Although we from Wangyue City have sent reinforcements, the scale of the Beast Tide has exceeded expectations. Salma Town may not hold. What did he mean? Was Salma Town about to be destroyed by the Beast Tide? Wang Ming's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Li Wenjing, observing the shift in his expression, secretly rejoiced, knowing his words had taken effect. He cleared his throat, his tone suddenly taking on a hint of recruitment. I'm afraid I need to reintroduce myself. I am an emissary of the Li clan from Wangyue City, tasked with scouting for exceptionally talented individuals. In my eyes, you both are outstanding talents. It would be a shame for you to perish along with Salma Town. Why not follow me? Boom! A deafening explosion erupted violently, abruptly cutting off Li Wenjing's words mid-sentence. The thunderous blast was so intense that the very ground beneath their feet trembled. What's happening? Wang Ming's heart lurched, a wave of intense unease washing over him. Looking up, he saw thick black smoke rising not far outside the city walls. How could this be? It shouldn't be this soon. Li Wenjing's face also changed drastically. Events had clearly spiraled beyond his expectations. Heavens! That's a cannon, isn't it? Why would Salma Town suddenly deploy such weapons? Has someone attacked? It's the inner city guard. They're coming out. What in the world is going on? Chaos. Utter chaos. After the single cannon blast, the outer district erupted into pandemonium, panic spreading like a tidal wave. But this was only the beginning. Boom, boom, boom. A relentless barrage of cannon fire thundered beyond the city walls, and if one listened closely, they could faintly hear the anguished roars of beasts. It was savage beasts. A true beast tide. Earlier than Li Wenjing had anticipated, the beast tide had already arrived at the gates of Salma Town. In the wasteland, human life is the least valuable, yet also the most precious. What is worthless are the cannon fodder, while what is valuable are the talents. It seems your information is a bit outdated. Wang Ming's expression darkened instantly. To be honest, he did not care about the situation in Salma Town. It was merely a temporary refuge for him. However, a beast tide assaulting the city could truly be fatal. Escape. This thought almost instantly flashed through his mind, but was immediately extinguished. Surrounded by flat terrain, leaving Salma Town at this juncture would be akin to voluntarily walking into the jaws of the beasts, only to be besieged and torn apart. Indeed, unexpected. Li Wenjing had calmed herself, her gaze falling upon Wang Ming as she slowly began to speak. Trust me, come with me, and I will ensure you pass through this ordeal. Afterward, follow me into the Li family, and you will soar to great heights instantly. Oh! Wang Ming glanced at him with a hint of surprise. The more perilous the situation, the more he trusted only himself. He despised handing his life over to another. But utilizing him for a moment wouldn't hurt. Now that Salma Town is surrounded by beasts, do you have a way to break through? Just follow me. Li Wenjing looked deeply at Wang Ming, said no more, and turned to leave. While his purpose here was to recruit talents for his family, when it came down to life and death, even the greatest rewards for successfully recruiting would not outweigh his own life. Tieshan grabbed the keys and drove after him. The vehicle entered the streets of the outer city. At this moment, countless people armed to the teeth were stepping out of their homes. Although in a panic, they were still able to discern the situation. Not far away on the walls of Salma Town, numerous city guards ascended the ramparts, the sounds of cannon fire and gunfire ringing out continuously. Besides the city guards, hunters also joined the city defense. They understood better than anyone that if Salma Town fell, no one would survive. They could only fight to the death. Boom, 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 da-da-da. In the wilderness, flames soared into the sky, and the sounds of explosions intertwined with the roars of the beasts endlessly. Damn, this scale is truly terrifying. At this moment, Wang Ming felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, goosebumps rising all over his body. Though he was accustomed to battling the beasts and humans that could only be called fighting, compared to the scale of war, it was like a small fry before the big fish. Under such a degree of firepower coverage, let alone a bronze hunter, would a golden hunter dare to take it heedin'? In the face of steel and cannon fire, the human body is but fragile. Even if he possessed a golden finger, he absolutely did not want to face such an assault. The vehicle slowly passed by the Hunters Guild. At this moment, a large number of hunters had already gathered in front of the guild, ready for action. Among the crowd, one figure stood out, Xiao Rui. Captain, Captain. Despite the chaos, the moment Wang Ming and his companion appeared, Xiao Rui spotted them at once. She shouted loudly, waving her hand vigorously, then quickly ran over. Her voice was clear and sharp, cutting through the noise to reach Wang Ming's ears. Fortunately, his hearing and vision were sharp, otherwise he would have missed her entirely. Tieshan, wait for Xiao Rui. Understood. The vehicle came to a slow stop, and with a quick push off the ground, Xiao Rui leaped gracefully onto the vehicle without even opening the door. I was just worrying about how to contact you, and unexpectedly you just showed up. Excitement was written all over Xiao Rui's face. It seemed she had misunderstood. Wang Ming secretly broke into a sweat. He then cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment. What's going on? Didn't you say the beast tide on the east side was just a small one? With both Salma Town and your people from Wangyue City over there, how did it suddenly escalate into an assault on the city? I'm not sure either. Logically speaking, the scale of the beast tide shouldn't be this large. Xiao Rui frowned tightly, also perplexed. Forget it, the situation has come to this point. We can only take it one step at a time. By the way, do you know the Li family from Wangyue City? Changing the subject, Wang Ming steered the conversation toward Li Wenjing. The Li family? Of course I know. Why do you suddenly ask this? Xiao Rui paused, then asked with a puzzled expression. Just now someone claiming to be from the Li family said that Salma Town would be attacked by a beast tide and wanted to recruit me. Look, that's the vehicle in front of us. Wang Ming gestured toward Xiao Rui. The Li family, recruiting. Xiao Rui seemed to understand suddenly. This is just a common tactic of those big powers. They probably don't have any ill intentions. They are merely interested in your potential and want to invest in you ahead of time. Xiao Rui said softly. In this brutal wasteland, gifted individuals are incredibly precious. Recruiting in advance and investing covertly are the most commonly used methods by major powers to strengthen themselves. After all, only with sufficient talents can a force thrive. As she spoke, Xiao Rui suddenly blinked, looking at Wang Ming with a teasing tone. So Captain, you didn't come to the guild specifically to find me, right? Well, Wang Ming was completely caught off guard. How was he supposed to respond? If he said yes, he'd offend Xiao Rui. If he said no, she'd have to believe him. Miss Xiao, we were just hoping for a stroke of luck. It would be best if we could see you. If not, it seems we are fortunate after all. Just as Wang Ming was at a loss, Taizhan suddenly spoke nonchalantly. Damn, Tieshan, you just scored big with that one. Eft. Xiao Rui suddenly burst into laughter, her eyes crescent-shaped, and the atmosphere instantly lightened. Tieshan, you really know how to smooth things over for the captain. She glanced at Wang Ming, deliberately prolonging her tone. But forget it, I'll let you off this time, but next time. Cough. Seeing the atmosphere ease, Wang Ming secretly sighed in relief and quickly shifted the topic. Let's not talk about that for now. Let's think about how to get through this ordeal. I don't know how credible Li Wenjing's words are. He shouldn't be exaggerating, but I am curious how he knew the beast tide would attack Salma Town. Xiao Rui squinted her eyes, a thoughtful expression appearing on her stunning face. You make a good point. It is indeed quite strange. The Salma family had only recently sent troops to the east. According to Xiao Rui, there were also people from Wangyue City coming to assist. With both factors combined, how could there be such a huge commotion? There's something off. I think we should capture Li Wenjing and make him clarify things. Xiao Rui clenched her delicate fist, her expression fierce. Is that appropriate? He just said he would bring you to escape, and now you want to tie him up. This is even worse than bandits. No, I can't do that. At the southeastern corner of the outer city of Salma Town, the roar of engines mingled with the thunderous boom of artillery as they crawled forward. The streets were in utter chaos, making it impossible to pick up speed. Wang Ming followed leisurely behind Li Wenjing, the vehicle heading east until it stopped at the foot of a mottled city wall. It was an utterly ordinary small courtyard, its gray walls marred by numerous cracks. We're here. Wang Ming pushed open the car door, his gaze sweeping over the familiar yet strange city wall, a sudden tightness gripping his heart. This location, beyond the wall, should be the refugee camp. His old house in the refugee camp, his ramshackle hut, must now be nothing but rubble. And the people there amidst this beast tide were likely all dead with no chance of survival. We're here. Follow me. Li Wenjing's voice cut through his thoughts. He got out first, walked straight to the courtyard gate, and pushed it open without hesitation. Wang Ming exchanged a glance with Xiao Rui, asking no questions as they silently followed. Taizhan trailed behind his face, still cold and expressionless. The scene inside the courtyard was strikingly simple, even a bit shabby. Had this been elsewhere, it would have been nothing more than an ordinary home of an outer city resident, utterly unremarkable. But since Li Wenjing had brought them here, it could not possibly be so straightforward. Yet since he offered no explanation, they naturally refrained from asking. Reaching the door, Li Wenjing raised his hand and knocked, a rhythmic pattern echoing through the air. Tap, 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 tap. One knock, then another, evenly spaced. But after the knocks faded, the house remained deathly silent, with no response whatsoever. Apart from the artillery fire outside the city, only the faint breathing of the group could be heard. Li Wenjing's brow furrowed tightly, an indescribable unease creeping up his spine. He tentatively gave the door a gentle push. Creak. and the door swung open. At the same moment, a thick, nauseating stench of blood mingled with gunpowder surged forth like a tangible force, instantly filling everyone's nostrils. Li Wenjing's face turned deathly pale, his body frozen in place. What's wrong? Wang Ming instinctively glanced sideways, and his pupils contracted sharply. Corpses. So many corpses. Blood. Blood everywhere. Dark red stains spread from inside the room, dyeing nearly half the floor crimson. In the pool of blood, 5 or 6 bodies lay scattered haphazardly. Impossible! Li Wenjing completely lost his composure, shoving the half-open door and staggering inside. He approached a corpse, flipping it over with one hand. Gunshot wounds. Who did this? Gone was his previous calm and collected demeanor. The air solidified like a heavy block of lead. I'm sorry. It was Li Wenjing who broke the silence first. Things have spiraled beyond my control. I can't even guarantee your safety. His mind was a tangled mess. Not to mention Wang Ming and the others, even his own safe return to Wangyue City was uncertain. Though I don't know what's happened, Mr. Li, please attend to your own affairs first. We'll be fine. Ha! He took a deep breath. My apologies, everyone. It wasn't until Wang Ming and the others had left that Li Wenjing suddenly rose, slammed the door shut, and rushed madly into the inner room. He moved to the corner, shoved aside the heavy round table, and his fingers probed the gap, hooking onto a hidden wire. With a forceful yank. Whoosh! The floor gave way and a secret door opened from the ground. No matter what happened, this secret chamber is my last resort. I hope the family sends someone soon. With that thought, Li Wenjiang plunged into the chamber. This was the core defense of the Li family outpost, a trump card for emergencies. He had originally planned to bring Wang Ming and the others into the chamber to escape the beast tide, but with such a drastic change at the outpost, he dared not gamble. Emerging from the courtyard before Wang Ming and the others could get into the vehicle, a squad of men approached. There were at least 12 or 13 of them. They were all clad in black combat uniforms with tactical armor on top, steel helmets and goggles, and brand new automatic rifles in their hands. Armed to the teeth. Halt! The leader barked, not slowing his pace, as he instantly blocked the front of the car. Due to the goggles, Wang Ming couldn't see his eyes, but from his tone, they meant trouble. Are you gentlemen from the inner city guard? We're hunters from the guild. Is something the matter? All 3 wore Hunter Guild badges on their chests, and Xiao Rui even had a bronze one. Surely they wouldn't deliberately harass them. The entire city is under martial law. To maintain order, hand over your weapons. The man's cold voice, commanding as if giving orders, made Wang Ming deeply uncomfortable. Moreover, he noticed clearly that these men had spread out, subtly forming a pincer formation, their rifles at the ready. Intentional. Hand over our weapons. Are you insane? Since when do hunters have to surrender their guns? Xiao Rui was the first to protest. Are you gentlemen mistaken? With the beast tide attacking the city, you want us to give up our weapons? If the wild beasts break in, what are we supposed to do? Die waiting? Wang Ming held back the about to erupt Xiao Rui. He really didn't want to stir up trouble at this critical juncture, but the more he feared something, the more it came. Oh, so you refuse to cooperate? The man sneered, slowly raising one hand, and the others instantly raised their rifles, the dark muzzles aimed directly at the 3. The situation froze instantly. Sigh. It seems a fight is unavoidable. But I'm curious. How have I offended you, gentlemen? I don't recall ever dealing with the inner city guard. Hey! Without a reply, the man sneered and waved his hand. Rat-a-tat. Over a dozen tongues of flame erupted. Wang Ming reacted swiftly, pulling Xiao Rui behind Taizhan. Fortunately, Taizhan's towering frame provided ample cover. Clang! 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 A hail of bullets slammed into Tieshan, sparking a shower of fire. Sir, leave this to me. Mindful of Wang Ming behind him, Taizhan didn't charge directly, but instead whipped out a shotgun from behind. Boom! At such close range, one shot was enough to send a man flying. Exoskeleton armor. Aim for his head. The man was startled but reacted quickly, adjusting his tactics. But unfortunately, this was no mere exoskeleton. Xiao Rui. Wang Ming rolled to the side of the car, then his silver Desert Eagle fired repeatedly. Bang! 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 Each bullet found its mark, piercing straight through the goggles. Leave it to me. Xiao Rui's petite form was completely hidden behind Taizhan as she drew the massive sniper rifle slung across her back. Hee, let me show you what close-quarters sniping looks like. Click! A crisp, clean sound of a bullet being chambered. A special 14.5mm large-caliber armor-piercing round was already in place, the rifle poised and ready to fire. Taking advantage of Wang Ming, having just taken down 3 men in succession, Xiao Rui, hidden behind Taishan, suddenly pivoted and fired a snapshot with her sniper rifle. Boom! A heavy, dull roar instantly drowned out the clamor of all the other rifles around. The bullet, carrying devastating kinetic energy, pierced straight through one man's chest. The seemingly brand new tactical armor was as fragile as paper before such absolute power shattering on impact. Holy crap, that's a tactical sniper rifle. The man opposite bellowed, barely holding back a curse. Find cover. They had thought this would be an easy encirclement, but each of the three opponents was proving more troublesome than the last. First, there was a hulking brute who seemed like a biogenetically modified human. Then a young kid with incredibly tricky and precise marksmanship. And finally a seemingly delicate and harmless girl, who against all expectations whipped out a massive sniper rifle. Was this even fair? Leave one alive. As the enemy scrambled for cover, Wang Ming pulled the trigger repeatedly. For anyone trying to flee, his muzzle was aimed directly at the back of their necks. Even if the target had protection on their neck, it wouldn't hold up against the sheer stopping power of a high-caliber handgun like the Desert Eagle. In an instant, the 12-man squad was reduced to just their leader Xianchong, who was left cowering behind a wall. This was only because Wang Ming had specifically ordered them to keep one alive. Otherwise, with the sniper rifle in Xiao Rui's hands, she could have blasted a hole right through both the wall and the man behind it. Tai Shan, take him alive. Understood, sir. This kind of frontal suppression was perfect for Tai Shan. He was essentially an indestructible iron lump, and he didn't fear any dirty tricks the enemy might try. As the words fell, Tai Shan strode forward without any hesitation. Xianchong, watching from behind the wall, felt a sinking feeling in his heart, and was dumbfounded. His finger resting on the trigger tightened and loosened repeatedly. He was out of options. Tell me, why did you deliberately make things difficult for us? Xianchong was pinned firmly to the ground by Tai Shan. Even so, Wang Ming didn't approach too closely, choosing to question him from beside the off-road vehicle. Making things difficult? You spies intend to destroy Salma Town, and you ask why we're making things difficult? Humph. Xianchong sneered, staring intently at Wang Ming. Spies? Wang Ming frowned upon hearing this. What spies? You haven't mistaken us for someone else, have you? Still trying to deny it? Did you or did you not come from the Li family's stronghold? The Li family's stronghold? Wang Ming suddenly understood. The people inside. Were you the ones who killed them? Ha! They dared to attempt triggering a beast tide to annihilate Salma Town. They deserve to die. Xianchong retorted, his neck stiff with defiance. The beast tide was caused by the Li family. Wang Ming's mind was now filled with doubts. But regardless, they had been caught in the crossfire. Huff. Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming spoke seriously. Whether you believe it or not, I am not a spy for the Li family. It's true that someone from the Li family sought me out, but he only said he would lead me to safety from this beast tide. I don't know anything else. This was the truth, but how could Xianchong simply believe it? Is that so? Xianchong furrowed his brow in thought for a moment, then said, Since you say you're not spies, then release me first, and I will naturally report this to the city lord. Wang Ming looked at Xianchong as if he were an idiot. In this wasteland world, one moment you're in a firefight and the next you say you believe my words. Even Wang Ming, who hadn't lived in the wasteland for long, wouldn't dare to believe that. How could you who grew up here say such a thing? Ahem. Xianchong felt a bit awkward under Wang Ming's gaze. He cleared his throat and explained. Since neither of us trusts the other, how about we both take a step back and go to the Hunters Guild? The Hunters Guild's records wouldn't be falsified, and they wouldn't meddle in the conflicts between towns and families. This was the Guild's unbreakable rule. It was also the very foundation of their existence in the wasteland. Fine. This was the best course of action for now. Regardless of the situation, he couldn't afford to be branded a spy. Inside the Hunters Guild Hall, even with the fierce battle raging outside, the guild hall remained orderly and calm. It stood as an independent sanctuary within Salma Town, unshaken. Is there something I can help you with? The pretty receptionists from before were gone, replaced by a distinguished-looking middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. His refined and gentle aura was quite similar to Li Wenjing's, but this man's presence was clearly stronger. President Lu, I'm afraid we must trouble you. Xianchong spoke politely. As a member of the Inner City Guard, he naturally recognized the branch president of the Salma Town Hunters Guild. Please go ahead. Lu Shang smiled slightly. Although Xianchong was firmly held by Tai Shan, he didn't ask any questions. As long as they didn't start a ruckus inside his guild, he wouldn't interfere. I'd like to check these people's records in the guild. I don't need any other information, just to see if they are from Salma Town. Lu Shang nodded, then looked at Wang Ming and his group. We appreciate your help, President Lu. All right, please wait a moment. With a warm spring-like smile on his face, Lu Shang took their basic information and went to the front desk. However, given the sound of gunfire and explosions outside, that smile seemed oddly out of place. Shortly after, Lu Shang performed some operations at the counter, and a sheet of information was printed out. Wang Ming, registered as an iron-level hunter of the guild on March 23, year 333. Place of registration Salma Town. He didn't read the subsequent information aloud, but he did cast a slightly surprised glance at Wang Ming. Next was Taishan's record identical to Wang Ming's as they had registered at the same time. But when it came to Xiao Rui there was a problem. Because this girl was actually from Wangyue City. Xiao Rui registered as a hunter on May 18th, year 330. Place of registration, Wangyue City. Just as I thought. Xianchong glared at Wang Ming with an I-knew-it expression. Damn. Wang Ming hadn't even thought about this issue with Xiao Rui. Wang Ming cursed inwardly but argued his case. Brother, use your head. If I were really a spy would I go through all this trouble? She's from Wangyue City sure, but she only joined our team a couple of days ago. What does that prove? It proves you're colluding with Wangyue City. Xianchong stared at Wang Ming with the same hostility. Alright. It seemed there was no room for negotiation. Thank you for your help, President Liu. Taishan Rui, let's go. Thank you for your help, President Liu. Taishan Rui, let's go. As for Xianchong at Wang Ming's signal, Taishan simply released him. The three of them then walked out of the Hunters Guild Hall without looking back. So, we're just letting him go. In the distance, Xiao Rui leaned closer to Wang Ming and asked doubtfully, "Let him go?" Wang Ming smiled. How could that be? Setting aside whether they could shake off the spy label, the fact that they had killed 11 members of the Inner City Guard meant the die was already cast. The reason he did it this way was simply to avoid offending the Hunters Guild on top of the Salma Town higher-ups. The moment he stepped out of the guild, he would be shot dead. Within the inner city of Sarmar Town, this is the apex of power where the towering walls isolate the noise of the outer districts. At this moment, at the top of the castle, in the center of the inner city, Xian Wuzhou sat quietly behind a large desk. Dressed in an immaculate white robe, he exuded an aura of cold elegance with his hands naturally crossed before his abdomen, his eyelids lowered, obscuring the emotions in his gaze, as though the predicaments of Sarmar Town had nothing to do with him. Until, knock, knock, knock. A faint knocking sound echoed. Come in. Xian Wuzhou's voice was flat yet carried an undeniable authority. The door was pushed open and a man in a black tailcoat entered, respectfully slightly bowing as he softly reported. Lord of the city, a breach has been blown open in the outer city walls and savage beasts have begun to surge in. What is the situation with the inner city guard? Xian Wuzhou's eyelids lifted slightly, a cold glint flashing in his pupils, yet he showed no signs of panic. Instead of inquiring further about the outer city walls, he posed another question. Except for Team 13, the rest have reported back. Is there any unusual activity from the Sarmar family? Xian Wuzhou pressed his fingertips, lightly tapping on the desk. No unusual reports have come in. The enforcement patrols have long since begun to assist in the outer city, and Adong Sarmar has been at home, not venturing out. No issues. No issues would be the biggest issue. Adong Sarmar, you truly possess remarkable composure. Even at this point you are not making your move. After a moment of contemplation, Xian Wuzhou spoke again. Send my orders. Split the inner city guard into two. Block the breach in the outer city and absolutely do not let the savage beasts rampage there. Understood. With Xian Wuzhou's command, over 500 elite members of the inner city guard armed with heavy weaponry surged towards the outer city like a steel torrent. The commotion was so great that the entire inner city could perceive it. Meanwhile, at the Sarmar family's residence, that brat Xian Wuzhou can no longer contain himself. Whoever moves first in this game will perish. In the end, I will be the victor. Notify Rar it's time to reel in the net. Yes. Even though there seemed to be no one else in the room with his soliloquy, a faint echo of agreement suddenly sounded. Captain, what should we do next? In the off-road vehicle, Xiao Rui casually asked while cleaning her weapon. What to do? Just chill. At this moment, Wang Ming was also in a state of distress. Although Xianchong had died at their hands, it did not change the current crisis. The savage beasts had even breached the outer city. In the face of such a large-scale beast tide, the three of them were no stronger than ants. Let's take it step by step. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as it seems. He glanced at Xiao Rui, seeing her calm demeanor, and quietly harbored doubts. What did Xianchong mean? Was the mastermind behind this beast tide actually Wangyue City? They were clearing the Li family's stronghold. Could they have noticed it long ago? What exactly was Xiao Rui? His mind was now a chaotic mess. Xiao Rui was indeed a huge problem. By the way, did you hear any other news when you came from Wangyue City? For instance, regarding the beast tide, or any other forces from Wangyue City? Upon hearing this, Xiao Rui furrowed her brow, her small face scrunching up. After a long pause, she weakly replied. If I said I don't know, would you believe me? Forget it. Wang Ming rubbed his throbbing temples, temporarily suppressing the questions in his heart. Screech. In the next moment, the vehicle suddenly drifted. The inertia was so great that it almost threw Wang Ming out. What the hell? Are you racing? Just as the words fell, Taishan's cold voice sounded. Sir, in front. Following Taishan's gesture, Wang Ming's pupils constricted sharply. He had been so lost in thought that he hadn't noticed that the savage beasts had already invaded. Roar. Not just one, but a whole pack. Amidst their wild roars, they were violently crashing into every residential building. On the streets, the city guards, enforcement patrols, and hunters were struggling to resist the onslaught of the savage beasts. Damn it! What is going on? Did that bastard blow up the city walls? Do you even know how to use artillery? Are your city guards shooting at the walls? The curses almost made the city guards' faces turn red with embarrassment. This damn thing isn't our fault. I don't even know what's happening. They were defending the city and the walls were blown up. They were just as bewildered. Shut up. How can you still argue at a time like this? Pfft. A sharp claw suddenly pierced through his chest. Even before the words were fully spoken, blood had already gushed from his mouth. Damn it. Let's take down the savage beasts first. The sight of blood did not make everyone retreat. Instead, it ignited their fighting spirit. They were already people who made a living in a wasteland where every day was a struggle with death, blood. Death, especially in battles against savage beasts, stirred their primal instincts. After all, there was no retreat now. They could only fight to the death. Meanwhile, not far away, Wang Ming was caught in a difficult struggle. Before him lay two paths. One was to hide and wait until the beast tide passed, but that path was not absolutely safe and the outcome was uncertain. The second path was to join the warriors of Sarmar town in resisting the savage beasts. Though it was more perilous, if he could survive, the gains from this venture would surely be astonishing. Bang! In his hesitation, the roaring sounds nearby jolted him awake like a clap of thunder. It was Xiao Rui. At this moment, this seemingly delicate girl was tightly gripping a sniper rifle, shooting at the distant horde of savage beasts. With each shot, at least two savage beasts were pierced. Captain, what are you still dawdling for? Everyone we kill is one less. While someone is restraining them ahead, we can safely harvest. Crack! Xiao Rui pulled the gun bolt with one hand, her exquisite face brimming with determination. Damn! At this critical juncture, what good would running do? As if stimulated by Xiao Rui, Wang Ming steeled his heart, drew out his Desert Eagle, and fired wildly. Taishan, let's move in. Xiao Rui, you snipe from a distance and focus on taking out the higher threat savage beasts. Understood. Xiao Rui's lips curled into a slight smile. The hunter resting on her shoulder let out a fierce roar. Yes, sir. Taishan's eternally stoic face seemed to show a hint of excitement. Neither he nor Taishan had a long weapon range. They had to close in. However, there were many city guards and hunters here, and as long as the savage beasts did not surround them, Wang Ming was confident that he and Taishan could unleash a slaughter. TSK. Whether I fall here or rise to greatness depends on this moment. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid and violent gunfire suddenly tore through the battlefield, as Wang Ming steadily gripped the Desert Eagle, his fingers continuously pulling the trigger. The Desert Eagle was notorious for its terrifying recoil, and most people could hardly control it after firing just a few shots. Yet in his hands, that overwhelming force capable of shaking one's arm was completely dissolved. Bullets whistled out with precision, each shot accurately piercing the most vulnerable eyes of the savage beasts, directly flooding into their brains. This extreme slaughter immediately attracted others' attention. Where did this fierce person come from, taking down one savage beast with each shot? It's almost smoother than slaughtering pigs. Someone exclaimed in astonishment. What terrifying marksmanship! Each bullet precisely strikes the savage beast's most vulnerable eyes, achieving a one-shot kill. This person, some with keen insight, recognized the skill involved, but the more they understood, the more they found Wang Ming terrifying. Hiss! Black Iron Badge. Is this guy a Black Iron level hunter? What does that make me, a mere bronze level fool? Hiss! Am I really at the same level as this big shot? Am I that strong? Is the evaluator from the Hunters Guild asleep? Wang Ming prominently displayed the Black Iron Badge on his chest. Those present were unaware how many were at the bronze level, but seeing the badge now made it seem like a joke. Indeed, it seems that this kind of slaughter grants the most experience. As he watched the experience points on the panel soar, Wang Ming became even more ruthless with his shooting. However, the Desert Eagle only had a 7-round capacity, and after several reloads he had run out of ammunition. Damn it! I forgot about that. Wang Ming's expression fell. In his recent wilderness hunts, the scale of combat had been limited and a few dozen rounds of ammunition had been sufficient. So he usually kept a variety of ammunition totaling around 30 to 50 rounds, and so did Taishan. But in the current situation, even a few hundred rounds wouldn't be too much. Looking at Taishan beside him, good heavens, the moment this big brother's shotgun ran out of bullets, without hesitation he charged in with his fists raised. Bang! The wind from his punch howled, accompanied by the explosive sound of shattering air. A feline savage beast the size of a lion or tiger didn't even see the attack coming before being crushed by a heavy punch sent flying like a kite, with a broken string crashing heavily to the ground with no chance to struggle. In the face of Tai Shan's furious strength, such a slightly smaller savage beast couldn't withstand even one punch before being sent flying. It was truly like a child being punched. This fierce combat style instantly left everyone present dumbfounded. If Wang Ming's artistic precision in killing shocked them, Tai Shan's pure brute force in close combat was simply overturning their understanding. Hey, is this a joke? Another black iron level. Can a human even do this? Even with exoskeleton armor, this is too exaggerated. Seriously, does he not have any hand protection? Was that with his bare fists? Is he really wearing exoskeleton armor? No one could answer their questions, but they could only think along those lines. Because even high-level hunters using gene agents definitely couldn't achieve this level of close combat. Perhaps stimulated by Wang Ming and Tai Shan's battle, the others became even more excited, rushing forward with reddened eyes, eager to showcase their combat abilities. Though their capabilities fell far short of Wang Ming and Tai Shan's levels, their sheer numbers and fearless spirit momentarily managed to halt the savage beast's advance. Everything was developing in a positive direction, but at that moment, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly shook the ground. A massive creature broke through the tide of beasts charging recklessly toward them. It was pitch black, like ink, its skin as thick as if clad in a layer of dark iron armor, with two thick towering horns on its head glinting with a cold piercing light. Its size was comparable to that of an adult elephant, and its aura was violently terrifying. Heavy armor black rhinoceros. Danger level B. A ferocious savage beast known for its defense. What the hell? What is the city wall guard doing against a Blevel savage beast? Aren't they supposed to focus their fire on taking down the Blevel savage beast? This guy cannot be harmed by ordinary weapons at all. The sudden appearance of the heavy armor black rhinoceros turned everyone's faces pale, as paper, their hearts sinking to the bottom. If this thing entered the city, it would be a disaster. There's nothing we can do. The heavy armor black rhinoceros is always protected by many savage beasts, making it nearly impossible for artillery to hit it directly. A guard descending from the city wall explained, his expression equally frustrated. Despite the great power of their artillery, they were unable to hit it directly. There were simply too many savage beasts, and under the cover of these beasts, the residual effects of their cannon fire couldn't inflict significant damage on the heavy armor black rhinoceros. What do we do now? Someone couldn't help but shout out, already feeling a hint of retreat in their hearts. They were not afraid of death, nor did they shy away from battling the savage beasts. What they feared was a meaningless sacrifice. If it were just ordinary savage beasts, no matter how many there were, they would never retreat a single step while standing in their town. Because they understood that for every savage beast they killed, the chances of survival for Salmatown increased by a fraction. Even if they sacrificed themselves, they would have made their contribution. However, the heavy armor black rhinoceros was different. With their firepower, they couldn't inflict even the slightest harm on it. Fighting it head-on would only lead to needless casualties. Just as everyone was hesitating, a deafening roar suddenly resonated throughout the scene. Bang! Wang Ming clearly heard that it was the roar of the hunter's heavy sniper rifle. It was Xiao Rui. Heh! A Blevel heavy armor black rhinoceros. I want to see whether your armor is tough enough or my armor-piercing explosive rounds are more ruthless. Xiao Rui's lips curled into a cold smile, firmly shouldering the hunter sniper rifle, which was disproportionately large for her size, her bright eyes sharp as an eagle. The bullet, resembling a pillar of fire, reached the chest of the heavy armor black rhinoceros in an instant after being fired. This time she wasn't using ordinary armor-piercing rounds, but rather more powerful armor-piercing explosive rounds. These were specifically designed for dealing with tough-skinned, meaty, large savage beasts, something she usually hesitated to use. Boom! In the distance, the heavy armor black rhinoceros, which was charging wildly, seemed to be struck by a heavy hammer, its massive body jolting abruptly, its forward momentum halted. A dazzling spray of blood erupted from its thick, dark, iron-like chest armor. Was injured. The sudden gunshot made everyone tremble, their faces drastically changing. The heavy armored black rhino is injured. Someone in the crowd shouted, snapping everyone back to reality as they stared in horror at the colossal beast. That gunshot! It's a heavy sniper rifle. Salmatown doesn't have this model of heavy sniper. What exactly? Before the words could finish. Boom! A second shot tore through the air, striking the heavy armored black rhino with precision, hitting the exact same spot. Roar! The excruciating pain enraged the behemoth completely. It let out a deafening, furious roar, its forelimbs rearing high before crashing heavily onto the ground. Boom! The solid ground instantly cracked with rubble and dust exploding outward. Roar! Hiss! Ow! Countless wild beasts, as if receiving a command, raised their heads and howled, then turned direction. charging ferociously. Their target. Xiao Rui on the distant off-road vehicle. Damn it! Run! Taizhan. Wang Ming's figure flickered, and in a single stride he leaped onto Taizhan's shoulders. Hold tight, sir. Taizhan steadied Wang Ming on one shoulder, his steps swift and agile. Covering hundreds of meters in just a few strides, he reached the vehicle in an instant. Keep sniping. Tishan drive. Well, use a kiting tactic. Wang Ming quickly laid out the strategy. With the heavy armored black rhino enraged and the swarm of beasts locked onto Xiao Rui, staying put meant certain death. Only a kiting tactic would work. As a hunter, Xiao Rui could damage the heavy armored black rhino. If they could wear it down, the remaining beasts would pose far less of a threat. Can you maintain accuracy while shooting from the vehicle? Wang Ming asked. He actually wanted to take a shot himself. After all, who could resist such a massive sniper rifle? Don't worry, Captain. Even on the move, my aim won't waver. Xiao Rui spoke with absolute confidence. She cradled the heavy sniper rifle, her delicate face filled with determination. Good. Then it's all on you. As the words left his mouth, Xiao Rui quickly reached for the tactical pouch at her waist. Her fingers moved deftly, producing a crisp metallic clatter as she retrieved 3 special bullets with cold red glowing tips and finely threaded bodies. Armor-piercing explosive rounds. I only have 3 of these armor-piercing explosive rounds left. If it doesn't fall after these 3. Xiao Rui caressed the bullets in her hand, then looked up at Wang Ming, her meaning clear. If 3 armor-piercing explosive rounds couldn't bring it down, ordinary bullets would have even less chance. Stay calm. Wang Ming patted her shoulder and said firmly. Okay. Xiao Rui nodded heavily. Huff. She took a deep breath and slowly exhaled, shutting out the roar of the engine and the howls of the beasts around her. She quickly set up the sniper rifle, precisely calculating the trajectory deviation caused by the vehicle's jolts, the distance to the heavy armored black rhino, and the wind's effect. Holding her breath, her finger slowly curled around the trigger. Bang! A tongue of flame spat out as the armor-piercing explosive round, carrying immense kinetic energy, like a meteor, fiercely struck the heavy armored black rhino within the herd. Crack! A flash of fire erupted on its chest, now a bloody mess. Its toughest hide had been completely shattered. Yet its resilient muscles remained a formidable barrier, stubbornly blocking the bullet's penetration, preventing a fatal blow. But the agony drove it into a frenzy. It roared and charged madly at the off-road vehicle. In its colossal path, any beast that stood in its way was mercilessly knocked down and trampled to death. Clack! The scorching shell casing ejected and a second armor-piercing explosive round was chambered. Xiao Rui dared not be careless. She had to hit the same spot on the heavy armored black rhino as accurately as possible to maximize damage. Bang! The second shot. This one deviated slightly. While it still exploded on the chest, the impact was noticeably to the left. Sorry. Xiao Rui frowned, her lips pressed into a thin line, her eyes filled with frustration, clearly dissatisfied with that shot. That one missed shot increased the pressure immensely. But for the final round, just as she tried to compose herself, Wang Ming spoke up beside her. Give it to me. Wang Ming suddenly said, Let me take the last shot. You. Xiao Rui hesitated, instinctively wanting to object. It wasn't that she doubted Wang Ming. She knew his marksmanship was extraordinary. But different guns were worlds apart. The gap between a pistol and a sniper rifle was immense, and this wasn't even an ordinary sniper rifle. Even if Wang Ming was skilled with sniper rifles, he had no synergy with this hunter. The final accuracy would likely. Yet seeing the seriousness in Wang Ming's eyes, Xiao Rui gritted her teeth and handed the rifle over. The moment Wang Ming took the hunter, he felt its weight. He held the barrel steady with one hand, his arm rocksteady, while the other hand swiftly adjusted the scope. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. The mastery of firearms granted him a familiar touch and a deep understanding of the weapon's capabilities. With the boost from his talent and expertise, he was confident this shot would hit its mark. Huff! Puff! He gradually synchronized his breathing with the vehicle's jolts, then pulled the trigger in an instant. Bang! The final armor-piercing explosive round tore through the air with a thunderous roar. This shot struck with flawless precision, hitting the deepest wound on the heavy armored black rhino. The sharp bullet exploded the moment it touched the wound. The gash on the heavy armored black rhino's chest was ripped open, the bullet driving straight in, piercing its heart. Ding! Defeated heavy armored black rhino. Gained 1,000 experience. Boom! No scream. The massive body of the heavy armored black rhino crashed to the ground. Countless beasts caught off guard were crushed or collided from behind. The once fierce beast tide instantly stalled, its formation thrown into chaos. The heavy armored black rhino is dead. Dead. It's really dead. Quick, seize the chance to counterattack. We can drive out the remaining beasts. Charge. Kill. The death of the heavy armored black rhino instantly ignited the fighting spirit of everyone present. Its demise meant hope for Salmatown's survival. Name Wang Ming level LV. 4. 28004000. Class Gunslinger race, human lifespan 2245 strength 1. 5 constitution 1. 5 agility 1. 5 spirit 4 talent gunmaster specialty limb coordination keen eyesight skills, health Tai Chi LV 2. 420500 set of radio gymnastics LV. 5. Eye exercises LV. 5 hand-to-hand combat LV. 4. 100,400 firearms mastery LV. 4. 320,400 gun combat tactics LV. 2. 100,200 gun fu LV. 2. 100,200 weapon maintenance LV. 2. 200 items silver desert eagle. Omitted troops 1 free attribute points 2 evolution points 2. In this battle Wang Ming gained immensely directly leveling up by 2 ranks. He also acquired 2 precious attribute points and an evolution point. Without hesitation, having tasted the sweetness of the spiritual attribute, he decided to go all the way, allocating both free attribute points directly to the spiritual attribute. Spiritual 46. The effect of increasing the spiritual attribute by 2 points was exceedingly obvious. The entire world seemed to open its arms to him, not in a visual sense but in a spiritual level of perception. There was a refreshing sensation as if every detail was crystal clear. However, this feeling came quickly and departed just as fast, leaving him with an unreal sense of longing. It felt as if there was a thin membrane separating him. I feel, if the spiritual attribute increases a bit more, I should gain unexpected rewards. In the depths of his mind, Wang Ming had a faint realization. Just when everyone thought the dust had settled, and that Salmatown was finally secured, a sudden explosion erupted from the inner city. This sudden turn of events left everyone at a loss. It should be noted that even though the battles in Salmatown were fierce, the battlefield remained locked outside the city. Even if a section of the outer city wall had collapsed, it was merely localized fighting in the outer district. The inner city, that place as the true stronghold of Salmatown's rulers, had walls far sturdier than those of the outer district. Even in terms of equipment, it was vastly superior to the outer city. Moreover, the wild beasts had not broken through the blockade of the outer district to reach the inner city. Right? What on earth was going on? The inner city. Wang Ming also looked towards the towering city walls in the distance. He had a vague suspicion in his heart. It was impossible for the wild beasts to have done this. It could only be humans. From the removal of the Li family's stronghold from the inner city guard, they seemed to have been prepared for a while. However, Wang Ming was not clear on the specifics, but it was highly likely that the other forces from Wangyue City were colliding with Salmatown. Boom! Just as Wang Ming was deep in thought, a series of booming sounds approached from afar, sounding like a convoy on the move. He strained his eyes, and with his current vision, he could vaguely see a cloud of dust rising outside Salmatown, where a large number of convoys were rapidly approaching. Is it the people from Wangyue City? Wang Ming pondered uneasily. However, the power struggles should not affect him, right? It's the Salma family. They have returned. What a joke. Didn't they go to exterminate the wild beasts in the east? The wild beasts have reached our doorstep. I thought they were completely annihilated. Someone sneered quietly. Shoo, quiet. How dare you speak ill of the Salma family? Are you seeking death? What do you mean? They went to eliminate the wild beasts, yet they caused the wild beasts to attack the city. Now we are risking our lives to defend Salmatown, and they are swaggering back. What does this mean? The person spoke defiantly. Even though they were intimidated by the Salma family's might and dared not act what was wrong with grumbling. Listening to the rising discussions around him, Wang Ming furrowed his brow. He saw more clearly than others. The Salma family's team was full of vitality and energy. They showed no signs of having experienced a fierce battle. Then what about the wild beasts that had ambushed the town and the heavily armored black rhinoceros? Interesting, they are planning a coup. Wang Ming's eyes sparkled. Originally he thought that the rulers of Salmatown were the Salma family, but later learned from some hunters that it was not the case at all. The lord of Salmatown was named Xian Wuzhou, head of the Xian family. The Salma family, on the other hand, was responsible for maintaining law and order in Salmatown. The ancestors of the two families could be said to be the founders of Salmatown. Wang Ming had specifically researched this history in the information repository of the Hunters Guild. Hundreds of years ago, the ancestor of the Xian family, Xian Longxing, was besieged by wild beasts on this land. At that time, the ancestor of the Salma family, Daniel Salma, saved Xian Longsheng. The two formed a bond and subsequently survived together in this wilderness, gradually developing from a stronghold into a sizable survival base. Later, as the strengths of both families continued to grow at Xian Longsheng's suggestion, They established a town with Xian Longsheng serving as the first lord of Salma Town, while Daniel took on the role of the town's chief of security. To remember Daniel's life-saving grace, Xian Longsheng named the town Salma Town in hopes that the Xian family would never forget the Salma family's kindness, symbolizing the everlasting friendship between the two families. At that time, this was also a tale of goodwill. However, from the looks of it now, the century-old bond seemed to have undergone a fundamental transformation. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the inner city had become exceedingly tense. The sudden attack by the Salma family caused the already weak defenses of the inner city to collapse instantly, with most of the area falling under their control. And today, the usually reclusive head of the Salma family, Aiden Salma, stepped out of his residence with a beaming smile. Patriarch, except for a few small squads of the inner city guard and the Xian family still resisting, the remaining areas are completely under our control. Good. Aiden nodded slightly, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. This day had ultimately arrived. Where is Xian Wuzhou? Still in the castle. Aiden nodded indifferently, and then headed straight for the central castle. In the central castle's top floor, Xian Wuzhou sat calmly, in a chair, his expression serene, showing no signs of panic. The Salma family has made a move. Yes, my lord. Now, aside from the inner city guard and the Xian family still resisting, most of the inner city's areas have been taken by the Salma family. That old fox Aiden, he has finally set the net. Let's go. Follow me out to take a look. He will definitely come looking for me. Yes, my lord. As if sharing a telepathic connection, Aiden arrived at the central castle just as Xian Wuzhou emerged from within. He stood on the castle's outer platform, looking down at the smoke of battle in the outer city and the Salma family that had already besieged the town. Aiden, it has ultimately come to this. Xian Wuzhou spoke first, his gaze settling on the elder at the forefront of the crowd. The elder, with graying hair and a face marked by deep lines, was still robust and spirited. This was Aiden Salma. Xian Wuzhou, I have waited for this day for a long time. The Xian family should step down from that position. Salma Town should rightfully be governed by my Salma family. Aiden's madness was now laid bare. Aiden, why do this? The friendship between our two families. I truly do not wish to reach this point today. Xian Wuzhou sighed. Friendship? Ha 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 ha. What a grand joke. Xian Wuzhou, do you think there is still friendship between our two families? Aiden glared fiercely at Xian Wuzhou. At this moment, Aiden resembled a lion on the verge of madness. He was ready to devour someone. Aiden's words also filled the Salma family members present with indignation as they glared toward Xian Wuzhou in the castle. As the family responsible for maintaining order in Salma Town, the Salma family appeared glorious on the surface, but only they knew the bitterness hidden beneath. Although every generation of Salma family patriarch had served as the constable of public order, no one knew when the Xian family began gradually pushing the Salma family out of the core of power. Whether patrolling to maintain order or punishing those who violated it, he, Aiden Salma, had to report to the young whelp above him and receive approval before taking any action. Even so, Xian Wuzhou still did not trust the Salma family. Whenever conflict arose, he would first dispatch the Salma family's elite forces. Over so many years, the Salma family had shed countless tears of blood and lost so many of their kin. And the Xian family, they simply reaped the rewards. All that was left for them were mere commendations on paper and insignificant victory banquets. Yet these were bought with the very lives of the Salma family's descendants. Aiden, no one will forget the Salma family's contributions to this town. You are being too extreme. Xian Wuzhou narrowed his eyes, his tone still calm and detached. But that nonchalant demeanor only further enraged Aiden. Young man, your Xian family has held the city lord's seat for centuries. It is time for our Salma family to take a turn. If we speak of merit. A flicker of pain passed through Aiden's eyes, then his voice rang out resolutely. The hall of heroes of my Salma family is already filled with relics. Your Xian family, what have you done? Chieftain, why waste words with this brat Xian Wuzhou? Let us seize him directly. Yes, chieftain. At this moment, the Salma family was seething with fury. The resentment they had suppressed for years now erupted completely. Good. Breach the castle and capture Xian Wuzhou alive. With Aiden's command, the Salma family disciples, who had long been itching for action, surged forward in unison. Out of my way. Watch me break down his dog of a door. A Salma family disciple roared. He wielded a greatsword clad in black exoskeleton armor, his figure towering and robust. With a violent shout, he swung the greatsword so fiercely it became nothing but a blur. Boom! The gate, forged from steel-wrapped ironwood, was directly deformed under this single strike. The ironwood encased within clearly emitted the sound of cracking. Again! The man was forced back a step, his face flushed, but he still mustered his strength, preparing to strike another blow. But before he could land the strike, a spray of blood suddenly burst from his back. Crack! A crisp sound rang out and his swinging motion abruptly halted. The Salma family has rebelled. The inner city guard is ordered to apprehend them. A loud shout came from behind. Unbeknownst to them, a fully armed squad of the inner city guard had already poured into the central castle. Impossible! Aiden's pupils contracted as he whipped his head around to glare at Xian Wujiu above. The inner city guard had all been sent to support the outer city. How could they be? Impossible! I saw with my own eyes the entire convoy of the inner city guard heading to the outer district, and now the inner city gates are under our control. Even if they turned back, they couldn't have breached so quickly. A Salma family member beside him was filled with terror. He could not have been mistaken. The convoy. A lightning bolt of realization struck Aiden's mind. The convoy. The carriages were empty. Xian Wujiu, what a cunning move. Are you truly unafraid of Salma town being utterly destroyed? This brat had actually abandoned the outer district all to lure him into the trap. What a ruthless heart. The willing fish simply takes the bait. Xian Wujiu said calmly. Of the 500 inner city guards, only about 100 had actually left the inner city. The rest were merely lying in ambush within the hidden passages near the central castle. But even this was not enough. 400 inner city guards could only match the Salma family in strength. Neither side was certain of victory. At this moment, both Xian Wujiu and Aiden fell into an eerie silence. Neither side made the first move, merely locked in a stalemate. Meanwhile, in the outer district, Lar Salma led the elite forces of the Salma family, advancing rapidly. In but a moment, this troop of several hundred arrived at the breached city wall. Lar, riding his ferocious hound, was the first to step into the outer city. Oh, the armored black rhino has been dealt with. Lar was slightly surprised. With the insider from Wangyue City breaching the wall and the armored black rhino leading these wild beasts, they still lost. TSK. A beast is but a beast after all. Make way. Do not obstruct our entry into the city. Lar held his head high, shouting coldly. A stir ran through the crowd. Some, intimidated by the Salma family's authority, instinctively began to retreat. But, Lar Salma, did your expedition even engage the wild beasts at all? How could the armored black rhino have led a beast tide to attack the city? Someone in the crowd bellowed. This blatant defiance instantly chilled the atmosphere. No one made a sound. The tension was suffocating. Even Wang Ming, watching from afar, couldn't help but silently applaud. What fearless warrior was this, so unafraid of death? Heh! Truly doesn't know how to spell death. Crack! Lar's long whip lashed out fiercely, seeming to grow eyes as it instantly snapped toward a man in the crowd. Ah! The man cried out in shock, clearly caught off guard. But although the whip came with ferocious force, upon reaching him it merely coiled around him. With a twist of Lar's wrist, he was yanked directly out of the crowd. You! What did you just say? The man was tightly bound on the spot, with the ferocious hound's menacing head looming above him. The hound bared its fangs, drool, constantly dripping its bloodshot eyes, gazing at him with hunger. You! Terror filled his heart, but the arrow had already been shot from the bowstring. There was no turning back. Steeling himself, he gritted his teeth and continued to shout. You went out to hunt the wild beasts, yet an armored black rhino led a beast tide to attack the city from the east. You emerged completely unscathed. Am I wrong? Completely unscathed. At these words, Lar's expression abruptly hardened. He chewed over the phrase in his mouth. After a long pause, do you mean to say that our Salma family must suffer heavy casualties, must sacrifice countless lives, must emerge battered and defeated? Lar's forehead bulged with veins, his face twisted in extreme ferocity. I, vile commoner. Crunch. With Lar's furious roar, the ferocious hound bit down in one swift motion. The man was instantly decapitated. Blood splattered. This gruesome scene made everyone's pupils contract as they instinctively stepped back. Does my Salma family owe you anything? Lar flicked his long whip, his aura overwhelming. Behind him, the banner representing the Salma family fluttered proudly in the wind. Outside the city of Salma, two opposing factions stood at the ruins of the collapsed city wall, clearly defined. On one side were the Hunters Guild members, and some city guards, their clothes tattered, faces marked by fatigue, resentment, and anxiety, weapons hanging limply in their hands as they gazed at their adversaries with complex expressions. On the other side were the elite members of the Salma family returning from their expedition, standing in neat rows, dressed splendidly, each radiating vitality, as if they had just returned from a vacation. The Salma family has fought fiercely against the wild beasts throughout the generations. The peace of Salma is something we have earned with our blood and lives. You have no right to criticize us. Lal stood at the forefront of the family elite, clad in an elaborate dark-patterned robe with a fierce black dog at his feet. His expression was stern, his voice cold, each word resonating with an authority that brooked no dissent. His gaze was sharp as a blade, surveying the surroundings, Anyone who met his eyes instantly lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at him. Humph! Seeing this, Lal let out a cold laugh. Indeed, a bunch of worthless wretches. Move! Enter the city! Lal commanded, coldly turning to head into the city. Wait! At that moment a hoarse voice suddenly rang out. Lal frowned and turned to look. A disheveled man pushed through the crowd to the front. Lord Lal, I want to ask you, did you? He pointed towards the distant, heavily armored black rhinoceros. Then he spoke in a hoarse voice. Did you engage it in battle? He fixed his gaze tightly on Lal, his expression filled with complexities that were hard to describe. There seemed to be hope, and also a resolve to face death. On the day you set out to hunt, my wife and children were at the city gate to see you off. They believed in you. He murmured, remembering how his wife and children had perished at the jaws of the wild beasts. He felt an overwhelming sorrow in his heart, wanting only a clear answer after which he could depart in peace to seek them. Lal frowned tightly. He naturally did not know this man's plight, nor did he care to understand. These commoners had been living comfortably under the protection of the Salma family for so long that they had no right to question him. Crack! With a casual whip, he struck at the man's neck as if swatting away a mosquito. Snap! The crisp sound of bone breaking rang out as the man's neck was instantly shattered. Thud! His body fell heavily, the light in his eyes fading instantly, yet his pupils remained fixed on Lal, as if still pleading to hear the so-called answer. A deathly silence enveloped the crowd, and then, that's too much. Salma family? Someone shouted angrily, not knowing who it was. Exactly. How can you kill at will? It was just a question. The man's death was like a fuse that ignited the crowd instantly. At this moment, filled with righteous indignation, they had forgotten the might of the Salma family and Lal's iron-fisted methods. They just wanted an explanation. You Salma family went east to hunt the wild beasts armed with the best weapons from Salma, yet allowed the heavily armored black rhinoceros to lead the beast tide to attack the city. If it weren't for this fortuitous kill of the black rhinoceros, what would happen to the tens of thousands of residents of Salma? Exactly. If it weren't for the 3 leaders of the guild, we might have been trampled to death by the black rhinoceros. Where are those 3 leaders? We plead for the 3 to uphold justice for us. Here. The crowd parted to make a way. Wang Ming and the others who were trying to sneak away suddenly became the focus of everyone's attention, especially the gaze of Lal and the Salma family. Damn, these fools actually repay kindness with enmity. Wang Ming cursed inwardly. At that moment, he felt like killing the person who shouted for him to uphold justice. He had sensed something was amiss when they mentioned killing the black rhinoceros, which was why he had intended to sneak away with Taizhan and Xiao Rui. Never did he expect that a fool would directly call them out to uphold justice. I will uphold your grandmother's leg. Why is Lal so merciful? Why didn't he whip these loose-tongued people to death? At this moment, even though he was furious, he could only brace himself and turn around. Oh, so you are the ones who killed the black rhinoceros. Originally somewhat impatient, Lal suddenly became interested. He thought these commoners were just lucky to have exhausted the black rhinoceros, but now it seemed there was more to it. Just a fluke. Looking at the badges of Wang Ming and the others, Lal found himself even more intrigued. 1 bronze, 2 black iron. Interesting. Truly interesting. Lal laughed heartily, then pointed at Wang Ming and the others. Unfortunately, I have urgent matters to attend to now and have no time to deal with you and you. Get lost. He barked coldly, then led the Salma family members directly toward the inner city. At this moment, no one dared to stop them. Watching the elite of the Salma family gradually fade away, Wang Ming let out a deep breath. His sixth sense told him that this man was extremely dangerous. If not absolutely necessary, he truly did not want to conflict with him, and moreover, there were hundreds of elites behind him. If a fight broke out, and they couldn't end it in one move, things would not bode well for them. We can't stay in Salma any longer. We must leave quickly. Taizhan. Wang Ming called for Taizhan to drive while he turned to Xiao Rui. I plan to leave Salma. What do you say? Are you coming with me? Leave. Xiao Rui blinked and then nodded decisively. Of course I'm coming. I'm your team member now. What? Captain, are you not planning to keep me? Let's talk nicely. I just wanted to ask for your opinion. Wang Ming flicked her forehead, looking utterly helpless. Now the situation was clear. It was highly probable that the Salma family wanted to stage a coup, allying with the forces of Wangyue City to pull off a trick of driving the tiger and swallowing the wolf, leading the heavily armored black rhinoceros and the wild beasts from nearby wilderness to Salma, intending first to exhaust the strength of the Xian family before seizing Salma. And Xiao Rui looked at him, rubbing her forehead, her expression full of indignation. This girl probably really came to Salma to pick up cheap loot. Let's go. This place won't be peaceful for a while. We should leave quickly before Lal comes looking for trouble with us. Where to? I really haven't thought that far ahead. He only knew Wang City besides Salma. Ah, are we going to wander in the wilderness? Xiao Rui's eyes widened. What? Are you afraid? Wang Ming teased. Pa, when have I ever been afraid? Just afraid I won't be able to take a bath. She mumbled, finally squeezing out such a sentence. Wang Ming's cheeks twitched slightly. Indeed, the thought processes of men and women are just different. Leaving aside the fleeing Wang Ming, the vortex in Salma Town was far from over. In the inner city, Aiden and Xian Wuqiu remained locked in a tense standoff, the atmosphere oppressive to the extreme. Both factions were on high alert, each waiting for the other to make the first move. In such a situation, a single misstep would ignite an uncontrollable conflict. Time ticked by. Aiden was growing anxious. According to the plan, Raul should have arrived by now. Had something gone wrong? No, impossible. Their plan was flawless. Even the resourceful Xian Wuqiu would fall into their trap. Yet despite this conviction, Aiden's unease mounted with each passing moment. Could the people from Wang City have reneged on their promise? He couldn't help but dwell on the worst. Just then a tremor growing closer shattered the silence. What's that sound? It's the Salma family. It's Raul. They're back. Joy and despair mingled in the crowd. The Salma family breathed a collective sigh of relief. Raul's return was like a final verdict, solidifying their confidence. The inner city guards, however, wore expressions of despair. Xian Wuqiu, you have lost after all. Aiden's mind was now clear. A cold sneer curled on his lips as he glared at Xian Wuqiu. Yet to his astonishment, Xian Wuqiu showed no sign of dismay. Instead he smiled. Had he lost his mind? That was Aiden's first thought. After all, these were the elite of his own Salma family. Why did he seem more pleased than Aiden himself? Aiden glanced back again, confirming it was indeed Raul leading the family troops, and only then felt reassured. He must be mad with despair, Aiden thought to himself. With the arrival of the Salma family members, the tide of battle had turned. Patriarch. Raul approached and dismounted. Raul, you've arrived just in time. Xian Wuqiu is at his wit's end. Then what are we waiting for? Let's take him down. Raul sneered. Warriors of Salma, the glory of our family is at stake. Kill Xian Wuqiu and reclaim the Salma town that is rightfully ours. Aiden raised his arm and roared. Kill! Kill! But the rallying cry for the Salma family was met with an unexpected response. Behind him, the fully armed Salma ranks returned a ragged, half-hearted roar. Aiden frowned and turned to look. A large number of Salma warriors stood in silence, seemingly deaf to his command. Are you deaf? He pointed at them, his face flushed like an enraged lion. Raul, are these the elite you trained? The sudden turn of events left Raul stunned for a moment. What? What are you doing? Get moving. The warriors exchanged glances, then advanced reluctantly. Still a large number remained rooted to the spot. This bizarre scene confused the other Salma warriors, who instinctively halted. Philly, what's wrong? Didn't you hear the patriarch's order? One warrior nudged his friend, whispering, but the man named Philly stood motionless, offering no reply. Everyone noticed the anomaly in those beside them. What? What is happening? Aiden exclaimed in fury. Aiden, you've grown old. Can you truly bear the weight of Salma Town if it were yours? Xian Wuqiu's voice drifted down from the castle. Aiden spun around and looked up, fixing his gaze on Xian Wuqiu. You did this. Receiving no answer, Xian Wuqiu gave him a cold glance before barking an order. Everyone, seize the traitors and defend the castle. Now! Ha! At his command, the majority of the Salma warriors roared in unison. Aiden and Raul stared in disbelief. You! What is the meaning of this? Mars, what are you doing? Dragon, have you lost your mind? The bizarre scene terrified the others. Were there traitors in the Salma family? But how could there be so many? No one dared to believe it. No one wanted to. Xian Wuqiu, what have you done? Aiden had a suspicion, but he clung to a shred of hope. Done. Xian Wuqiu gave a rare smile. You know, Aiden, to save them some modifications were necessary. Modifications? Biomechanical enhancements. You tampered with them. Aiden spat. For years the Salma family had been at war and their casualties were high. Then biomechanical enhancement technology emerged, giving the Salma warriors a higher survival rate. This technology replaced damaged human tissue with machinery to sustain bodily functions. It offered the critically wounded a second chance at life. As long as the brain remained active and enough body tissue survived, the odds of surviving the procedure increased. This was vital for the Salma family and all of humanity, but this technology in Salma Town was controlled by the Xian family. Aiden had been suspicious at first, but when he saw his severely wounded family members standing before him again, He had to believe it. Their words, actions, and memories were all as before. Over time, Aiden cast aside his doubts, never expecting. Xian Wuchio. How ruthless. How deep your schemes run. Ugh. Wah. Aiden roared, then, overcome with rage, spat out a mouthful of blood. He knew. The Salma family was finished. Aiden, if you had never harbored these treacherous thoughts, the Salma family would still be the foremost house under the Zins, and your bio-enhanced warriors would still be loyal to you. Your mistake was entertaining forbidden ambitions. Ha! Ha ha ha! A fine forbidden ambition. A fine foremost house under the Zins. Pushing away Raul, who tried to support him, Aiden mustered his remaining strength. Were we Salmas meant to be your blades? Your dogs? With that, he turned away from Xian Wuchio to face the younger generation of his family. Seeing those silent youths, his heart ached. These were the elite of the Salma family, now lost to him. He took a deep breath and forced his voice. Warriors of Salma, the battle is lost. Will you grovel before the Xian family or die with honor? Blood trickled from Aiden's lips, but his face was unnaturally flushed. He shouted again. Warriors. Your comrades have been enslaved by the Zins, but their spirits are with us. I, Aiden Salma, choose to fight for the glory of our house. Do you dare to join me? Silence. An eerie stillness fell over the crowd, but only for a few seconds. Fight! 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 A thunderous roar erupted into the sky. The Salma warriors were ablaze with fervor, their eyes filled with the resolve to die. Seeing this, Aiden finally smiled. He turned to Raul, his most trusted nephew. Raul, I am done. The rest is up to you. Even if we must fall, let us fight with the glory of the Salma family. Aiden's voice grew faint, a stark contrast to the man who had just rallied them. Patriarch. Uncle. Raul's eyes brimmed with tears as he gently supported the collapsing Aiden. He slowly lowered Aiden to the ground, then rose with determination. In that moment, he felt something new settle upon his shoulders. He turned slowly to look at a spot in the distance. There stood the Salma family estate, the place he had called home since childhood. How he wished to return there one more time. With a crack, his whip sliced through the air. For the glory of the Salma family. Those were his final words. The wilderness. After fleeing from Salma town, Wang Ming and his companions wandered aimlessly. I say, how about this place? Wang Ming pointed to a location on the map. City of Hope. 300 kilometers south of Salma town, it was the largest city in the vicinity. Let me have a look. Xiao Rui leaned in. Though he didn't know why this girl refused to go to Wangyue City, Wang Ming respected her opinion. After all, name Xiao Rui, race human, strength 1. 3 physique 1. 5 agility 2 spirit 5 talent 6th sense premonition expertise weakness strike snipe skills sniper proficiency special combat tactics. That's right. Ever since leaving Salma town, Wang Ming had noticed a change in the unit column. Xiao Rui had been accepted by the system. Or perhaps, Xiao Rui genuinely wished to join their team. Regardless, those acknowledged by the system were trustworthy. It was for this reason that Wang Ming had ruled out Wangyue City. Otherwise, he wouldn't have heeded Xiao Rui's words. But credit where it's due, that girl hadn't lied from the start. 6th sense premonition, her formidable spirit grants her heightened perception. In the unseen currents of fate, she always finds the right path. Weakness strike discerns vulnerabilities for precise strikes, increasing hit rate by 5 and damage by 5. Snipe, when equipped with a sniper rifle, weapon handling improves by 10 and hit rate by 5. 6th sense premonition. That talent was truly intriguing. Always finding the right path in the unseen currents of fate. It was practically a bug-level ability. In a novel that would make her the chosen one. So, her words deserved serious consideration. I've heard of this place. They say it's a city even larger than Wangyue City. Since we have nowhere else to go, this should be fine. Xiao Rui smiled with narrowed eyes. Anywhere but Wangyue City was good. She stole a glance at Wang Ming and, seeing him nod, quickly fanned the flames. Let's go. If we hurry, we can make it before dark and won't have to camp in the wild. All right? Tieshan, we're heading to the City of Hope. Understood, sir. By dusk, as the sun set, a magnificent city appeared before them. The towering city walls stood a full 20 meters high. Shadows flickered atop them, clearly manned by numerous city guards. At the city gate, 2 wide doors were fully open, flanked by a neatly arrayed squad of fully armed soldiers. Outside the walls, there were no shantytowns, no refugees. It looked like a well-ordered metropolis. Hiss! Wang Ming drew in a sharp breath at first sight. This City of Hope was pretty impressive. He instinctively patted his pocket, which was empty, but in his item bar, he had a full 3,000 J. That money was his confidence, but now, seeing the majestic City of Hope, he felt that confidence waver. Since they were here, they had to go in and take a look. Besides, he was from a modern metropolis of another world. What hadn't he seen? A mere city in a wasteland. Holy crap! How is this city of hope like a modern city? After entering with his hunter badge, the sight of towering skyscrapers and rows of commercial streets left him utterly stunned. Was this really the Wasteland? How did it feel like a modern city? Traffic crowds, even crosswalks. Traffic lights. Beep! Only when a car horn sounded from behind did Wang Ming snap out of it. Sir, I suggest we first gather intelligence at the Hunter Guild. Loitering here might get us kicked out. With that, Taizhan pulled the car to the side. First time in the City of Hope. A man on a motorcycle pulled up as they stopped. That's right, a motorcycle. Such a thing wasn't common in Salma Town, utterly unseen. And judging by his attire, he was probably from the patrol squad. Sorry, we're new here. Could you tell us where the Hunter Guild is? Xiao Rui spoke first. Though she looked curious, she didn't seem particularly surprised by the city. I see. Follow this road, then turn here and there. Oh, by the city gate there's a stall selling maps. If you don't mind, you can buy one for 50 copper coins. All right, thanks. Taking the advice, they bought a map of the City of Hope and headed straight for the Hunter Guild. Before long, they stood beside a tall building. Yes, a tall building. Gazing at the massive Hunter Guild emblem above, Wang Ming's mouth twitched. Was this the difference? The Hunter Guild in Salma Town wasn't shabby. In fact, Wang Ming had found it quite spacious and clean. But compared to this building, indeed Salma Town was the countryside. As they approached, the automatic door slid open. Say, is the Hunter Guild in Wangyue City like this too? Wang Ming asked, glancing at Xiao Rui. Not really. Is that so? Wang Ming nodded, assuming Wangyue City was a lower tier. The Hunter Guild in Wangyue City is a manor with a completely different style. A manor. Manor. Wang Ming's mouth twitched again. Well, so she was truly a city girl. Hello, how may I help you? Oh, we'd like some information about the City of Hope. We're new here. By then they had reached the front desk. Certainly. The guild's reading room is in the back. Let me register you first. After Wang Ming and the others provided their names and details, the attendant let out a soft exclamation. Oh, you're eligible for a badge upgrade. Would you like me to process it? Upgrade. Yes, our records show you defeated a Brank wild beast, the heavy armored black rhino in Salma Town. This qualifies you for a silver level badge. Silver? Wow, skipping straight past bronze. Wang Ming thought to himself. Then, please go ahead. Of course. Please wait a moment while I arrange an assessor. Hold on. Xiao Rui suddenly stopped the attendant. Sorry, could we discuss this first? She offered an apologetic smile. No problem. Take your time, the lounge is over there. Thanks. Xiao Rui nodded, then grabbed Wang Ming and pulled him toward the lounge. Hey, what's this about? I'm telling you that's a silver tier hunter assessment. Xiao Rui said with a grave expression. I know your marksmanship is exceptional, surpassing even silver tier hunters. However, the silver tier assessment for a gunner not only tests shooting skills but most crucially evaluates real combat prowess. Real combat? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. Exactly. You must spar with a silver tier hunter. Xiao Rui declared earnestly. What? Why are you staring at me? Noticing Wang Ming's unblinking gaze, Xiao Rui instinctively touched her cheek, thinking something was there. Say, you didn't pass the assessment, did you? Xiao Rui's expression stiffened. Bingo. Wang Ming chuckled inwardly. All right. Since I need to fight a silver tier hunter, I'll prepare a bit more. At the very least, he needed to max out a few skills in his skill bar. You have no idea about the strength of a silver tier hunter. Forget it. One wouldn't understand without directly facing a silver tier hunter. Xiao Rui knew that no amount of explanation was as convincing as a real battle. Hadn't she been the same? After learning the basic information about Hope City at the Hunter Guild, the trio decided to buy a residence first. Like most towns, Hope City was divided into inner and outer districts. The closer to the center, the more prosperous it was. Correspondingly, the price was higher. After some discussion, they decided to buy a house on the outskirts. A 3-room house with a small courtyard, even on the edge, still cost Wang Ming 2,800 J. After cleaning all the rooms, they moved in without unpacking. It was already late at night. Only a large city like Hope City remained brightly lit even at this hour. Let's rest first. We'll talk about everything tomorrow. Xiao Rui nodded and turned to her room, while Taizhan followed Wang Ming to the leftmost room. He had been waiting impatiently. System used the evolution points. At his command, a radiant light swiftly enveloped Taizhan's entire body. Name T-888 Special Hero Race Mechanical Race Strength 40 Constitution 45 Agility 15 Spirit 0 Talent Skynet System Processor Type 3 Specialty Precision Work Skills Mastery of Ranged Weapons Mastery of Cold Weapons Hand-to-Hand Combat Mastery of Driving and Vehicles Infiltration and Disguise Medical Anatomy Engineering Machinery Wilderness Survival Tracking. Skynet System Processor Type 3 further enhances CPU computing power and learning capabilities making human behavior simulation more natural. Still the T-8 series. Wang Ming felt a slight disappointment. He had actually wanted the liquid metal form T-1000 series. But no worries, he still had some evolution points. Continue. Keeping this stuff was useless. Only by quickly converting it into strength could he ensure his safety. Buzz. This time the flowing light was noticeably brighter and lasted longer. Name T-900 Special Hero Race Mechanical Race Strength 50 Constitution 55 Agility 20 Spirit 0 Talent Skynet System Processor Type 3 Specialty Precision Work Skills Mastery of Ranged Weapons Mastery of Cold Weapons Hand-to-Hand Combat Mastery of Driving and Vehicles Infiltration and Disguise Medical Anatomy Engineering Machinery Wilderness Survival Tracking. The T9 series. Although it wasn't the liquid metal form Wang Ming yearned for, the T9 series was undoubtedly a major breakthrough. He knew that in the T950 series liquid metal was already initially used. This meant that if Taizhan advanced just one more time he could obtain liquid metal. He glanced at the current experience points. 28004000. Less than half. Looks like we need to step it up, Tieshan, for your liquid metal. The next day, Wang Ming and his two companions rose early and headed straight to the North District Market of Hope City. Unlike Salma Town, where the market was separate from the residential area, Hope City's markets were all within the city, divided into East, West, South, and North markets according to their location. Since Wang Ming's house was in the North District, he naturally went to the North District Market. However, he had to admit that Hope City was indeed a large town. Along the way he saw at least 7 or 8 groups of city guards on patrol. Some rode motorcycles, some patrolled on foot, and there were even patrol vehicles shuttling through the city to maintain order. In terms of security alone, Hope City was leagues ahead of Salma Town. Arriving at the North District Trade Market, 2 squads of soldiers stood at the entrance on either side. Hello, the entry fee for the trade market is 5J. The leader stepped forward and blocked Wang Ming. The 5J entry fee was both a fee for the protection of the trade market and a personal transaction tax. Only by paying the entry fee could one enter the trade market. Of course, if you went out and came back in, you would have to pay again. He had already learned about this at the Hunter Guild. But honestly, 5J, that was unimaginable in Salma Town. It was enough for a refugee to survive for 5 years. Of course, that was with frugal living, buying only low-quality nutrient solutions. After paying the 15J entry fee, Wang Ming and his companions were allowed in. His main purpose for coming to the trade market this time was to gauge market prices and get a basic understanding of the market situation in Hope City. Selling loot to the Hunter Guild was too much of a loss. The 3 of them were living frugally in Hope City, so they needed money, and making money was currently their priority. Here, take this. If you want to look around, go ahead. We'll meet at the market exit later. Seeing Xiao Rui looking left and right, Wang Ming directly handed her 50J. Ha! What about you too? Xiao Rui instinctively reached out and took it. We're going to check the market prices first, see what's valuable, and then we'll hunt there. Alright then, I won't bother you. Hee hee hee. With that, Xiao Rui hopped over to a cosmetics shop. Indeed, even in Hope City this was a hugely profitable and hot-selling item. Looking at the numerous women at the entrance, Wang Ming shook his head. Was this really a wasteland? Parting ways with Xiao Rui, Wang Ming took Taizhan to a butcher shop first. For hunters like them, the fastest way to make money was to hunt aberrant beasts. However, not every type of aberrant beast meat could fetch a good price. Some beasts, even with a high danger level, if their carcass had little value, could only be sold cheaply to the market, and the guild might not even accept them. What kind of meat would you like, sir? Oh, just browsing. The butcher shop was quite large, with a counter filled with various types of meat, each labeled with its type and price. Giant axe mantis meat, 10 jin. Iron shell clam meat, 20 jin. Hiss. Wang Ming gasped sharply. Was this daylight robbery? Was this meat made of gold selling at such an exorbitant price? The prices here were already several times higher than those in Salma Town. Wang Ming clicked his tongue in astonishment, yet at the same time, he sensed a golden opportunity. If the value of wild beast meat could fetch such a price, then, as long as they chose the right beasts, they would have no trouble earning a fortune with their strength. Seems they'll have to visit the Hunters Guild again. Silently memorizing the names of these absurdly priced beast meats, Wang Ming turned and left with Taizhan. Welcome back anytime. The shop assistant's polite voice sounded behind them. Little did he know that next visit would come sooner than expected, and it would leave him utterly astounded. At the exit of the trading market, Xiao Rui was fiddling with a new cosmetic in her hand, an irrepressible smile on her face. Spotting Wang Ming and the other, she trotted over. Captain, look, I bought this new essence. They say it's made from the sap of man-eating vines, excellent for the skin. She shook the small porcelain bottle in her hand, her face beaming with delight. Essence. How much? Wang Ming asked nonchalantly. 48 gold after the discount. Oh, how much? Wang Ming snapped to attention, wondering if he had misheard. F48 gold. Xiao Rui said weakly. For this little 48 gold. Staring at the finger's-sized bottle in her hand, Wang Ming felt he needed to reevaluate the market. The man-eating vine had silently made it onto his kill list. This is already a bargain. The full size costs 300 gold. I only got a sample. Xiao Rui said timidly. I'm not blaming you. It's your money, spend it as you wish. Wang Ming looked at her slightly aggrieved expression and smiled wryly. But still, whether in his past life or this Wasteland world, women's things were truly expensive. Exiting the Hunters Guild, it was already afternoon. Wang Ming had T-800 record all the information into his chip, including the surrounding terrain and the distribution of wild beasts. Glancing at the supplies in his inventory, he still had enough food for a few days. Wang Ming decided to settle down and focus on improving his own strength. No matter how strong T-800 was, it was ultimately an external force. One must rely on oneself, otherwise if T-800 couldn't protect him, he'd be helpless. After dinner, Wang Ming told Xiao Rui she could go out for a stroll, then plunged himself into training. So much had happened in the past few days that Wang Ming hadn't had time to cultivate properly. The skills in his skill bar hadn't been upgraded in a long time. Currently, aside from 8th set of broadcast gymnastics and eye exercises which were maxed out, skills like health, tai chi, gun combat tactics, gun kata, and weapon maintenance were only at level 2. While hand-to-hand combat and thermal weapon proficiency had reached level 4, just one step away from maxing out and gaining a specialization. So the next focus will be on hand-to-hand combat and thermal weapon proficiency. Maxing these two will yield the greatest rewards. Wang Ming stood in the room, arms crossed, gently flexing his wrists. Level 4 hand-to-hand combat granted him master-level fighting skills. As he slowly moved his fists, he unleashed a series of the most ruthless direct combination punches. Huff! Even though it was just practice, each punch carried a distinct sound of breaking air, his movements flowing seamlessly between opening and closing. He didn't even need to think. It was as natural as muscle memory. This feeling was strange. It was as if his brain followed his muscles. Each burst of power was incredibly fluid, and eventually every punch and kick produced a crisp crack. While he was so deeply engrossed, the proficiency of hand-to-hand combat on the system panel soared, increasing faster than during previous practice. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 1 hour. 2 hours. Wang Ming lost track of time, his body drenched in sweat, but his fists and feet remained sharp until he broke through that barrier. Ding! You have earnestly practiced hand-to-hand combat proficiency 1. Your hand-to-hand combat has increased to LV 5. You have obtained the specialization, Inch Force Armor Breaker. Boom! It was like a sudden enlightenment. A flood of combat experience surged into Wang Ming's mind. He abruptly stopped, moving, his entire body trembling. Wang Ming snapped back to reality. This is... He opened his eyes in confusion, staring at his own hands. Hiss. So painful. At that moment, an intense wave of soreness overwhelmed him. He felt as if his whole body had fallen apart. Damn. My legs can't even hold me up. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside. Click. Ha! What are you doing? Xiao Rui pushed the door open, staring in astonishment at the drenched Wang Ming. Back. Quick. Help me up. Wang Ming said through gritted teeth. But before Xiao Rui's delicate hand could reach him, a pair of powerful hands firmly supported Wang Ming. Sir, be careful. Wang Ming turned to look at T-800's rugged face, the corner of his mouth twitching involuntarily. What happened? Xiao Rui hurried over but didn't reach out to support him. Sigh. Wang Ming let out a deep internal sigh, then said, Nothing, just exercised a bit. Exercised? You're way too intense. Xiao Rui's mouth slightly opened. It's fine, I'll recover after some rest. Wang Ming waved his hand. T-800 had already helped him sit down and began a professional massage. What is that you're holding? Only then did he notice the object in Xiao Rui's hand. This? Xiao Rui lifted the blue glowing orb in her hand, then said with a serious expression. I heard outside that special aberrants have recently infiltrated Hope City. This is a radiation detector. It reacts whenever an aberrant approaches. Special aberrants? What's that? Wang Ming was taken aback. According to data from the Hunters Guild, special aberrants influenced by radiation have gained abilities beyond their natural physique. Simply put, special aberrants possess supernatural powers. Behind him, T-800 explained methodically. Right. Xiao Rui nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at rice. I heard many people talking about it on the street. They say many have died in the past few nights. Her voice lowered. And it's in the northern district of Hope City, so I bought a detector just in case. Deaths. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. If even Hope City's security had casualties, this special aberrant must be quite formidable. Not just deaths, there's no clue at all. Wang Ming glanced at the detector in Xiao Rui's hand, feeling they might need more. Maybe we should buy a few more. Ha! One is enough. Meanwhile elsewhere, the night had grown deep. In a corner of Hope City's northern district, apart from the city center, most lights were out and people had gone to sleep. But in this darkness, a bizarre black shadow suddenly emerged. It seemed born from the shadows, yet darker than the night itself. This figure flickered for a moment, then plunged into the boundless darkness of the night. Puff, puff, puff. In the dead of night, Wang Ming mechanically fired his gun inside the room. Thanks to the silencer, the gunshots were as soft as the buzzing of a mosquito. This was a system bug he had encountered. There was no need to truly practice marksmanship. Simply firing the gun would gradually increase his proficiency. Therefore, he specifically purchased a large number of blank cartridges which were inexpensive and could be acquired by the basketful for just 1J. Thus Wang Ming could practice freely, increasing his proficiency with just a slight movement of his finger. Almost there, just a few more rounds and he'll max out. Click! He skillfully ejected the magazine with one hand and reloaded. His index finger repeatedly pulled the trigger, prioritizing speed over anything else. Ding! You practiced marksmanship seriously. Your proficiency in Firearm Mastery 1. Your Firearm Mastery has reached LV 5. You have gained the specialization Blind Fire Accuracy. Just like when unarmed combat reached its peak, a flood of skills and experiences surged into Wang Ming's brain, causing his fingers to involuntarily twitch as if recording muscle memory. This feeling. Wang Ming squinted, experiencing a sense of complete control over firearms, even a hint of effortless exhilaration. Blind Fire Accuracy. Your marksmanship has reached an extraordinary level, allowing you to hit vital targets without aiming. Piercing strike. Years of training have enabled you to concentrate all your strength in your fingertips, fist peaks, and elbows, unleashing penetrating force over short distances, ignoring most surface defenses of armored targets and causing internal injuries. 2 specializations, one gained after maxing out Firearm Mastery, the other after maxing out Unarmed Combat. Compared to the specializations obtained from skills like 8th set of Radio Calisthenics and Eye Care Exercise, these 2 specializations were evidently much more violent. One close combat and one ranged. This is a comprehensive enhancement. Tomorrow I can go hunting in the wilderness. Wang Ming shook his slightly stiff right hand, revealing a hint of a smile. Compared to unarmed combat, the improvement in Firearm Mastery was much less laborious. Buzz! Just as Wang Ming prepared to take a shower and rest, a faint vibration sound suddenly reached his ears. He turned to look and noticed a faint red light glowing at the door. It was the radiation detector. Knock, knock, knock. A gentle knocking sound followed. Wang Ming suddenly froze. The crimson radiation detector seemed to signify the identity of the person at the door. Swish! In an instant, Wang Ming quickly pulled out his silver Desert Eagle from his inventory, the magazine loaded with armor-piercing rounds. With the truth in hand, Wang Ming felt a little calmer. Yet he remained unmoved. However, the uninvited guest at the door showed no intention of leaving. He persistently knocked on the door as if he were tireless. Knock, knock, knock. Maybe the sound was too loud, and Xiao Rui suddenly came out from the inner room. Rubbing her sleepy eyes, she mumbled in a daze at Wang Ming's astonished gaze. Who? The knocking at the door suddenly paused. Bang! The door shook violently, the front door visibly deformed. This completely startled Xiao Rui awake and also roused Taizhan from standby. Bang! Knock! Before anyone could say anything, the door had already collapsed. At the door stood a boy about 1.3 to 1.4 meters tall, with a youthful face but an indifferent expression. Just by appearance he looked like a neighborhood boy. But it's a special aberrant. The radiation detector on the wall at the door was still emitting blood-red light. Xiao Rui immediately understood what had happened. Taizhan. As soon as Wang Ming shouted, Tieshan, who had long been ready, darted out like an arrow. With his inhuman physical attributes, this step was like teleportation, instantly arriving in front of the aberrant. Taizhan's fist, the size of a pot, struck with a force capable of shattering air. This punch would surely leave even the aberrant or a heavily armored black rhinoceros reeling. Yet, astonishingly, this powerful punch passed right through the aberrant upon contact. It went straight through. This scene left Wang Ming and the others dumbfounded. Even Taizhan's CPU showed a moment of lag. Even if he used various abilities to defend or evade, Taizhan could definitely react instantly, but passing right through. How was he supposed to respond? So Taizhan quickly created some distance, warily watching the opponent. Countless streams of data flashed in his eyes, analyzing the next response. Sir, the opponent possesses a special ability, and an effective countermeasure has not yet been found. Please maintain a safe distance from the opponent. I want to maintain distance too. Looking around, they were currently like fish in a barrel. Why won't you let me in? A crisp and youthful voice suddenly rang out as the aberrant had spoken. No one answered, yet he continued to question. Why won't you let me in? His voice became sharper. The scene made Wang Ming frown. Had this aberrant lost its mind? Why was he persistently asking this question? Aren't aberrants supposed to be bloodthirsty and irrational? Could this special aberrant actually possess intelligence? As Wang Ming scrutinized the other party curiously, the aberrant suddenly stepped into the room. Bang! Taizhan decisively fired the shotgun pellets, raining down like a fierce storm towards the aberrant's head. Wang Ming instinctively fired 3 shots in rapid succession, each aimed at the center of the aberrant's forehead. But even with such a dense barrage, the opponent only took a step back, and all the bullets passed straight through his forehead and various parts of his body. It'll take over. In the next second, Xiao Rui took the opportunity to return to the bedroom, bringing out her sniper rifle. Click! The 14.5mm bullet was chambered and then, bang! It exploded loudly. Whoosh! The bullet passed through the opponent and exploded against the wall in the courtyard, collapsing a section. Useless. Close combat is ineffective and ranged attacks are also futile. How to fight this? Watching the opponent step into the room again, Wang Ming's back was already drenched in cold sweat. Tap, tap, why won't you let me in? He continued to monotonously repeat the same sentence, his footsteps slow but rhythmically advancing. Snap! As he entered the room, suddenly darkened. The lights exploded. Bang! At the same time, Taizhan fired another shot. The flames spewing from the gun momentarily illuminated the room, but unsurprisingly it missed. I see. A stream of data flashed in Taizhan's eyes. After extensive simulation and analysis, he had begun to grasp some rules. Sir Miss Xiao, please follow my orders. When I say fire, please fire together. Okay. Tap, tap. Why won't you open the door for me? A cold, childish voice accompanied the footsteps drawing nearer. Taizhan remained unfazed, loading several spiral slugs into the chamber. Click! With a swift rotation, the bullets were pressed into the barrel. By then, the little boy had already reached the center of the room. Illumination mode maximum power. Whoosh! 2 colossal beams of light shot forth from Taizhan's pupils, exposing the little boy completely under the radiance. Now! Bang! Taizhan pulled the trigger, first followed closely by Wang Ming and finally Xiao Rui. After a momentary hesitation, she yanked the trigger fiercely. Bang! 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 Several bullets instantly bridged the spatial gap and then, slap! Multiple bloody holes burst open on the little boy's frail body. Hit! Wang Ming's heart surged with resolve, and he fired several more shots, emptying the magazine completely. Ah! On the other side, the little boy, struck by multiple bullets, let out a miserable shriek before his figure recoiled violently. It wasn't that he wanted to flee, but the immense kinetic force of the bullets made it impossible for him to stop his body from stumbling backward. Bang! Until a bullet blasted through his skull, the screams abruptly ceased. Ding! Successfully killed a special aberrant. Gained 1000 experience. Dead. Killed so easily, just like that. Wang Ming looked at Tieshan, his eyes brimming with confusion. Sir, this aberrant's special ability was likely related to light. In darkness, it could meld into or conceal itself using the shadows. So I used radiance to dispel the darkness around it, leaving it nowhere to hide. Taizhan explained calmly. Is that so? Wang Ming recalled how the boy had stepped inside earlier, but retreated when they opened fire, as if deliberately avoiding the light. And after he entered the room, the lights inexplicably exploded. So that's it. Everything made sense now. But before Wang Ming could say anything, Xiao Rui darted over and began groping Taizhan all over. Taizhan, how did you do that just now? Are you some kind of bio-augmented human? Yes, Miss Xiao is also aware of bio-augmented humans. I concealed it before fearing it might frighten you. Taizhan explained calmly. This reassured Wang Ming, who silently gave Taizhan a mental thumbs up, as expected of a T-9 series Terminator. Such adaptability, TSK, TSK. The next morning, due to last night's incident, Wang Ming planned to head to the Hunters Guild early, taking the special aberrant's corpse with him. Before leaving, he instructed Xiao Rui to find someone to replace the door. But as soon as he stepped onto the street, he keenly sensed something amiss. Unlike the usual security patrols, there were noticeably more patrol teams on the streets, and even motorcycles and patrol vehicles were equipped with radiation detectors, clearly searching for the special aberrant. It seems my place wasn't the first one hit last night. Wang Ming mused silently. But since the special aberrant was dead, they would never find it. Strangely enough, while the living special aberrant triggered radiation detectors from afar after its death, the detectors showed no response at all. I hope the guild doesn't refuse to acknowledge this. Wang Ming felt a twinge of anxiety. Sir, you worry too much. Based on my analysis, after the special aberrant lost its vital signs, its radiation converged internally within its body rather than disappearing. Is that so? At least no one will mistake me for a fraud. With that, the two drove straight to the Hunters Guild headquarters. Before long, Wang Ming arrived at the guild's premises. Taizhan carried a black cloth bag with one hand, and the two entered the Hunters Guild hall one after the other. At the front desk, the staff on duty that day were patiently serving hunters. As a major city, the Hope City Hunters Guild was far busier than the one in Salma Town. Thus, there were over a dozen windows here, yet they were still swamped with work. Wang Ming spotted a window with a shorter queue and bypassed the crowd to step forward. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Get in line. Damn, cutting in line at the Hunters Guild. Is this guy tired of living? Staff, this guy's cutting in line. Throw him out. Wang Ming's actions instantly sparked discontent among the crowd. Even in the Wasteland world, let alone in the peaceful era of his past life, no one tolerated unwarranted line cutting, especially in this post-apocalyptic wasteland. Sir, please wait patiently in line. Cutting is against guild regulations. The receptionist didn't scold him, but gently reminded him instead. Sorry, but this is an exceptional matter. I have information about the special aberrant. The one causing chaos in the northern district. Regardless of what. Wait, what did you say? Mid-sentence, the receptionist suddenly snapped to attention, staring at Wang Ming in disbelief. Are you sure you're not joking, sir? Kid, do you really have information on the special aberrant? A man behind him eyed Wang Ming suspiciously. Buddy, this isn't something to joke about. If you're lying, not only the Hunters Guild but the Law Enforcement Patrol might hold you accountable. Another man who overheard their conversation kindly warned him. Thanks for the reminder, but I do have the information. Wang Ming nodded in gratitude. This? I can't handle this myself. Please wait a moment, I'll fetch the supervisor. With that, the receptionist hurried toward the back. At this point, no one cared about Wang Ming cutting in line anymore. If he genuinely had information about the special aberrant, no one could fault him for cutting. If he was lying, the guild and patrol would deal with him, and they could simply watch the show. Wang Ming didn't have to wait long. The receptionist emerged, hurriedly followed by a middle-aged, attractive woman. Supervisor, it was this gentleman who said so. The receptionist pointed at Wang Ming and whispered to the woman beside her. All right, you may go back to work. The woman nodded, then walked straight toward Wang Ming. Though her steps were slightly rushed, her swaying waist and curvaceous figure still made for a pleasant sight. Sir, may we speak privately? Her voice was soft yet carried a mature allure. Certainly. Wang Ming nodded, then followed her with Taizhan. This is my partner. Seeing the woman glance at Tieshan, Wang Ming explained. All right. The two followed her deeper inside, eventually arriving at a spacious private room. Please have a seat. Would you like something to drink? She gestured gracefully and offered politely. No need for pleasantries. Let's get straight to business. Wang Ming waved his hand. He was here to negotiate. Taizhan. At the signal, Taizhan stepped forward and opened the black cloth bag with a flick, causing a small gaunt figure to tumble out. This? Thin, young, and covered in bullet wounds. This was unmistakably the corpse of a boy. Had it been anyone else, they would have instantly branded Wang Ming and his companion as deranged murderers, but she would not. Who was she? The director of the Hunters Guild in Hope City, a silver-rank hunter, Valsai. You too. What is this? Valsai quickly concealed her slight surprise and then asked with composure. Wang Ming, who had been observing Valsai's expression all along, saw her calm down instantly after a brief flicker of astonishment, and couldn't help but gain a newfound respect for the Hunters Guild staff. This is that special aberrant, but we killed it. Only we don't know why all its radiation has vanished. Wang Ming spoke. As for Taizhan's analysis results, he mentioned not a word. Some things were best left hinted at, for saying too much would do no good. I see. Valsai nodded, then reached behind her back and pulled out a silver needle. Under Wang Ming's astonished gaze, she plunged it straight into the aberrant's crown. What the hell? Testing poison with a silver needle. Could that even detect radiation? This is a germaniumian silver needle, specially used to detect radiation from special aberrants. Unlike ordinary aberrants, once a special aberrant loses its vital signs, all the radiation it carries converges within its body, eventually forming a radiation crystal. Seeing the astonishment on Wang Ming's face, Valsai explained softly. These were no great secrets, just known to few. After speaking, she cast a casual glance at Taizhan in the corner. That man had worn the same expression since entering, as if nothing could stir a ripple in him. So that's it. Wang Ming nodded, putting on a perfect look of sudden realization. In truth, he merely found the silver needle test amusing and cared little for the actual details. Fizz. As the germaniumian silver needle was withdrawn, its once bright silver tip now shimmered with iridescent colors. Indeed, it is a special aberrant. Valsai breathed a sigh of relief, a smile spreading across her face. Let me reintroduce myself, gentlemen. I am the director of the Hunters Guild's Hope City branch. My name is Valsai. That slight curl of her lips paired with her mature voice was truly captivating. Yet had the corpse at her feet not been a special aberrant, Valsai would not have been so amiable. Seeing her extended hand, Wang Ming stepped forward. Hello. He took the proffered hand. Cool yet incredibly smooth and delicate. Touched it briefly and let go. How do you two intend to handle this corpse? Valsai asked with a smile. Handle it? How the hell should he handle it? Head brought the thing to the Hunters Guild and she was asking him. Wang Ming sneered inwardly. She was making him name his price, taking him for a fool who didn't know the market. This thing is useless to us. Naturally we want to sell it. It all depends on what price Director Valsai can offer. Wang Ming smiled, faintly kicking the ball back to her. I see. Aberrants are rare and am not up to date on their current prices. Let me make an initial offer then, 3,000 J plus 1,000 contribution points. How about that? Valsai said with a feigned sincerity. Had it been anyone else who didn't know the ropes, they'd have jumped at the offer on the spot. But Wang Ming was different. He could bluff. Though he didn't know the true value, he understood one thing: if she dared open with that price, it meant the offer was low. Director Valsai, this price is a bit far from what I had in mind. Wang Ming shook his head calmly. Is that so? Valsai frowned, feigning deep thought as if weighing her options. Keep bluffing. Just keep at it. Wang Ming cursed inwardly. Then, they'll take the liberty of raising it one tier, 4,000 J plus 1,500 contribution points. That's the highest I can go as director. Any higher and it would exceed the market price. Valsai put on a troubled expression. 4,000 J plus 1,500 contribution points was indeed a substantial sum. But Wang Ming felt this wasn't the final price. Yet should he keep gambling? Somehow he sensed he shouldn't speak now. A fine offer, 4,000 J plus 1,500 contribution points. Director Valsai certainly knows how to do business. A melodious male voice suddenly rang out from outside the door, and then the private room's door swung open. A young man with a well-proportioned build and stylish hair strolled in. He wore a white suit, stepped in brown leather shoes, and had a fair, clean face tinged with a youthful arrogance. A true Wasteland noble. Leo, what are you doing here? Valsis' expression shifted slightly, then she glanced at the staff behind her. Seeing their troubled looks, she understood at once. The guy had barged in again, and there was nothing she could do about it. If I hadn't come, how could I have witnessed Director Valsis' brilliant performance? For 1,000 J, 1,500 contribution points. You think that's enough to snag a special aberrant? Leo clicked his tongue. Then he swept his gaze over Wang Ming and Tieshan, finally fixing it on Wang Ming. Sir, I am a representative of Hope City. My name is Leo. I'm also interested in this special aberrant. May I join the bidding? Though Leo appeared arrogant, he didn't lack proper etiquette. Of course. I'm here to do business, so it's fair competition. Highest bidder wins. Wang Ming smiled outwardly, but inwardly he was overjoyed. Selling things was best when there was a bidding war, just like an auction. Sometimes just to save face, a buyer would pay far more than an item's actual worth, which was a windfall for the seller. Thank you. Leo gave a slight nod of gratitude, then raised 5 fingers, and said softly, 5,000 J plus 2,000 contribution points. Ignoring Valsis' murderous glare, Leo casually brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. Huff! He took a deep breath. Valsai calmed down. She knew that her branch alone couldn't outbid Leo, but she was determined not to let him off without a fight. 8,000 J plus 2,000 contribution points. This price was already above market value, but Leo wouldn't care. Sure enough. No sooner had she spoken than Leo immediately countered. 10,000 J plus 2,000 contribution points. 10,000 J. That was a high price. You really are rolling in money. Valsai sneered but ceased competing. Though she wanted to annoy Leo, she wouldn't fight him to the death and damage their relationship. Still, that kid got lucky. She glanced at Wang Ming, whose smile was already uncontrollable, and at Tieshan, who remained as stoic as ever. Buddy, she's not going any higher. This price is already excellent. What do you say? Leo flicked his hair and stepped forward. Of course. Highest bidder wins. It's yours now. Upon exiting the Hunters Guild, Wang Ming found an additional 10000 J in his inventory and 2000 contribution points registered in the guild system. Instead of heading straight home, he diverted to the Northern District trading market to replenish his ammunition and equipment for the upcoming operations. After paying the standard entry fee of 10 J, Wang Ming led Iron Mountain straight to a weapon shop that exuded an air of sophistication. The moment he stepped inside, he was secretly taken aback. Setting aside the quality of the weapons and equipment, the mere decor surpassed that of Salmatown by an immeasurable margin. To draw a comparison, the Iron Family weapon shop in Salmatown was akin to a modest clean-in, while this establishment was nothing short of a 5-star hotel. The disparity was stark. As Wang Ming entered, a dedicated service attendant promptly approached to guide him. Good day, sirs. What may I assist you with? The attendants were uniformly young women. A definite plus. Though none matched Tai Shanshan in beauty, each possessed a youthful radiance. We're here to purchase some ammunition, Wang Ming remarked inwardly. Ammunition? Please follow me. They had barely taken a few steps when Wang Ming noticed a crowd gathered around a counter, apparently queuing to buy something. What's for sale over there? It seems quite popular, Wang Ming inquired, pointing at the crowd. Ah, that's a new batch of blood chi pills. Would you two be interested? Blood chi pills. Another unfamiliar term. Yes, you can think of them as supplements. Since gene serums are extremely scarce and prohibitively expensive, blood chi pills emerged as an alternative, the young lady explained with a smile. I see. I'll take a look first. Wang Ming's interest was piqued. Despite his newfound wealth, he still couldn't afford a gene serum. Even the most basic gene repair serum type 1 required 3000J and 3000 contribution points. With only 2700 points to his name, he fell short. After queuing for about 10 minutes, it was finally Wang Ming's turn, and he laid eyes on the true form of the blood chi pill. These so-called blood chi pills looked like tiny pitch-black pellets, each sealed in a transparent glass vial neatly arranged within an exquisite glass counter. Sir, how many vials of blood chi pills would you like? The counter attendant asked softly. What exactly are their effects? Sir, the primary function of blood chi pills is to replenish the body's vitality and enhance physical constitution. Though they lack the gene-perfecting properties of gene repair serums, they rival the type 1 serum in terms of physical enhancement. The attendant, far from impatient, explained with remarkable patience. Enhance physical constitution. That essentially meant boosting attributes. Wang Ming's eyes lit up. Although he could continuously gain attributes through the system, who would ever complain about having too many? If blood chi pills could enhance attributes combined with the attribute boosts from skill upgrades, he would be reaping immense benefits. How much do they cost? 300J per vial with 30 pills in each. Typically 1 pill is taken in the morning and 1 in the evening, the attendant said gently. 300J. Wang Ming paused. Not too expensive. In fact, it was surprisingly cheap. If it could truly enhance physical constitution, 300J was a bargain. Compared to gene repair serums, it was unbelievably affordable. Even an ordinary hunter could afford it with some effort. Then, give me 1 vial. Certainly, that'll be 300J. After paying, Wang Ming proceeded with Iron Mountain to purchase a batch of ammunition and also custom order 100 rounds of various types of 14.5mm bullets. Xiao Rui's sniper rifle, the Reaper, wasn't a standard firearm. The 14.5mm large caliber ammunition had to be custom made. Thus another 400J was deducted, bringing the total expenditure to 700J. By the time Wang Ming and his companion returned home, the door had already been replaced with a new one. Xiao Rui was at home polishing her large sniper rifle. Back already? Yeah, I ordered a batch of custom bullets for you. They should be ready for pickup tomorrow. Thanks a lot, Captain. Xiao Rui chuckled, then returned her focus to cleaning the components. Wang Ming meanwhile took out the vial of blood chi pills. Iron Mountain, see if you can analyze the ingredients and check for any harmful effects on the human body. Understood, sir. Although Wang Ming was eager to consume the pills to boost his attributes, he insisted on necessary testing. Iron Mountain possessed some medical knowledge, and with the processing power of the celestial network system, a preliminary analysis should be feasible. What are you talking about? Xiao Rui looked up puzzled. This. Wang Ming shook the glass vial in his hand. I bought some blood chi pills at the trading market. They're said to enhance physical constitution. Blood chi pills. Xiao Rui nodded. I've heard of them. You know about them. How effective are they? Any side effects? Wang Ming pressed. Well, I haven't taken them myself, but I've heard that most hunters who can't afford gene serums use these. They're quite popular among hunters, and I haven't heard of any side effects, Xiao Rui answered truthfully. I see. Wang Ming nodded as Iron Mountain completed his preliminary analysis. Sir, the blood chi pill likely contains the flesh and blood of wild beasts along with some chi-replenishing herbs. My database lacks specific details on these herbs, but based on simulations, no adverse effects have been detected so far. Iron Mountain's words reassured Wang Ming. Alright, I'll give it a try. He took out a dark round pill and swallowed it in one gulp. Want one? He shook the vial toward Xiao Rui. No thanks. It probably won't do much for me. Xiao Rui quickly waved her hand. Is that so? Wang Ming glanced at her but said nothing more. He had long suspected that someone wielding a heavy sniper rifle like the Reaper with physical attributes far beyond ordinary was no commoner. At the very least, she had likely used gene serums. TSK, she must come from wealth or status. As Wang Ming pondered, a sudden surge of heat erupted in his stomach, spreading throughout his body. The effect had kicked in. Without delay, he began practicing the health-preserving Tai Chi. Once, twice, thrice. After more than a dozen repetitions, the scorching sensation gradually subsided. Ding! You diligently practiced the health-preserving Tai Chi. Your proficiency in health-preserving Tai Chi has increased by 5. Ding! You diligently. A cascade of system notifications made Wang Ming gasp sharply. 5-fold proficiency gain efficiency. The 12 rounds of Tai Chi had netted a total of 60 proficiency points. That tiny pill had granted him a 5-fold benefit. He checked the proficiency of health-preserving Tai Chi. It had reached 480,500. Just one step away. Not only that, but his constitution had also increased by 0.1. It was nothing short of a miraculous elixir. How are you? Seeing Wang Ming's face turning somewhat flushed, Xiao Rui stepped forward with concern and asked. Although she had never heard of the blood chi pill having side effects, she had never used it herself, so she knew very little about its actual effects. I'm fine, I feel great now. Wang Ming waved his hand, still immersed in immense joy. After all, it was a 5-fold experience pill. He remembered that this item was to be taken twice a day, once in the morning and once in the evening. He glanced at his attribute panel and the eagerly awaiting health-nurturing Tai Chi. This dosage is useless for me. I need to increase it. He grinned, then took out another blood chi pill and put it into his mouth. Hey! You! Xiao Rui beside him was instantly dumbfounded. Although she had never used the blood chi pill, she still knew basic common sense. Any medicine, even gene potions, had an interval period. Taking it multiple times in a short time wouldn't stack the effects. The medicinal power simply couldn't be absorbed and would instead impose a great burden on the body. But Wang Ming didn't give her a chance to say this. The pill was already down his throat. Here it comes. Whoosh! Wang Ming let out a low shout, his face instantly turning crimson. That scorching sensation spread from his stomach throughout his entire body in an instant. Not just his cheeks, the skin all over his body turned bright red like a boiled lobster. It was the medicinal power driving his blood and chi to surge wildly through his meridians. This pill has power. Wang Ming's spirits were high. He felt as if his entire body was brimming with strength, and if he didn't release it somehow he would surely be suffocated. He dared not delay and immediately began the movements. Parting the wild horse's mane on both sides, white crane spreads its wings. The slow-moving Tai Chi came to him effortlessly. Though the movements appeared soft and weak, the surging blood and chi were firmly restrained, guided by health-nurturing Tai Chi to circulate along a specific route where it was rapidly absorbed. And this was the terrifying aspect of health-nurturing Tai Chi. As a guiding fist technique for strengthening the body, health-nurturing Tai Chi had been completely transformed after arriving in the Wasteland world and being recorded by the system. Though named for health, it was in truth a supreme body-tempering fist technique. It was precisely because of the special nature of health-nurturing Tai Chi that Wang Ming could take the blood chi pill consecutively without harm. Of course, the reason the blood chi pill could exert such a great effect was also due to health-nurturing Tai Chi. When others took the blood chi pill, they could only absorb a very limited amount of its medicinal power, often wasting 70 to 80% during absorption. But Wang Ming was different. Guided and absorbed by health-nurturing Tai Chi, he could fully absorb the pill's power in the shortest possible time. Not a single bit wasted. Once. Twice. 3 times. 4 times. Ding! You have earnestly practiced health-nurturing Tai Chi proficiency 5. Your health-nurturing Tai Chi has been upgraded to LV 3. The next second, Wang Ming's body suddenly paused. A vast insight instantly imprinted itself into his mind, and at the same time a cool sensation spread throughout his body, completely suppressing that scorching heat. He seemed to enter a mysterious state, and the health-nurturing Tai Chi in his hands unconsciously performed itself. Though the movements were still the same this time, there was an indescribable charm to them. What kind of boxing is he practicing? Xiao Rui, who had been watching Wang Ming, finally couldn't help but ask. The gentleman said it's called health-nurturing Tai Chi, used to strengthen the body. Health-nurturing Tai Chi. Xiao Rui frowned. She had no recollection of this set of boxing. And could such slow, soft, and weak boxing really strengthen the body? But seeing that he seemed to be fine, Xiao Rui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Forget it. As long as he's okay. She shook her head helplessly. Name Wang Ming. Level LV 4, 38004000. Class Gunslinger. Race Human. Lifespan 2265. Strength 1, 5. Physique 1. Agility 1, 5. Spirit 6, 1. Talent Gun Master. Specialties: limb coordination, sharp gaze, inch force, armor, break, blind shot, certain hit. Skills: health-nurturing Tai Chi LV 3, 401008. Set of radio calisthenics LV 5. Eye exercises LV 5. Barehanded combat LV 5. Thermal weapon proficiency LV 5. Gun combat tactics LV 2. 100,000 200 gun fu LV 2. 100,000 200 armament maintenance LV 20200. Items: silver desert eagle. Omitted. After Wang Ming had fully digested everything, this attribute panel was laid before him. First, the lifespan column. Health Nurturing Tai Chi at level 3 directly provided 20 years of life. It pulled Wang Ming back from the brink of being short-lived. Second, the breakthrough of Health Nurturing Tai Chi also increased his physique and spirit attributes by 0.1 each, combined with the 0.2 increase in physique from taking the Blood Chi pill twice. His physique attribute had another small breakthrough. In summary, the Blood Chi pill was truly incredible. Late at night at the North City District Security Bureau. As the base for the North City District Patrol Enforcement Team, this place was usually the most heavily guarded. But today it seemed somewhat chaotic. What? 2 more dead? Weren't they already killed? How could there be more casualties? In the office hall of the Security Bureau, Luo Feng, the head of the North City District Security Bureau, stood up and slammed the table. This? Director Luo were not sure of the specifics, but the scene is consistent with the previous methods. It might. He glanced at Luo Feng's livid face, then finally gritted his teeth and voiced his speculation. Might be more than one special aberrant. More than one. Luo Feng clenched his fists tightly, his expression extremely grim, and finally slumped back into his seat. The special aberrant had already made the North City District uneasy, and we just released a safety notice. Now this happens. How will the headquarters view our North City District? Director Luo, the priority is to mobilize personnel and increase patrol intensity, then report to headquarters. I think even headquarters wouldn't expect 2 special aberrants to appear in the North City District simultaneously. Luo Feng rubbed his throbbing temples and took a deep breath. Handle the patrol arrangements. They'll go to headquarters personally to report. Yes. On the other side, in a dark corner of the North City District, a strange figure flickered continuously among the shadows, constantly shifting positions, as if searching for something. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. An ethereal weeping echoed endlessly from the dark corner, like the whispers of a demon. The flickering seemed erratic, yet each position drew closer to Wang Ming's home. Yet she lingered at each spot for a considerable time, as if ascertaining something. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. She flickered into another shadow, her mournful cries just then caught by a passing couple. What's that sound? They exchanged a glance. It was the dead of night, enough to send chills down one's spine. Could it be a mutant? The girl pressed closer to her boyfriend, her face pale. How could it be? The Security Bureau issued a safety notice. The mutant has been killed. How could there be another? The boy waved his hand dismissively, but the sound. It sounds like someone's searching. I'll go check it out. No, don't. The girl clutched her boyfriend's arm tightly. Relax, I'll just take a peek. Besides. He flipped his coat, revealing the badge on his chest. Your man is a hunter. With that, he strode toward the dark corner. It was only a dozen paces away. As he stepped fully into the shadow, a graceful silhouette appeared faintly before his eyes. Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai. Now he heard it clearly. A woman's voice. Even from her back, he could tell she was a stunningly alluring figure. Hey beautiful. Looking for a pet? He blew at the fringe on his forehead, thinking himself suave, then approached slowly. It's late and you're all alone. Dangerous. How about I help you look? No reply, but the figure ceased her mournful calls. Don't worry, I'm no bad guy. I'm a hunter from the Hunter Guild. Thinking she was scared, he kindly explained. Yet she remained silent. Seeing this, he froze, his advancing steps halting abruptly. Though he was a dashing charmer fond of admiring beauties and striking up conversations, he was no fool. After all, he was a registered hunter in the guild. A voluptuous woman searching for something in a dim corner late at night was odd enough, but failing to respond twice. That was definitely suspicious. Could she be a wanted criminal? He muttered to himself. After all, hunters doubled as bounty hunters, so it was natural she might fear him. Thinking this, his hand moved to the pistol at his waist. Miss, I believe I can help. How about we talk? His gun was already aimed at her. Still no reply. Away. Just then his girlfriend's voice came from behind. Why are you here? I was worried about you. She spotted the gun in her boyfriend's hand and her heart trembled. Away signaled her to stay quiet, then motioned for her to keep her distance. In that instant, the figure moved. She hadn't turned yet, she appeared right before them. A pale, bloodless face suddenly loomed into view. Ah! The shock made the girl scream. Without a second thought, Away fired his pistol. Bang! 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 At point-blank range, every shot hit. But bizarrely, the figure's expression remained unchanged and the bullets struck her abdomen. Without a scratch. Impossible! Xiao Bai! Where is Xiao Bai? An icy voice emanated from her. In that moment, Away knew. This was no wanted criminal. This was a mutant, a special mutant. Even without a radiation detector, he could guess. Unlike ordinary mutants, special mutants lacked red pupils and sometimes looked exactly like humans. What made them special was their supernatural abilities. the ability to ignore bullets. What else could it be but a special mutant? Hadn't the Security Bureau declared the special mutant in the North District eliminated? What was going on? Away's mind raced, countless thoughts flashing through, but only one remained. Run! He shoved his girlfriend hard, then wrapped his left arm around the figure, pulling the trigger frantically until the magazine was empty. Not expecting to harm her, he only hoped to delay her for a moment. But reality was harsh. His left arm swung through empty air. The figure had vanished. No! Away turned sharply to see his girlfriend, who had fallen aside, engulfed by a shadow. Xiaolian! Ugh! His body wouldn't move. Horror seized Away. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a strange shadow writhing at his feet. Following it, the shadow stretched all the way to the one covering Xiaolian. What kind of monster was this? Having never encountered a special mutant, he had no idea how to fight back. Conventional weapons were useless. A wave of hopeless despair washed over Away. If only I hadn't insisted on coming. Xiaolian and I wouldn't be. As regret consumed him, the writhing shadow devoured them both. In moments, only two pale, withered corpses remained. Xiao Bai! My Xiao Bai! The eerie figure, still weeping, softly flickered and vanished into the endless darkness. Captain Li Hayraced, the latest corpse, same as the others, drained of flesh and blood. At the North District Security Bureau, Li Ying stared at the report, a lightning bolt of insight striking his mind. Quick! Retrieve the trajectory map of the last special mutant. Yes, sir. He had a hunch but needed confirmation. Soon a subordinate brought a stack of files. Li Ying pulled out the scene investigation maps and routes. After comparing them, his pupils contracted sharply. That's it. This creature was following the exact same route as the previous special mutant. Was it? Searching for him? Then its next destination would be... Attention! Mobilize everyone in the North District Security Bureau. Arm up and stand by. Li Ying shouted. Captain Li. This? Director Luo hasn't returned yet. Opportunity knocks but once. Besides, Director Luo left me in full charge before he left. We'll deal with any issues later. Li Ying was adamant. Having predicted the special mutant's next move, he couldn't let it escape. Moreover, capturing a special mutant would put his name on the map. Not just with Director Luo but at headquarters. Yes, sir. No one dared to object. At Li Ying's command, the North District Security Bureau sprang into action. All weapons, equipment, and armored vehicles were deployed to a specific area in the North District. The massive commotion startled many residents awake. No one knew what was happening, but a vast net had already ensnared a certain part of the North District. A heavenly net was cast, waiting for the special mutant to fall into the trap. At dawn, after breakfast, Wang Ming and his two companions packed their gear and planned to head to the wilderness. He was just shy of some experience points to level up again, so he naturally intended to find a couple of unfortunate wild beasts to grind for experience. But as soon as they stepped outside, the trio sensed something was amiss. Near his home, numerous patrol vehicles had appeared out of nowhere and heavy weaponry was positioned all around. This was no routine patrol. It looked like they were preparing for battle. What's going on? Many residents were watching from the streets, pointing but keeping their distance. Looks like a lockdown. Xiao Rui muttered. They drove slowly, but before they could go far, an olive-green armored vehicle blocked their path. Screech! The tires groaned as the car braked sharply. A tall, upright, middle-aged man stepped down from the vehicle. I was just about to look for you all. The man was Li Ying from the North City District Security Bureau. For us? Wang Ming frowned. He had never dealt with the North City District Security Bureau before, and they had only been in Hope City for a few days. Don't be nervous. I just need to discuss something with you. Let me introduce myself. I'm Li Ying, captain of the Law Enforcement Patrol Unit of the North City District Security Bureau. Li Ying wore a smile, clearly not looking for trouble. Please go ahead, Captain Li. Wang Ming suppressed his doubts and remained composed. Seeing Wang Ming's calm demeanor, Li Ying nodded inwardly. No wonder he was the one who killed the special aberrant. Truly a strong person had their own bearing. Organizing his thoughts, Li Ying spoke solemnly. I know you are the hunters who eliminated the special aberrant. On behalf of the North City residents, I thank you. But I'm disturbing you because another incident has occurred and... Li Ying glanced at Wang Ming, Taishan, and Xiao Rui, then said gravely, it concerns your personal safety. What does that mean? Wang Ming furrowed his brow. They hadn't deliberately concealed their killing of the special aberrant, so it was no surprise that the North City District Security Bureau, as the official power of Hope City, knew about it. But what did he mean by their personal safety? Had they offended someone by killing the aberrant? Valshir? Or Leo? As he pondered, Li Ying hurriedly said, don't misunderstand. I'm talking about another special aberrant. Another one? Li Ying's words were shocking. Xiao Rui's eyes widened. Even Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. Only Taishan remained calm. Captain Li, do you mean there's more than one special aberrant hiding in the North District? Wang Ming had a bad feeling. Heh. As far as we know there are two. You killed one and the remaining one. Li Ying gave a bitter smile and glanced at them. The remaining one is probably looking for the one you killed. So they were being targeted. Damn it. Was this special aberrant pulling the old trick of beat the small fry and the big one shows up? Captain Li, do you mean he's after us? Wang Ming took a deep breath and asked calmly. I can't guarantee it, but based on our analysis this aberrant's path matches the previous one exactly. The last stop should be your residence. Since you know its route, why not set an ambush in advance? Xiao Rui said matter-of-factly. Alas, we did set an ambush, but she got away. Li Ying gave a helpless, bitter smile. As you can see, we staked out last night, but this creature's abilities are extremely slippery. After just one wave of our attack, she vanished into thin air, and we couldn't catch her. Recalling the previous night, Li Ying scratched his head in frustration. The special aberrant's ability seemed tied to shadows and darkness. As long as she was in the shadows, she was completely unharmed. Even a silver-tier hunter they dispatched came back empty-handed, and she managed to injure several of their people. In the end, she escaped blatantly. She only appears at night, never during the day, and night seems to be her home turf. We have no good solution, so. Li Ying fixed his gaze on Wang Ming. You want us to handle it? No. I mean, I hope you three can cooperate with us to trap her at her final stop. They had been caught off guard before not knowing her abilities, but now. Humph. Wang Ming couldn't refuse now. This thing was coming for them. Sigh. Captain Li, let's talk in private. Good. Li Ying's eyes lit up. That was exactly what he wanted. Late at night, Wang Ming and his companions stood silently in the room with only the living room light on. He quietly summoned his attribute panel. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 5300-5000. Class Gunslinger, race, human, lifespan 2265, strength 1. 5. Constitution 1. 8 agility 1. 5 spirit 6. 17. 1. Talent Gunmaster, expertise limb coordination, sharp gaze, inch force, armor break, blind shot, hit skills, omitted items omitted. This morning after discussing the plan with Li Ying, he rushed to the wilderness, killed a few wild beasts and reached level 5. He also promoted Taishan again. Now Taishan was a T-950. Name T-950, special hero, race mechanical, race strength 55, constitution 60, agility 25, spirit 0, talent Skynet processor 3, expertise precision work skills, localized liquid metal arms. Liquid metal. That's right. The T-950 model of Taishan now utilized liquid metal, though only in his arms, but it was still a massive upgrade. His arms were equipped with 2 types of ranged weapons and multiple melee forms. In complex combat scenarios, he far surpassed the T-900. This gave Wang Ming more confidence in the upcoming fight with the special aberrant. He checked the time. It was already midnight. Rui, remember to wait for my command. Turn it on only when I say so. This creature's abilities are tricky. We can't afford any mistakes. Wang Ming reminded her again. After all, you can guard against thieves for 1,000 days but not 1,000 nights. If they failed this time, they would never have peace. Got it. Xiao Rui nodded solemnly. Taishan, the rest is up to you. Understood, sir. As soon as he finished speaking, a faint sound of footsteps came from outside the door. All three, with their superior hearing, immediately went on alert. Tap, tap. The footsteps grew closer, seeming to stop right behind the door. Woo! Little white. My little bai. The faint sobbing stirred Wang Ming's irritation. Sniveling and hiding your face. If you've got the guts, come out. Wang Ming cursed and the door fell silent. But within moments, the newly replaced door flew inward with a loud crash. Bang! The twisted, deformed door slammed heavily into the inner room, landing squarely on Wang Ming's heart. Damn, that was my brand new door. Wang Ming felt a pang of pain in his chest. You're a special aberrant. Why break down the door violently when you could just walk in? Wang Ming glared resentfully at the figure stepping inside. It was a woman, tall and curvaceous, with long black hair covering her face. She advanced step by step. But, not yet. Come a little closer. A little closer. Watching the figure cross the threshold and continue approaching, Wang Ming calculated the distance silently. 1, 2, 3, now! With a sharp shout, Xiao Rui pressed the switch at her side. In an instant, the room blazed with light. Not only that, but countless searchlights blazed to life around Wang Ming's house, illuminating the area for 100 meters as bright as day. Darkness was utterly banished. The special aberrant let out a piercing shriek at the sudden change. Instead of fleeing, she lunged fiercely at Wang Ming. Courting death. A cold glint flashed in Wang Ming's eyes as he pulled the trigger of his Desert Eagle. Bang! A tongue of crimson flame erupted as an explosive round hurtled toward the enemy. Taishan fired several shots in quick succession, a hail of pellets covering her entire body. Xiao Rui fired last, but the hunter's muzzle velocity far exceeded ordinary firearms. Its unique 14.5 mm bullet fired later struck first, slamming into the center of her brow. Thud! A series of muffled impacts sent blood splattering. A terrifying crater caved in at the center of her forehead. But she still didn't die. Ah! With a shrill scream, she flickered and lunged to the side, toward the dining table. Damn it! Stop her! Wang Ming suddenly realized. Though the room was bright as day, beneath the table lay nothing but shadows. But it was too late to react. Several bullets swept through, striking only the table, while the special aberrant had already vanished. This? Wang Ming froze. He never imagined that after such a volley the creature would survive and find a gap to slip through. Damn it! Don't go near it. Just blast the table and chairs to pieces. I want to see if she can still hide when everything's reduced to splinters. Wang Ming snarled, raising his hand to fire rapidly. Taishan followed orders without hesitation. One blast from his shotgun rent the furniture with countless holes. This job. The shotgun handled it with ease. Xiao Rui, however, found the heavy hunter sniper rifle less effective against the table. Each shot left only a single hole. Just as they were furiously shredding the furniture, a squad of fully armed soldiers rushed in. But they froze at the doorway. From their perspective, Wang Ming and his team seemed to be madly spraying the dining table, sending wood chips flying. Isn't this supposed to be a hunt for a special aberrant? What's going on here? How should I know? Captain Li's here. Go ask him. The soldiers hesitated, stepping aside as Li Ying strode over. What's the situation? Why aren't you moving in to support? Li Ying called out urgently from a distance. For this operation he had mobilized nearly all the elite forces and weaponry of the North District. More than enough for a small-scale battle. If they failed now, no. It must succeed, not fail. Captain Li, see for yourself. The advance squad gave a wry smile, pointing toward the inner room where gunfire still echoed. Li Ying frowned and strode over. When his eyes took in the scene inside, he too froze. The absurd sight made him wonder if the special aberrant possessed other abilities, like illusions or mind control. Wang Ming. After a pause, Li Ying couldn't help shouting. What the hell is going on? Where's the aberrant? What are you doing? Don't just stand there gawking. Come help. It's hiding in the shadows. Wang Ming snapped, swiftly reloading and resuming his assault. What? Li Ying instantly understood. Quick, help them. At his command, a barrage of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down on Wang Ming's dining table. Searchlights. Shine them over there. A portable searchlight was brought in, its intense beam engulfing the area around the table. Shadows nearly vanished. Captain, let's use grenades. Someone suggested. No. Li Ying refused without a second thought. Not because he feared destroying Wang Ming's house, but because the smoke from grenades might provide cover for the aberrant. Damn it! Bring more searchlights. I refuse to believe she can still hide. Li Ying was growing desperate. After all this effort, he couldn't let her escape. Click, click, click. Several more searchlights were carried inside, illuminating the dining area from every angle without a single shadow. Yet the aberrant remained hidden, and the table and chairs had been reduced to splinters. Li Ying frowned, staring intently. Wang Ming, are you sure she's there? The gunfire had ceased, but the tension was palpable. Positive. She took a full volley right in front of us, then dove into this shadow, Wang Ming affirmed. But he hadn't expected her ability to be so powerful and inescapable. Even under such intense light where shadows were nearly non-existent, she still managed to hide. They were at a loss. In reality, lighting could never achieve absolute shadowlessness. That was merely an ideal. Even though the table had been blasted into a heap of wood chips, those chips were three-dimensional. Tiny bumps, crevices, and gaps where light couldn't fully penetrate, leaving faint dark spots and minuscule shadows. If she could exploit even that, she was practically invincible. Silence. Li Ying naturally trusted Wang Ming's word, but they had cornered her completely, yet here they were one step short. Damn it. So what do we do now? Wang Ming was equally troubled. The creature's abilities were far too overpowered, and she was incredibly resilient. Compared to the last special aberrant, this one was a true boss. Such an ability can't be without cost. I think. Before Li Ying could finish, a figure suddenly burst from the wreckage of the dining table. It was the special aberrant. A thunderous barrage erupted. With nerves already frayed, the group instinctively pulled their triggers at the fleeting shadow, unleashing a hail of bullets like a torrential downpour. Yet the figure moved with such astonishing speed that she evaded most of the projectiles. A piercing shriek tore through the air as the remaining bullets embedded themselves into her body, but still they failed to halt her advance. In the blink of an eye, she lunged toward a soldier, and before the stunned eyes of all present, she vanished into his shadow with a swift flicker. Not good. Wang Ming's heart sank with a sense of dread. Quick! Everyone scatter! Li Ying barked the order, and in an instant all personnel retreated from the soldier, maintaining a vigilant distance. Before anyone could react further, the soldier let out a muffled sob. Countless bullet holes inexplicably bloomed across his body, and blood sprayed forth in a torrent. A gaping hole in particular tore through his forehead. This sight sent a chill down everyone's spine and struck a chord of shock deep within Wang Ming. Could this creature be transferring damage? Leaving aside the other wounds, the bullet hole on the forehead was unmistakably from Xiao Rui's shot. Had this thing somehow resurrected at full strength? With a dull thud, the soldier collapsed to the ground, his life extinguished in an instant. Searchlights! Li Ying roared, his face twisted with fury. Though the abilities of special aberrations were bizarre and varied, he never imagined this one's power would prove so intractable. This was a problem that numbers or weaponry simply couldn't solve. This thing's too fast, we need distance. Wang Ming scanned his surroundings, realizing for the first time just how cramped his home felt. Captain Li, have your men raise this house to the ground. Agreed. Li Ying didn't hesitate, as the same thought had already crossed his mind. The confined space was only hampering their efforts. Order the armored vehicle to flatten this place. Sir. One of his subordinates acknowledged and departed. The group poured out of the building in a surge, and searchlights converged on the residence and the surrounding hundreds of meters, striving to minimize every trace of shadow. With the armored vehicle's demolition and the blast of grenades, the modest home barely lived in was reduced to rubble in moments. Captain Li, you'll have to compensate me for a new house after this. Wang Ming winced as he watched, knowing full well the suggestion was his, yet feeling a deep pang of loss. Don't worry. Once this is over, I'll file a request and get you an even better house. Li Ying promised. If it meant destroying this monster, he'd secure a luxury villa for Wang Ming, let alone a simple house. Before long, only a stretch of debris remained. What now? With the house leveled, Li Ying's temples throbbed as he grappled with the next move. They couldn't just wait around indefinitely. Taizhan. Wang Ming turned his gaze toward Taizhan. When it came to analysis and problem-solving, the human mind was far inferior to a cybernetic brain. Sir, based on the available intelligence, the target likely possesses the ability to transfer damage, but the shadow host must be a living organism. Her risky emergence from the table scraps suggests two possibilities. Taizhan analyzed calmly. First, her injuries are too severe, forcing her to seek a new host. Second, her ability cannot sustain prolonged stays in the shadow realm. Pausing, Taizhan continued. If it's the former, our current means cannot counteract her power. But if it's the latter, she is doomed today. So, we just have to wait. Wang Ming frowned. The optimal solution is to use me as bait. Taizhan's words were startling. Huh? Li Ying's reaction was even more pronounced than Wang Ming's. This giant Tieshan who had followed Wang Ming since Salma Town. Was he truly this fearless? Wang Ming, though initially taken aback, was now earnestly weighing the feasibility. Li Ying's eyelids twitched at the sight, and he stole a glance at Xiao Rui. Bait? Wang Ming muttered to himself. It was actually a viable plan, as Taizhan had analyzed the damage transferability only worked on living organisms. As a Terminator series robot, Taizhan had no such vulnerabilities, coupled with his monstrous physical attributes and indestructible alloy frame. This plan was feasible. But how will you lure her out? That was the crux of the issue. If she entered Taizhan's shadow, she might be unable to transfer damage, but she could still remain hidden, becoming a ticking time bomb by Wang Ming's side. It'll make her come out on her own. Make her come out? What did that mean? Wang Ming was utterly bewildered. Seeing his confusion, Taizhan patiently explained. If I injure her severely before she enters my shadow, she'll be forced to emerge again. Understood. That was the safest approach. They wouldn't gamble on how long she could hide in the shadow realm. They'd bet on her need to transfer damage after a grievous wound. Approved. Wang Ming nodded, greenlighting Taizhan's operation. Then, under the astonished and stunned gazes of the crowd, Taizhan strode step by step toward the fallen soldier. 1 step, 2 steps, until he was just a pace away. A figure suddenly surged from the ground, lunging straight at Taizhan. Though fast under the glare of the searchlights, the only shadow available to her was the one beneath Taizhan's feet. Unable to use her ability, she relied solely on her physical speed. But Tieshan, with his agility stat of 25, was even faster. A trio of spiral high-explosive slugs erupted from his weapon. The immense impact at such close range taught the aberration a harsh lesson. 3 smoking holes appeared on her chest and abdomen, and amidst her agonized screams, even her movements faltered. And this, it allowed everyone to see her clearly. Just as I thought. She had indeed transferred the damage. Apart from the 3 smoking holes on her torso, there were no other wounds. This sight made Li Ying's heart tremble. It was hopeless. As he thought this, a sudden gale swept through the air in the next second. No, it wasn't a gale. It was the motion of Taizhan's fist. That punch carried such immense kinetic force that it stirred the air, creating a powerful gust. With a sharp crack, only a shattered arm remained on the spot. She wasn't that fast. I shouldn't have used the shotgun. Taizhan glanced with some regret at the lever-action shotgun in his hand. It was the first weapon Wang Ming had given him, but now it seemed to be falling behind. He slung the shotgun back over his shoulder and waited in silence. Nearby, both Li Ying and the other security bureau soldiers were rendered speechless. That punch just now. Could a human deliver such a blow? Had it actually created a sonic boom? After a brief silence, Li Ying finally snapped back to reality. Though awestruck by the punches, his face was now etched with anxiety. Damn it! If such a severe injury gets transferred to Taizhan, then all the effort of that punch would be wasted. Li Ying was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan nearly jumping off the ground. In contrast, Wang Ming remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm that momentarily bewildered Li Ying. Could it be that he was seeing things? The special aberrant hadn't emerged. Ah! Just then a piercing wail suddenly erupted. A shadow surged and writhed violently from within the shadow of Taizhan. Forget about seeing things. This was clearly entering the shadow of Taizhan. Li Ying cursed inwardly, momentarily bewildered by the 3 of them. This? He pointed toward Tieshan, utterly at a loss for words. Smack! However, there was no need for him to say anything more, as Taizhan had already taken the lead. The aberrant was evidently gravely injured, and upon realizing it couldn't transfer its injuries onto Tieshan, it failed to linger within Taizhan's shadow for long. Just as the weakened figure barely peeked out, Taizhan couldn't wait any longer. He swiftly grasped her shoulder and yanked hard. He directly pulled her out from the shadow as if yanking a radish. Not giving her a chance to escape back into the shadows, Taizhan's palm had already soared up. Smack! In a crisp explosion of sound, that disheveled head was utterly smashed by a single blow. All the soldiers from the security bureau, including Li Ying, stared wide-eyed, looking as if they had seen a ghost. This person, how could they be fine after the aberrant entered their shadow? Ding! Special aberrant killed, gained 3,000 experience. Concurrently, at the exact moment Taizhan crushed the aberrant's head, 3,000 experience points were instantly credited. 33005000. In just an instant, his dwindling pool of experience was suddenly filled to more than half. Indeed, even the system deemed this special aberrant exceedingly troublesome. Is it dead? After a long while, Li Ying stammered, gazing at Taizhan's back, his heart a mix of emotions. He had painstakingly coordinated people and equipment, only to have this giant knock him down severely and then kill him with a single slap. Glancing at the black badge on his chest shining under the spotlight, he fell silent. Brother Wang. After confirming that the special aberrant was utterly dead, Li Ying approached Wang Ming, words caught in his throat. What's this? Captain Li is going to compensate me for my house. Wang Ming glanced at his attribute panel, then put it away, fixing his gaze on Li Ying. Of course he was merely joking. Although he did want a house, it wasn't the right time. After all, the remains of that special aberrant were still there, and that was the most valuable thing today. Ah, that's a small matter. Brother Wang, just say where you want a house, I can still take charge of this small matter. Li Ying paused for a moment before hastily responding. What mattered most to him now was to strengthen their relationship. As for the house, compared to the corpse of this special aberrant, it paled in importance. Although he couldn't make use of it, many were eager to claim it. No rush. Let's handle the corpse of this special aberrant first. Wang Ming replied with a smile. Of course, he had no intention of hoarding it all for himself. Even though the special aberrant was killed by Tieshan, the security bureau led by Li Ying had also contributed manpower, so he should have his share of the corpse. So, Captain Li, why don't we sell this corpse? How about splitting the money, 7,030? Naturally, the 30 would be for him. Sell it? That wouldn't do. What he wanted wasn't money. He sought merit. If the special aberrant was sold, it would have no connection to him. Brother Wang, how about this? I still need the corpse of the special aberrant to report, so why don't you sell it to me? The price will certainly not make you suffer, you see. This thing had to be in his own hands. Otherwise, wouldn't he have worked hard for nothing? This? Wang Ming feigned contemplation. Just as Li Ying was about to lose patience, he slowly nodded and said, All right, selling it to anyone is the same, just lose a few contribution points. Wang Ming said half-heartedly. But those present were all perceptive. Wang Ming's words were clearly directed at him. The corners of Li Ying's mouth twitched, but he still smiled. Good, my brother still has some assets. He roughly estimated in his heart and suddenly felt a bit pained. A house would be easy to deal with, the security bureau would naturally compensate for it. However, the corpse of the special aberrant was something he would have to pay for out of his own pocket. This time he estimated that a large portion of his savings would be spent. But after some thought, he felt somewhat relieved. In the end, after Wang Ming selected a standalone villa, Liang forked out a total of 15000J plus 2,000 contribution points, shedding tears, as he acquired the corpse of the special aberrant. Both parties were somewhat satisfied. Tisk, the people from the security bureau are truly loaded, taking out 15000J plus 2,000 contribution points without batting an eye. Looking at the departing Liang, Wang Ming remarked with a Tsk. Sir, based on micro-expression analysis, he is not at peace. This price has already caused him pain. Taizhan suddenly spoke. Really? Wang Ming glanced at him suspiciously. Hey, can you two help clean up? Many of my cosmetics and other items are buried. Not far away, Xiao Rui was still rummaging through the ruins. Seeing Wang Ming and the others still chatting, she was instantly filled with rage. Coming. Not to mention Xiao Rui, he had some things buried as well. I should have asked the security bureau to help dig things up earlier. Time passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye 3 days had gone by. Wang Ming and the others had already moved into a luxurious villa. This place was located in the central area of the northern district, the kind of house that money couldn't buy, which was forcibly given to Wang Ming by the security bureau as compensation. During these 3 days, Wang Ming stayed indoors, diligently practicing his skills every day. The incident with the special aberrant had served as a reminder for him. This wasteland world was perilous. Even with the system by his side, and the T-950 guards, he still couldn't afford to be the slightest bit negligent, or one day, he might lose his life. After all, the abilities of these special aberrants were far too bizarre. Even if their direct strength was inferior to that of the T-950, they fought through unconventional methods, avoiding direct confrontation. Thus Wang Ming felt a sense of urgency, hoping to obtain means through the system to counter these strange abilities. However, so far he had seen no results. Name: Wang Ming, level LV 533005000. Occupation: gunsmith. Race: human. Lifespan: 2265. Strength: 1 51 6. Physique: 1 82 1. Agility: 1 51 7. Spirit: 7 17. For talent: master of firearms. Specialization: limb coordination, keen eye piercing, strike, blind, fire, accuracy, hold the position, arc shot, efficient repair. Skills: health, Taiji, LV 3 401008. Set of radio calisthenics, LV 5. Eye care exercises, LV 5. Unarmed combat skills, LV 5. Hot weapon mastery, LV 5. Gunslinger tactics, LV 5. Gun maintenance, LV 5. Items brief. 3 days. Over these 3 days, relying on the effects of the blood chi pills, Wang Ming had relentlessly maxed out 3 skills and also acquired 3 special abilities. Hold the line while behind cover, increase armor and resistance by 15, and grant immunity to 1 fatal strike. Arc shot ignores obstacles, calculates trajectory, dealing 100 damage to targets behind cover. Efficient repair, repair costs reduced by 50, repair speed increased by 50, allows weapon modification and enhancement. 3 special abilities, 3 distinct functions. Integrating survival, offense, and logistical support, this breakthrough further elevated Wang Ming's strength. Yet that was as far as he could go. The blood chi pills entrusted to Liang had been consumed recklessly over these 3 days. Only because Wang Ming possessed the bug-like health-nurturing Tai Chi could he survive such a dosage. Anyone else would have perished from the overdose. It seems I need to visit the trading market. I've yet to replenish the ammunition I used earlier. With his mind made up, Wang Ming set off immediately. He now resided in the core area of the northern district, quite a distance from the trading market, so he and Taizhan drove there. As for Xiao Rui, that girl was likely still catching up on her beauty sleep. As usual, upon arriving at the northern district trading market, he paid the standard 10J entry fee. Wang Ming headed straight for his usual weapon shop. The moment he entered, he found it packed with people. Wow, business is this good. Although weapons and ammunition were hard currency in the wasteland with so many weapon shops around, and since these weren't daily purchases, such a frenzy was quite unusual. Could there be a promotional sale? He muttered inwardly when a small sign caught his eye. It clearly listed prices: armor-piercing rounds at 1J each. 1J a round. Wasn't it 1J for 2 rounds? Wang Ming's eyes widened, thinking he had misread. This was no promotion but a massive price hike, and yet there were still so many customers. Crazy. Prices have been soaring these past 2 days. If you don't stock up now, it might get even more expensive later, a nearby man remarked casually. Going up again. Brother, what's going on? Could there be a war? Wang Ming speculated inwardly. The man looked Wang Ming and Taizhan up and down. You folks aren't locals, are you? We've only been in Hope City a short while, not too familiar with things yet. No wonder. The man nodded then explained. Hope City holds an annual Great Purge event starting tomorrow until April 10th. A total of 7 days. It involves hunting wild beasts within a 30-kilometer radius of the city. Not only do you keep the spoils, but the city lord's mansion also rewards those with high kills. That's why weapon and ammunition prices have been skyrocketing these days. A Great Purge event. This was similar to the periodic wilderness cleanups in Salma Town, though those were usually handled by the Salma family. No wonder prices are so high and people are still buying. Thanks for the info, brother. Wang Ming expressed his gratitude. No problem. If you have the money, stock up. Ammunition consumption will be heavy these days and prices might rise further if supply can't meet demand, the man kindly advised. Got it. Wang Ming replied. However, he didn't plan to buy too much. After all, Taizhan had unlocked his liquid arms ability, allowing his arms to transform into weapons, making ordinary firearms less significant for him. As for Xiao Rui, the bullets she used were quite heavy, so she didn't carry a large amount of ammunition with her. In truth, only he still relied heavily on large quantities of ammunition. With his inventory slots, he had always used bullets generously and without regard for cost. But he'd need to be more careful these next few days and buy less. After purchasing some ammunition and 10 bottles of blood chi pills, Wang Ming left the trading market. Over 3000J gone in an instant. Money. When you spend it, it truly flows like water. He silently lamented, then drove back home with Taizhan. However, he intended to get a share of tomorrow's purge event. Back home, Wang Ming immediately began cultivating with the pills. He still had only one skill, health nurturing Tai Chi, stuck at level 3. He held great expectations for this martial art. Fortunately, the blood chi pills provided a 5-fold proficiency boost, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to grind it. Back and already cultivating. Such dedication. Xiao Rui, who was performing routine maintenance on the hunter, suddenly felt a pang of shame watching the diligent Wang Ming. The master said the wasteland is fraught with danger, and he hasn't reached the point where he can relax yet. Xiao Rui fell silent. Had she truly been too lazy? Glancing at Tieshan, she frowned. By the way, why do you never cultivate? Honestly, she had never seen Taizhan cultivate. He mostly just stood silently watching Wang Ming. Does a bio-augmented human need to cultivate? Taizhan retorted directly. Xiao Rui was at a loss. Did bio-augmented humans need to cultivate? She wasn't sure. Xiao Rui's willow leaf brows furrowed slightly. Forget it, I'll go exercise too. With that, she carried the hunter upstairs. At the same time, inside the Northern District Police Bureau, 3 days had passed since the siege of the Special Aberrant. Director Luo, who had gone to headquarters to report, was now seated at his desk with a broad smile. Before him, Li Ying sat in a chair. Both wore smiles, clearly in excellent moods. Oldly, you've done a great service this time, giving me a wonderful surprise. Luo Feng said cheerfully. I had just left for headquarters when you found and killed that Special Aberrant, which greatly pleased the higher-ups. It's all due to your leadership, Director Luo. Without the authority you granted me before leaving, I couldn't have cornered that Special Aberrant. I dare not claim all the credit. This is the achievement of the entire Northern District Police Bureau. Li Ying smiled, not taking all the glory for himself. Though he had paid out of his own pocket to secure the Special Aberrant's corpse, that didn't justify monopolizing the credit. He could take the lion's share, but never all of it. Such was the way of officialdom. Hey you! Luo Feng pointed at Li Ying, his smile widening. I made another trip to headquarters yesterday. I reported your achievements and they require you to personally escort the Special Aberrant's corpse there. After that, you can return to assume your new post. Good. Assume my new post. Li Ying nodded first, then abruptly looked up at Luo Feng. Seeing Luo Feng's beaming expression, he asked again. Director Luo, your meaning is? Li Ying. Here. I now announce the headquarters appointment. Li Ying, captain of the Northern District Police Bureau's patrol unit, for meritorious service in slaying a Special Aberrant, is hereby promoted to Director of the Northern District Police Bureau effective upon your return from headquarters. Luo Feng formally declared. Old Li, I must congratulate you this time. This? Director Luo, what about you? Me? Thanks to you, I've been transferred to headquarters. From now on, you'll be the one in charge of the Northern District. Let's stay in touch, old partner. Director Luo, thank you for your guidance, old leader. Li Ying will never forget. Luo Feng nodded in satisfaction at Li Ying's response. By the way, headquarters has taken notice of Wang Ming in our district. According to their instructions, they may contact him soon. You should cultivate a good relationship with him, perhaps even get closer if possible. Luo Feng advised. Rest assured, Director. I've already communicated with the Hunters Guild. The black iron emblem was truly an understatement for Brother Wang. Handle it as you see fit. It's never a bad thing to get closer to talented people. Understood. The next day, as dawn barely broke, a large gathering of hunters and city guards assembled within the city. With the opening of the city gates, the annual cleanup event of Hope City officially commenced. On the streets of the city, transport vehicles, off-road cars, and motorcycles sped out of the city gates one after another alongside hunters and city guards. A significant amount of supplies was transported to various trading markets, awaiting the hunters who would soon run out of ammunition. The cleanup event in Hope City is traditionally grand in scale. The lord of the city even allocates a substantial amount of resources as rewards each year to boost morale. Especially for the top 3. They even have gene serums as rewards. Such items are priceless. Wow! Hope City truly deserves its reputation as a large city. Just the scale here in the northern district is impressive. Wang Ming, sitting in the passenger seat, expressed his amazement. What's this? Wangyue City also has a cleanup day every year, and I've participated countless times already. Xiao Rui lifted her fair swan-like neck, looking unimpressed. Hey, since you know so much, why don't you lead this cleanup? Wang Ming glanced back deliberately and replied, never mind, I'm not familiar with this area of Hope City. Xiao Rui drew her neck back slightly. Then why are you bragging? Wang Ming shot her a glare. Xiao Rui stuck out her tongue and turned to look at Tieshan, who was driving attentively. Tieshan, look at him, he doesn't understand how to cherish a lady. Miss Xiao, the only thing in the gentleman's mind is becoming stronger. Hehe, do you know what it means to have no women in one's heart and draw the sword naturally? Wang Ming shook his head with pride. Bah! Xiao Rui spat angrily. Amidst their playful bickering, the vehicle had already covered a considerable distance, and as they ventured deeper into the wilderness, the massive convoy completely scattered. Wang Ming could no longer see the other vehicles. The wilderness was vast, much larger than human settlements. Taizhan's mind was already filled with all the map data that Hope City could provide. Thus the guide for this trip was none other than Taizhan. Sir, we are 15 kilometers away from Hope City, and this is the area where the most hunters gather. I personally suggest we continue deeper. First, there are fewer competitors, and second, the quality of the wild beasts will be higher. 15 kilometers. That's still quite far. Although the cleanup event is set at 30 kilometers, no one said the wild beasts beyond 30 kilometers don't count. Let's continue deeper. I'm not interested in the low-tier ones. Wang Ming waved his hand, dismissively adjusted his seat, and lay down comfortably. From here on it would be a long journey. They had no intention of returning to the city for supplies this time. They had packed all necessary wilderness survival gear, fully prepared for a prolonged battle. They traversed through the desolate Gobi, bypassing the remnants of abandoned bases. They drove from dawn until nearly noon. During this time they encountered quite a few wild beasts approaching, but each was taken down by Xiao Rui before getting close. Thanks to Xiao Rui being on the system's roster, otherwise Wang Ming would never have allowed her to waste such valuable experience. Watching the experience points rise rapidly, Wang Ming felt more comfortable. However, he had a thought lingering in his mind. Perhaps he could experiment this time otherwise. It felt somewhat awkward. After all, they were team members who spent so much time together. He subtly glanced at Xiao Rui, who was seriously aiming her sniper rifle, silently making a decision. Sir, we have arrived at our destination. This is the Twilight Cloud Forest, classified as a high-risk area on the map of Hope City. We are currently just on the outskirts. In a daze, Wang Ming woke up. Raising his eyes to look around, he was greeted by an endless expanse of pristine forest. Such a sight was quite rare in the wilderness of the Wasteland world. Ha! Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming felt that even the air was sweet. Such a beautiful place is actually the territory of wild beasts. Tisk, what a shame. Indeed, no matter how great Hope City is, it is still a solitary city built atop the wilderness. The surrounding environment was harsh and desolate, a place even the wild beasts were too lazy to inhabit. If not for the large gathering of humans the beast tide probably wouldn't even visit. Twilight Cloud Forest. Wang Ming pondered over the name before searching for a flat area. Let's go there, rest and eat first, then we can scout the surroundings. In places like the primeval forest, danger lurked far beyond just wild beasts. Mutated plants and poisonous insects were also extremely lethal. Recklessly entering would be tantamount to seeking death. Thus it was better to observe for a while. At the very least, the wild beasts around here were numerous enough to ensure they could secure a good ranking. However, just as they began to eat, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Rumble. A faint rumbling sound accompanied by clouds of dust emerged on the distant horizon. Wang Ming turned his head to look, barely making out some details with his sharp eyesight. It seemed to be a convoy. It's a convoy, sir, totaling 12 vehicles, Taizhan stated accurately. No surprise there. How could I compete with a robot in terms of eyesight? That's what you call binoculars. How far is this place from Hope City? Wang Ming inquired. The straight line distance is 75 kilometers. We are already well into the area. 75 kilometers. So far, and there are still people coming here. Wang Ming pondered silently. That's not surprising, or on cleanup day, the number of people is vast. The wild beasts within the 30-kilometer range probably aren't enough for the hunters and city guards to divide among themselves. Those with strength wouldn't bother competing for the beasts in those areas. Instead, they would venture deeper into the wilderness to hunt rarer and more powerful wild beasts. Xiao Rui explained casually as she chewed on the jerky in her hand. What about Wangyue City? Is it like that too? Wang Ming probed. Of course, when the rewards are generous, those with a bit of strength will definitely take risks. Xiao Rui nodded her small head. I see. Glancing at the distant convoy which was gradually approaching. Ha! Someone has already arrived. Who are they? Zhao Binhang raised an eyebrow in surprise. There are only 3 people in total. Zhao Binhua beside her looked even more puzzled. The Twilight Cloud Forest is not like other places. Displaying brute strength here could cost one their life. Tisk, it's likely some reckless newbies. Someone sneered nearby. There will always be those self-righteous newbies who foolishly think they can adventure deep into the wilderness. Let's go take a look. With Zhao Binhang's command, the lead vehicle charged towards Wang Ming, and the others followed by the other 11 vehicles. They are coming. Xiao Rui glanced over and muttered casually. Tieshan, prepare to meet them. Sir Miss Xiao, please stand behind me. Taizhan stepped forward, his broad body standing in front of the two. Being a bio-modified human is indeed convenient. Xiao Rui naturally ran behind Taizhan. With a screech, tires scraped against the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. A dozen rugged off-road vehicles like mechanical beasts came to a halt before Wang Ming. The first to step out was a short-haired woman with delicate, cold features. After glancing at Taishan, she fixed her gaze on Wang Ming. A scar-faced man in the car sneered. Tai's just a bronze and 2 black iron hunters dare to come here. They don't know how to spell death. The woman frowned and snapped, Zhao Peng. The scar-faced man Zhao Peng fell silent and turned away with a scowl. Zhao Binhan apologized, sorry about that. She then introduced herself. We're the Zhao family hunting team. I'm the leader, Zhao Binhan. Wang Ming nodded calmly, making no move to approach. Zhao Binhan smiled slightly and said softly hello. She continued, you're the team that recently took down 2 special aberrations, right? I've heard quite a bit about you. At this, the Zhao team members all looked over, even Zhao Peng appearing surprised. Bronze and black iron badges, 3 people. Their faces. It really was them. Realization dawned on everyone. Special aberrations barring accidents required at least silver-grade hunters to handle. At the very least. Yet judging by the North City District Security Bureau's response, it seemed far beyond what a silver-grade hunter could manage. But this trio had taken down 2 special aberrations in a row. That was intriguing. Maybe they were beyond silver. Could they even be touching the threshold of gold? Their gazes turned curious, studying Wang Ming and his companions. Wang Ming smiled and shook his head. Just luck. Zhao Binhan replied seriously, in life and death battles, there's no such thing as luck. It's all part of one's strength. If I recall, you haven't been in Hope City long. The Twilight Cloud Forest is no ordinary place. Without proper preparation, you'll suffer heavy losses. Why not join us? Zhao Binhan extended the invitation purely out of curiosity and a desire to build goodwill. Wang Ming glanced at Taishan, considering it. These people were seasoned in the purge days and knew the forest well. Following them might actually allow him to explore deeper. Though Taishan couldn't read minds, he could gauge thoughts through words, micro-expressions, and actions. Sir, it's feasible. With Taishan's nod, Wang Ming stepped forward. We were just wondering how to proceed. Miss Zhao, we're truly grateful for your guidance. Wang Ming wore a fake smile like a mechanical service grin. Zhao Binhan smiled back. You're too kind. I'd like to get to know you all too. With that, they parked the vehicles at the edge, geared up, and began their march into the Twilight Cloud Forest. Unlike the outside, the dense towering trees made the forest interior extremely dim. Only occasional rays of sunlight pierced through, illuminating small patches. In his time on the Wasteland, Wang Ming had never seen such a sight. Strange fungi and vines covered the ground, all seemingly mutated by radiation. Wang Ming, his companions, and the Zhao family trudged through the gloom, alert on all sides. In the dark forest, eerie sounds and roars echoed. The oppressive atmosphere could easily overwhelm an ordinary person. Wang Ming held Xiao Rui close, staying near Taishan. Only by his side did he feel some safety in this place. Careful, a beast approaches. Zhao Binhan at the front signaled the group. In just half an hour, they had already faced over a dozen skirmishes. There were wild beasts and mutant plants, mostly drank threats, but a single misstep could still leave them injured. But this time felt different. Wang Ming warned, stay close to Taishan. His eyes scanned the surroundings warily. Xiao Rui nodded silently. She sensed an anomaly. A sudden, intense crisis. Her instincts were rarely wrong, and this was a bad omen. In the trees, Taishan suddenly announced. Everyone looked up at the dark branches. In the faint light, they saw countless football-sized black shadows covering the trunks with more approaching in the distance. Army ants, rank swarm-type beasts. They move in tens of thousands. While others struggled to see, Taishan's night vision revealed them clearly. Army ants. Are you sure? Damn, it seems so. Individually they're weak, but their numbers could wear us down. The terror of army ants lay not in individual strength but in their sheer numbers. Even against crank beasts they'd avoid such a swarm. Their danger scaled with their numbers. A massive swarm could devour even a crank beast alive. We can't fight Hedon. Retreat. Zhao Binhan decided, swiftly opting to change course. Engaging them was unwise for such low value. Leaving won't be easy, a Zhao member said bitterly. Unbeknownst to them, the trees were now covered in ants blocking every escape route. Breakthrough on the right. It's the thinnest, just one layer. Taishan surveyed the area and spoke up. The others looked at him in surprise. Zhao Binhan frowned, asking, "Are you sure?" Then she turned to Wang Ming. As the team leader, she needed to weigh every move. Wang Ming declared, "Taishan is a bio-augmented human. This darkness doesn't hinder his sight." He brought out Taishan's bio-augmented identity to preempt questions. Since they'd be hunting together, it was better to explain now. Bio-augmented human. Zhao Binhan glanced at Taishan's massive frame, then nodded slowly. That explained it. Let's go. Breakthrough on the right. She wasn't one to hesitate and gave the order. Their companion wouldn't joke at a time like this. Don't get bogged down. If they latch on, we're in trouble. Understood. Here they come. Wang Ming narrowed his eyes, chambering around into his desert eagle. Though lacking Taishan's sharp eyesight, his keen gaze and powerful spiritual perception granted him an advantage over the others. With a series of cracking sounds as the group made contact with the army ant swarm, the countless insects leaped down from the tree trunks one after another. Their menacing mandibles only became visible as they drew near. Open fire! Amidst the rattle of gunfire at Zhao Binhan's command, everyone unleashed their firepower without reservation. Everyone fought while retreating, showing no intention of lingering. Behind them, an even greater number of army ants were closing in relentlessly. Killed an army ant. Gained 10 experience. Killed. A flood of experience poured in, but Wang Ming had no time to check it. Army ants continued to rain down from above. In truth, even calling them rank danger was an overstatement. Yet their sheer numbers were overwhelming, and a single bite would likely tear away a chunk of flesh instantly. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden change occurred. A thunderous crash echoed. On the path they had to take to retreat, a massive tree inexplicably toppled, bringing down branches and leaves from the surrounding trees, completely blocking their escape route. What's happening? Why did that tree fall? The sudden turn of events halted their retreat, but they dared not stop firing. Everyone form a circle. Fighters on the outside, gunners on the inside hold the line. At Zhao Binhan's command, they quickly clustered into a defensive ring, the fighters holstering their guns and drawing their own weapons. Blades, axes, swords. A variety of weapons appeared. These were their true specialties. Guns were merely tools for special combat situations. Hey gunslingers, looks like you still need my protection. One of the Zhao family members, wielding a sharp blade, chuckled. With a flash of cold steel, he cleaved several charging army ants in two. He seemed like an unsheathed blade, his aura utterly transformed. Shut it. Without my support, you'd be useless. Gunfire roared incessantly, yet the army ants showed no sign of thinning. Miss Zhao, the army ants chewed through the tree trunk. They seemed to know we're trying to escape, Wang Ming reported, approaching Zhao Binhan. Though hard to believe, it was the truth. Taishan's analysis was flawless. Chewed through the trunk. Zhao Binhan furrowed her delicate brows. Army ants are known for their coordinated attacks, but felling trees like this likely requires direction from the queen ant. This was common knowledge, yet it was the worst-case scenario. The danger level of an army ant swarm led by a queen was incomparable to one without. Queen ant. Wang Ming frowned. The wasteland was teeming with countless mutant beasts. With Taishan around head, never bothered to memorize them, leaving him in unfamiliar territory once again. Yes, we can't delay any longer. If a queen is directing them, we'll be surrounded soon. Zhao Binhan said gravely, taking a deep breath. To Wang Ming's astonishment, she kicked the massive tree trunk thick as two men could encircle. Instead of a dull thud, the fallen trunk exploded under Zhao Binhan's kick. A faint yellow glow emanated from her legs, stark against the dim surroundings. Exoskeleton armor. Wang Ming's heart tightened. Quick! Seize the chance to break through. The path was now clear. The army ants here were sparse, and with a determined charge they could easily tear open an escape route. No matter how fiercely the ants behind them pursued, they would never catch up. Damn, what bad luck running into these things right at the start. Someone grumbled. Tell me about it. They're not even worth much, but they're a real pain. Having narrowly escaped, the group breathed sighs of relief, lamenting their misfortune. Zhao Binhan approached Wang Ming and his team. Thanks for earlier, she said, referring to Taizhan's guidance. No need. We're a team now, it's only right, Wang Ming replied with a wave of his hand. Zhao Binhan nodded, then said gently, I won't say much more. Let's keep moving. We're not far from our destination. So your hunting target was planned in advance? Wang Ming asked casually. Yes, it's a plan set by the family elders designed to maximize our gains, based on our strength. Zhao Binhan admitted without concealment. Such practices were common among all families. I see. Wang Ming nodded silently and said no more. All right, everyone move out. We'll arrive in about 30 minutes. Stay alert. Yes. The group set off once more. Though the journey was not entirely peaceful, it was far less perilous than the army ant encounter, much to everyone's relief. After half an hour of rapid travel, Wang Ming noticed the surroundings brightening and the view opening up. He gazed ahead and saw a patch of low shrubs in the dense forest accompanied by the faint sound of flowing water. Is this the exit? But from the outside this forest seemed far larger. No, this is just a pool within the twilight forest, Zhao Peng interjected. Sorry about earlier. I didn't expect you to be the legendary trio. Seeing the curiosity in Zhao Peng's eyes, Wang Ming smiled. It's nothing. I wouldn't call it legendary. Just lucky. Wang Ming replied, holding no grudge against Zhao Peng. After all, the badges pinned to their chests were of such a low rank that anyone would assume they were walking to their deaths. Luck is part of strength. And though we all wear silver badges here, honestly none of us have ever faced a special mutant. Zhao Peng leaned in, continuing the conversation. Is that so? Of course. Special mutants are rare, and even when they appear, not everyone can handle them. So, I'm curious. What kind of ability did the mutant you encountered have? Well, nothing too strange, but it was tricky. Wang Ming said, not wanting to snub the other's attempt at conversation. He gave a brief account of the situation. Just then Zhao Binhan at the front suddenly halted. The entire group came to an abrupt stop. They had reached the edge of the forest. Wang Ming could already see the pool not far ahead. Its surface was pitch black, obscuring the depths with a gentle stream feeding into it from one side. But the pool's surface was eerily still. It looked ominous. We've arrived. The Blackwater Pool. Haishuiden. An inconspicuous pond hidden within the twilight clouds over the forest. Yet this seemingly unremarkable pond harbors a group of supreme predators. It seems we should first probe the water, someone muttered quietly. After receiving Zhao Binhang's approval, he took out a black sphere from his backpack. He then hurled it fiercely into the Haishuiden. Splash! The crisp sound of water entry broke the tranquility of the pond, creating ripples on the surface. The crowd held their breath. In just a few seconds, a massive wave erupted as a colossal creature surged out of the water. Its elongated body, covered in dense sharp teeth, clamped down fiercely on the black sphere, while at the same moment two enormous figures broke through the surface of the water. Covered in black scales with short stout limbs and a long thick tail resembling a giant tree. The bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile. A top-tier Class C wild beast, even a standard Class B beast would be no match for it in the water. The bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile, this creature, is of immense value, a rare species that is hard to come by even in City of Hope, Zhao Binhang said, clenching her fist as a faint yellow glow flowed through her slender fingers covered in exoskeleton armor. So our target is this group of crocodiles? Wang Ming asked, stepping forward. Class C wild beasts may not be weak, but they are not top-tier. Ooh, is this all the Zhao family is striving for? In the next moment, Zhao Binhang smiled lightly. No, while they are also crocodiles from the Haishuiden, they are not these cubs. Before she finished her sentence, suddenly, a change occurred again. Boom! The Haishuiden seemed to explode like a bomb, and a towering column of water shot straight up into the sky. Then a slender black shadow emerged from the water column, covered in black scales with a long narrow mouth. But its body was even more slender, resembling a giant python. The bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king, Zhao Binhang said with a serious tone. Clearly this was their target. Roar! A thunderous roar erupted from the mouth of the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king. Its cold vertical pupils glanced at the black sphere it clamped down on, then shifted to the bushes along the shore. The oppressive aura made Wang Ming's heart shiver. This creature felt far more dangerous than the heavy-armored black rhinoceros. If the heavy-armored black rhinoceros represented furious rage, the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king embodied a chilling calmness that sent a shiver down one's spine. Gulp! Wang Ming clearly heard the sound of someone swallowing nearby. Then, boom! A wave erupted from the pond as the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king arched its body and leaped directly out of the Haishuiden. Like a black arrow, it pierced through the space, its long jaw nearly opening to a full 180 degrees. It lunged fiercely towards the hiding place of the crowd. Get down! Zhao Binhang's expression changed slightly, but her reaction was swift. She shouted loudly, then leaped into the air, her exoskeleton armor glowing dimly under her clothing. Bang! With one kick, Zhao Binhang struck hard at the chin of the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king. She did not retreat or dodge, her seemingly frail body stood firm against the onslaught of the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king. As they made contact, the powerful impact instantly spread out. The bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king's massive mouth was forcibly closed, and it was sent hurtling backward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the same time, 3 sharp sounds pierced the air as 3 fireballs trailing flames shot towards the airborne bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king. Bang, bang, bang. 3 consecutive explosions. Monster, let's see the power of my cannon. On the ground, 3 Zhao family members carrying cannon tubes looked up at the fiery spectacle in the sky with cold smiles. Explosive cannons. The moment they made contact with the target, they would unleash a powerful explosion capable of destroying city walls. In the City of Hope, this was considered handheld heavy firepower. Each round of ammunition costs as much as 300 J. With 3 rounds fired, even a Class B wild beast would be in for a tough time. Roar. However, in the next moment, a thunderous roar suddenly erupted. The bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king's body crashed down from the sky with a loud thud. It plunged straight into the high Shuiten. It's injured. Take advantage of its injury to finish it off. Fire! In an instant, countless bullets flew out wildly. They thought victory was secured, but the result was roar. That creature actually charged through the rain of bullets. Not only that, after a violent turmoil in the high Shuiten, dozens of bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodiles roared as they charged fiercely behind their king. Damn! How can this creature still have the strength to charge over? No good, there are too many of them, we can't hold them back. They absolutely cannot let the enemy breach their formation. If the formation breaks, it would mean death. Fighters, block their advance, the rest prepare for ranged fire support. Now is the moment for the fighters to step forward. Taizhan, can you handle it? Wang Ming looked at Taizhan beside him. Frankly speaking, withstanding 3 rounds of cannon fire and still being able to move, that strength is extraordinary. Sir, based on current data analysis, the opponent's physical attributes do not match mine, Taizhan stated calmly, presenting a fact. As a T-950 series Terminator robot, their all-metal bodies can withstand attacks from general plasma weapons. Even the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king, though a Class B wild beast, could not harm his metallic skeleton, it might at most scratch his simulated skin. Alright then, it's up to you. Wang Ming pointed at the figure of the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king. Since Taizhan is confident, he has no reason to pass up this golden opportunity. Understood, sir. Taizhan nodded, taking a step forward and charging ahead. This scene instantly stunned the Zhao family members. Sister, is he insane? Zhao Binhua exclaimed, her automatic rifle halting for a moment. Zhao Binhang was also shocked, but she couldn't afford to worry about him. She furrowed her brows and cried out clearly. Maintain the formation. She glanced at Wang Ming beside her, seeing his calm demeanor. An absurd thought emerged in her mind. Could it be? He can really handle it? If true, this would already be the level of a golden tier hunter. Target confirmed. A massive stream of data flowed through Taizhan's eyes. The target was firmly locked onto the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king. Click! His right fist clenched tightly, arm pulled back. The enormous mechanical energy was already primed for action. Opposite the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king had opened its massive mouth, its full set of sharp teeth glinting ominously in the sunlight. Roar! With a deep thunderous roar, it lunged towards the nearby Taizhan. Crack! Damn! Zhao Binhua and Zhao Peng's eyes widened in shock. Even Zhao Binhang's mouth was slightly agape, clearly startled. Iron Mountain stood before the crowd, and the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king's sharp teeth shattered under his punch. Not only that, but the residual force of his punch sent the creature soaring into the air. Boom! At the same time, a thunderous sound echoed in his ears. It was Xiao Rui's hunter. This sudden gunshot instantly snapped everyone awake. In contrast to their shock, Xiao Rui had her gaze fixed on the other bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodiles from the beginning. As soon as they approached Iron Mountain, she began her assassination. Bang! 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 Each shot resulted in a crocodile spilling blood. Ding! Killed the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile king, gained 2,000 experience points. Ding! Killed the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile, gained 500 experience points. Hey! Goodness, even among Brank there are differences. Seeing the experience gained was twice as much as that of the heavily armored black rhinoceros, Wang Ming felt a slight joy in his heart. This battle had directly elevated him to level 6. 33005000 4500100000 taking off. Maintain formation. Fighters, advance gunners provide fire support. Zhao Binhang took the lead and charged forward. With the support of her exoskeleton armor, she wasn't worried about confronting the bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodile King Hedon. Oh! The Zhao family members roared in unison, their spirits soaring. Watching Iron Mountain display his might, they were completely ignited. After a while, the dust settled. By the edge of the black water swamp, dozens of bloodthirsty, black-scaled crocodile corpses lay sprawled among the bushes. Zhao Binhang's tense expression eased slightly. Just the corpse of this bloodthirsty, black-scaled crocodile king is enough to secure a top 3 spot in this cleanup mission, and there's still plenty of time to hunt some other wild beasts. The top spot is secure. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but break into a smile. Of course, she did not forget the greatest contributor to this battle, Wang Ming's team, especially that biochemically modified person named Iron Mountain. The Zhao family had never been interested in the rewards of the cleanup mission. All they wanted was the title of being first. As for the rewards, she could easily hand them over, and the Zhao family had their own generous gifts to offer. This way they could secure the top position and build a good relationship with Wang Ming. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, why not? With this thought, Zhao Binhang felt even better, her smile becoming more frequent. However, there was always something spoilery that barged in uninvited. Ha! Sister, you actually smiled. Zhao Binhua unexpectedly popped out from somewhere, looking at Zhao Binhang with wide-eyed amazement, as if he had seen a ghost. In the next moment, Zhao Binhang's smile disappeared, and she looked at her younger brother with a blank expression. Ha! Why aren't you smiling anymore? Zhao Binhua leaned forward, only to be met with a slender hand covered in armor. Slap! You little brat, you're getting a bit cocky. Woo-woo. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 64500100000. Profession gunner, lifespan 2265, strength 1. 6. Physique 2. 1 agility 1. 7 spirit 7. 48. For slightly. 8. For spirit attribute. This made Wang Ming's mind feel clear, as if his soul was about to exit his body. He could even sense the breaths of the people around him, including the surrounding trees and insects, and the figures slowly approaching in the distance. This feeling is so wonderful, as if my spirit has left my body, just like the divine consciousness in novels. Wang Ming was secretly astonished. Wait, those figures in the distance were... Wang Ming felt a chill run down his back and quickly focused his perception. Although it was somewhat unclear due to the distance, they were indeed people. And a group of sneaky individuals. Miss Zhao. Not daring to hesitate, Wang Ming rushed to Zhao Binhang's side, disregarding her scolding of her brother, and grabbed her arm. Miss Zhao, there's a situation. Zhao Binhang looked at her wrist that was being held, then shifted her gaze to Wang Ming's face. Miss Zhao, someone is approaching us. Wang Ming said in a low voice. Zhao Binhang frowned, her eyes darting about. Are you saying there are others approaching us? It would be fine if they were just approaching, but I'm afraid they come with ill intentions. Wang Ming's expression grew serious. He feared they were here to pick up the scraps. From his perception, there were at least 20 people. If they suddenly opened fire, they would definitely be caught off guard. Where are they? Zhao Binhang did not immediately question Wang Ming. Instead, she asked about their location. In her mind, these 3 were not simple Iron Mountain, who could directly defeat the Brank Beast King, Xiao Rui, who wielded a powerful heavy sniper rifle, and the mysterious Wang Ming, who led the 2. So she had to think it over. Over there. I estimate they are about 100 meters away. His perception range was about 150 meters. Beyond that, it became a blur. What's going on? Is there someone here daring enough to rob us? It's better to be cautious. People from other families are not to be trifled with. Their conversation naturally drew the attention of others. Some looked on disdainfully, while others, naturally cautious, remained secretly vigilant. But before anyone could react further, a soft sound suddenly shattered the silence. A bloody hole appeared abruptly in the forehead of a Zhao family member. Then his body fell stiffly into the bushes. In that instant, everyone's hair stood on end, and a chill shot from their tailbones to their brains. Enemy attack! Someone shouted, and everyone hurriedly sought cover. Fortunately, they were in a forest with plenty of sturdy trees, and everyone quickly concealed their figures. However, the opponents were clearly well prepared. Seeing Wang Ming and others hiding behind the giant tree, they began a frenzied bombardment. Cannons, grenades, shells, various heavy weapons bombarded them mercilessly. In just a matter of moments, this forest was ablaze with towering flames. Trees fell. The Zhao family members, of course, were not going to back down and fought back desperately. However, the enemy was hiding far in the forest. They were near the swamp, with sunlight pouring in, making them almost completely exposed, putting them at a disadvantage. This isn't going to work. Zhao Binhua looked frustrated. At this moment, even if they curled up behind the trees, they still couldn't escape the enemy's bombardment. If they weren't all wearing exoskeleton armor, they would have been blown to bits by now. On the other hand, the enemy simply changed positions after each shot, turning their counterattacks into a joke. Perhaps all the places they bombarded were uninhabited. The disparity in environmental advantage was too great. Just as everyone was at a loss, and Zhao Binhang even contemplated exposing herself to lure the enemy, Wang Ming suddenly spoke. "Don't panic, I have a plan." "No worries, I have a plan." Wang Ming glanced at the opposite side. It was pitch dark, and even with his sharp eyesight he could barely make out anything. But he could clearly sense the enemy's position. Apart from him, only Taishan could also discern their location. "So, Miss Zhao, Taishan and I will mark the enemy's positions for you. Just have your men follow our direction of attack, and you'll land effective hits. All right, you open fire first and we'll follow your lead." Before Zhao Binhan could finish, a wild, arrogant laugh suddenly rang out. "Ha ha ha, I never thought I'd run into the Zhao family here, and what a stroke of luck to catch you off guard." The voice was dripping with smugness, but Zhao Binhan, hidden behind a tree, turned pale. "That voice. It's Chun Eryong of the Bald Heads Gang." The Bald Heads Gang. Wang Ming was taken aback. He had expected something formidable given her grave expression. Instead, it was just the Bald Heads Gang. "Don't underestimate them just because of the name," Zhao Binhan said solemnly. "Their main strength lies in the Wasteland. They also have a stronghold within Hope City. Since their leader Chan Dayong lost his hair due to radiation, he ordered every member to shave their heads." "That harsh." Wang Ming's lips twitched. "Joining a gang meant losing your hair. Definitely no female members in the Bald Heads Gang. In the Wasteland, if a faction offers protection, what's a shaved head?" Zhao Binhan said calmly. "I just didn't expect to run into them." She furrowed her delicate brows and bit her lower lip. "We'll deal with that later. For now, let's repel them." Wang Ming shook the debris off his head. A shell had exploded nearby, covering him in dust. "Taishan, take the right side. I'll handle the left." Taking a deep breath, Wang Ming focused his mind, straining to sense the enemy's positions. "Breathe in. Breathe out. Breathe in. Breathe out." At that moment, his spirit seemed to burst forth like a divine sense, sweeping across the area, and figures materialized in his mind. "Now!" Bang! 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 Wang Ming popped up and fired his Desert Eagle several times. The bullets, trailing faint sparks, tore into the dark forest. "Ah!" Even amidst the chaos, Wang Ming heard a faint cry of pain. This round of blind shot guaranteed hit had paid off. Blind shot guaranteed hit was a bug-level skill that allowed Wang Ming to land critical hits without aiming. Relying on it, he took down 3 enemy gunners in the shadows with consecutive shots. But from his perception, they weren't dead. They were likely wearing exoskeleton armor or at least heavy protective gear. Boom! The instant Wang Ming fired, countless flashes erupted from all directions, converging on the spot he had just vacated. The Zhao family had opened fire. On the other side, Taishan was even more decisive. He didn't wait for the Zhao family. In his vision, the enemy's positions were completely exposed. His shotgun couldn't reach them, so he switched forms. His hands flowed like liquid metal, forming into a cannon barrel. The caliber was a full 25 millimeters. But it wasn't a conventional cannon. It was the T-950's standard weapon, a plasma energy cannon. It fired high-power plasma bolts capable of piercing over a dozen millimeters of military-grade armor in an instant. Boom! 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 Without holding back, Taishan fired with both hands. Each plasma bolt exploded like C4 in the forest opposite. And each explosion centered on an enemy. The Zhao family was stunned. They had agreed to coordinate to follow his lead. But now they seemed superfluous. And what kind of weapon was that? Were bio-augmented humans this powerful now? Unfortunately, no one could answer their questions. In their dazed eyes, Taishan completed a carpet bombing. Of course, the most shocked and terrified were the Bald Heads Gang. Chun Eryong, who was engaging Wang Ming, jumped up. "Holy shit! Who the hell is that killer? What kind of new weapon is that? Each shot is more powerful than a cannonball. Vice leader, it's not just the firepower. He seems to see us. Every shot is pinpoint, hitting our ambush spots. Some brothers didn't even show their heads and still got blown to bits." A gang member wailed in report. But Chun Eryong was already bloodshot. Nearly 30 of his elite brothers had died in moments. How could he explain this to the leader? These were the gang's best, all equipped with exoskeleton armor. A huge investment by Chen Daong. If half were lost, Chun Eryong would be skinned alive even if he escaped. So, brothers, focus all fire on that augmented freak. Take him down first. Bang! 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 Boom! 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 In an instant, a storm of fire converged on Taishan's position. The Zhao family's faces twisted in horror. "Get down!" They roared, but the barrage was too fast. They could only watch helplessly as Taishan was engulfed in flames and smoke. "Captain!" Xiao Rui's face went pale. She nearly dropped her hunter rifle, her delicate features etched with disbelief. Tai-shan. He. She couldn't finish. Don't get distracted. Use this gap to take them out. Wang Ming remained calm. But. No buts. That firepower won't hurt Tai-shan. Focus on our side first. Wang Ming shouted, then swapped magazines and resumed his assault. He wasn't worried about Tai-shan. Not only could his armor withstand several plasma cannon shots, but the system's unit panel showed Tai-shan was perfectly fine. Everyone, push forward. The brief barrage gave Zhao Binhan an opening. She stomped hard and her exoskeleton's power launched her into the forest. The other Zhao family members followed. With exoskeleton armor, close quarters combat was more effective in the dense woods. Chun Er-yong, face me. Zhao Binhan's clear voice rang out from afar. Then came a series of fierce impacts. The forest swayed violently, trees snapped in half. Clearly a brutal melee. Haha, you're a feisty little thing. Let me take you down. Chun Er-yong laughed heartily, showing that Zhao Binhan was not gaining the upper hand. Meanwhile, at Tai-shan's position, the smoke from the bombardment still lingered with faint sparks flickering within. Just as everyone assumed, he had been blown to pieces, a heavy footstep echoed. Thud, thud, thud. With heavy footsteps, Tai-shan's figure slowly emerged from the smoke. His clothes were tattered, his body covered in patches of black, and even strands of flame still flickered in his hair. Yet despite his battered appearance, Tai-shan remained utterly silent, walking straight out of the explosion's epicenter. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, he raised a hand and extinguished the flames on his head. Is he still unharmed? Are bio-enhanced humans this formidable now? Hey! His head was on fire. Has his brain been modified too? Bio-enhanced humans may undergo physical alterations, but the brain can never be tampered with. Even if it were possible, would the person still be the same after such a change? The thought sent a chill through everyone. Crack! Tai-shan stepped on a charred branch, snapping it underfoot. The severe damage had exposed the metallic skeleton beneath the bionic skin, but the T-950's self-repair capabilities were formidable. By the time he stepped out of the dust, the exposed metal frame was already fully covered. Though it looked gruesome, his exterior at least retained a human form. Damn! Still alive. Is this bastard really a modified human? On the other side, Chun Er-yong drew a sharp breath. He had seen modified humans before, but never one who could withstand a volley of artillery fire. Vice leader, their firepower is too fierce and their aim is deadly. Our brothers can't hold on. At this moment, Chun Er-yong's underlings were in a panic. They had thought this would be an easy task, never expecting such ferocity. They had dealt with the Zhao family before. When had the younger generation produced so many prodigies? Damn it! Chun Er-yong cursed. His eyes blazed with a viciousness that made even his subordinates shiver. I can't fully control this thing, but I have no choice now. He snarled, though his trembling hands betrayed his inner turmoil. Tell all the brothers to retreat while fighting. Stay far away from me. Vice leader, are you? The subordinate seemed to guess his intent, his face filled with terror. No more talk. Just retreat when I say so. Yes. The subordinate hesitated, no longer sprinting back with all his might, even activating his exoskeleton armor. Damn it. After this battle, I'm definitely heading to Chunshui Pavilion for 2 girls. With that, he tore off his outer robe, revealing the black exoskeleton armor beneath. Then, he actually removed the exoskeleton armor. Carefully, he placed it behind a tree, covering it with branches before leaving. This gear was his treasure. Huff! After finishing, he took a deep breath and clenched his fists tightly. Come! Holding his breath, his face flushed crimson as his muscles began to writhe, violently swelling like a balloon. Not only that, but thick fur sprouted across his body, covering him completely in moments. His eyes turned bloodshot, his face elongated, fangs protruded, claws shot from his hands, and even his shoes were torn apart by the talons. He had transformed into a werewolf. Yes, a werewolf. Howl! With a piercing howl, the werewolf Chun Er-yong dashed like the wind toward Tai-shan. What the hell is that? Wang Ming, the first to notice the anomaly, thought his eyes were deceiving him. A werewolf? Were there werewolves in the Wasteland? It's Chun Er-yong's ability activation. It seems the Bald Gang has mastered ability modification technology. Zhao Binhan's voice turned grave. Wang Ming could hear the weight in her words. Ability activation? You mean that werewolf was once a human? Well, discuss this later. He's coming. As she spoke, a figure flew toward them from afar, crashing heavily. Wang Ming's keen eyes recognized the figure. It was Tai-shan. Hot on his heels was the ferocious werewolf. Damn! Wang Ming exclaimed. Even Tai-shan had been sent flying. This werewolf was overpowered. Boom! Tai-shan slammed into a nearby tree trunk, snapping the massive tree, which would have taken 2 people to encircle. Tai-shan! Wang Ming moved to rush toward him, but a gentle breeze brushed past his face. Whoosh! The breeze was cool, carrying a faint, refreshing fragrance. Then a slender figure appeared in his sight. It was Zhao Binhan. She charged forward. With a flicker of yellow light, Zhao Binhan danced like a butterfly, evading the werewolf's relentless swipes. Even as the werewolf's claws became blurs, they couldn't touch her. It was as if she had predicted every strike, dodging by a hair's breadth with perfect precision. Auto-prediction and evasion. A combat system on high-grade exoskeleton armor that enhances the user's combat effectiveness. Unbeknownst to Wang Ming, Taizhan had already appeared behind him. Are you all right? Wang Ming paused, asking without turning around. His attention was fixed on Zhao Binhan and the werewolf. I'm fine, sir. You were just sent flying. Wang Ming muttered. That is true, but it was an accident, sir. Please observe my next move. Without argument, Taizhan's right hand shifted, forming into a massive silver hammer. Wang Ming couldn't shake the feeling that Taizhan was angry. A beast-type ability. Such speed and power are indeed formidable. Zhao Binhan had fully relaxed, letting the phantom armor take control of her movements. The ultimate skill of her exoskeleton. The motion analysis and evasion system. As long as the speed didn't exceed the armor's reaction limit, Chen Eryong's werewolf form couldn't harm her. Warning. Armor energy depleting rapidly. Estimated remaining time. 60 seconds. The crisp system alert made Zhao Binhan's face stiffen. 60 seconds. So short. The werewolf speed was too high, overloading the phantom armor's computing and evasion systems, draining energy faster than it could sustain. In that moment, immense psychological pressure enveloped Zhao Binhan. If the phantom armor lost power, what awaited her? What awaited them? Only death. Miss Zhao, time to switch. SSSH. A cold voice rang out behind her, and a massive hammer swung with fierce force, intercepting the werewolf. The sharp claws and silver hammer clashed, erupting in a shower of sparks. Taizhan had returned. The silver hammer, the size of a brick, struck with immense force, forcing the werewolf back. Taizhan gave his opponent no respite, planting his foot and lunging forward, swinging the silver hammer in his right hand with deadly precision. With a dull thud, the hammer slammed into the werewolf's shoulder, followed by a sharp crack as the sturdy bones snapped cleanly. One blow had shattered his arm. So strong. Behind him, Zhao Binhan stared intently at Taizhan's back. Overexerting her phantom armor had left her weak and drenched in sweat, yet her eyes blazed with startling clarity. The chasm between an awakened and an ordinary human was an unbridgeable gulf. A truth Zhao Binhan, scion of a great family, understood better than most. And that made Taizhan's display all the more astonishing. This was not something an exoskeleton could achieve, nor could mere physical augmentation reach such heights. At least not in her understanding. Taizhan, Wang Ming, Xiao Rui, who are you people? The searing pain of his shattered left arm dimmed the werewolf's crimson gaze. Howling, he clutched his broken limb, his ferocity undimmed as he bared his fangs and prepared to lunge again. But what awaited him was a silver hammer wreathed in terrifying force. A heavy thud, a crack, another thud, another crack. Taizhan swung his hammer with an impassive expression, each blow accompanied by the sound of splintering bone. The werewolf was utterly overwhelmed. In mere moments, his body was twisted and blood gushed forth. The next second, his massive frame suddenly deflated like a punctured balloon. Not only that, but his fur gradually receded, his face softening into a rounder, smoother shape, though the blood and grotesquely contorted limbs remained. When reason returned to his mind, Chen Eryong was stunned. He, a proud beast-type awakened, had been beaten back into his human form by hammer blows while in a berserk state. What? What are you? Chen Eryong gritted his teeth, forcing out each word. Racked with agony that threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness, he still managed to glare at Taizhan. Since undergoing his awakened transformation, he had never imagined this day would come. But today, sir, do you need the target taken alive? Tieshan, however, ignored him completely, treating him like a lamb to the slaughter, though he was indeed meat on the chopping block. This utter humiliation made Chen Eryong's eyes bulge, as he managed only a single word, you. Then he collapsed into unconsciousness. After the battle, Zhao Binhan approached Wang Ming, pursing her lips. Thank you all. I had planned to bring you on this hunt to forge a bond, but instead you ended up helping us. As the proud daughter of the Zhao family, she had never imagined she would one day be rescued. You're too kind. You kindly brought us into the Muyun forest, so it's only right we do our part, Wang Ming said with indifference. Regardless, I must express my gratitude, Zhao Binhan said with earnest seriousness. I had planned to discuss this after leaving the Muyun forest. We want to take all the hunting points, but will forfeit every reward from the cleanup operation, and offer them to you along with a generous gift from the Zhao family. Zhao Binhan watched Wang Ming's expression closely. Seeing no reaction, she continued, now that you've saved us again, the Zhao family will naturally offer another token of appreciation. Please don't refuse. Seeing her resolute gaze, Wang Ming did not decline further. In that case, thank you. He nodded with a smile, accepting the offer. This finally allowed Zhao Bihan to breathe a sigh of relief, easing her conscience. Sis, what about the Baldies who escaped? At that moment Zhao Binhua approached quietly. By the time Chen Eryong's arm was broken, those thugs had already begun retreating. By the time he reverted to human form, they had fled far away, making pursuit nearly impossible. Let them go. Well, deal with it. Back at the family, Zhao Bihan frowned. She knew letting them escape would cause endless trouble, but chasing them through the Muyun forest was a fool's errand. Escape? Who said they escaped? A crisp voice suddenly interjected. Zhao Bihan turned to see Xiao Rui step out from behind Wang Ming, cradling her hunter rifle. With a charming smile, she pointed a slender finger toward the distant forest. Go take a look over there. The bodies shouldn't be cold yet. You mean? Zhao Bihan's eyes lit up. Oh, I had Rui snipe them on the way, Wang Ming said casually. This nonchalance left everyone exchanging glances. In these conditions they couldn't even locate the enemy yet he spoke of sniping them on the way. Quite the casual remark. Of course Xiao Rui's success was thanks to Wang Ming pinpointing their positions. But that was another matter. Thank you. Zhao Bihan gave Wang Ming a long, meaningful look. This debt was now fully incurred. The escaping Baldies were not important figures. But if they reported what happened here, the Baldies would shift their focus onto the Zhao family. Though the Baldies were despised by all, no one wanted to court such a troublesome enemy. Not out of fear, but because any conflict would only benefit other factions. Thus it was best to distance themselves from this incident, leaving the Baldies uncertain of the culprit. That would make things far easier. Without solid evidence, the Baldies wouldn't dare act rashly. Hence Zhao Bihan acknowledged the depth of this debt. The following days passed uneventfully. The group methodically hunted valuable desolate beasts, while making their way toward the outskirts of the Muyun forest. By noon on April 10th, a flood of hunters began returning to Hope City. Points were to be tallied at 2 p.m. on April 10th. So most hunters aimed to return before noon. This was also the most spectacular time at Hope City. From all directions, countless vehicles converged like rivers flowing into the sea. Each vehicle was laden with spoils, desolate beast carcasses, and their most valuable organs. These were solid points. After tallying the points, these items could still fetch a handsome price. Hey, isn't that? Look, it's the Drake family's convoy. As the crowd thickened, a well-ordered convoy appeared in the distance. Uniform in style and color, each vehicle bore a distinctive blue emblem. That was the insignia of the Drake family. There were about a dozen vehicles, each loaded with the carcasses of wild beasts. And the lowest among them were crank wild beasts. There was even a brank horned horse. Good heavens, only people from big families can pull this off. The rewards for this annual cleanup day are prepared for these major powers. Folks like us are just here to watch the show. Someone couldn't help but mock themselves. Be content. You may not get the rewards, but at least by participating in cleanup day, you can still make a good haul. Another person was more philosophical. Like them, he participated every year but never entertained thoughts about the listed rewards. He was there for the participation prize. As long as you take part in cleanup day, the final points would be converted into vouchers for Hope City. Within Hope City's territory, any expense could be partially offset. A legitimate discount by imperial decree. At the very least, until the points ran out, his days would be comfortable. Hey, hearing you say that, I really have come to terms with it. The man laughed heartily, completely letting go. Ordinary people should think about ordinary life. Dwelling on all sorts of impractical nonsense was just asking for trouble. Tisk. The hunting teams of the Qian and Wang families have returned too. Such a grand sight. Over there is the Zhao family's convoy. I've seen that person a few times. That's Zhao Binhen, the leading figure of the Zhao generation. Tisk, truly a sight to behold. What's loaded on the Zhao family's vehicles seems to be bloodthirsty black-scaled crocodiles. All crank wild beasts. Someone sharpied scanned the Zhao family's convoy and didn't spot a single brank wild beast. Compared to other families, that was a tier lower. Maybe they just took the materials. Someone said uncertainly. Brank wild beasts were treasures from head to toe. A few would only take materials without bringing back the whole carcass. Who knows? Rumble, rumble, rumble. Amid the roar of engines, the various families arrived one after another. And the one responsible for verifying the points was none other than Leo, who had bought Wang Ming's special aberrant that day. Too bad Wang Ming wasn't here, or he'd have to exclaim, good heavens. Sis, I took a look around. Although the other families all hunted brank wild beasts, none can match ours in strength or value. Zhao Binhua suppressed the excitement in his voice, whispering close to Zhao Binhan's ear. As expected. How are things going with the task I assigned you? Zhao Binhan's expression remained unchanged, instead concerned about another matter. Don't worry, sis. 2 generous gifts have been sent from home. Once this is over, I'll have someone deliver the prizes. No. After the points verification is done, I'll go in person. On the other side, Wang Ming and the other two had already returned home. Since he had given the wild beast to Zhao Binhan for points verification, there was no need for him to wait at the scene. His time was precious now. What happened today had hit him like a thunderbolt. Supernatural abilities. There were actually superpowered individuals among humans. Wasn't it said that only special aberrants could awaken supernatural powers? Then what was this all about? He had originally thought his physical attributes were at the pinnacle of humanity, lacking only in equipment. But now it seemed he was truly a frog at the bottom of a well. That werewolf could probably crush him with a single slap. Cultivation. He had to cultivate. This wasteland was too dangerous. What's wrong with Wang Ming? Xiao Rui, maintaining the hunter as usual, kept glancing at Wang Ming, who was practicing the health-preserving Taiji fist. From my understanding of the master, he's developed a sense of crisis. Tai Shan stood nearby, fulfilling his security duties. Is it because of the supernatural abilities? Xiao Rui quickly understood after a moment's thought. If anything today, only Chen Eryong's werewolf transformation was worth Wang Ming's concern. Supernatural abilities. Xiao Rui pursed her lips and said nothing. Ding! You have diligently practiced the health-preserving Taiji fist. Proficiency 5. Your health-preserving Taiji fist has been upgraded to LV 402000. Boom! The moment the health-preserving Taiji fist broke through, a vast surge of memories flooded into Wang Ming's mind. He completely forgot the system's prompt, fully immersed in the artistic conception of Taiji. Every gesture carried a sense of harmony, and his movements became utterly spontaneous. In places he couldn't see. Ding, you have earnestly performed the health-preserving Taiji fist. Proficiency 10. 10. In the system's skill list, the proficiency of health-preserving Taiji fist soared wildly. Its efficiency far surpassed that of the blood chi pills. Whoosh! Whoosh! Not only that, as time passed while Wang Ming performed the health-preserving Taiji fist, a visible ripple emanated from his moving hands, leaving traces in the air. It was as if energy fluctuations. Tai Shan, is this normal? Xiao Rui, her cherry lips slightly parted, pointed at Wang Ming and stammered. Tai Shan's eyes churned with a torrent of data as he closely watched Wang Ming's every move. His heartbeat, breathing rate. Everything was perfectly normal. The master is currently in no danger. That was the only conclusion he could draw. But Xiao Rui still couldn't rest easy, staring fixedly at Wang Ming. Yet his complexion was ruddy, his movements smooth. Nothing seemed wrong if one could ignore those energy fluctuations. Neither dared to interrupt Wang Ming's actions, so they could only wait in silence. 1 minute, 10 minutes, an hour, 2 hours, until Wang Ming suddenly stopped. Ding! Your health-preserving Taiji fist has been upgraded to LV 5. You have unlocked the true Qi attribute. You have acquired the special ability Taiji Circular Flow. Boom! An unprecedented surge of blood energy, mixed with a refreshing coolness, flooded into Wang Ming's limbs and bones. He felt his body swell like an inflated ball stuffed full, yet without any pain. Instead, there was an indescribable satisfaction. Lost in this strange sensation for an unknown time, Wang Ming's consciousness finally returned to his mind. Whoosh! He let out a long breath and then opened his eyes. Wang Ming, how are you? A delicate face came into his view. It was Xiao Rui. Her face was full of anxiety and worry. Truth be told, this was the first time he had seen Xiao Rui like this. I'm fine. Wang Ming smiled, his hand unconsciously reaching out to pat Xiao Rui's head. Fine. Do you have any idea how strange you were just now? Xiao Rui launched into a torrent of words, recounting everything that had happened with Wang Ming. Name Wang Ming, level LV 67500100000, class gunslinger, lifespan 22105, strength 1. 6 physique 2. 12. 5 agility 1. 7 spirit 8. 48. 6 true chi 10. A lifespan of 105 years. Indeed, Wang Ming's eyes were not deceiving him. The first change brought by mastering health-preserving Tai Chi was his lifespan. It directly granted him a centenarian's achievement, and this was merely the beginning. The enhancements to his spirit and physique attributes were incidental. The most crucial development was the awakening of his true Qi attribute. A brand new yet familiar attribute, true Qi. Wang Ming murmured to himself. True what? Are you even listening to me? Seeing Wang Ming lost in thought, Xiao Rui raised an eyebrow. I'm listening, I'm really fine, it's just... In short. Well, I can't explain it to you right now. Just know that I've recently made a breakthrough. Wang Ming opened his mouth but ultimately let out a wry smile. How could he possibly explain this to her? In his past life, someone his age would instantly understand the concept of true Qi, but in this wasteland world. As long as you're fine, Forget it, you've been busy for half a day. Take a rest. I'll go make lunch. Xiao Rui wiped the sweat from his forehead, then turned and headed to the kitchen, leaving Tai Shan standing silently by. Tai Shan, come help. Xiao Rui's voice called out from afar. Go on, I'm fine here. Yes, sir. Finally some peace and quiet. Wang Ming sat on the chair letting out a long breath, then opened the system interface. Name Wang Ming, level LV. 6750010000, class gunslinger, lifespan 22105, strength 1. 6 physique 2. 5 agility 1. 7 spirit 8. 6 true chi 10 talent, gunmaster, specialties, limb coordination, keen sight, inch strike, armor break, blind shot, accuracy. Hold the line, arc shot, efficient repair, Taiji spiral turn. Looking at his increasingly abundant status panel, Wang Ming felt an inexplicable sense of accomplishment. He casually tapped on Taiji spiral turn. Taiji spiral, turning to deflect force, overcoming the hard with the soft. Upon receiving any physical attack, it automatically triggers the Taiji spiral turn energy, dispersing the attack's force along the bodice circumference. Direct damage received is reduced by 60, and the effects of impact, knockback, knockup, and shock are completely negated. If additional true chi is consumed at this moment, the amount depends on the opponent's attack power. Ineffective, if it exceeds the user's true chi limit, it can instantly channel all of the opponent's force along the spiral arc, returning the attack back to them. The counterattack damage is equivalent to 80 to 120 of the enemy's original attack power, and inflicts effects of imbalanced stiffness and self-rebound. Holy shit! Wang Ming stared at the dense description, completely stunned. What kind of godly specialty is this? He felt this thing was a legendary golden talent, combining damage reduction, control, immunity, damage reflection, and crowd control into one. It was simply a divine skill. But how do I increase this true chi? Wang Ming furrowed his brow. His damage reflection ability relied entirely on his true chi capacity. The more true chi, the better. But how was he supposed to improve this newly appeared attribute? Health-preserving Tai Chi had already reached its limit. Should he use free attribute points to stack it? He instinctively tapped on the true chi attribute. Ding! Supernatural attribute. True chi detected. You have obtained a class change opportunity. Matching class. Matching. Successful. You have been assigned the class Martial Artist. You have acquired the Martial Artist talent skill Unceasing Cycles. Unceasing Cycles transform loss into gain, return energy to the origin cycle endlessly, and generate continuously. Effect 1. True Chi circulates unceasingly through the meridians, increasing the daily True Chi cap by 1. Effect 2. Each time you are attacked, a return force is generated within the body. When return force reaches 20 stacks, it triggers hard force, consuming all 20 stacks to ensure the next attack deals 200 damage. When return force reaches 50 stacks, it can be fully consumed to restore 50 of the user's true chi and significantly heal their injuries. Numb. Completely numb. Wang Ming had lost the capacity for shock. He stared blankly at the system interface. He shifted his gaze slightly. The gunslinger class was still there, but when he looked at the martial artist, the difference was like heaven and earth. Huff. Wang Ming took several deep breaths, calming the turmoil within him. This afternoon, he absolutely had to test out his new talents and specialties this afternoon. Wang Ming ate lunch extremely quickly, barely tasting the food before wolfing it down. Just as he was about to drag Tai Shan to practice, a knock suddenly sounded from outside the door. Bang, bang, bang. Excuse me, is Mr. Wang Ming home? It was a man's voice. It's the Zhao family, right? Xiao Rui raised a delicate eyebrow, continuing to eat her meal leisurely. It was about time. I'll get the door. Not asking Tai Shan to do it, Wang Ming went to open it himself. Click. The door swung open, revealing 3 well-dressed, sharp-looking men standing rigidly outside. Mr. Wang, hello. We have been sent by the Zhao family. The man at the front gave a slight bow, explaining. Oh. Wang Ming nodded, his eyes glancing past them to spot the boxes behind the 3 men. These are gifts of gratitude from our Zhao family. We hope you don't find them unworthy. No, you're too kind. Wang Ming waved his hand, then stepped aside. Bring them in, the man said to the 2 behind him. There were 2 large boxes, in total seemingly quite heavy. But since the men were still present, Wang Ming didn't open them rashly. Only after the 3 men had left the house did Wang Ming hurry back, intending to see what was inside. But, well, Xiao Rui had already dashed over in a flash. Click! With a soft sound of the latch, the box opened. Pills, firearms, special ammunition, and all kinds of desolate beast materials. With just one glance, Wang Ming knew it was priceless. Holy cow, this box contains a set of high-end exoskeleton armor. Looks like it's agility attack type. By now Xiao Rui had opened the other box. A set of dark gray armor lay in its unassembled state, but from its fine craftsmanship and brand new appearance, it wasn't hard to guess that this was a brand new top-tier exoskeleton armor. The Phantom Series Armor. Seeing the label beside the armor, Xiao Rui's eyes lit up. Wang Ming, this is the real good stuff, something you can't buy even with money. Simple exoskeleton armor wasn't rare, and even more advanced types weren't scarce in a big city like Hope City. But this kind of top-tier exoskeleton armor was a true asset. It was never sold openly. It was a commodity with a price but no market. Usually it was only equipped for family members serving as a clan's trump card and foundation. And this Phantom Series armor was the core armor of the Zhao family. No other clan possessed it. It does look really good. It would suit you perfectly. Ah! I said this phantom armor suits you perfectly, Wang Ming repeated once more. Although the phantom armor was impressive, he had no intention of using it. In fact, he intended to use the evolution points he gained from this upgrade to test it on Xiao Rui, hoping to help her advance and enhance her strength. However, he had been hesitating, uncertain about the consequences of such a decision. Moreover, the T-950 was just one step away from transforming into the fully liquid metal T-1000. According to the optimal solution, the benefits of evolving the T-950 far outweighed that of advancing an unknown Xiao Rui. Now, with the emergence of the phantom armor, this issue was somewhat resolved, as it could enhance Xiao Rui's strength comprehensively, while saving the evolution points for Taishan. Thus, from any perspective, this phantom armor was undoubtedly meant for Xiao Rui. Never mind, this armor enhances you more. I have the hunter of this item only offers me limited improvement. Xiao Rui waved her hands repeatedly. In her mind, Wang Ming should be the one to equip this exoskeleton armor first. Naturally, I have my reasons for giving it to you. First, Taishan has no use for such items, and as for me, you'll find out shortly. Wang Ming smirked mysteriously. After lunch, he took Taishan directly to the courtyard. As a villa provided by the North District Police Bureau, it naturally came with a private yard. Now it was just right for practice. Taishan, attack with half your strength and see what happens. Wang Ming beckoned excitedly. Half strength? Are you sure, sir? I don't think you can withstand such force. After saying this, Taishan stomped his foot, and in a flash he was already in front of Wang Ming, his fist the size of a cooking pot poised at Wang Ming's face. Wang Ming felt a blur before his eyes as a fist appeared in his line of sight, the raging wind from it even tousling his hair. Perhaps. Let's go with 30%. Wang Ming smiled awkwardly. Taishan's strength attribute was as high as 55 points, and even at 30% that was still 16.5. That figure was an insurmountable mountain before ordinary humans. Alright, sir, I will be careful. The two took their positions again. This time Wang Ming was fully prepared. Even though he had just acquired true energy under the full-level health Taijiquan, this true energy was entirely at his command. He slowly took stance, raising the true energy within him. His expertise in Taiji circular motion activated, and an invisible layer of Taiji energy completely enveloped him. Come. Wang Ming held his breath and focused. Bang. The ground cracked. Taishan, like a sprinter hearing the signal, shot forward instantly. Even at just 30% strength, the speed was far beyond what an ordinary person could match. In the blink of an eye, Taishan was right in front, his right fist coiled. And suddenly launched. Boom. A shockwave erupted, even blowing Xiao Rui's hair back. Wow. So strong. Her beautiful eyes widened. Such a powerful punch was actually held firmly by Wang Ming. He blocked it. Wang Ming felt a surge of joy inside. The force of this punch was far beyond that. He could clearly sense that as the fist descended, most of the power was dissipated by the Taiji energy covering his body. With the subsequent impact bolstered by the true energy, he could completely withstand it. What a strange feeling. Countless flashes of light crossed Taishan's eyes. According to his calculations, this punch should have been easily absorbed, but at this moment that strange force redirected it entirely elsewhere. Again. Wang Ming shouted excitedly. The sensation of fist meeting flesh was indeed different from that of firearms. Boom. Another punch came in. Wang Ming felt a shift, and as the Taiji energy absorbed the force, he circulated the true energy within him, forcefully redirecting this power back towards Taishan. Using force to counterforce. However, during this process, most of the true energy within him suddenly evaporated. Wang Ming's expression changed, but he still retaliated with a punch. Boom! It struck Taishan's chest squarely. Under the immense strength, Taishan was actually knocked off the ground. His body uncontrollably began to fly backward. My goodness! Xiao Rui, who was watching nearby, was completely dumbfounded. Close combat, and you knocked Taishan, who could smash animal-type ability users away. Though Taishan only used 30% strength, how could this be possible? Wang Ming was not wearing any exoskeleton armor. What the hell? Taishan's punch was that fierce. It took half my true energy just to push it back. Feeling the loss of half his true energy, Wang Ming was secretly astonished. However, he was extremely satisfied with the power of that previous punch. Not only that, after being attacked consecutively, he could sense that he had stored 2 surges of violent energy, which should be the so-called return to origin force. It seemed he couldn't retaliate any longer. If he only defended without attacking, the consumption of true energy would be significantly less. He secretly calculated that he needed to accumulate at least 20 return to origin forces. With his current amount of true energy, he could only passively endure the blows. Thus the ensuing scene was, Taishan's fists came like lightning, a torrential downpour of attacks aimed at Wang Ming, while Wang Ming stood like a tiny boat amidst the storm, as if it could be destroyed at any moment. But under the influence of true energy and Taiji circular motion, he miraculously held his ground. 18, 19, 20. Wang Ming suddenly exerted his strength. The remaining true energy in his body erupted suddenly, and then his reverse punch, imbued with resilience, fiercely met Taishan's fist. Bang! In the dull sound of collision, Wang Ming staggered back 3 steps. Although Taishan appeared unmoved, the cracked ground beneath him revealed the terror of that previous strike. A 200 attack, coupled with the enhancement from true energy, that punch had already exceeded Taishan's 30% strength. Sir, your punch just now has broken the limits of what a normal human can unleash. Taishan commented objectively. This was based on genetics, based on species judgment. The physical limit of humans is just there, or the power that a mundane body can unleash is merely that much. Yet Wang Ming had far surpassed this threshold. Hey, how about that? This is my newly mastered ability. At this moment Wang Ming felt empty inside, unable to squeeze out even a trace of true energy. However, shortly after he felt the blood and energy within him surge, a faint true energy wafting out from his dantian. This seems like the talent of Endless Cycle is beginning to take effect. This talent can actually restore true energy quickly. Wang Ming's face lit up with joy. An unexpected gain. What is happening here? What is your ability? Is it that energy fluctuation from before? At this moment Xiao Rui's face was full of curiosity. She darted to Wang Ming's side, gripping his arm tightly, even her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ahem. Wang Ming cleared his throat. This is called True Qi. True Qi. Xiao Rui's big eyes were filled with confusion. Indeed, you could call it my talent, Wang Ming declared without a shred of modesty. Yet it was somewhat akin to talent, for the system itself was a form of talent. Talent? Xiao Rui was taken aback. Wang Ming, are you sure you haven't used any gene agents? No, I haven't. Then, what about other agents? Like those that enhance physical abilities? Well, I have used some. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. What? Xiao Rui stepped forward, her eyes locked onto his. The blood chi pill. You know about that? Wang Ming looked at Xiao Rui with suspicion. This girl was acting a bit strange. The blood chi pill doesn't count. Xiao Rui's face darkened. Then that's all. Wang Ming shrugged nonchalantly. Nothing else. Xiao Rui furrowed her brows. In the Wasteland world, aside from gene agents, there was no known method for humans to break through the limits of the physical body, or to awaken supernatural abilities. This was common knowledge. But how could Wang Ming? Boom! Just then a black steel beast pulled up in front of Wang Ming's house, instantly drawing the attention of the three. Click! The car door opened and a dashing woman in a purple trench coat leaped out. It was Zhao Binhan. We meet again. Zhao Binhan smiled. Her attire and expression today were a world apart from that day in the Muyun Forest Sea. She looked like a friendly older sister from the neighborhood, stripped of her gear. Miss Zhao, we meet again. Wang Ming returned the smile. He knew she had come to deliver something. The gene agent he had been longing for. This was perhaps the most valuable thing in the Wasteland world for him aside from the blood chi pill. Our Zhao family was fortunate to take the lead in the cleanup day thanks to you. This is what I promised, so I brought it over directly. With that, Zhao Binhan took out a leather pouch from her side and handed it to Wang Ming. Thank you. Wang Ming's eyes lit up and he accepted it without hesitation. By the way, you three are all very strong. Why don't you get certified at a higher level at the Hunters Guild? Not only would the benefits be better, but some rare resources would also be open to you. Zhao Binhan kindly advised. Her gaze lingered the longest on Taishan. In her estimation, this man was likely at the strength of a gold-level hunter. That would be a top-tier powerhouse of which there were only a handful in all of Hope City. Thanks for the reminder. We were indeed planning to, but we've been busy. Wang Ming nodded with a smile. Now that he had been reborn, even against a silver-level assessor, he would have the upper hand. Then, I won't keep you any longer. This is a token from our Zhao family. If you need anything, you can come to the Zhao residence to find me. With that, Zhao Binhan took out an exquisite jade pendant from her bosom. It was pure white, flawless and translucent, with an elegant Zhao character engraved on it. Then, thank you very much, Miss Zhao. He reached out and took it. The pendant still held a trace of warmth. Hee. Just call me by my name. You are my great benefactors, no need to be so formal. Zhao Binhan smiled gently, then waved and turned to leave. Click. Wang Ming opened the leather pouch and took out an exquisite wooden box. Opening the wooden box, 3 vials of pale blue liquid were neatly arranged inside. Gene agents. Although they were only gene repair fluids, they were a complete set from Type 1 to Type 3. This stuff was priceless even if you had the money. Even if you wanted to exchange contribution points at the Hunters Guild, you had to wait until they had stock. Let alone a set of 3 different types. Good stuff. Wang Ming took out 1 vial which had a label indicating its type. The container was an ordinary glass test tube, but the blue liquid inside seemed to shimmer with specks of starlight as if it were alive. What you're holding is the Type 1 gene repair fluid. After taking it, the effects will be fully absorbed in 7 to 14 days. The repair at the genetic level varies from person to person. After taking Type 1, you must wait at least a month before taking Type 2. So I suggest you start using it now. Xiao Rui took out the other 2 vials and examined them closely as she spoke eloquently. You know quite a bit. Have you used them? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, though he had already guessed as much. Xiao Rui's attribute panel was an open book to him. Her mental attribute far surpassing ordinary people was likely thanks to the gene agents. I've used all the gene repair fluids. Xiao Rui nodded generously. Unlike gene enhancement agents, these are mild, in effect not so intense, and have no side effects. Their purpose is to repair your genetic defects and unlock your potential. Wang Ming nodded. Then, with a slight press of his finger, pop! The vial stopper shot out the crisp sound like a maiden sigh. Gulp! He tilted his head back and downed it in one go. Smack smack. Wang Ming licked his lips. It doesn't taste like much. The gene repair fluid works over time. In a few days you should start to feel the changes. Xiao Rui looked at Wang Ming with a beaming smile. What are you smiling about? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. Nothing. Just congratulating you on getting stronger. Doesn't that make our team even more powerful? Xiao Rui said matter-of-factly. Looking at her delicate face, Wang Ming gave a faint smile. Don't worry with me here, it'll keep you safe. Hee hee. At the Hunters Guild. With nothing else to do, the 3 of them planned to get their ranks reassessed. There was no doubt about it. Silver level was more than within their reach. Taishan needed no introduction. Even a gold-level hunter would struggle to match him. Although Wang Ming had never seen a gold-level hunter, could they go toe-to-toe with a Terminator? Then there was himself, a brand-new profession, brand-new talents, brand-new specialties, coupled with a full set of max-level skills. TSK. The only concern was Xiao Rui. But even that was fine. The Hunters Guild's rank assessment didn't care what methods you used. As long as you could use it, it was part of your strength. So with the phantom armor-equipped, Xiao Rui should have no problem either. With this in mind, the 3 went straight to the front desk. However, before Wang Ming could say anything, a guild staff member recognized them first. Is it, Mr. Wang Ming? The staff member looked at Wang Ming, then at Taishan and Xiao Rui. It must be you. What does that mean? Wang Ming wondered as he watched the staff member approach with a smile. I am Wang Ming. Is something the matter? May I have a word in private? The man gestured with his hand. Wang Ming nodded, not refusing. Inside the Hunters Guild there was nothing to fear. It was the same meeting room as before. They had barely sat down when a familiar figure pushed the door open. Volsai, the director of the Hope City branch of the Hunters Guild. We meet again, Mr. Wang. Volsai swayed her hips as she entered. Ah, Director Volsai. Wang Ming greeted with a smile, then asked softly. May I ask what business Director Volsai has? Indeed, there is something I need to discuss with you, Mr. Wang. Volsai smiled and sat opposite him. Director Li of the North District Security Bureau came specifically to our guild. Do you know why, Mr. Wang? Director Li. Wang Ming muttered to himself. He only knew a Captain Li. Could this Director Li be? His mind stirred. Director Volsai, please don't keep me in suspense. Hey. Volsai chuckled lightly. All right, I'll be direct. Director Li said your team has slain special aberrants, twice saving countless lives in the North District. Your strength and merits far exceed what a black iron badge can represent. He asked us to expedite the green channel for your team's promotion. Then, I must thank Director Li. Wang Ming said awkwardly. He had thought it was something serious, but it was just this. However, this Director Li was most likely Li Ying. It seemed the special aberrant had earned him a direct promotion. But that guy had bled a lot to secure the aberrant's corpse, and now he was being so stingy in trying to curry favor with Wang Ming. Don't think this is just empty words. Volsai smiled, doing him a favor. The Hunters Guild's rank assessments are fair, but the time and efficiency differ. Volsai gave a simple example. For instance, silver-level assessments require a silver-level hunter as evaluator. But silver hunters are already powerful figures, and can't always be at the guild, so candidates often have to wait. Seeing Wang Ming listening intently, Volsai continued. This wait can take 10 days to half a month or even 1 or 2 months if unlucky. But thanks to Director Lee's word, a silver hunter from the North District Security Bureau is always on standby at the guild just for your evaluation. This is a service exclusive to you three. So that's how it is. Wang Ming nodded in understanding. In essence, even the Wasteland world valued connections. The difference between having someone pull strings and not was immense. This was exactly the same as in Wang Ming's past life. Then many thanks to Director Lee and Director Valsai. Wang Ming expressed his gratitude earnestly. Since they had gone this far, it would be ungracious of him to remain indifferent. You're welcome, Mr. Wang. There's a dedicated evaluator waiting for you in the back reporting on time every day. Good. It was 10 minutes later when they left the Hunters Guild. Yes, from assessment to system entry to badge issuance, it took a total of 10 minutes. Such was the power of connections. Wang Ming stroked the silver badge on his chest, feeling a wave of emotion. A silver-level hunter. Even in a major city like Hope City, the number of silver hunters did not exceed 1,000. And this was a city of hundreds of thousands, even millions. It was clear how rare silver hunters were. But now the three of them were among that 1,000. On the desk in the bedroom, the afternoon sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating Wang Ming. He sat at the desk, pen in hand, writing ceaselessly on paper. A closer look revealed the bold title. Breathing and Exhalation Technique. Yes, Wang Ming was transcribing the breathing technique he had glimpsed in his past life. His current skill tree had no skills left to upgrade, and the Wasteland world placed little emphasis on martial arts, focusing instead on weapons equipment and genetic serums. This left Wang Ming scratching his head. Fortunately, his greatly increased spirit attribute allowed him to vaguely recall things he had briefly seen in his past life. So now he was crafting new skills for his skill tree. First was this breathing and exhalation technique. Though he had the perpetual cycle talent, a true method for condensing true chi was indispensable. Wang Ming carefully recalled the various breathing and exhalation knowledge he had seen in his past life, then wrote swiftly, pouring it all out. Some were fragments, others were profound Taoist terms. Scattered and incoherent. Yet these chaotic pieces filled 2 full sheets of paper. After finishing, he quickly scanned through it. The obscure text seemed like gibberish, but the system gave a prompt. Ding! Detected a large amount of breathing and exhalation knowledge. Integrating. Integration complete. Congratulations, you have obtained breathing and exhalation technique. Wang Ming felt a cool sensation in his mind. The chaotic text seemed to come alive. After a process of refinement and reorganization, a brand new memory directly embedded itself deep in his consciousness. From abdominal breathing to sinking chi into the dantian, from breathing rhythm to sitting and lying postures. All of this became instinct, merging into his body. Ding! You have learned breathing and exhalation technique. Proficiency 5. 5. Ding! Your breathing and exhalation technique has been upgraded to LV. 2. A vast amount of knowledge and muscle memory poured into Wang Ming. Not only did he feel no discomfort, but he also experienced a sense of comfort and fulfillment. The power of his spirit attribute was fully demonstrated at this moment. He could assimilate new skills with incredible speed. In just a short while, breathing and exhalation technique had soared to LV. 3. The true chi circulating within his body became more active under the rhythm of the technique. Wang Ming glanced at his attribute panel. Nothing else had changed, but the true chi attribute had risen to 11 points. This came from the boost of the technique's breakthrough as well as the true chi naturally generated by its circulation. So, this skill crafting was a resounding success. This path was viable. In the following days, Wang Ming seemed to have an epiphany, feverishly writing down all the martial arts he could remember from his past life. Apart from eating, drinking, and other physiological necessities, he remained cooped up in his room, scribbling and drawing incessantly. Although most of it was merely fragmented text and rhetoric from films and TV shows, the system's function was to integrate and connect the scattered knowledge. Of course, not all text could be recognized by the system as a skill. For instance, the martial arts he yearned for, Ninyang Ninin, even though he had written down most of the inner cultivation methods, the system still refused to acknowledge them as skills. Tisk, it seems novels and TV dramas are all lies. These things have no practical value. Wang Ming felt a pang of regret. Yet aside from these martial arts manuals, a few were indeed recognized as skills. One was Hongquan and the other was Bajiquan. Hongquan needs no introduction. A solid and powerful traditional Chinese martial art. He had seen it countless times in films and TV shows. With his enhanced memory, he managed to recreate most of its content, and the system successfully recognized it as a skill. As for Bajiquan, it boasted the reputation of, with civil arts Taiji, pacifies the world, with martial arts Baji, secures the realm. He had encountered this renowned martial art frequently, even watching some video tutorials for a period. If not for the substantial increase in his mental fortitude, he would never have recalled so many details. Fortunately, he glanced at the two newly appeared skills in his skill bar. Hong Quan fierce and powerful heavy punches delivered with force. Centered on bridge force firm stances and explosive power, the moves are grand and resolute, steady and strong. Bajiquan fierce and close quarters, shattering mountains and breaking bones. A brutal fist art emphasizing close body strikes, forceful openings and one-hit kills. With the skills recorded, the training and combat methods of Hong Quan and Bajiquan instantly flooded his mind. These techniques, which combined breathing regulation and the manipulation of inner energy, perfectly matched his true chi attributes. They were far superior to simple hand-to-hand combat skills that focus solely on techniques and moves. After all, the philosophy of traditional martial arts fundamentally differs from modern combat. Traditional martial arts emphasize cultivating inner breath, while refining the outer physique, not merely pursuing brute muscular strength, but aiming for whole-body unity and dual cultivation of body and spirit. In contrast, modern combat pursues simplicity and directness, one-hit kills with no complex moves, only the straightforward application of muscle power. Thus, modern combat is simpler to practice and yields quicker results. For an ordinary person, modern combat might be the better choice, but for Wang Ming, traditional martial arts truly unlocked his potential. After all, he possessed true chi. With the skills settled, all that remained was practice. Boosted by the blood chi pills, his skill proficiency skyrocketed. And he fought with immense exhilaration. Every punch and kick smoothly channeled the true chi within him, not only imbuing his strikes with tremendous power, but also accelerating the circulation of his internal energy, filling his entire body with a soothing warmth. What is he doing in there, making all that whooshing noise? Outside the door, Xiao Rui's puzzled voice rang out, followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. The master is training. Taishan's voice came from the doorway. Oh, let me see. Creak. The door was gently pushed open. Xiao Rui opened the door halfway and felt a gust of wind rush past, instinctively squinting her eyes. There, Wang Ming was moving swiftly within the room, practicing a peculiar set of boxing techniques. The whooshing sounds were the air being sliced by his punches and kicks. Moreover, just like the day he demonstrated health-preserving taiji, she could clearly see the energy fluctuations swirling around him. True chi. Wang Ming had explained it to her. Seeing him so absorbed in his practice, she didn't disturb him but quietly closed the door. "I'll go stew some meat for him. Hell need replenishment after training." Her voice faded into the distance, while Taishan remained silently guarding the door. Days passed, and Wang Ming continued his secluded cultivation until half a month later. Name: Wang Ming, level LV 67500100000, class Gunslinger, martial artist, lifespan 22105, strength 1. 62, physique 2. 5, agility 1. 7, spirit 8. 6, true chi 10, 27, talents: gunmaster, perpetual circulation, expertise, limb coordination, keen eyes, inch force, armor pierce, blind shot accuracy, hold the line, curved shot, efficient repair, taiji, rotation skills, Bajiquan LV 3, Hong Quan LV 1, breathing technique LV 4, omitted. His strength experienced a minor surge and his true chi attribute skyrocketed. The boost from perpetual circulation was still terrifying, coupled with the true chi flow stimulated by days of fist and foot practice, which propelled his true chi attribute to an astonishing 27 points. If I just hole up a bit longer, won't my true chi attribute become invincible under heaven? He. Wang Ming couldn't help but chuckle foolishly. But while he wished to lay low, the outside world might not allow it. That afternoon, an off-road vehicle bearing the insignia of the security bureau stopped in front of Wang Ming's house. The door opened and a man in a crisp uniform stepped out. He adjusted his attire and strode directly toward Wang Ming's home. "Mr. Wang." He wore a smile and introduced himself. "I am Chong Hang, secretary to Director Li of the North District Security Bureau." Chong Hang was very polite and spoke softly. "Hello, what's the matter?" "Mr. Wang, it's like this." Chong Hang produced a commission letter and explained the situation in detail to Wang Ming. It turned out that after the Purge Day, a large number of high-danger-level aberrant beasts frequently appeared near Hope City. Initially, the city lord's office paid little attention, but recently these beasts had gathered at a ruined base. Such a phenomenon had never occurred in all these years. Aberrant beasts possess strong territorial instincts. The more powerful the beast, the stronger its territorial awareness. For them to congregate in one place was normally impossible unless a more powerful aberrant beast was commanding them. This was different from an ordinary beast tide where beasts charge chaotically, each fighting on its own. But if a powerful beast orchestrated an attack on the city with purpose, the threat would be immense. Thus Hope City issued a summoning order calling all silver-grade and above hunters to investigate the ruined base. Of course, the rewards were enticing. As the most prominent silver-grade hunter in the North District, Wang Ming naturally received an invitation from Li Ying. Ruined base. What would happen if I refused this conscription order? Wang Ming suddenly asked. "Huh? Chong Hang was taken aback, clearly not expecting Wang Ming to utter such words. Well, of course the conscription order is merely a document issued by the city lord's office. Whether to answer the call naturally lies with the hunters themselves. It is not mandatory. Steadying himself, Chong Hang explained, yet his gaze toward Wang Ming carried a hint of indescribable curiosity. Perhaps he too was pondering the reason for the rewards were so generous that none could remain unmoved. Meeting Chong Hang's gaze, Wang Ming felt no embarrassment. I've received the invitation. If I decide after consideration, I will go. Putting away the commission letter, Wang Ming gave his reply. Very well, then I won't disturb you, Mr. Wang. Late at night, the City of Hope was still ablaze with lights. Beyond the city walls, the wilderness was shrouded in darkness, yet within this desolate gloom, flickering points of light, crimson or fluorescent green, drifted unpredictably. Drawing closer, one would realize these were no mere lights but a pair of ravenous pupils. Roar! Amid low growls, all eyes were fixed intently on the City of Hope. Then, a heavy footfall drew near from afar. Thud! All the wild beasts retreated to either side as if welcoming something's arrival. Boom! As the footsteps ceased, two massive bulbous crimson pupils snapped open. Its horns pierced the sky, its head elongated, its maw bristling with fangs. Its body was covered in fine green scales, massive in size with thick limbs and a swishing tail. It resembled an enormous lizard, yet this creature stood upright. Roar! A deep hoarse and guttural sound emanated from its throat. It stared at the distant City of Hope, bloodthirsty greed gleaming in its eyes. However, it did not act rashly. Instead, with apparent rationality, it turned and departed. Countless wild beasts on either side followed in its wake. It was as if it commanded the horde. The next morning, Wang Ming practiced his boxing routines as usual, then leisurely enjoyed breakfast. So, are you going to answer that conscription order? Xiao Rui asked casually at the table. Well, actually I wasn't planning to go. But, Wang Ming shifted his tone. The rewards mentioned in the order are indeed tempting. Gene enhancement fluid, you know. And you think you can get something for nothing? The order only calls for hunters above silver rank, which means this mission is no simple task. Xiao Rui analyzed earnestly. I know, that's why I didn't agree. In truth, Wang Ming's plan was to lay low for a year or two, then emerge with his divine art perfected. Looking back, he was merely 23 or 24, in the prime of youth. So, you mean you're not going? Xiao Rui asked. Wang Ming glanced at the commission letter by his hand. It wasn't the City of Hope's conscription order, but a private commission from the North District Police Bureau, hoping he would lead the North District hunters in this mission. After all, Liang had witnessed Taihan's strength firsthand, and thus had great faith in Wang Ming's team. The ways of the world. Wang Ming sighed. I'll stop thinking about it. We'll see when the time comes. Xiao Rui cast him a glance and ate in silence. That night, this is really strange. Usually around this time the wild beasts would be out roaming. Why is it so quiet today? At an outpost east of the City of Hope. This outpost, where the city mined ores, was fortified by a wall of bluestone standing 8 or 9 meters tall. The wall was brightly lit with searchlights constantly sweeping the ground below. What's so strange about that? It's better if they don't show up. Saves us the trouble of keeping watch. A companion yawned, leaning idly against the wall. You can't say that. If something goes wrong, we're the ones in danger. He shook his head, disagreeing with his companion. TCHU. Bang! Before he could finish, a dull thud echoed from afar, as if something heavy had struck. What was that sound? The guards around immediately went on alert. Several searchlights swept toward the source. Crack! In the light, a pitch-black hairy figure stood silently atop the wall. A black gorilla. It's a wild beast. The wild beasts are here. Woo! In an instant, a dull alarm was sounded. The black gorilla lunged toward a nearby guard post. Not only that, but in the next second another beast leaped up from below the wall. The guards saw it clearly. They had flown up. Searchlights. Someone shouted, and several beams instantly targeted a corner beneath the wall. Their dozens of figures had appeared without warning. Among them stood one over 3 meters tall with a robust frame, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and bulging muscles, clutching a black gorilla in its arms. With a forceful shove, it hurled the gorilla directly onto the wall. Open fire. Fire now. Don't let it keep throwing beasts up here. Rat-a-tat-tat. Countless streaks of light erupted, hurtling toward that corner. The two that got up are long-armed black gorillas. Only drank threat. Take them down before they breach the outpost. What about the one below? That's a crank ironback ape. Concentrate heavy machine gun fire on the ironback ape. The rest of you hold off the two long-armed gorillas. Yes, sir. Rat-a-tat-tat. The two heavy machine guns mounted on the wall roared to life, unleashing a storm of 7. 62mm bullets that swept toward the ground below. Though the ironback ape was formidable, it was merely a living target against such a torrent of steel. After just one volley, its broad back was riddled with bloody holes. The flesh of a crank beast was no match for the fury of bullets. Nor did the clustered long-armed gorillas awaiting their turn to be thrown onto the wall escape unscathed. They were shredded into sieves by the gunfire. Phew! Thank goodness. Lucky we spotted them early, or those beasts would have caught us off guard. A guard captain wiped sweat from his brow, speaking with lingering fear. Old Wei, report the situation to the outpost later. It's at least some credit for us. Old Wei. Hearing no response, he frowned and turned to look. Whoosh! In an instant his pupils shrank to pinpricks, his mouth agape but utterly silent. A massive wolf's head loomed behind him, staring intently. Its emerald eyes seemed to devour him. As for Old Wei, he was already tightly coiled in the grip of a python as thick as a water barrel. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking bones reached his ears. Before he could scream, the giant wolf lunged and bit down. In the Wasteland world, due to radiation, communication signals cannot be used here, so most communications are still conducted through human delivery. This has resulted in a lag in information. City Lord. Today there has been no daily report from the Eastern No. 1 mining point. We sent someone to check and found that it has been occupied by wild beasts. In the central urban area of Hope City, this is the political center of Hope City, where the City Lord's mansion is located. At this moment, the City Lord of Hope City, Nangong Hai, furrowed his brows as he listened to the report. It's not uncommon for wild beasts to attack outposts outside the city, but it is rare for them to breach an outpost. After all, it is not a beast tide. A few scattered wild beasts attacking an outpost should not be enough to breach it. Strengthen the defense of the remaining outposts, and send out more scouts to keep a close watch on the movements outside the city. Understood. Nangong Hai rubbed his fingers, still feeling somewhat uneasy. What about the recruitment order? Reporting to you, sir, all 4 districts have enthusiastic participants. Each district has selected a leader by the Security Bureau, and according to the timeline, the latest list will be reported by the day after tomorrow. Nangong Hai nodded. Keep a close watch on this matter. The movements of the wild beasts outside the city must be clarified as soon as possible. Additionally, continue to send more personnel to the base ruins. 2 days passed. During these 2 days, Wang Ming practiced his skills like a madman. Since he had already decided to respond to the call, he naturally wanted to improve his strength as much as possible before setting off. 8 Extremes fist-hung gar-breathing technique all experienced varying degrees of improvement under the relentless consumption of qi and blood pills. It was fortunate that he had true qi circulating within him, otherwise an ordinary person would have exploded after consuming one of those qi and blood pills. With the aid of true qi, he completely extracted the essence of the pill, enhancing his own strength. Name Wang Ming. Level LV. 6750010000. Occupation Gunsmith Warrior. Lifespan 22,108. Strength 22. 3. Physique 2. 52. Agility 1. 71. 9. Mentality 8. 69. True Chi 2730. Talent Master Gunsmith Unceasing Cycle. Specialty Limb Coordination Keen Vision Piercing Strike Blind Shooting Accuracy Defensive Stand Curved Shooting Efficient Maintenance Taiji Rotation. Skills 8 Extremes Fist LV. 4. Hung Gar LV. 3. Breathing Technique LV. 4. Brief. This is Wang Ming's current attribute panel. The attribute increases are quite remarkable. Of course, this is not entirely due to the skill improvements. Wang Ming suspected that the gene repair fluid played a significant role. It is likely the reason he experienced such a significant increase in physical attributes. Of course, the qi and blood pills may have contributed, but Wang Ming leans more toward the former. Nevertheless, 30 true qi is sufficient for Wang Ming to handle most situations. Even against Taishan, he is confident he can withstand one of his full-force attacks. The next morning, Wang Ming and his companions drove to the security bureau outside the North District. It was just dawn, but there were already many people outside the bureau. Looking at the badges on their chests, they should all be hunters responding to the recruitment order. As Wang Ming and his companions arrived, all eyes instantly focused on them. Hey, those 3 are the Wang Ming team who have been making waves lately. Someone whispered to the person next to them. 2 kills of Special Mutants TSK. What a lucky guy. Lucky. You can't kill Special Mutants just by luck, let alone twice. These whispers reached Wang Ming's ears without missing a word. But he didn't care. From being a bottom-level poor person in Salmatown to now being a silver-level hunter, his journey has been nothing short of spectacular. Although it has been short, the experiences are genuine. He believes he possesses the demeanor of a battle-hardened warrior, which is vastly different from when he first arrived in the Wasteland world. Brother Wang. From afar, Wang Ming spotted a familiar figure. It was Li Ying, the captain who had teamed up with him to hunt down special mutants, now promoted to the head of the North District Security Bureau. Director Li, congratulations on your promotion. Haha, it's all thanks to Brother Wang. Li Ying said with a beaming smile. This recruitment order owes much to Brother Wang's response. Well said, well said. At this moment Wang Ming felt as if his face was about to freeze in a smile. Why is he still dragging this out? Let's get on with it. A total of 39 silver-level hunters from the 4 major districts are participating with 11 from our North District, and you, Brother Wang, will be the leader. The 4 districts will have 4 leaders, so will this operation be a free-for-all or... No, the City Lord's mansion will have someone overseeing the overall situation plus the elite from the City Guard totaling 79 people. Oh! Wang Ming nodded. For specific details, when you arrive at the City Lord's mansion someone will explain everything in detail. Now! Go ahead and choose your equipment. This time all weapons and gear will be provided by the Security Bureau. As he spoke under Li Ying's arrangement, everyone went to the Security Bureau's armory. Feel free to take any equipment here, and I hope everyone returns safely. Li Ying said solemnly. Heh, after so many years of struggling in the wilderness, this is my first time in the Security Bureau's armory. Someone chuckled lightly, not holding back, casually surveying the area. Director Li has really put in the effort this time. These weapons are all top-notch, probably better than most weapon shops. One person chuckled. Although this armory doesn't have exoskeleton armor, it is well stocked with various firearms, ammunition, tactical accessories, and cold weapons. Hee. All for the North District. Li Ying smiled gently. Don't worry, Director Li, even though we are here for the rewards as members of the North District, we will definitely make a name for ourselves. Upon hearing this, Li Ying's smile widened. You all are the strong ones from our North District, and I trust in your abilities. As he spoke, he subtly glanced at Wang Ming and his companions, especially the silent Tai Shan. Brother Wang, are you not going to pick some equipment? Oh, then I'll go take a look. To be honest, since acquiring True Chi, his interest in firearms has diminished significantly, especially after learning 8 Extremes Fist and Hungar. With the enhancement of True Chi, the destructive power of these 2 martial arts far surpasses that of firearms. However, Wang Ming thought when clearing out some minor enemies, firearms are still quite useful. So, it wouldn't hurt to take some. At the temporary camp east of Hope City, a tactical discussion was underway inside the central tent. However, instead of a sand table, several oddly shaped wild beasts lay at the center of the tent. There were giant pythons, brown bears, and even a beast resembling a salamander with limbs. At the forefront of these carcasses stood a middle-aged man in a crisp black military uniform. His complexion was ruddy, his eyes bright and piercing like those of a hawk. This man was Lin Zhe, the commander of Hope City's expedition. Take a look, everyone. Lin Zhe's voice was steady. He pointed a finger and then spoke in a deep tone. These corpses were hunted near the mining site. Their strength is not formidable, only at level, but... He scanned the room, his voice suddenly hardening. These wild beasts do not inhabit this area, nor would they leave their territories without reason. General Lin, do you mean? A high-level beast is directing them from behind the scenes. A young man with glasses who appeared refined suddenly spoke. Wang Ming recognized him. He had been briefly introduced during the departure ceremony, as Xie Wenjun, the leader of the Eastern District, appearing about the same age as him. There is no other explanation. If it were mere coincidence, it would be far too coincidental. Silence fell. The atmosphere in the tent grew oppressive. Except for Wang Ming, everyone present understood what it meant. If a high-level beast capable of commanding wild beasts existed, it was a disaster far more terrifying than an ordinary beast tide. Though ordinary beast tides were vast in number, they merely charged at cities without any tactics. Essentially mindless animals. But this kind of targeted, almost methodical command of wild beasts suggested a beast with intelligence was likely behind it. That meant that beast had reached at least a level that was already on par with a gold-tier hunter, a sovereign of its domain. If they were to face an A-level beast, it would be certain death. So, Lin Zhe suddenly raised his voice. This mission is primarily reconnaissance. We are not to engage them head-on. A large force of city guards will support us from the rear. Once the presence of an A-level beast is confirmed, the mission is complete. If that's the case, the risk exists, but it's feasible. Xie Wenjun said in a grave tone. Ha! With such generous rewards, if it were a walk in the park, the city lord's mansion wouldn't have summoned us. I can bear this risk. A burly man with a full beard chuckled nearby. He was Song Ying, the leader of the Western District. It was unclear whether that was his code name or his real name. Do you two have any objections? Lin Zhe nodded, then turned his gaze to Wang Ming and the leader of the Southern District. I have no objections. Wang Ming shook his head. Though he had never fought an A-level beast, the bearded man was right. Risk and opportunity went hand in hand. Since he had decided to participate, he had to accept the corresponding risks. None. From the corner, the Southern District leader shook his head, briefly, speaking little and concisely. This person seemed to be called Chong Feng, taciturn and somewhat reminiscent of Tai Shan. Good. Since none of you have objections, I'll trouble you all to return to your camps and lead the hunters of each district to follow orders. We set out at dawn tomorrow into the depths of the wilderness. After Wang Ming and the others left, a man in tactical armor hurried into the tent. General Lin. Frontline report: Mining Site 1 has been recaptured. A total of 78 wild beasts were found there, but based on the tracks at the scene, the number that attacked the outpost was no less than 300. What was the highest danger level? Lin Jia asked in a low voice. Only Clevel. Clevel. Lin Jia frowned deeply. It seemed that most of the beasts that attacked the outpost that day had withdrawn, leaving only some stragglers roaming the site. Though Mining Site 1 was not a large outpost, its firepower was not something a few hundred wild beasts could easily breach, especially when the highest danger level was only Clevel. That made it even more unlikely. But if it were Blevel, were there any flying beasts? Several corpses of ironclad crows were found inside the outpost. The man answered truthfully. Ironclad crows. Clevel, dangerous beasts, but due to their aerial advantage, they were often more troublesome than ordinary Clevel beasts. That explains it. Lin Jia realized. If a Blevel beast had attacked Mining Site 1, it would have been a devastating blow. But from the previous battle reports, the exterior of Mining Site 1 had not suffered much damage. However, if the attack came from the air, Tisk aerial superiority was a tremendous advantage. Still, this indirectly confirmed that it was a premeditated attack, greatly increasing the likelihood of an A-level beast. Clean up the outpost thoroughly and leave the rest to the city lord's mansion. We head into the wilderness for reconnaissance tomorrow. Yes. The next morning at dawn, Wang Ming and the others broke camp and set out. According to prior reconnaissance, the wild beasts were mostly gathered at the ruins of a base about 100 kilometers southeast of Hope City. And it was a large base ruin. Along the way, they encountered many roaming wild beasts. It had only been a little over half a month since the Purge Day, so the wilderness near Hope City should not have had so many wandering beasts. Moreover, these were beasts that normally inhabited various regions and rarely set foot here. This is really strange. The crimson water black python of all things has left the swamps of the Twilight Cloud Forest. That's not a good sign. Someone in the group remarked. Forget the crimson water black python. Even beasts from farther away are appearing here. It's almost certainly an A-level beast. What? Scared? Ha! I've lived on the edge for over 20 years. I've never been scared. Wang Ming, if it really is an A-level beast, don't try to be a hero. Its strength far exceeds any beast we've encountered. In the vehicle, Xiao Rui spoke solemnly. What? Have you seen an A-level beast? Wang Ming turned to look at Xiao Rui, slightly surprised. To his surprise, Xiao Rui actually nodded. Wangyue City once experienced an A-level beast attack. Oh, tell me more. Wang Ming grew interested. Wangyue City must have been incredibly strong to survive an A-level beast assault. I'm not too clear on the details. It happened when I was a child. Nearly 2/3 of Wangyue City was directly destroyed. If it weren't for the use of an old-era artifact, the city might not exist today. Old-era artifact? What's that? It's... Xiao Rui struggled to explain. Like a cannon. It went boom and killed the A-level beast, but it also destroyed a large part of the city. Boom. Wang Ming frowned. Yes, just like a boom. Xiao Rui nodded seriously. Damn, that thing might have been a missile or a nuclear warhead. Honestly, he had never seen anything like that in the Wasteland. Halt! Just as Wang Ming was pondering, the convoy ahead had already stopped. He turned to look. A ruined city suddenly burst into view. Broken walls and desolation. It looked like the aftermath of a great battle, utterly lifeless. The base ruins. They had arrived. Before the ruins of the base, Wang Ming halted to observe. For exploring the base ruins, Lin Jia had adopted a strategy of splitting into 4 groups. The city guard, 40 strong, would first break in from the front, followed by personnel from the east, west, and north districts surging in from 3 sides. Those from the south district were tasked with providing support. In essence, the city guard was to feign an attack on the main gate as bait while the others probed the interior. Such an allocation was quite reasonable. After all, apart from the city guard, no one from any other district would choose to be bait. Tieshan, can you sense anything? Standing behind a nearby barricade, Wang Ming asked Taizhan beside him. From his range of perception, he had not detected much so far. The base ruins were like a massive curtain, completely concealing what lay within, rendering Wang Ming's perception utterly useless. Sir, my thermal sensors seem blocked by these walls. I can't detect anything, Taizhan said, shaking his head calmly. It was then that Xiao Rui suddenly spoke up. I feel This place is extremely dangerous. Just one look gives me goosebumps. Is that so? Wang Ming frowned. He hadn't forgotten Xiao Rui's sixth sense prophecy. It was a bug-level prophetic talent. Boom! Rat-a-tat! Just then the sound of gunfire and cannons erupted in the distance. The city guard had already made their move. Hold on! Seeing the six behind him eager to act, Wang Ming raised a hand to stop them. Let them lure more beasts in before we enter. The group exchanged glances, then nodded softly. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. The gunfire grew fiercer. Wang Ming calculated inwardly and felt it was about time. Any beasts that could be drawn by the commotion should have gone by now. Whatever remained likely wouldn't leave. Let's go. Stay alert. This mission is reconnaissance. We must move fast. With Wang Ming's command, the group surged forward swiftly. What met their eyes were collapsed skyscrapers and rubble everywhere. Countless wrecked vehicles lay scattered across the roads with wild grass and vines growing unchecked. Compared to the desolate outside, this place, though dilapidated, was at least lush with plants. The city guard's plan worked well. We haven't seen a single beast yet, someone murmured. Don't let your guard down. This place reeks of beasts and there are traces of their activity. Another said, crouching to pick up a pinch of soil and sniffing it. These footprints aren't from one type of beast and there are droppings too. But there's no sign of conflict. That's odd. TCH, so there's probably something higher up keeping them in line or they wouldn't be this docile. They analyzed quietly. Sir, the magnetic field here is strange. Everything seems hazy, my thermal sensors aren't responding, Tai-Han said, scanning the surroundings, his eyes flickering as his computing power worked overtime. You're not alone. I can't sense anything either. This place is eerie. Even objects right at his feet registered as blank emptiness to his perception. It's radiation, Xiao Rui stated firmly. The base ruins already have high radiation levels, and with so many beasts gathering here it only gets more complicated. Radiation. Wang Ming's heart skipped a beat. He hadn't forgotten his miserable state upon first arriving in the Wasteland world. All thanks to radiation. Speed up. Scout the area as quickly as possible. No sooner had Wang Ming spoken than a black shadow lunged from the ruins. Quick as a flash, he raised his Desert Eagle and slammed the butt into it. Thud. With a dull sound, the figure flew backward. Only then did Wang Ming see it clearly. A rat the size of a human head. Metal-eating rat. Someone gasped. A class beast, weak individually but ranked D, due to its pack behavior. Tai-Han stomped hard, pulverizing it into a pulp. These creatures are timid. For them to be here. Boom. The ground suddenly caved in. A claw thrust up from below, impaling one person. It tore through armor, nearly cleaving the man in two. A burrowing rat. How is it so big? Boom. The claw's owner burst forth. It was a rat standing upright. Nearly 2 meters tall, it stood on its hind legs with front claws a meter long. Slender and razor-sharp blood still dripping from them. This thing. Wang Ming leaped back to create distance. He had sensed nothing until the ground shattered. A burrowing rat was normally only class but one this size. Damn. We've lost a man as soon as we entered to a filthy rat. Finish it fast. Take it down. The others didn't hesitate, training their weapons on the burrowing rat. 2 drew blades from their backs and closed in. They were clearly close combat fighters. Don't get careless or watch for other beasts. The group tensed, splitting their focus to guard against other threats. Boom. Squeak, squeak. The next moment, a flood of metal-eating rats surged from the collapsed ground like a river rushing toward them. Leave this to me. One stepped forward, roaring as he pulled out a massive barrel from his back. A flamethrower. Whoosh. Roar. A dragon of fire erupted, engulfing the entire collapsed area and sealing the hole. Squeak, squeak. Piercing screams filled the air, mixed with the smell of scorched flesh. But it wasn't over yet. 2 were locked in a stalemate with the burrowing rat blades clashing. Meanwhile, several beasts of various forms emerged from the sides. Xiao Rui spotted them in time and took down a few, but the rest charged. The remaining 2 drew their weapons and fought back. It seemed, we 3 can hold them off. Xiao Rui called out, steadying her hunter rifle and firing round after round. With her marksmanship and the other 2's firepower, they managed to keep the beasts at bay. You and Tai-Han need to deal with that. Following her gaze, they saw atop a ruined building a moon-white figure watching them coldly. Its fur thick and flowing in the wind, eyes blood-red, limbs slender, fangs bared. Moon-howling white wolf. A class beast. Unlike the heavy armor black rhino, also a brank beast, there existed a chasm in power among brank wild beasts. While the heavy armor black rhino was entirely focused on defense, the moon-howling white wolf, though inferior in that regard, utterly crushed it in every other aspect. Even if a hunter could slay the moon-howling white wolf, the prerequisite was landing a hit. Xiao Rui had no confidence whatsoever in striking the moon-howling white wolf. This guy doesn't look like he wants a unknown fight, Wang Ming said with a grin. Suddenly countless silhouettes emerged behind the moon-howling white wolf. Gray fur, brown fur, black fur. Countless wolves slowly materialized behind him. Wolves are pack hunters by nature, lone wolves are the exception. Captain, can you handle this? The others also noticed the scene atop the ruins. Stay steady, I'll take care of this side. This was not Wang Ming being overconfident, but rather he was brimming with fighting spirit and confidence. Not to mention having Taishan as a safety net given his current strength. He genuinely wanted to test himself against a brank wild beast. Taishan, the minions are yours. That Wolf King is mine. Wang Ming's gaze sharpened as he stared fixedly at the aloof figure. Understood, sir. Taishan reached behind his back, and a classic lever-action shotgun was already in his hands. In addition, a heavy machete appeared in his right hand. Blade in the left, gun in the right. Although he possessed the ability to transform liquid metal, a trump card remained a trump card precisely because it was not exposed to the public eye. After all, aside from the Zhao family, no one yet knew of Taishan's ability. Charge! He surveyed the scene. Though the battle raged fiercely, everyone was managing to hold their ground. As long as he acted quickly, there would be no more casualties. Howl! On the ruins, the moon-howling white wolf raised its head and let out a long howl. The wolf pack behind him, as if receiving a command, all joined in with their own howls. Then they ferociously pounced down from the ruins. Taishan took the lead. His burly towering frame exploded with astonishing speed, covering over 10 meters in just a few strides. He spun the shotgun in one hand to chamber a round. Bang! The battle had begun. Behind Taishan, Wang Ming's figure flickered. As his true chi circulated, a portion of it surged into his legs, making him as light as a swallow and vastly increasing his speed. While the wolf pack was drawn to Taishan, he charged headlong, racing straight for the moon-howling white wolf. The moon-howling white wolf's crimson gaze also fell upon Wang Ming, as if it truly intended a king versus king, general versus general confrontation. Whoosh! With a light tap of its hind legs, its figure vanished from the spot in an instant, leaving only an afterimage streaking toward Wang Ming. Had it not been for the enhancement of his sharp vision, Wang Ming might not have even seen the afterimage clearly. With his perception ability, ineffective sight became Wang Ming's most direct sense. Unhurried, he channeled his true chi, precisely guiding strands of it into his eyes. A cool sensation washed over his vision, and the world before him began to shift subtly. It was as if a high-definition camera had been installed. The world became exceptionally clear and bright. The moon-howling white wolf, which he had only seen as a blurry afterimage, now appeared completely in his line of sight. He true chi truly has boundless uses. Wang Ming chuckled, his hands moving swiftly. With his forward momentum already established, he smoothly executed the 8 extremities fist. Bending his forearm, he pushed off the ground with force. Using his spine as an axis, his waist and hips twisted like a tightly wound spring. 8 extremities. Heart-seeking elbow. Bang! The tip of his elbow slammed fiercely into the moon-howling white wolf's front paw. Violent true chi erupted instantly from the elbow, and a shockwave cleared the area around them. And that wasn't all. Amplified by the inch force armor breaker specialty, the strike's force, laced with powerful true chi, bypassed the cushioning of the moon-howling white wolf's paw pad and drove directly into its body. The moon-howling white wolf's left front paw trembled slightly before being sent flying. A sharp, agonized cry escaped its maw, and a faint trace of blood seeped from the corner of its mouth. It had sustained internal injuries. The power of a single elbow strike was terrifying. It had actually stunned a brank wild beast. Not only was the moon-howling white wolf stunned, but even the hunters on Wang Ming's side were dumbfounded. Though they were all engaged in battle, the fight on Wang Ming's side naturally drew their attention. After all, it was a direct confrontation with a brank wild beast. And the result left them staring in disbelief. If they remembered correctly, Wang Ming wasn't wearing an exoskeleton, was he? If they remembered correctly, even a silver rank hunter with an exoskeleton couldn't match a brank wild beast hidden, could they? This? He. The very air seemed to freeze for an instant. Captain is a beast. Someone bellowed at the top of their lungs, snapping the others from their daze as morale soared. Holy shit, this is what a brawler is supposed to be. Going toe-to-toe with a brank wild beast, his physical body even stronger than the beast's. Has the captain undergone gene enhancement? Damn, my blood is boiling right now. Come at us, you little bastards. Rat-a-tat-tat. The gunfire grew even denser. Meanwhile, the two brawlers locked in combat with the burrowing rat had flushed faces, swinging their blades with even greater ferocity. The whooshing sounds of their weapons forced the burrowing rat into a steady retreat. See that, when it came down to it, it was the brawlers who saved the day. Those gunners were just support hiding in the back. But was the captain's class a brawler? At the departure ceremony, hadn't they said he was a gunner? No one seemed to care about that now. The moon-howling white wolf rolled over to steady itself. It crouched low, its limbs gripping the ground tightly, claws extended, baring its teeth in a low, threatening growl. Yet the blood dripping from its mouth was undeniable proof. The last exchange had wounded it, and not lightly. Though it had not awakened intelligence, its hunting experience told it that those two-legged beings called humans should not have the strength to face them heathen. In its hunting career, this was the first time, and likely the last. Hey! Feeling the surging true chi within him, Wang Ming grinned. Indeed, with the boost from true chi, even if his attributes lagged far behind his opponents, it was more than enough to bridge the gap. Coupled with the force-dissipating and damage-reducing effects of Taiji circular rotation, he could fully withstand the enemy's strength. This was far more exhilarating than sparring with Taishan. Don't stop, come again. Giving the enemy no chance to recover, Wang Ming tapped the ground and shot forward like an arrow from a bow. Leaning forward, his center of gravity shifted ahead. His front leg stepped into a bow stance, and the moment his foot landed, he drove his weight forward with force. Harnessing the power of his waist, he extended his palm, channeling all his strength into it. Like a tiger pouncing on its prey, he aimed straight for the moon-howling white wolf's head. Whoosh! Hoo! A fierce wind rushed toward him like a tiger's roar. Under the impetus of true energy, this move of the 8 Extremes fierce tiger, climbing the mountain, seemed to truly transform into a ferocious tiger pouncing for its prey. The force and might made the scarlet pupils of the howling moon white wolf shrink slightly. This time he did not take it heeding, but immediately leaped back as the momentum of the palm wind brushed past him. The true energy erupted explosively. The area occupied by the howling moon white wolf seemed to be swept by a strong wind, raising clouds of dust. What incredible speed! Wang Ming retracted his stance and couldn't help but praise. The howling moon white wolf might not compare to him in attack, but in speed, even with the enhancement of true energy, he was no match for the howling moon white wolf. If the opponent relied solely on speed to dodge, he really had no good way to deal with it. This could be troublesome. Wang Ming furrowed his brows. After receiving such a heavy blow, even a fool would know not to confront it directly, let alone a cunning creature like a wolf. If he were to wear them down slowly, perhaps he could wait for the opponent's injuries to flare up before seizing the opportunity to strike, but right now what they lacked most was time. We cannot delay any longer. If the city defense team couldn't hold on by the time most of the wild beasts returned or a level wild beast descended, the danger would be upon them. At the same time, the city defense team, which was attracting fire at the main gate, was still engaged in fierce combat. Moreover, not far behind them, a military force had already appeared. General Lin, the other 3 gates have already penetrated inside according to the time. A middle-aged man in military attire stood beside Lin, his gaze fixed on the frontline warriors still fighting fiercely, his expression devoid of emotion. I know, but the radiation interference inside is too strong. No one knows if they have gone deep enough. If they fall silent later, you and I will have a hard time explaining it. Lin just said in a deep voice. Hey, it would be best that way, but since the people have already gone, in your hesitation now will only lead to greater mistakes. Don't end up losing both the lady and the troops. The man said with a semblance of a smile, but the undertone of his words made Lin Zhi frown deeply. You don't need to teach me. How prepared are your men? Yes. He pointed to the distance. Stationed 10 kilometers outside the ruins of the base, they have been ready for a long time. Lin Zhi nodded silently. He looked somewhat bewildered at the vast ruins of the base, a glimmer of struggle flashing in his eyes before resolutely turning away. Order the troops to retreat. The wild beasts should not easily leave the base ruins. Ensure that they retreat 6 kilometers from the ruins within 10 minutes. Yes. With Lin Zhi's command, someone hurriedly went down to relay the order. However, that person was also puzzled. The hunters on the northeast and west sides were still within the ruins. If they retreated, what would happen to those wild beasts? But he merely thought this in his heart. All he had to do was accurately convey Lin Zhi's orders, and the rest was not his concern. Having worked beside Lin Zhi for so long, he understood this principle. Since General Lin has issued an order, I will take my leave now to avoid delaying the time. Lin Zhi said nothing, merely standing silently with his back to the ruins. The other man paid no mind to Lin Zhi's disregard for him and drove away on his own. After the order was issued, although the frontline warriors were unclear about the situation, they faithfully executed the command, quickly packing their gear and leaving at the fastest speed. The wild beasts in the ruins did not pursue them. Upon seeing the retreat, they merely roared continuously at the entrance before gradually withdrawing. 10 minutes later, 2 fiery lights, accompanied by a series of rumbling sounds, rose from the positions 10 kilometers away. 2 shadows trailed long tails of fire as they streaked across the sky, then sharply plunged towards the ruins of the base. The scale was so great that even Wang Ming and others who were inside the ruins could see it clearly. What is that? Wang Ming looked up. With the enhancement of his keen eye, he vaguely discerned that they seemed to be 2 missiles. How could there be missiles? Could it be that the city defense team could not hold on any longer? He secretly murmured, "Sir, it should be a nuclear bomb. Please take urgent precautions." At this moment Taishan's eyes flashed with a multitude of data warning messages flooding his vision. Before Wang Ming could react, Taishan had already grabbed him and dashed to the side, his other hand also seizing the somewhat dazed Xiao Rui. In that instant Taishan held nothing back, leaping forward and crossing a distance of over 10 meters in a heartbeat. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from the spot, leaving behind 5 pairs of bewildered eyes looking around in confusion. What is happening? Why? Why did they run? Has the mission ended? By the way, that thing seems to be about to crash down. Boom! Boom! The 2 earth-shattering explosions echoed through the universe in an instant. 2 small mushroom clouds suddenly blossomed from the ruins of the base waves of air, recklessly destroying the already crumbling ruins. Countless hidden wild beasts were instantly vaporized. Those a bit farther away were also shattered by the explosive shockwave. Even the sturdy steel and concrete were reduced to ashes under such impact. At that moment, the Wasteland world rarely bloomed with the fireworks of the old era. Indeed, it is an artifact of the old era. Its power is truly astonishing. Not to mention level wild beasts, even a level ones would not survive such an explosion. It's just a pity that one less is used. Tisk tisk tsk. The middle-aged man beside Lin Zhe looked at the distant mushroom cloud with admiration. Qiu Lizi, my mission is complete, the rest is up to you. Lin Zhe glanced at the mushroom cloud, his already furrowed brows tightening even more. Don't worry, General Lin. If it weren't for you telling them to bring the electromagnetic amplifier into the ruins, these 2 artifacts from the old era wouldn't have been able to explode within the ruins. You are the primary contributor to the extermination of the threat in the ruins. As for the subsequent work, we will handle it properly. Qiu Lizi said with a semblance of a smile. However, these words caused Lin Zhe's body to stiffen abruptly. Nevertheless, he said nothing and instead walked out in silence. Watching Lin Zhe's departing figure, Qiu Lizi retracted his expression, a hint of sarcasm playing at the corners of his mouth. In the Wasteland world, pretending to be a good person, it's just the fate of taking the blame. Send someone to investigate the area nearby. If there are any fleeing wild beasts, kill them all. Yes. Fleeing wild beasts. With the 2 small nuclear bombs, the entire ruins of the base were practically plowed through. At the very least, no living creature could be seen on the surface. Everywhere was a charred expanse, as if the heavenly fire had descended or as if swept by a fierce wind. Amidst the tragic ruins, a piece of rubble suddenly bulged. Crack! An arm abruptly broke through the ground. With a crack, the owner of the arm forcefully pushed aside the rubble, covering his head, revealing his figure. It was Taishan. Sir, the radiation outside has increased, but it is still within safe levels. Taishan stepped onto the ground, surveying the surroundings before reporting, radiation. Emerging from the ground were Wang Ming and Xiao Rui. Damn it, don't talk about radiation. That last blow nearly took my life. Wang Ming cursed, still feeling shaken. His anger intensified upon seeing the devastation outside. Nuclear bombs had fallen directly from the sky during the fight. It was as if Hope City regarded them as cannon fodder. If it weren't for Taishan pulling them into this underground space at a critical moment, they would have been torn apart by the violent shockwave. Fortunately, it wasn't the core explosion zone, or otherwise, even underground, we wouldn't have survived. Xiao Rui set her delicate face pale, and her disheveled hair blowing across her face. The center of a nuclear explosion reaches temperatures of several thousand to tens of thousands of degrees Celsius, enough to vaporize steel. If it had detonated above them, the 3 of them would have been reduced to nothing. Could this A-class mutant beast be a ruse? No, that doesn't make sense. Wang Ming pondered darkly. Are they planning to use us as bait? But that doesn't add up. He furrowed his brow, a myriad of thoughts racing through his mind. If they were simply dropping nuclear bombs, what difference would it make whether they entered or not? In fact, staying out might avoid alarming the enemy. Wang Ming, what should we do now? They certainly don't expect us to survive such an explosion. Xiao Rui stepped forward, grabbing Wang Ming's collar, fearful. He might do something irrational. Compared to these powerful factions, individual strength is too insignificant. Huff! Wang Ming took a deep breath. We definitely can't return to Hope City, but this matter is far from over. After a moment of thought, he turned his gaze to Taishan. Taishan, I need you to go to Hope City and gather intel. You should know how to do this, it's your specialty. I understand, sir. Taishan calmly nodded, but Xiao Rui suddenly interjected, letting Taishan go to Hope City. Wang Ming, have you lost your mind? Xiao Rui looked at him in disbelief, shocked that Taishan had agreed. Ha! Wang Ming chuckled at Xiao Rui's horrified expression. What? Do you think we are just joking around? You! Xiao Rui opened her mouth, unsure of what to say. But soon she was left speechless, nearly stunned by the scene unfolding before her. Tai-shan. As Wang Ming spoke, Tai-shan's body suddenly began to undulate as if covered in liquid, and in an instant he disassembled and reformed. In the next second, a completely unfamiliar face appeared before Xiao Ruyi. Her mouth slightly agape, she stood frozen, pointing at Tai-shan, unable to utter a single word. Indeed, long before Xiao Ruyi acquired the phantom armor, Wang Ming had used evolution points on Tai-shan. Originally a T-950, he was now an entirely liquid metal robot T-1000. Name T-1000, special hero race, mechanical strength 55-35, constitution 60-50, agility 25-50, mental 0, talent Skynet system processor type 3, specialty precision operation skills, fully liquid metal body. Although the strength and constitution attributes compared to T-950 were reduced, T-1000 had a distinct advantage in agility. However, T-1000's strengths were never in strength or physical resistance. Its fully liquid metal form provided it with near-immortal self-healing abilities, and the power to change shape at will, making it an elite assassin capable of infiltration and surprise attacks. Thus, exploring Hope City was merely a professional task for him, straightforward and easy. What? What is going on here? After a long moment, Xiao Ruyi finally snapped back to reality. Her eyes sparkled with curiosity, astonished that Tai-shan possessed such capabilities. Wasn't he a bio-modified human? How could he also have superpowers? It's a long story. It's like this. Wang Ming briefly explained some of T-1000's abilities, giving Xiao Ruyi a general understanding. Liquid metal. Xiao Ruyi felt puzzled. She had never heard of such a model of bio-modified humans. How could Tai-shan, coming from a small place like Salmatown, possess such advanced modification technology? Could it be that Salmatown had already deployed such bio-modified humans? That thought made her shiver as she recalled Wangyu City. Wang Ming. Is this modification technology scalable? What about Salmatown? She hesitated, her eyes fixed on Wang Ming, fearing he might reveal something shocking. Salmatown. Wang Ming was taken aback but quickly understood Xiao Ruyi's implication. That has nothing to do with it. Tai-shan's modification did not come from Salmatown. As far as I know, he is the only one of his kind. Wang Ming patted Xiao Ruyi on the shoulder, assuring her. Really? She subconsciously sighed in relief, not probing further. All right, with Tai-shan heading to Hope City, let's think about where to go next. The radiation level here is too high. We should leave quickly. As Tai-shan departed, Wang Ming and Xiao Ruyi also exited the ruins of the base. However, deciding where to go next posed a dilemma for Wang Ming. The two nuclear bombs had devastated the underground, leaving their vehicle at the edge of the base ruins completely unusable. To get to another city, they would have to rely solely on their legs. I remember there is a Hope City outpost in this direction. We can disguise ourselves as unfortunate hunters. With this badge, we shouldn't be too much of a burden. Xiao Ruyi puffed her chest, the bright silver badge still gleaming. All right, let's go. With that, the two began their trek onward. Shortly after they left, a sharp crack echoed from another corner of the base ruins. Crack! It sounded like a shell breaking or bricks cracking. The charred ground suddenly split open, and a figure clad in deep green leaped out. Stop! Who are you? At a stone outpost outside the city of Hope, Wang Ming and his companion were blocked by soldiers, the dark muzzles of their guns pointing directly at them. Unfazed, the two deliberately straightened their chests, making their badges more conspicuous. Don't shoot. We are hunters. We had an accident while hunting in the wilderness and have been traveling since. Hunters. The soldier glanced at the silver badges on Wang Ming and his companion's chests, his expression tightening. Silver grade. Sorry, but this is a mining point of the City of Hope and it is not open to the public. Although the guard relaxed a bit, he remained cautious. After all, the hunter badge only proved their identity as hunters, not that they were not enemies. I see, but our vehicle was destroyed, and now it's hard to return to the city. Could you let us rest here temporarily, while we think of another way back? Saying this, Wang Ming took out 10J from his pocket and handed it over. The guard was taken aback for a moment, turned to look at his companion, and ultimately accepted it. Sir, we are just doing our duty. I apologize, but if it's just resting here at the base, that is of course no problem. A smile appeared on the guard's face. A silver-grade hunter is someone he cannot afford to associate with in the city. It's only because they are in trouble now, otherwise. Thank you very much. Wang Ming nodded. As long as they could temporarily find a place to stay, it would be fine. Sir, we have tents at our outpost. Would you like me to get one for you? That would be a bother. Not a bother at all. After a bit of tidying up, the two quickly lay down inside the tent. The journey was not only long but also encountered several wandering beasts along the way. Fortunately, it had only been a short time since the cleansing day, otherwise this journey would have exhausted them. The person just now said that a supply vehicle from the city would come every 10 days. What should we do then? Xiao Ruyi was sprawled on the ground, still pondering what to do next. They couldn't just follow the supply vehicle back to the City of Hope and walk into a trap, could they? But if they didn't follow the supply vehicle, how would they explain themselves? According to him, there are still 8 days left. That's enough time. Taishan is efficient and will be back sooner than that. Wang Ming was not worried at all. Although Taishan was usually taciturn, his CPU was much quicker than a human brain. If he went to do something, he would surely be more thoughtful. Why think so much? Let's eat something first. Wang Ming casually took out some jerky from his item bar and handed it to the side to Xiao Rui. Your ability is really convenient. It's like a small mobile warehouse in the wilderness. Xiao Rui knew a bit about Wang Ming's abilities, but it never failed to amaze her. Meanwhile, in the City of Hope, Lin Zhe had been shut away since his return. As the commander of this operation, even though it was not his idea, he was the one who executed it. Though it was for the safety of the City of Hope, his heart was still tormented. Old Lin, ever since you returned, you've been cooped up in your study, not even eating properly. What's going on? His wife entered with a worried expression. She was a middle-aged woman, appearing gentle with the passage of time leaving its marks on her face, yet it also added a touch of maturity. I'm fine, just a bit tired. I originally wanted to rest at home, but I ended up worrying you. Lin just smiled, looking at his wife's worried face, feeling a pang of guilt. Don't I know you? If it weren't for something weighing on your mind, you wouldn't be cooped up in the study like this. Mrs. Lin stepped closer, standing beside Lin, just speaking earnestly. We have been together for nearly 20 years. I usually don't pry into your work, but today, I think it's necessary to ask. Just consider me your confidant. Keeping everything bottled up is not good for you. Lin Zhe gave a bitter laugh. Because of him, many lives were lost, and now his wife was troubled. It was truly. This matter is of great importance, and I have no one to confide in. Every time I think of it, my conscience troubles me. Lin Zhe ultimately could not withstand his wife's gaze, or rather the self-recrimination weighing on his heart was like a mountain suffocating him. Thus he ultimately chose to reveal the truth. From the abnormal actions of the beasts outside the city to the attack on the outpost, and then to the speculations and schemes of the Lord. Piece by piece, Lin Zhe finally seemed to have a place to vent, sharing everything with his wife. So was what I did really wrong? After a long time, Lin Zhe finally poured out his heart, and then looked blankly at his wife. But his wife did not respond. Instead, she stood up and moved away from him. Xiao Hui. Lin Zhe was at a loss. But in the next second, his eyes widened in shock. He saw his wife's form writhing and changing, her familiar face and figure transforming in the blink of an eye into that of another person. You? His heart raced, and without hesitation he swiftly pulled out a gun from the drawer and aimed it at the stranger. Who are you? Where is Xiao Hui? He questioned sternly. At that moment, thousands of thoughts flooded his mind, his brain a chaotic mess. Though this scheme was not initiated by you, you were indeed the executor. Taishan said calmly. Indeed, this person was Taishan. However, he was not revealing his true appearance but disguised as an ordinary face. Since infiltrating the City of Hope, he had locked onto Lin Zhe's identity, gradually approaching him through various disguises. Until today, he even directly became Lin Zhe's confidant to extract information. One must admit this ability was truly perverse. Under his imitation, Lin Zhe had not sensed anything wrong at all. Are you one of those people's companions? Lin Zhe's mind raced, but this explanation seemed the most reasonable. Does it matter? So, are you here to kill me? Lin Zhe chuckled softly, and then lowered the gun in his hand. Actually, I also feel that I should die. I should have died alongside those soldiers in the ruins of the base rather than returning in such a pretentious manner. This was a burden Lin Zhe had carried in his heart. If such tactics were truly needed to maintain the stability of the City of Hope, he would willingly carry an electromagnetic amplifier into the ruins. At the very least, he wouldn't be suffering like this. Tisk, why didn't I think of this earlier? How wonderful it would have been if I had gone in as well. So, what have you done to Xiao Hui? Lin Zhe sat quietly, as if reminiscing with an old friend. Your wife was just knocked out by me. She is in no danger. Is that so? Then that's good. Lin Zhe did not question it. He nodded calmly, then took one last look out the window. The lights were bright and the atmosphere was peaceful. Bang! He took his own life. Blood sprayed out, but a smile hung on his face as if he found relief, or was finally freed from the burden. Bang! In the early morning, while most were still lost in dreams, Nangong Hai slammed the table in a thunderous rage. Where is Julius? Bring him to me. Now. Immediately. Nangong Hai roared. As a city's ruler, concealing one's emotions was fundamental. He rarely displayed such intense emotions. But this time, he simply couldn't contain himself. The plan to destroy the base ruins was orchestrated by him alone, with details executed by subordinates. He thought it was foolproof, but against all odds, it went wrong. And the problem originated from within his own ranks. Among the hunters conscripted from the 4 districts, one was a connection meant to earn merit in this operation. After his orders were issued, that person hurriedly sought him out. But the team had already departed. Last-minute changes would arouse suspicion, so a compromise was reached, keeping the person as a reserve by Lin Zhi's side. Yet the trouble lay precisely here. He intended to leave behind the one named Changfeng, but instead all the hunters from the southern district returned. How did Julius convey the orders? Was it Lin Zhi's misunderstanding or Julius' damnable confusion? If this were exposed, would he still hold his position as city lord? Would Hope City ever know peace? Utterly incompetent and ruinous. Nangong Hai cursed. But what's done was done. The urgent task now was to deal with those who returned. Knock, knock, knock. Enter. Click. The door creaked softly as Julius pushed it open. Seeing that smiling face, Nangong Hai lost control again, erupting in fury. Julius, you idiot. The sudden tirade froze Julius' smile, but he reacted swiftly, stepping forward to ask, "My lord, what? What has provoked such anger?" Julius lowered his voice, adopting a cautious demeanor. "What?" Nangong Hai laughed bitterly. "I ask you, how did you convey the matter of Changfeng to Lin Zhi?" Changfeng. Julius' mind raced. He recalled immediately that connection. "I followed your orders, keeping him by General Lin's side, and conveyed that to him accordingly." Julius replied softly. He spoke no falsehood. He gained nothing from it, so why meddle? He passed on instructions as given. Nangong Hai frowned. Could it truly not be Julius' fault? Lin Zhi. Honestly, though Julius was a sycophant, he never dared openly defy him. But Lin Zhi, though a loyal general, he was too upright. Nangong Hai didn't doubt Lin Zhi's loyalty, but his ideals. Sigh. Likely Lin Zhi sought to save those few. Nangong Hai sighed inwardly, then fixed his gaze on Julius. All 6 hunters from the southern district have returned to Hope City. Aside from Chongfeng, you know what to do with the others. Nangong Hai said no more, but Julius understood. Understood. Julius cursed inwardly. It was indeed that old fox Lin Zhi's doing. Go now. I take my leave. Exiting the city lord's mansion, Julius' fawning smile twisted. His eyes turned sinister, his voice icy. Lin Zhi'm stuck with the blame again, cleaning up your mess. His hatred for Lin Zhi grew boundless. Unable to resent Nangong Hai, he piled all his bitterness onto Lin Zhi. Not home. Take me to the southern district, he said casually to the driver. He had to fulfill the city lord's orders promptly, or the blame would fall on him. Didn't you hear me? Seeing the driver silent, Julius frowned, his temper flaring. Virum I. But instead of a reply, the engine roared violently. The abrupt, intense surge of acceleration stunned him. What the hell? As Julius erupted, a dark gun muzzle pressed against his forehead. Mr. Julius, I think we need to talk. Over 10 minutes later, Julius drove back to the city lord's mansion with a faint smile. In just over half an hour, the guards cast him a curious glance as he passed. Hey, didn't Lord Julius just leave? Why is he back? Shoo. I heard the city lord gave him a thorough dressing down today. He's furious. If he hears you, you're dead. Ah, so he's back for money. The guard glanced behind, lowering his voice further. Who knows? The other shrugged, indifferent. The less one knew about these bigwigs' affairs, the better. Meanwhile, Julius strode unimpeded to the 3rd floor of the mansion. As Nangong Hai's lackey, he had direct access. Lord Julius, what brings you? The attendant outside the office paused, then whispered. Didn't you just leave? Oh, I've arranged the city lord's task and came to report. Julius smiled slightly. Ah, then go right in. The city lord is in a foul mood today. He's probably waiting for your good news. Thank you. Julius nodded, gently knocked, and entered only after hearing, enter. The attendant eyed him suspiciously. Since when did that lord become so polite? Julius. Why are you back? What about the task? Nangong Hai looked up, frowning at the sight of Julius. My lord, it's done. Julius bowed, then approached slowly. Done. Nangong Hai's face darkened. I told you to handle it personally, not delegate it. This fool. Nangong Hai suddenly wondered if Julius had been kicked by a wild beast. Usually so efficient, now so stupid. Of course, my lord, I did it myself. Suspicion rose in Nangong Hai. Half an hour and you claim personal involvement. He laughed bitterly, thinking it was time for a replacement. Julius, are you taking me for? Pierce. Before he could finish, Julius lunged his right arm, morphing into a silver blade, instantly piercing Nangong Hai's throat. Ugh! Nangong Hai's pupils contracted to pinpoints as he stared at the nearby Julius. Ha! He swung his arms, striking at Julius with force. Bang! As the Lord of Hope City, Nangong Hai was no weakling who merely dabbled in political scheming. With access to the city's vast resources, his body had long been transformed and fortified by gene repair fluids and gene enhancement serums. Even with a blade piercing his throat, it only rendered him unable to speak. Bang! He pushed upward with both hands, attempting to fling Julius away. Assuming it would be an easy task, this push immediately sent a chill through his heart. After exerting all his strength, he felt as if the figure before him was not a man but a mountain crushing down upon him relentlessly. No matter how hard he struggled, the other remained utterly motionless. How was this possible? He knew exactly what kind of man Julius was. Though Julius had barely undergone 3 gene repairs, his physique and talent were utterly incapable of further gene enhancement. Thus Julius was at best slightly stronger than an ordinary person. How could he possibly withstand Nangong Hai's force? What was going on? The massive blood loss made Nangong Hai dizzy, and worse, the wound on his throat had begun to hinder his breathing. Even with his superhuman constitution, continuing like this would only lead to death. Damn it! SSH! A soft sound and the blade on Taizhan's right arm pierced the leather chair without warning. But the Nangong Hai he had been restraining was nowhere to be seen. No, not gone. He had teleported to a distance. In a corner of the room, Nangong Hai clutched his throat tightly, then tapped his foot and dashed toward the door. But how could Taizhan allow that? As a T-1000 model superior to the T-950 in speed, he could silently and instantly flash before his enemy. Whoosh! A breeze swept by. Taizhan's form blurred like an afterimage, crossing most of the room in the blink of an eye and blocking the doorway. His right blade shot out cleanly, aiming for Nangong Hai's forehead. The extreme speed startled Nangong Hai. Even in his prime, let alone now grievously wounded and bleeding heavily, he could never dodge. Damn it! He had to use spatial teleportation again. His face twisted in anguish. Between the lethal strike imminent and the price of using his ability, there was no choice to make. Flash! Whoosh! The blade cut through empty air once more. Thinking he had escaped, Nangong Hai's figure reappeared in another corner of the room. How intriguing! A torrent of data streamed through Taizhan's eyes as analytical results flooded in. Ugh! On the other side, Nangong's face turned pale as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. An intense dizziness and weakness surged over him. He had reached his limit, but this accursed ability could only move him to places within his line of sight, and his office was utterly sealed. Not even a window. Damn it all! At that moment he wished he could tear apart the one who had overseen the construction of the Lord's Manor. But now it was too late for anything. He could only kick the desk before him with all his might, hoping someone outside would hear. Thud! The heavy solid wood desk was overturned by his kick. The loud noise immediately drew the attention of those outside. My lord! A soft inquiry came. Nangong Hai wished he could shout, but he was powerless. As Julius approached step by step, click! The door opened. The servant outside hadn't even spoken before being frozen in shock by the scene before him. But before he could cry out, Nangong Hai instantly activated spatial teleportation. At the same time, Taizhan rushed out swiftly. Once out of the room, Nangong Hai was like a fish returning to the sea. Catching him would be difficult. Taizhan made a decisive move, not giving chase, but instead lunging forward, shattering the glass and leaping from the 3rd floor. Assassin! The next second, the servant's voice rang out. That day, Hope City was suddenly locked down, especially the Lord's Manor, where guards were stationed every few steps. No one knew what had happened, but squads of city guards began a massive search. The citizens assumed a special mutant had appeared, and panic spread through the streets. Meanwhile, in a room within the Lord's Manor, Nangong Hai's private medical chamber. After escaping, he summoned a large number of guards for protection and called his personal physician. After all, the wound on his neck was severe, any further delay, and he would surely die. Though the wound had been stitched, he still couldn't speak for the time being. So all his communication was done by hand gestures. His first order was to seal off Hope City and thoroughly search for the assassin. His second order was to find Julius. He needed to understand what had happened. The man had Julius' face, but it could not possibly be Julius. As for the third order, every room in the Lord's Manor was to have windows carved out. This was a non-negotiable command. It must be done. Immediately. Execute at once. Though his subordinates were baffled by the third order, they obeyed faithfully. Within just one morning, every room had several bright windows. Next, the search for Julius' whereabouts. The city guard found Julius' body in a corner on the west side of the manor. Examination revealed he had died from a broken neck at least 2 hours prior. This meant the one who had returned to the manor later was not Julius at all. This discovery was even more terrifying. Someone had managed to impersonate a high-ranking member of the Lord's Manor, and without being detected, That very day Nangong Hai launched a thorough investigation questioning everyone from top to bottom inside and out, whether high-ranking officials or servants, all through his trusted confidants. Of course, he first summoned these confidants to verify their identities before sending them out. Despite this, Nangong Hai remained uneasy, and from then on he kept even more guards around him. But that was a story for later. For now, back to Wang Ming. He and Xiao Rui were quite at ease. Though they couldn't enter the stronghold, they lacked nothing. They spent their days practicing boxing near the tent, eating when hungry, resting when tired. In 3 days, Wang Ming had perfected his boxing techniques. As a result, he gained 3 new specialties: Hongmen 12 Bridges from max level Hong Fist, Silk Wrapping Meridian Capture from max level 8 Extremities Fist, and Return to Origin Breathing from max level Breathing and Exhalation Technique. Hongmen 12 Bridges increases attack speed by 50 within 3 seconds. Continuous attacks have no stiffness and successive strike stack damage, with each layer adding 8 damage up to 5 layers. Silk Wrapping Meridian Capture, a close quarters grappling technique. During attacks, unique true chi is injected into the opponent's body, disrupting their meridians, and sealing their movements and internal energy. Return to Origin Breathing focus for 3 seconds. Then recover true chi at 300 speed and slowly remove all negative status effects. 3 specializations corresponding to buffs, control, and recovery. It could be described as an all-around enhancement. As long as his attributes were stacked a bit higher, and his chi limit increased, Wang Ming was confident that even Taizhan would be no match for him. Speaking of which, Taizhan should have returned by now. I asked him to gather some intelligence. It's a simple task for him. It's been 3 days, why hasn't he come back? Thinking of Tieshan, Wang Ming put away his attribute panel and muttered to himself. Taizhan's transformation ability makes it hard to discern truth from falsehood. Even if something unexpected happens, he can escape. Don't worry too much. Xiao Rui comforted him from the side. Both of them thought Taizhan was merely on a simple reconnaissance mission. With his transformation ability, gathering intelligence had become extremely easy. But neither of them could have imagined that Taizhan would go beyond mere reconnaissance and execute a decapitation strike. A day later, a brand new pitch-black off-road vehicle roared in from the distance. Judging by its design, it seemed to be a high-end wilderness roamer produced by Hope City. TSK. They must be loaded. This car costs at least 200,000J, and you'd need to place an order just to buy one. A guard clicked his tongue. Really? It looks pretty flashy to me. Wang Ming chimed in. Of course. Apart from the big families, ordinary hunting teams can't afford it. It's high-spec but way too expensive. The two of them chatted idly. After a few days of interaction, they had become quite familiar with each other. After all, Wang Ming was generous and not as overbearing as the typical silver-level hunters, so the guards were happy to chat with him. But as they were talking, the roamer drove straight toward the outpost. The guards immediately went on high alert. SSSH. The speeding roamer executed a perfect drift, stopping right in front of the outpost gate. In an instant, sand and stones flew, shrouding the entrance completely. Click! The sound of a car door opening echoed, followed by a burly figure emerging from the dust. As he approached and the dust settled, a man in a leather jacket came into view. A silver-level hunter. A guard immediately spotted the silver badge on the man's chest. Taizhan! Xiao Rui exclaimed. That's right. This leather-clad flashy man driving the roamer was none other than Tieshan, who had escaped from Hope City. The guards' eyes widened as they looked from Xiao Rui to Taizhan. Well, you know each other. Ahem. Thanks for your hospitality these past few days. This is a member of our team. It seems it's time for us to leave. Wang Ming cleared his throat, then reached into his pocket and produced 10 gold coins. Ah, no. Take them. Watching the departing figures, the guard looked down at the gold coins in his hand. So there are silver-level hunters who are this approachable. Meanwhile, elsewhere, boom! Accompanied by the roar of the roamer, Taizhan began his tale. So it was like this, and then like that, and then like this. Hiss! After hearing Taizhan's account, even Wang Ming, who had tried to estimate Taizhan's efficiency as highly as possible, couldn't help but gasp in shock. What he had thought would be a simple reconnaissance had turned into a thrilling decapitation strike. Even more astonishing was that Taizhan had actually succeeded. He had nearly achieved a complete victory in one fell swoop. Xiao Rui stared at Taizhan in amazement, her big sparkling eyes practically shining with stars. One man, charging alone into an enemy city, not only gathering intelligence but also killing 2 high-ranking officials involved, and even the city lord nearly lost his life at his hands. Was this a story? But it had actually happened. So the entire city of Hope is now searching for you. Yes, sir. And you still had the leisure to steal a car. Considering the journey ahead, this was the optimal solution, sir. Looking at Taizhan's deadpan serious expression, Wang Ming suddenly laughed. Hey, that's just like you. What else could he say? Just shout, 666. Having such a thoughtful teammate was an absolute delight. But I never expected Linja to take his own life. Back to the main topic. Although he hadn't interacted much with Linja, he could still sense the man's capable and upright demeanor during their few days together. From Taizhan's description, he knew that Linja was indeed a loyal and righteous man. It was a real pity. You just said the city lord of Hope City. Nangong Hai. Oh right, Nangong Hai. Does he also possess an ability? Yes, sir. His ability is spatial movement. It's not offensively powerful, but it's extremely troublesome. However, its weakness is quite obvious. Even with just a brief encounter, Taizhan had discerned Nangong Hai's ability, spatial type auxiliary movement. He could teleport within a certain range, could use it consecutively, but the cost was unknown. Weakness. He could only teleport within his line of sight. He's quite slippery then. Wang Ming frowned. He didn't intend to go after Nangong Hai again. Taizhan's decapitation strike had already put the man in his place, and Wang Ming had vented much of his anger. The priority now was to quickly leave Hope City's sphere of influence. Although they had no specific target, neither he nor Xiao Rui had transformation abilities. If the two of them who were supposed to be dead appeared in their sight again, they would become the prime suspects. Then, even if we go to another city, it won't work. The Hunter Guild's database will have our information. Xiao Rui objected. That's not a problem. Once we're out of Hope City's territory, what can he do even if he finds out? Wang Ming waved his hand dismissively, but other thoughts were stirring in his mind. The reason he feared Nangong Hai was simply because he was the city lord of Hope City with access to a large number of elite soldiers and powerful weapons. But what if he had a force that could match that? Glancing at the troop section on his attribute panel, Wang Ming considered its use for the first time. But there was no rush. He needed to think it over carefully. Meanwhile, in a convalescent room with floor-to-ceiling windows in the Hope City Lord's mansion, City Lord, the 6 hunters including Chongfeng have been taken to the interrogation rooms separately. How are they? Nangong Hai's hoarse, slow voice sounded. He was still weak, the wound on his neck not fully healed, but he could speak slowly. But that was nothing compared to the gloom in Nangong Hai's heart. His lifespan. Unlike ordinary abilities, the cost of his spatial ability was his lifespan. That was why he hated the assassin so much, grinding his teeth in fury. Well? The man glanced at Nangong Hai and said softly, "These people all have alibis for that day." Not present. Nangong Hai's eyes narrowed slightly. How strange. Aside from these people, who else could have suddenly struck with such ruthlessness? First Linja, then Julius, and finally him. To claim this had nothing to do with the plan to destroy the base ruins would be far too coincidental. Could it be? A bold idea suddenly flew into his mind, but he quickly extinguished it. It shouldn't be possible. That was a nuclear bomb after all. Who could survive a place bombarded by 2 nuclear warheads? Yet aside from this, he could think of no other leads. Send people to thoroughly inspect the base ruins. I want all the information from there now. Remember, everything. Yes. How about we go to Wangyue City? Hearing Xiao Rui's suggestion, Wang Ming glanced at her in surprise. Didn't you not want to go to Wangyue City? Back when they left Salma Town, Xiao Rui had been extremely reluctant to go to Wangyue City. Oh, times have changed. Right now the safest place has to be Wangyue City. Xiao Rui seemed somewhat conflicted, but she still stiffened her neck and said, "Oh." Wang Ming eyed her suspiciously. He felt that Wangyue City held some special meaning for Xiao Rui. Cheshan, change course to Wangyue City. Yes, sir. Wangyue City was actually just on the side of Salma Town. The distance between them was no more than 100 li. So on the way to Wangyue City, Wang Ming even passed through Salma Town. Truth be told, he really wanted to go see his old residents, but their identities were sensitive now, whether regarding Hope City or Salma Town. So after hesitating for 3 seconds, Taizhan stepped on the accelerator and sped right past Salma Town. In just over an hour, a city rivaling Hope City in scale appeared before them. So this is Wangyue City. Hey, this is your hometown after all. Can you arrange a meal for us later? Noticing Xiao Rui's troubled expression, Wang Ming said deliberately, "That's easy to say, but I don't have any money either." This retort left Wang Ming momentarily speechless. "Later, come with me to a place first." Xiao Rui suddenly spoke, her voice even softening involuntarily. Oh. He didn't ask further, merely nodding silently. "Aren't you going to ask where?" "Anywhere is fine. Xiao Rui, we've got your back no matter what." This sudden tenderness made Xiao Rui tremble. She lowered her head and hummed softly. Following the direction Xiao Rui pointed, they drove all the way to the city center of Wangyue City. Even Wang Ming, who had never been here before, knew this area was reserved for the rich and powerful. So his guess was right, Xiao Rui was indeed from a prominent family. But why had she come all the way to Salma Town to team up with him? Just as he was thinking, the car stopped in front of a grand mansion. Why use the word mansion? Because this damn place looked like an estate. Second, miss, you've returned. At the gate, two men dressed like security guards immediately opened the iron door. They bowed slightly and spoke respectfully. Has my father, the patriarch, gone out? To answer, second, miss, the patriarch hasn't left today. Good, let's go. With Xiao Rui's signal, Taizhan drove straight through the iron gate. Only after they were far away did Wang Ming stare wide-eyed and demand, "Good heavens, Xiao Rui, you're actually a young lady from a big family." Though he had suspected as much, the scale of it was beyond what he had imagined. "You'll find out soon enough." Xiao Rui didn't elaborate. The car drove past gardens and woods, finally stopping before a castle-like building. "Let's go." Following Xiao Rui, they walked past rows of male and female servants lining both sides. This kind of grandeur he had only seen in short dramas in his past life. After walking for a while, they arrived at a grand hall where a stern-looking middle-aged man seemed to be waiting for them. "You still know how to come back?" A grave, low voice sounded, and Xiao Rui's body stiffened instantly. "Weren't you the one who swore to make a name for yourself?" The atmosphere immediately became tense. Wang Ming looked around, feeling terribly awkward. This was a family matter and he couldn't exactly chime in. "If you agree to the marriage alliance with the city lord's mansion, then the Xiao family will still acknowledge you as a daughter. Otherwise—" "I won't agree," Xiao Rui suddenly shouted. This sudden outburst not only startled Wang Ming, but also left the middle-aged man on the opposite side momentarily stunned. Then came a burst of rage. "How dare you? You came back just to shout that at me. No, you said that if I could make a name for myself, you would call off the marriage with the city lord's mansion." Xiao Rui stared stubbornly at the man across from her. Her father, Xiao Zhan, the patriarch of the Xiao family. "Heh." Xiao Zhan suddenly laughed. "So you've made a name for yourself?" His scrutinizing gaze fell on Xiao Rui, then moved back and forth between Wang Ming and Taizhan. "Don't think that earning a silver badge means you've accomplished much. In the Xiao family, you still have a long way to go." Xiao Zhan sneered. He believed that Xiao Rui's only leverage was the silver badge on her chest and the two silver-level hunters behind her. Admittedly, silver-level hunters were pillars of the Xiao family, but compared to the marriage alliance with the city lord's mansion, they fell far short. Whether I'm good enough or not, you'll only know after a test. "Fine. Tomorrow morning on the training grounds, let me see exactly what you're capable of," Xiao Zhan said in a firm voice, then gave them a deep look before sweeping away with his sleeves. After Xiao Zhan left, the hall fell into an immediate silence. Xiao Rui took a few deep breaths before turning back and saying, "Sorry you had to witness that embarrassment." "No. What exactly is this?" Wang Ming didn't know how to express himself. He had no idea how to address this kind of family conflict. But from their earlier conversation, it seemed Xiao Rui had run away to resist an arranged marriage. "It's like this." Xiao Rui forced a couple of smiles, then began to explain. It turned out that as the second daughter of the Xiao family, she had been chosen to marry into the city lord's mansion of Wangyue City. But Xiao Rui refused to comply. After a major quarrel with her family, she resolutely fled the Xiao household. And that so-called making a name for herself was the agreement between Xiao Zhan and her. As long as she could demonstrate sufficient value, the marriage with the city lord's mansion would be called off. "So," Wang Ming opened his mouth. "So tomorrow I will use the phantom armor to fight with all my might. If I succeed, all is well. If not—" She gave Wang Ming a deep look. "If I fail, I will agree to his terms, but I will also make him use the Xiao family's power to protect you. He won't refuse that condition." The next morning, in the backyard of the Xiao family estate, Xiao Rui and Xiao Zhan stood facing each other, poised for confrontation. Xiao Zhan was clad in black armor, gripping a massive greatsword as tall as a man, its tip angled toward the ground. "I won't make it hard for you. 10 moves. If you can endure 10 moves, the engagement is void." Xiao Zhan's voice was cold. "Fine." Across from him, Xiao Rui nodded coolly, giving a sharp shake to the hunter in her hand, from which a gleaming tried-get blade sprang forth. "Equip." At her command, a flash of white light streaked across, and the phantom armor began to envelop her from the chest, covering her form in an instant. In the blink of an eye, a sleek silver-gray suit of armor was fully assembled. "Oh!" Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up as he witnessed the scene. "A high-grade exoskeleton armor. It seems you've stumbled upon quite an opportunity." He knew that high-grade exoskeleton armor was incomparable to ordinary ones. Not to mention the technical sophistication involved, the materials and energy crystals alone severely limited the production of such high-grade armors. Indeed, high-grade exoskeleton armors were rare, requiring a perfect blend of resources, technology, and luck. Similarly, their enhancement of combat prowess was astonishing. If a basic exoskeleton could grant a human the strength to fight 10, a high-grade one could make a single warrior hold a pass against 10,000. As long as its energy didn't run out, it was invincible against lower-grade armors. Yet, it still wasn't enough. A single high-grade exoskeleton alone wasn't sufficient to make Xiao Zhan abandon the alliance with the city lord's mansion. After all, the Xiao family possessed high-grade armors of their own. The one he wore was among them. Still, for the 10-move packed head, have to exert more effort, or otherwise she might just hold him off. Get ready. Bang! Before he could finish, a bullet shot straight toward him. Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted as he narrowly sidestepped. Thud! A dull sound echoed as the ground beneath him was pierced through with a large hole. Seize the initiative in battle. You taught me that. A cool voice followed, accompanied by the roar of another bullet. Boom! Flames erupted. A dragon's breath round. Shield. Click! Xiao Zhan reacted swiftly, driving his great sword deep into the ground. An energy barrier instantly expanded, blocking the torrent of fire. Excellent. Truly a child of the Xiao family. Xiao Zhan laughed, not in anger but with a gleam of admiration in his eyes. He pressed down on the sword, prying up stone slabs from the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless fragments of rock shot forth with incredible speed, hurtling viciously toward Xiao Rui. Xiao Rui made a quick decision, retracting the hunter, as the phantom armor left a silver trail, vanishing from her spot in an instant. Speed was the phantom armor's forte. Xiao Zhan had noticed this as well. An agility-type armor, I see. The light in Xiao Zhan's eyes grew brighter. The Xiao family's high-grade armors were all heavy defensive types. They had no agility-type ones. Click! On the other side, while evading, Xiao Rui loaded a special round into the chamber. A high-explosive, armor-piercing round. Beyond its formidable penetration, it also packed a powerful explosive punch. It was the most destructive special round in her arsenal. Click! She pulled the bolt, chambering the round. Even in high-speed motion, aided by the phantom armor, the hunter in her hands remained remarkably steady. Bang! A tongue of flame spat forth as the phantom armor absorbed the immense recoil, leaving Xiao Rui barely feeling any vibration. The bullet, wreathed in bright fire, burst from the barrel. Against an ordinary person, a direct hit from this round, even in high-grade armor, would leave a crater. But Xiao Zhan dared to do just that. He swung his great sword upward from the ground, a visible golden energy surging from the blade. Light sword, heavy slash. Boom! A violent explosion erupted in a blaze of fire. Then a figure leaped out, dragging the great sword behind. Completely unscathed. He had cleaved the armor-piercing round in two. Rui, I admit you've improved greatly, but you still have far to go. Third move. Whoosh! He sprang into the air, gripping the great sword with both hands, pulling it behind him like a drawn bow. Light sword. Clang. The blade gleamed again. Omnidirectional strike. Whoosh! The great sword came down in a full arc. The blade sliced through the air with a resonant hum. Xiao Rui planned to strike while he was airborne without leverage, but the roaring sword energy materialized into tangible waves of light hurtling toward her. What's more, the immense energy split in midair, 1 into 2, 2 into 4, 4 into 8, sealing off every direction around her. Such was the ferocity of the Xiao family's heavy sword falling star. Hiss! At that critical moment, the phantom armor on Xiao Rui released a burst of gas. Like a nitrous boost, it sharply increased her speed. By a hair's breadth, she managed to evade the intricate web of 8 energy slashes. Incredible speed. Xiao Zhan praised generously, yet his movements didn't slow. Having driven her back, he pressed the advantage. Besides, 3 moves were already spent. He still had 7 chances. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The air filled with flying sword energy, roaring and whistling. Xiao Rui dared not meet his attacks heeded, relying solely on the phantom armor's speed to dodge desperately. Though Xiao Zhan couldn't catch up, the great sword's energy slashes were swift and wide-ranging, leaving her barely able to evade, let alone raise her gun to fire. 5th move. Xiao Rui was cornered. 6th move. Xiao Zhan surged forward to close the distance. 7th move. A storm of energy sealed all sides. 8th move. Xiao Zhan thrust his sword forward, the tip hovering before Xiao Rui. You lost, a cold voice declared, and Xiao Rui ceased all resistance. Still, not enough. Beneath her faceplate, Xiao Rui gazed stubbornly at Xiao Zhan, tears welling in her eyes. Yet she held them back, forcing out words. I can agree, but... Wait! Wang Ming suddenly spoke up. Uncle Xiao, please wait. Wang Ming stepped forward, with Taizhan following closely behind. The faceplate opened and Xiao Zhan frowned at Wang Ming. Uncle Xiao, you wanted to see what Rui has accomplished outside, right? I'm unworthy, but I'm a teammate Rui met on her journeys. May I take her place and spar a few moves with you? You... Xiao Zhan looked Wang Ming over, a smile creeping onto his face. You think you can match me? I'm unworthy, but I'd like to try. Wang Ming. Xiao Rui grabbed his forearm. Don't worry, I've got this. Good lad. You've got guts. Xiao Zhan gazed at Wang Ming with profound approval. Regardless of the outcome, this young man had already earned his respect. I await your instruction, Uncle Xiao. Come. He gently patted Xiao Rui's hand, which was tightly gripping his arm, and she finally released him. Be careful. Wang Ming nodded, then took his stance at one corner of the arena. He mobilized all the true qi within him, surging like a mighty river through his meridians, poised to strike. Watching Wang Ming stand there so openly, Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. Fight like this? No exoskeleton armor, no weapons. Was he certain this wasn't suicide? You intend to face me like this? Xiao Zhan gestured at Wang Ming. Yes. Seeing Wang Ming's earnest nod, Xiao Zhan suddenly felt deflated. A mere mortal body against an exoskeleton. Even if he thought highly of Wang Ming, assuming he had undergone gene repair and enhancement, that enhanced physique was still like paper before an exoskeleton. He now seriously suspected the young man was blindly overconfident in his newfound strength after gene enhancement. Ha! Young man, it seems I must knock some sense into you here, or you'll never know how you die. Xiao Zhan sneered, then hurled his greatsword meteor fall. Clang! The greatsword performed a 720-degree spin in midair before embedding itself heavily into the ground. You attack first. He crooked his finger, standing casually in place. Then, forgive my impertinence. Forgive? Xiao Zhan nearly laughed. But the next second a figure suddenly loomed large in his vision. It was Wang Ming. How? So fast? Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted, his hands too slow to react. An instant later, a tremendous force slammed into his abdomen. Boom! Even clad in his exoskeleton, he felt as if struck head-on by a vehicle. The searing pain in his chest made him cry out involuntarily. In that moment, the exoskeleton was rendered useless against Wang Ming's expertise inch-force armor breaker. Ugh! Cough! Xiao Zhan's body curled like a shrimp. Yet the exoskeleton's auxiliary function suddenly activated. His hands swiftly closed in attempting to trap Wang Ming. But Wang Ming was quicker. He ducked low, evading the grasp, then propelled himself with a powerful leg push and drove his right fist into Xiao Zhan's chin. Power rose from the ground, qi surging through his entire being. Boom! One punch sent Xiao Zhan airborne. An intense shockwave left Xiao Zhan's mind reeling. Uncle Xiao, you yield. Amid the ringing in his ears, a light voice pierced through. It was this very remark that snapped Xiao Zhan back to clarity. Yield. 2 moves. You think you've won? A surge of humiliation tensed Xiao Zhan's body. Kid. You're far from it. Xiao Zhan bellowed, twisting to steady himself. Ha! Ha! The pain in his chest and the numbness in his jaw forced him to gasp for air. He swiftly distanced himself from Wang Ming, then drew Meteorfall, gripping it tightly. Throughout, Wang Ming remained motionless, watching him in silence. To make the opponent concede wholeheartedly, one must let them exhaust every means and still find themselves outmatched. Uncle Xiao, please. Wang Ming rooted himself, assuming the Bajiquan stance. Light sword, heavy slash. This time Xiao Zhan harbored no trace of underestimation. He swung the great sword with even greater force than he would against Xiao Rui. A powerful sword qi burst forth, cleaving toward Wang Ming with the force to shatter mountains and split the earth. Wang Ming did not dodge, intent on subduing Xiao Zhan with the most direct and brutal means. He sank his shoulders and dropped his elbows, true qi surging wildly within. His hands traced a circle before him, forming a yin-yang taiji diagram in the flow of qi. The ferocious sword qi streaked through the air like a meteor, then slammed into the taiji diagram. There was no explosive blast. As expected, the qi vanished like a stone cast into the sea. The yin-yang diagram rotated slightly, and the sword qi began to spin with it. Under the expertise of taiji rotation, the fierce qi was reduced to merely 40 of its original power. Yet even at 40 power, Wang Ming felt the pressure. However, by intensifying his true qi output, he eventually tamed the sword qi completely. Wang Ming breathed a silent sigh of relief, then guided his hands. The taiji diagram shuddered, and the sword qi reversed course, spiraling back. Whoosh! The piercing sound of air split as the bright yellow sword qi swelled in Xiao Zhan's eyes. This? Impossible! Xiao Zhan cried out, followed by a thunderous explosion. Boom! Debris scattered. Xiao Zhan's body crumpled to the ground, skidding a long trail across the floor. Xiao Zhan. Defeated. At that moment, Wang Ming's heart tightened. His true qi was nearly depleted. If Xiao Zhan rose again, he would barely be able to withstand it. Fortunately, his talent returned to origin. Breathing now came into play. Threads of true qi continuously replenished his dantian, easing the weight on Wang Ming's heart. But Xiao Zhan did not rise. Clearly Wang Ming had won. In the Xiao family's medical room, Xiao Zhan slowly regained consciousness. The sharp pain in his chest made him break out in cold sweat. Patriarch, you must not move now. A tall woman in a white coat said softly beside him. I am. Xiao Zhan was still dazed, but then the sparring match came rushing back. He remembered the sword chi he had unleashed being deflected back by that young man. And then, he knew nothing more. A supernatural ability. Xiao Zhan muttered. What did you say, Patriarch? I said how long was I unconscious? A full night, Patriarch. The injuries are not severe, just strong impact trauma. 2 ribs in your chest are broken, requiring half a month of rest. The female physician said softly. Xiao Zhan hummed quietly, then fell silent. After a long pause, summon Butler Fu. I have matters to discuss. Yes, Patriarch. The day's battle had completely shifted Xiao Zhan's attitude. His relentless effort to marry Xiao Rui into the city lord's mansion had been solely for family gain. But Wang Ming's emergence changed his mind. Truth be told, someone who could withstand his Xiao family's meteor fall with sheer physical power was unmatched even in the city lord's mansion. This man's value far surpassed an alliance through marriage. More importantly, he harbored genuine feelings for Rui. Though he prioritized family interests if his children could be happier, he would gladly choose a path that satisfied both. And now, it was perfect. His mind made up, he resolved never to let Wang Ming slip away. He would be honored as the Xiao family's distinguished guest. The Xiao family must show its utmost sincerity. Wang Ming, you're incredible. Xiao Rui gazed at him with stars in her eyes. She knew Wang Ming's abilities were formidable, even capable of contending with the bio-enhanced Iron Mountain. Yet she never dreamed that Wang Ming could still dominate against advanced exoskeleton armor. Even Meteor couldn't match his edge. Keep it low-key, keep it low-key. Wang Ming waved his hand with an air of ease and leisure. The amplification from True Chi was indeed terrifying, leveling the gap between him and the exoskeleton armor. With the support of his various specialties, even a fully armed high-level hunter was no match for him. Moreover, his strength would only grow as his True Chi continued to increase. By then, forget a rank wild beasts. Even the legendary rank wild beasts would fall before him. As long as his True Chi was sufficient, enduring a nuclear blast was no mere fantasy. Regardless, you've thoroughly intimidated him this time, or he wouldn't have arranged things through Butler Fu. Being an honored guest of the Xiao family was a privilege reserved for only a few in Wangyue City. Intimidating him is an overstatement. It's just that my value was placed before him. Leaders of families like his always consider matters from the perspective of family interests. Wang Ming was not arrogant. He could guess Xiao Zhan's intentions. Simply put, his value surpassed an alliance with the city lord's mansion through marriage. Coupled with his lack of a family background, and his connection to Xiao Rui, Xiao Zhan aimed to bind him firmly to the Xiao family's war chariot. Then, what do you plan to do? Xiao Rui had not anticipated reaching this point. She had thought she would leverage her marriage to negotiate with Xiao Zhan, but now they held the power to speak. Meeting Xiao Rui's inquiring gaze, Wang Ming uttered a single word without hesitation. Lay low. Ha! Lay low. Xiao Rui was taken aback. Exactly, lay low. For now, the Xiao family can serve as both our haven and a cover for our whereabouts. Well, keep a low profile and develop here for a while. A sharp glint flashed in Wang Ming's eyes. No matter what stirred in Hope City, with the Xiao family's protection, they would never be found unless they actively revealed themselves. This gave Wang Ming the opportunity to grow. What he lacked most was time. Given time, he could handle not just Hope City but 2 of them if necessary. Time flowed like water, silent and unnoticed. Half a year had passed in the blink of an eye. During this period, Wang Ming kept a low profile, obtaining most intelligence through the Xiao family. Thanks to the Xiao family's influence, Wang Ming and his 2 companions were still listed as deceased in the Hunters Guild. Otherwise, their whereabouts would have been exposed the day they swaggered into Wangyue City. After all, the traversers from Hope City were too conspicuous, easily identified as outsiders in Wangyue City. During these 6 months, the news Wang Ming heard most often was about Salma Town, or rather it had been renamed Light Town. Wang Ming never imagined that the Salma family would lose in that coup. He had fled Salma Town in such a hurry only for this to happen. However, although the Salma family had lost, the current Light Town was now at odds with Wangyue City. The 2 sides had cut off all trade ties and constantly skirmished with each other. Yet the conflicts remained localized, not escalating into full-scale war. Still, Wang Ming felt that Light Town was plotting something. Of course, none of this concerned him. He merely watched it all as entertainment. In this halfyear, he had not only completed gene repair and enhancement but had also awakened a new ability. Name: Wang Ming, level LV 6, 800, 010000. Class: Gunslinger, Martial Artist, Lifespan 22110, Strength 6, Constitution 8, Agility 5, Spirit 15, True Chi 2, 50 Talents, Gun Master, Eternal Circulation, Psychokinesis. Specialties: Limb Coordination, Keen Eyesight, Inch Force, Armor Break, Blind Shot, Accuracy Hold the line curved shot efficient repair Tai Chi spiral Hongmen 12 bridges, silk thread meridian ceiling, return to origin breathing skills omitted. For half a year Wang Ming had kept a low profile, so his level remained unchanged. But the enhancement from gene modification directly boosted his attributes dramatically. Moreover, when his spirit broke through 10 points, Wang Ming seemed to shatter the shackles of humanity, awakening psychokinesis. His spiritual power materialized into tangible force. It could attack, defend, act at will, and obey his commands like an extension of his body. Then came the amplification from true Qi. Under the effect of eternal circulation, his true Qi steadily increased, supplemented by deliberate meditation and cultivation, resulting in his current reserves. Though he hadn't learned any new skills in these 6 months, he could now make his past self suffer with a single hand. No, with just a single thought. This formless, intangible psychokinesis was simply a bug. Wang Ming, my father needs to see you. At that moment, a gentle voice drifted from afar. Wang Ming turned to see a young woman in a linen coat approaching slowly. Her face was delicate, her skin fair, and her long jet-black hair swayed slightly with her steps. Compared to half a year ago, Xiao Rui now exuded an undeniable air of nobility. What's this? Why is your father suddenly looking for me? Since becoming an honored guest of the Xiao family, half a year ago, the relationship between father and daughter had been quietly mending. After all, blood is thicker than water. Things would never reach an irreparable state. I hear it's about the Wangyue City Grand Tournament. The Xiao family might need your help this time. Xiao Rui came to Wang Ming's side and skillfully took his arm. According to her, this was on Xiao Zhan's orders to get close to him. It's about time. I've been lying low in the Xiao family for half a year. I should get out and do something for the family head. After 6 months of quiet development, further improvement would require focusing on his level. Let's go. First check the situation in the main hall. All right. With that, the two walked off side by side, with Iron Mountain following closely behind. Inside the Xiao family's main hall, Xiao Zhan sat in the seat of honor, with 2 rows of elite family stewards below him. Patriarch, the Wangyue City Grand Tournament will determine resource allocation. For the Xiao family to rise, we must make a mark in this competition. Make a mark. The other 3 of the 4 great families. They have always overshadowed the Xiao family. To secure more resources in this tournament, it's difficult. Someone sighed, their tone heavy. Patriarch, that person you mentioned last time. Someone suddenly spoke up. In the next moment, all eyes turned to Xiao Zhan on the main seat. Everyone present knew about the Patriarch's second daughter and naturally knew of Wang Ming's existence. Since he was the reason they abandoned the alliance with the City Lord's mansion, it was time to use him in this grand tournament. Wang Ming. Tap tap tap. A series of footsteps echoed, growing steadily louder as they approached. Wang Ming and the other 2 strolled calmly into the grand hall. Uncle Xiao, is there something you wish to discuss with me? Wang Ming called out from a distance. Ah, nephew. You've arrived just in time. Master Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up from his seat at the head of the hall. With Wang Ming representing the Xiao family, their odds of claiming first place soared to over 80%. Here's the situation. This is how it stands. Thus Uncle Xiao hopes you'll represent our family in this year's Moonwatch Grand Contest. Master Xiao Zhan recounted the details of the Moonwatch Grand Contest with vivid enthusiasm, outlining the status of the 4 great clans, the Xiao Lifeng and Qian families. As the 4 most powerful clans under the jurisdiction of the City Lord's administration, they had long dominated the majority of Moonwatch City's resources. Resources redistributed annually through the Grand Contest. The Xiao family unsurprisingly remained perennially rooted at the very bottom. Counting from the top, that is, Wang Ming, the Grand Contest follows a best-of-3 format per clan with 3 representatives each. This year, I want you to compete. Master Xiao Zhan gazed at Wang Ming with intense, unwavering expectation. His decision to retain Wang Ming and to annul the marriage alliance with the City Lord's administration had all been orchestrated for this precise moment. Since Uncle Xiao has spoken, your humble nephew shall obey without hesitation. A faint smile curled at Wang Ming's lips as he readily agreed. After living, eating, and receiving patronage under the Xiao family for over half a year, refusing such a modest request was simply unthinkable. Excellent. Master Xiao Zhan beamed with delight. Then the 3 of us, myself, you, and Xiao Yun, shall represent the Xiao family. Come. I'll walk you through every critical detail. Without further ado, Master Xiao Zhan dismissed all others and drew Wang Ming aside to explain the contest's intricacies. The so-called Moonwatch Grand Contest had originally been instituted by the City Lord's administration to maintain equilibrium among the great clans. Yet over the years, power dynamics had shifted irreversibly. Strength consolidated, weakness deepened, causing the contest to drift far from its founding intent. Nonetheless, the Grand Contest had become an inviolable tradition. Even the City Lord's administration dared not cancel it outright. Thus, each clan still fielded 3 competitors, and victory was determined solely by the cumulative performance of those 3. Final rankings dictated the allocation of the city's most vital resource nodes, and each of the competing trio ranked among Moonwatch City's elite martial artists. Clan heads in particular possessed strength far surpassing that of silver-tier hunters, though they fell short of true gold-tier status. To reflect this distinction, the Hunters Guild classified them as upper silver. After all, even among silver-tier practitioners vast disparities existed, necessitating further stratification. The heads of the other three clans are stronger than I am. Xiao Yun ranks only mid to lower tier, so everything hinges on you. Master Xiao Zhan clapped Wang Ming firmly on the shoulder, his expression grave. Uncle Xiao may rest easy. By the way, I see you wear no exoskeletal armor nor wield a weapon suited to your style. Take my personal letter, and visit the Xiao clan armory to select gear befitting your stature. Very well. Many thanks, Uncle Xiao. Ah no, it is I who owe you gratitude. Watching the two exchange such warm familiarity, Xiao Rui stepped forward and tugged lightly at Wang Ming's sleeve. Father, the grand contest draws near. Let Wang Ming rest now and conserve his strength. Ah yes, of course. I won't intrude further. Master Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, then added, I'll have the letter delivered shortly. For now go and rest. Understood. Taizhan, the 6 months are complete. It's time to test the fruits of our labor. Returning to his chamber, Wang Ming said suddenly, Rest assured, master. I have followed your instructions precisely. Taizhan replied, calm and composed. All things considered, these 6 months granted us precious breathing room, and my father supplied ample resources. Maintaining a 50-strong unit has posed no difficulty. Moreover, I've funneled every penny of my allowance to you this half year. You'd better compensate me handsomely. Xiao Rui counted off on her fingers. Of course. You'll be amply rewarded. Wang Ming cast her a wry, resigned glance. Would compensating you with 1 billion suffice? Flashed mischievously through his mind. But he dared not utter those words aloud. If he did, Xiao Rui might well gleam with avaricious delight. Then go. Make the final preparations. After the Moonwatch Grand Contest, it will be time for us to step into the light. Yes, master. In truth, Taizhan had spent none of those 6 months idle beside Wang Ming. As a liquid metal android endowed with shape-shifting capabilities, mere physical appearance posed no constraint upon him. Thus Wang Ming had dispatched him long ago, on a singular mission to assemble a loyal force of his own. His recruits, drifters, the destitute, only such souls could be easily bound to allegiance. For those who struggled daily just to fill their stomachs would sell their lives without hesitation, for a single meal. Well then, the arrangements are nearly complete. Focus now on analyzing intelligence regarding the other 3 clans. Here. My father sent these dossiers along with his personal letter. So saying, Xiao Rui handed Wang Ming a thick stack of documents. The Xiao clan armory holds many fine treasures. I acquired my own hunter-slayer there. Choose wisely. Wang Ming arched a brow. Truth be told, he hadn't given the matter much thought. He relied entirely on his cultivated qi. External tools were secondary at best. Still, why refuse a gift freely offered? Let's go. Meanwhile, across the city, the Li Feng and Chen clans likewise prepared feverishly for the impending Moonwatch Grand Contest. The Li family was none other than the one that had attempted to recruit Wang Ming in Salma Town, and their patriarch Li Chuanqi now raged uncontrollably. That accursed Xue Linglong. She carries a grudge. She seeks to crush our Li family. Li Chuanqi's face flushed iron-gray fury churning like a storm within his chest. According to clan scouts, the city lord's administration had recently grown unusually close to both the Feng and Chen families. Xue Linglong was undoubtedly holding the Li family responsible for the Salma Town incident. Admittedly, the incident had originated with them, but Li Chuanqi had already dispatched a lavish gift to the city lord's administration. Why then would Xue Linglong refuse to relent? The more he pondered, the fiercer his rage burned. No, we cannot afford delay. Rumor has it the city lord's administration possesses a far more stable technique for mutant enhancement. If the Feng and Chen families succeed in their transformations, where does that leave the Li family? As for the Xiao family, perennial last place. He dismissed them entirely. Summon the carriage. I depart for the city lord's administration immediately. No one knew what transpired during Li Chuanqi's audience with the city lord. But upon his return, a corner of the Li family's reception hall had collapsed. And so a week passed. At last the day of the Moonwatch Grand Contest arrived. Held at the heart of the city's inner district, countless caravans poured in from every direction. Regardless of anything else, the sheer scale of the spectacle bore witness to the prestige of the 4 great clans. Wang Ming rode within the Xiao family's procession. That figure. Why does he look so familiar? From afar, someone in the Li family's caravan stared intently toward the Xiao contingent. That person was none other than Li Wenjing, the very same who had sought to recruit Wang Ming in Salma Town. Li Wenjing frowned, wanting to take another look, but the Shao family's carriage had already departed. Perhaps I misjudged, he muttered to himself. At the center of Wangyue City, a massive arena stood, its area as vast as 3 football fields. The arena was constructed entirely from hard granite, enveloped by an energy barrier formed by 4 emitters at its periphery, ensuring maximum protection for the spectators outside. After all, aside from the 4 great families and the city lord's mansion, many other factions and clans would also be observing this grand competition. Of course, if you were bold and believed your strength sufficient, you could register and participate in the competition before it began, vying alongside the 4 great families. However, such instances had become virtually unheard of since the power structure in Wangyue City was firmly established. Wang Ming, do you want to go first or later? Xiao Zhan leaned in and asked. I get to choose. Wang Ming was taken aback. Each family sent 3 members with a best-of-3 format. This was essentially a classic strategy game where the order of appearance was crucial. How could he be allowed to decide? Of course. Didn't you read the intel I gave you? Wang Ming felt awkward. He had read it, but only superficially. Seeing Wang Ming's expression, Xiao Zhan understood without pressing further and instead explained. The heads of the 4 families always go last. That's fixed. The first and second positions can be arranged by each family, and the final result is determined by the outcomes of the 3 matches. As Xiao Zhan elaborated, Wang Ming finally grasped the situation. In that case, it truly had nothing to do with the strategy of using inferior horses against superior ones. Then, Uncle Xiao, I'll go first. Wang Ming said calmly. This? All right. Xiao Zhan hesitated briefly before nodding. If Wang Ming went first, he would surely secure the first match. Even if he suffered some depletion in the second, his strength would still overcome the challenge. Thus Xiao Yun and he would face the heads of the other 3 families. Calculating this way, the advantage was immense. It was feasible. After the 4 families completed a round of drawing lots, the matchups were finalized. The first match pitted the Feng family against the Li family, while the second matched the Xiao family against the Chen family. The 2 victorious families would then face off in the final to determine the champion. The Feng family is up against the Li family this time. Tisk TSK, last year's first place and second place contenders. The tension is palpable. In the spectator stands, the crowd wore amused expressions. The battles among the 4 great families occurred only once a year, so they were naturally highly anticipated. I heard the Feng family is fielding their legitimate son this time. Oh, you mean Feng Yuxing? The most gifted eldest son in Feng family history. At 3, he was found to have exceptionally active mental energy, and by 10 he had begun training as a beast tamer. It said he can now control 3 brank wild beasts simultaneously. Hiss? Truly terrifying. That said, the Li family has fielded seasoned veterans with rich experience. No matter how strong Feng Yuxing is, he's just a young man in his 20s. His experience in life-or-death combat is far inferior. Why are you all looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? Noticing the odd stares from those around him, the man frowned and couldn't help asking. Brother, do you not know what a beast tamer is? Which beast tamer engages in unknown combat? Their entire skill set lies in taming beasts. The man paused. Indeed, what need did a beast tamer have for combat experience? As long as they controlled their wild beasts well, they never had to fight personally. This was utterly unfair. He cursed inwardly. It wasn't that he was unaware of beast tamers, but their talent requirements were extremely high and their numbers scarce, so he hadn't thought deeply about it. Hey, stop chattering. The Feng and Li families have taken the stage. Instantly, all eyes converged on the granite arena. On the left stood Li Tao, a veteran powerhouse from the Li family and a professional gunsmith. He wore a silver exoskeleton armor with a cannon barrel, as thick as an arm, radiating a dangerous aura from his back. On the right was a young man who appeared just over 20. He stepped onto the arena with a leisurely gait, clad in dark exoskeleton armor, carrying no weapons. But after just a few steps, a figure suddenly darted out from behind him, landing in the center of the arena ahead of him. Crimson-red mane, rippling muscles, and a massive frame. This was a brank wild beast, the Crimson Flame Lion. Before the crowd could express their astonishment, a sharp cry pierced the sky above. Screech! A shadow then blotted out the sun, and the crowd looked up to see a winged eagle spreading its wings, circling high above. Another brank wild beast. Good heavens, what a flashy entrance. A Crimson Flame Lion leading the way below, a winged eagle surveying from above. Being a beast tamer is truly an enviable profession. Wasn't it said there were 3 brank wild beasts? Where's the third? Some people craned their necks, still waiting for the third beast to appear. The Feng family's legitimate son Feng Yuxing began his career as a beast tamer at 10. Truly extraordinary. Li Tao glanced up at the circling winged eagle and couldn't help praising. Would Senior Li like to concede? Feng Yuxing raised an eyebrow, speaking casually. Concede. Li Tao laughed heartily. Young man, though you have brank beasts by your side, I have roamed the wasteland for 40 years and slain countless brank beasts. Today, I fear I'll add 2 more to the tally. Li Tao glanced at the 2 beasts, his tone cold. With a click, he drew 2 silver pistols from his waist. Rat-a-tat-tat. In an instant, the 2 pistols fired dozens of rounds at an astonishing speed. The dense hail of bullets formed a net surging fiercely toward the crimson flame lion standing before Feng Yuxing. Roar! Facing the incoming barrage, the crimson flame lion stood its ground, letting out a skyward roar as its flame-like mane bristled slightly. Whoosh! It ignited. The crimson flame lion's mane transformed into crimson flames. Then, before the crowd's eyes, it spat out a torrent of fire, turning into a sea of flames that met the incoming bullets. Boom! 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 A series of explosions echoed in the air. Even the sea of flames churned violently. Those were not ordinary bullets but specialized smoke rounds. The moment they detonated, vast clouds of gray smoke spread, and within seconds most of the arena was shrouded in thick gray mist. Oh, clever move. Using smoke rounds to obscure movement. This puts Feng Yuxing in danger. TSK. What a pity. Such a spectacular scene is hidden by the smoke. Will the match end like this? Just as the crowd strained to see, a figure suddenly burst through the gray mist. It was Li Tao. But at this moment Li Tao had clearly not retreated on his own. The 3 white marks on his chest looked as if they had been clawed out by some fierce beast. Li Tao was a bit careless here. Though his vision was blocked, a lion's sense of smell is 10 times that of a human, and the blazing flame lion would only be keener. Others were unclear about what happened within the thick fog, but Wang Yu saw it all clearly. Not with his eyes, but through his psychic perception. The moment the fog enveloped the arena, Li Tao decisively executed a decapitation strike, attempting to bypass the blazing flame lion and directly attack Feng Yuxing in the rear. Tactically, there was no flaw. If his opponents had been human, Li Tao might have succeeded. But his adversary was not merely human. Unsurprisingly, the moment Li Tao circumvented the blazing flame lion, the beast, which had been standing still, suddenly exploded with power from its hind legs. In an instant, it crashed into Li Tao's chest, its sharp claws sending him flying backward. Without the protection of his exoskeleton armor, that single claw strike would have surely killed Li Tao. This beast has such keen perception. Blood trickled from the corner of Li Tao's mouth. Though the exoskeleton armor had blocked the attack, the impact had still jarred his internal organs, causing excruciating pain. I had hoped for a clever shortcut, but it seems I must face these 2 beasts head-on. Li Tao wiped the blood from his lips, his weathered face still calm and composed. He pulled out the cannon barrel from behind his back, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. A gunner's tactic had always been kiting. Without a brawler's protection, they could only fight while retreating. But that troublesome creature in the sky made things tricky for him. Elderly intends to take down a junior right from the start, so don't blame me for not respecting the aged in return. Feng Yuxing sneered, then let out a sharp whistle. The winged eagle in the sky immediately dove down. As a formidable raptor that held its own among brank wild beasts, the winged eagle was not only swift as the wind, but its sharp beak and talons were as fierce as iron hooks. Once caught or pecked, it would tear off a chunk of flesh. Screech! The winged eagle let out a piercing cry, then spread its talons and lunged fiercely at Li Tao's head. If that claw strike landed, even with his helmet's faceguard protection, it would be pierced through with several holes. Li Tao knew this well. Unflustered, he slightly raised the cannon in his hand. Boom! A dull roar. A burst of flame suddenly erupted from the cannon's muzzle, and a fist-sized shell roared out. The Annihilator Portable Cannon. This was a portable heavy weapon, specially crafted by the Li family for gunners. In terms of sheer power paired with specialized ammunition, it could rival the heavy cannons on the city walls. But now this cannonball, capable of matching the city's defensive artillery, hurtled straight toward the diving winged eagle. Whoosh! The shell tore through layers of air, producing a sharp, piercing sound. Just as it was about to collide with the winged eagle's talons, the beast suddenly flapped its wings and veered away in an instant. The first shot missed. Before the winged eagle could regroup, Li Tao below had already burst into a backward retreat. He reached behind him, and a shell materialized in his hand. Space folding technology. Click! Boom! Another shell fired, but this time the target was the blazing flame lion. After firing, Li Tao didn't even glance back. He shifted his stance, repeatedly conjuring another shell in his hand. This time he aimed at the winged eagle. But as the shell approached, the winged eagle lightly fluttered its wings, its form wavering as it once again evaded the incoming projectile. Boom! However, what no one anticipated was that evaded shell exploded midair. It was an airburst round. Li Tao's shell had been premeditated. A violent blast of air erupted, instantly catching the nearby winged eagle off guard and throwing it into complete disarray. Though it flapped its wings frantically, it couldn't stabilize itself. This gave Li Tao the opening he needed. Heh. In battle you need tactics. You have to use your head. Li Tao smiled faintly, his finger pressing the trigger. This time the Wind Eagle had no chance to dodge. Boom! Flames erupted and the Wind Eagle was struck hidden. Amidst the smoke and dust it tumbled from the sky like a tattered cloth sack. Even a brank wild beast would be severely wounded by a shell with the power of a city defense cannon. Roar! This entire sequence, though seemingly slow, happened in the blink of an eye. By the time the blazing flame lion disengaged and lunged at him, Li Tao had already single-handedly taken down the Wind Eagle. Tap! With a crisp sound of impact, Li Tao instantly performed a backflip, leaving his original spot. The blazing flame lion, its front claws raised to strike, found only empty air. It was so close. Boom! In the next instant, a blinding light flared, followed by an intense wave of vertigo, assaulting the blazing flame lion's brain, making its limbs unsteady. It was a flashbang. It's over. Without a moment's pause, the moment the blazing flame lion was stunned, Li Tao aimed his cannon directly at Feng Yuxing. The first genius of the Feng family. It's time for you to be eliminated. Bang! The shell roared out of the barrel, hurtling toward Feng Yuxing, and landing beside him. Boom! Debris flew everywhere. The granite-paved arena was blasted into a deep crater, but Feng Yuxing remained unscathed. What? What is Li Tao doing? In the spectator stands Li Chuanqi, the head of the Li family, widened his eyes in shock. He had victory within his grasp. What was Li Tao playing at? At such close range, how could he miss? This shot was so off it landed in his grandmother's house. What's going on? Was that shot a warning? No way is he toying with them in a match like this. It shouldn't be. Li Tao is no greenhorn, so why? Murmurs of doubt arose from the audience. No one doubted Li Tao's aim. He was a battle-hardened veteran, an old gunner. How could he miss at such a close distance? Yet it had happened. At that moment Li Tao on the arena was seething with shock and fury. What's going on? I was clearly aiming at Feng Yuxing. How could? His first thought wasn't to doubt his own skill, but to look at the Annihilator heavy cannon in his hands. Was the weapon malfunctioning? No sooner had this thought crossed his mind than a powerful dizziness struck him, making the world seem to spin upside down. This is... Before he could ponder further, a frivolous voice reached his ears. Elder Li, don't bother struggling. This toxic powder can paralyze the nerves. Even a brank wild beast can't shake it off anytime soon. It's you. Li Tao stomped his feet heavily, barely managing to stay upright. He glared at Feng Yuxing, but the man appeared distorted and blurry before his eyes. Yet he keenly noticed a small creature hovering beside Feng Yuxing. A toxic powder moth. A moth with multicolored wings and a purple body smaller than a palm quietly fluttered beside Feng Yuxing. Despite its harmless appearance, this tiny creature was a genuine brank wild beast. Though the poison powder moth's body was extremely fragile, its wings could kill without a trace. It's the poison powder moth. Li Tao's lips twisted into a bitter smile. He felt his body growing numb, a clear sign that the poison had seeped into his marrow. The most terrifying aspect of the poison powder moth was its ability to release various toxic powders from its wings. These powders, often invisible to the naked eye, spread through the breeze, poisoning victims before they even noticed. Senior Li was too careless. The intelligence report was crystal clear, wasn't it? I command 3 brank wild beasts. Feng Yuxing said nonchalantly. Throughout the entire match, he hadn't moved a single step. Standing still, the scales of victory had already tipped in his favor. Beast tamers. What an enviable profession. I lose this duel without regret. Li Tao had pondered this question before. But Feng Yuxing had only revealed his Crimson Flame Lion and Wind Rock. He never expected such an obscure beast as the poison powder moth. He even thought his opponent was hiding his strength, not bringing a third beast at all. But now, I concede this match. Having grasped the situation, Li Tao promptly admitted defeat. The poison of the poison powder moth was no joke. An ordinary person would have died long ago. Only those who had undergone genetic enhancement could withstand the toxin for a while longer, but even they would perish without immediate treatment. The first match of the Feng and Li families. Feng family. Feng Yuxing wins. With the announcement from the city lord's referee, the first duel drew to a close. That Feng kid is quite cunning. The poison powder moth silently spread its poison across the field, and Li Tao fell for it without a clue. But unfortunately, this trick only works once. Xiao Zhan said coldly. The next match was almost a foregone conclusion. Feng Yuxing's Windrock was severely injured, leaving only the Crimson Flame Lion for direct combat, and the poison powder moth posed little threat if guarded against. This was the consensus of all. The subsequent match did not defy expectations. Feng Yuxing only deployed the Crimson Flame Lion, launching a ferocious assault from the start. The Li family fielded a brawler wielding a great axe as large as a door panel with a whistling wind engaging in a heathen clash. Though the Crimson Flame Lion commanded firepower, it ultimately fell to the high-grade exoskeleton armor and the massive axe that could tear through its hide. However, the Li fighter was also bleeding from the mouth, clearly injured. This tilted the balance toward the Feng family. When the second Feng contestant stepped up in peak condition, he naturally defeated the Li opponent. Thus the Feng Li duel reached its match point. A bunch of useless fools. Li Chuanqi rose in fury. He had been in a foul mood for days, and seeing his family at such a disadvantage in 2 matches only fueled his rage. Clank! His exoskeleton armor tightened, the helmet's visor dropped, and he leaped onto the arena. I advise you to surrender now and spare yourself the pain. Li Chuanqi swung his right hand, and a short rod in his hand instantly extended. With a series of clicks, the rod transformed into an 8-foot spear. The Li family heirloom weapon, the spear Pajuan. Though your strength surpasses mine, asking me to surrender is a bit presumptuous. The Feng contestant gripped his sword tightly, showing no fear. True, the 4 family heads had reached the silver upper rank, but they as veteran silver-level elites were not without a fighting chance. Moreover, his task was not to defeat Li Chuanqi, but to exhaust him to gain an advantage for his own family head. Humph! Overestimating yourself. Li Chuanqi snorted coldly, fully aware of the opponent's plan. Since you seek death, I'll grant your wish. Li Chuanqi twirled the Pajuan spear in a flourish, then held it level. His hands at chest height gripped the shaft tightly. Breathe in, out, spear-breaking technique, polar light. Whoosh! Li Chuanqi seemed to become one with the spear, charging forward like a streak of light. His speed left only a blur. Is the old man unleashing his ultimate from the start? Xiao Zhan exclaimed. What got into him? On the other side in the Feng camp, Feng Yunyong narrowed his eyes. That old bastard is furious. As a longtime rival, he knew the power of that strike. It was one of Li Chuanqi's trump cards. He intended to end it quickly. But so fast. On the arena, the Feng contestant was startled. He barely managed to hurl his sword before the spear's light was upon him. Boom! There was no clang of metal against metal, only a terrifying, concentrated explosion. Bang! The Feng contestant was flung aside by the blast, his right arm's armor shattered and charred. That sword was no ordinary weapon. It contained highly stable explosives. It detonated the moment it left his hand, but because the opponent was too fast, he too suffered significant injuries. Thankfully, it was a point explosion. If it had been a wide blast, I'd be done for. He raised his numb right arm, silently thanking his luck. On the other side, at the explosion's epicenter, a spear suddenly struck the ground. Whoosh! A gust of wind cleared the smoke, revealing Li Chuanqi completely unharmed. But his face was ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. Fine, just fine. Li Chuanqi gritted out through clenched teeth, his eyes nearly spitting fire. The explosion had only shaken his body, leaving him almost unscathed. Yet it had indeed blocked his killing strike, bruising his pride. Huff! Li Chuanqi took a deep breath, forcing down his anger. Boy, you succeeded. You drained my armor's energy, but you've lost. Li Chuanqi spoke those words with feigned calm. This counted as defeating an opponent with 1 strike. Right? He couldn't possibly unleash a second ultimate move. He gripped the spear shaft tightly, veins bulging on his armored hand. After several breaths, the Feng contestant finally spoke slowly. Your strength is formidable, sire. I am no match. On the grand stage of the Wangyue City competition, with the resignation of the Feng family, the match reached a critical juncture. Whoever ultimately stands atop the platform will claim victory. As it stands, Li Chuanqi's armor has sustained some damage, giving the Feng family the advantage. However, in a duel one must consider not only armor but also experience and tactics. The outcome remains uncertain. Very well, let me see if the old man Li Chuanqi has made any progress. With a swift motion, Feng Yunrong's figure flickered like mist and suddenly appeared on the stage. The Feng family's wind-rising, cloud-stepping technique is renowned in Wangyue City. Old man, you seem to be in quite a fiery mood today. Feng Yunrong taunted with narrowed eyes. Having dealt with Li Chuanqi for decades, Feng Yunrong knew that although the old man had a temper, he would never explode like this right from the start. Seeing your old face makes it impossible for me to restrain myself. Li Chuanqi retorted, brandishing his weapon, preparing to use his tried-and-true tactics. As a seasoned rival, he knew better than anyone that the Feng family's gun techniques were exceptionally tricky. If he were to be drawn in, he would only be at the mercy of the attack. Thus, he needed to seize the opportunity. Breaking a ray gun technique, Aurora. Whoosh! Like a streak of light, Li Chuanqi's shot reached an astounding 120% efficacy. The spear shot forth like a rainbow, piercing through the sun, aimed directly at Feng Yunrong's vital chest. If this shot landed even with his exoskeleton armor, the old ghost would surely suffer grievously. Yet alas, a brilliant idea does not always reflect reality. Feng Yunrong's footwork was unpredictable, his form as weightless as mist. Just as the spear's tip approached, he effortlessly swayed his body with the airflow and completely evaded the attack. The wind-rising cloud-stepping technique. Li Chuanqi's pupils contracted. In the next moment, two large revolvers suddenly appeared in Feng Yunrong's hands. One was as black as ink and the other as white as cream. These are the heirlooms of the Feng family, the dual guns, White Dragon and Black Tiger. Bang! Bang! The sounds of gunfire erupted as Li Chuanqi watched the bullets fly through the air. This old ghost is still as slick as ever, Li Chuanqi muttered to himself, then suddenly pushed off the ground once again, executing the Aurora technique. With the second execution of Aurora, Li Chuanqi narrowly dodged the two bullets. Oh! Feng Yunrong's eyes glimmered slightly. What an old man, you've managed to find such a use for your breaking array gun technique. It seems you have truly mastered it. While commenting, Feng Yunrong did not stop his movements. He adjusted his aim and continuously pulled the trigger, while swiftly retreating, creating distance from Li Chuanqi. The shooting style of a gunmaster runs deep in the bones. These two have both improved in strength. Down below, Xiao Zhan's hand clenched unconsciously. As heads of the four great families, they had crossed blades countless times. Even the slightest improvement in strength was immediately noticeable. Wang Ming one uses the Li family's exclusive breaking array gun technique, while the other relies on a deep study of gun combat techniques, ultimately creating a unique battle style renowned across the world. Of course, the Feng family's wind-rising cloud-stepping is also profound and intricate. At least in close-quarters combat, Feng Yunrong is slippery and difficult to catch. Speaking of which, Xiao Zhan couldn't help but shift his feet, clearly having suffered significant losses at Feng Yunrong's hands. These two have strength above me. What do you think? Although they are not weak, if this is their only level, I should be able to win. Wang Ming quietly compared his strength had undergone a tremendous transformation compared to 6 months ago. While he couldn't guarantee a win in 10 moves, 3 or 4 should be no problem. But he could never voice such thoughts. Is that so? Xiao Zhan's eyes lit up. He naturally believed in Wang Ming's strength. After all, he was the one who had defeated him barehanded. Now equipped, his power would only be more terrifying. Then this grand competition relies entirely on you. I will do my utmost, uncle. Meanwhile, on the highest viewing platform of the city lord's mansion, a cold woman draped in a white cloak with silver hair sat quietly in a wide chair. She appeared to be in her 30s, stunningly beautiful, her skin, as white as fresh snow, exuding an aura that kept others at bay. She is the current city lord of Wangyue City, Shui Linglong. My lord, it seems Li Chuanqi harbors quite a bit of resentment. A middle-aged beauty with gold-rimmed glasses spoke softly from a seat below. Resentment? If the Li family had not acted on their own, how could Wangyue City have been dragged into war? Shui Linglong replied flatly. My not offending them is already giving the Li family face. Does he still want benefits? Ridiculous. Although that may be true, I believe it would be wise to keep an eye on the Li family. Wainer, the Li family indeed needs to take some action. Shui Linglong suddenly stated. Although her words were plain, they caused Lin Wainer to shiver. The city lord is serious. Understood. Shui Linglong did not say more, her gaze remaining calmly focused on the stage. At this moment on the stage, Li Chuanqi was entirely on the defensive, while Feng Yunrong utilized his family's stepping technique, darting left and right, his form elusive. Li Chuanqi could barely manage to close in, let alone fight back. Bang! Bang! Ugh! After deflecting the bullets, once more Li Chuanqi felt a tingling in his palms. As heirlooms, the Feng family's dual guns were by no means inferior to his breaking array. After several clashes, even with his exoskeleton armor, he felt pain in his hands. If this dragged on, he would undoubtedly lose. Gritting his teeth, Li Chuanqi suddenly made a decision. He would take a gamble. Better to fight back now than to be worn down slowly. Breaking array gun technique sweeping through the armies. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Li Chuanqi's waist and abdomen exerted strength, and his form instantly began to spin at high speed. In his hands, the breaking array rotated like a windmill, enveloping him in endless gale. In that moment, Li Chuanqi seemed to transform into a tornado. Whoosh! Under the force of the powerful whirlwind, all bullets were completely deflected. In the next second, the tornado rushed towards Feng Yunrong. Not only that, the immense wind pressure affected his movements. This old fellow is hiding such a big move. Feng Yunrong squinted his eyes, but the exoskeleton armor protected him unaffected. However, under the chaotic airflow, the resistance he faced was dozens to hundreds of times greater than before, severely hampering his speed. But, do you really think I can't deal with you? Feng Yunrong's dual guns immediately aligned together. The black and white guns, so distinctly different, suddenly shone with a white light at their muzzles. Super increase explosion. Both guns pulled the triggers simultaneously, As if they complemented each other, two bullets spiraled towards the whirlwind at a speed unmatched. Puff, puff, puff. Two muffled sounds. Those were the sounds of bullets breaking the sound barrier. The two bullets, as if drawn to each other, spiraled together and crashed fiercely into the gale. They were neither deflected nor diverted. The combined impact of the two rounds struck like a missile charging straight in. It was ferocious. In an instant, the gale abruptly dissipated. As the airflow burst apart, it stirred up a vast cloud of dust. Li Chuanqi's spear technique had been broken. He stared blankly at the long spear in his hands, the armor on his abdomen shattered with faint traces of scarlet blood seeping out. After a long moment, he slowly lifted his head, fixing his gaze intently on Feng Yunyong. Old man, your family's white dragon and ink tiger are formidable, but they don't have this kind of ability, do they? Though posed as a question, his tone was utterly certain. The two had known each other for decades, crossing hands countless times, and were intimately familiar with each other's heirloom weapons. White dragon and ink tiger, though astonishing in power, were primarily capable of adapting to various special bullets and greatly amplifying their potency. But that definitely didn't include those last two shots. Merging into one wasn't just firing two rounds. It was converging into a single point, achieving a power greater than the sum of its parts. Could it be? Li Chuanqi had already formed a guess, his eyes fixed on Feng Yunyong's expression, hoping to discern something. But Feng Yunyong's reaction surprised him. Feng Yunyong stood with his gun, a relaxed smile on his face, then spoke leisurely. Old scoundrel, I never thought you'd see this day. Yes, it's exactly what you're thinking. This is my supernatural ability. Feng Yunyong admitted it openly. Supernatural abilities were no secret in the Wasteland world. Though rare, they existed. He admitted it so freely, partly because there was nothing to hide and partly simply to show off in front of Li Chuanqi. Indeed, the moment he uttered the words supernatural ability, Li Chuanqi's expression turned extremely grim. The look on his face, as if he had swallowed something foul, nearly made Feng Yunyong burst into laughter. The four great families had been locked in strife for countless years, and making an opponent suffer was what the elders relished most. I admit defeat. The words admit defeat were practically squeezed out through Li Chuanqi's gritted teeth. He clenched his jaw so hard that his teeth grated audibly. But his reason told him he had no chance of victory. Rather than continue to humiliate himself here, it was better to leave now. Yet, as he stepped down from the arena, he didn't spare another glance at Feng Yunyong. Instead, his peripheral vision subtly flickered toward the direction of the city lord's mansion's viewing platform. Supernatural ability. Below the stage, Xiao Zhan also fell silent. He was well aware of the close ties between Shui Linglong and the Feng and Qian families. But after Wang Ming's appearance, he had given up that opportunity, choosing to trust Wang Ming instead. Or rather, Wang Ming's arrival gave him a choice, so he refused to sell off his daughter. Wang Ming, it's up to you now. With the conclusion of the match between the Feng and Li families, the next round fell to the Xiao and Qian families. Wang Ming, watching from below, had long been itching for action. Ever since his strength had skyrocketed, he had fallen completely in love with combat. The sensation of unleashing power freely was simply too exhilarating. Next, the Xiao family versus the Qian family. Please. Both contestants stepped forward. As the referee announced loudly, Wang Ming leaped onto the arena in a single bound. The Xiao family's first contestant is Wang Ming. The referee looked at the list in his hand and called out in a loud voice. Wang Ming. He's with the Xiao family. When did the Xiao family ever have someone named Wang Ming? Did he just marry into the family? I heard that half a year ago, the Xiao family rejected a marriage alliance with the city lord's mansion. Could it be? It's him. In the Li family camp, Li Wenjing's heart jolted. The moment Wang Ming stepped onto the arena, she instantly recalled the scene at Salmatown that day. She had originally planned to recruit Wang Ming, but circumstances had changed abruptly. He had hidden alone in a tunnel for a month before escaping safely. She never expected to see him again today in Wangyue City. And he had even joined the Xiao family. The Qian family's first contestant is Qian Fuqiang. As the referee announced loudly, a plump round figure wobbled onto the arena. The exquisite exoskeleton armor worn on his body looked like it was fitted onto a giant rubber ball. Could this man actually fight? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. Though puzzled, he wouldn't let his guard down. With a click, the visor dropped and the exoskeleton armor selected from the Xiao family's armory fully encased Wang Ming. The match begins. At the referee's command, Wang Ming wasted no time striking first. He stomped the ground repeatedly, each step producing a dull thud. Stamping foot, each burst of power originated from the ground, and with his steps, his momentum grew fiercer. By the time he reached Qian Fuqiang, the accumulated force erupted completely. 8 extremities fist. Iron Mountain lean. The force surged from his feet through his waist and hips along the spine's great dragon, and then exploded from his shoulder. Boom! Wang Ming rammed into him fiercely. There was no expected sensation. It felt like crashing into a sponge, his entire body sinking in instantly. The opponent's exoskeleton armor was soft. Before he could think further, a powerful rebound force surged back. Instead of resisting, he used the rebound to retreat instantly. Then he stared at Qian Fuqiang across from him, filled with suspicion. This guy was a bit eerie. Qian Fuqiang was also a younger member of the Qian family, but there was little information on him, and this was his first appearance in the Wangyue City Grand Tournament. Indeed, anyone who could step up was no pushover. Though he had no intel on the opponent, Wang Ming didn't need it. If it could rebound, then let's see the maximum force it could withstand. With a deep breath, he exerted force from his feet. With his feet planted firmly, the 12 bridges of Hong Sect was triggered, instantly combined with inch force armor-piercing and surging true chi. Wang Ming's punch shattered the air. Boom! A blur streaked across, and the punch landed heavily on Qian Fuqiang's soft abdomen. The exoskeleton armor rippled like water waves. Brother, don't waste your effort. I can absorb all attacks and rebound them. The harder you hit, the greater the force you'll endure. Qian Fuqiang puffed out his belly, speaking smugly. And this armor of mine. Just as he was about to boast further, his expression suddenly changed. A tremendous force seemed to pierce through his exoskeleton armor, and the thick, tough layers of fat reaching straight into his internal organs. Inch force armor piercing unleashed its full might. Wang Ming seized the momentum. The attack speed and power stacked by 12 bridges of Hong Sect erupted fully. He threw punch after punch, each heavier than the last, madly battering the opponent's abdomen. In an instant, countless fist shadows flashed past, pounding Qian Fuqiang's abdomen until it splashed like churning waves. Humph! My son's absorption and rebound abilities are unmatched in the world. This brat from the Shao family. Ha! In the Qian clan's camp, the current patriarch Qian Duo suddenly widened his ox-like eyes, his chubby face filled with astonishment. How is this possible? On the arena, Wang Ming unleashed his full power. Amidst a barrage of countless phantom fists, Qian Fuqiang's defense utterly crumbled under the piercing force of inch punch armor break. The bizarre armor that struggled to rebound along with the fat on his abdomen was completely neutralized by Tai Chi's circular turn. Moreover, these forces were redirected by Wang Ming back onto his opponent. Crack! Accompanied by a crisp sound of shattering, the exoskeleton armor on Qian Fuqiang's body abruptly broke apart, revealing his pale, flabby abdomen. Not only that, but under the fierce impact, Qian Fuqiang's eyes had rolled back, clearly unconscious. And this bout had just passed less than 3 minutes. From stepping onto the arena to stepping down, Wang Ming had only used 2 moves. The match is decided. The victor, Shao family Wang Ming. With the referee's belated announcement, the first bout between the Shao and Chen families came to an end. Silence. The venue, once bustling with noise, was now so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Everyone stared blankly at the composed figure on the arena. Less than 3 minutes. This was an unprecedented record in the history of the Wangyue City Grand Tournament. A crushing defeat. An absolute and utter crushing. This is impossible. Qian Duo exclaimed indignantly. He knew his precious son's abilities better than anyone. Since childhood, Qian Fuqiang had been exceptionally gifted. Coupled with the exoskeleton armor their family had custom-made for him at great expense, even he himself couldn't easily breach Qian Fuqiang's defenses. Him, a mere greenhorn, what right did he have? But no one answered him, for the second bout was about to begin. Qian Yoyong, go all out from the start. Don't give him a chance. Qian Duo ground his teeth. Understood, patriarch. Compared to the Qian family's gnashing teeth, the atmosphere in the Shao clan's camp was much more lively. Xiao Zhan was grinning from ear to ear. His choice had indeed been correct. He knew Qian Fuqiang was a troublesome figure among the younger generation, yet he couldn't withstand 2 moves from Wang Ming. Given the current situation, Wang Ming, having expended little energy, could easily secure the second match. The advantage for their Shao family was immense. Meanwhile, in the Li family camp, Li Wenjing's eyes were wide with shock. He had thought highly of Wang Ming back in Salma Town, but he never expected that in such a short time the other had reached such heights. Patriarch. Li Wenjing swallowed hard. He suddenly felt that Wang Ming's identity could be exploited. Li Chuanqi looked over impatiently. Patriarch, I know that Wang Ming. Li Wenjing recounted the events of Salma Town in detail. Initially, Li Chuanqi paid little attention, but as Li Wenjing's idea unfolded, his eyes suddenly lit up. That's a great idea, but we must not be careless. First, go and thoroughly investigate Wang Ming's background. The Hunters Guild definitely has detailed records. Although the Hunters Guild did not participate in any conflicts, it could not prevent infiltration by major powers. At the very least, their Li family had many people working within the guild. They couldn't openly violate the guild's rules, but secretly checking information was as simple as lifting a finger. The second bout between the Shao and Chen families begins. As the referee announced loudly Chen Yuyong hesitated not a moment, and the two cannon barrels on the back of his exoskeleton armor instantly activated. Boom! Boom! Like thunderclaps on a clear day, two flaming shells streaked towards Wang Ming like fiery dragons. Unlike the other three families, the Chen family had risen through commerce with members spread across all trades. Calling them the wealthiest in Wangyue City was no exaggeration. Consequently, most of the Chen family chose gunslinger as their primary profession. Relying on their immense wealth, they often equipped themselves with the finest gear, relentlessly mounting expensive weapons like firearms and cannons onto their exoskeleton armor. Fighting a Chen family disciple was like facing a well-stocked combat squad. The dense rain of bullets and artillery fire could reduce you to slag before you could even react. And Chen Yuyong was the perfect example at this moment. The cannons on his shoulders never stopped. Whether they hit or not, the bombardment must not cease. Even though the cost of a single special shell was enough to cover several months' living expenses for an ordinary person, he felt no regret. The Chen family fought with money. Click! Besides the shoulder cannons, Chen Yuyong raised his arms, and 4 small gun barrels popped out from each wrist. For per arm 8 in total. Let's see if you can get through this in close combat. Chen Yuyong sneered then. Rat-a-tat-tat. Full firepower. The dense hail of bullets like streaks of light frantically assaulted Wang Ming's position. In mere moments, the spot where Wang Ming stood was shrouded in dust, with large chunks of rubble constantly flying out. With this level of artillery barrage, not even a brank desolate beast would be anything but ground meat. Hey, see that? This is the correct way for a gunslinger to fight. What's the point of that old phone guy practicing his gun fu all day? It's not as practical as a single shell from me. The smile returned to Chen Duoduo's face, the earlier frustration vanishing. He didn't believe anyone could come out of that unscathed. The Chen family's fighting style is still so extravagant, just blasting away from the start. Someone couldn't help but shake their head and sigh. This kind of battle offered no lessons. It was pure spending, pure resource dumping. It's a pity for that young man from the Shao family, I'm afraid. He didn't finish, but everyone understood. Even defensive exoskeleton armor couldn't hold out long against such an onslaught. Wang Ming hadn't dodged. He had just stood there losing the initiative. Now his fate was likely sealed. Wang Ming. Xiao Zhan stared intently at the dust cloud, his hands unconsciously clenching. Suddenly a blur caught the corner of his eye. That's... The blur moved at incredible speed, charging out of the dust cloud and lunging straight for Chen Yuyong. What? The sudden turn of events startled Chen Yuyong. This kid had actually gotten out. He was unharmed? But there was no time to think. The cannons on his shoulders swiveled and the gun barrels on his arms shifted simultaneously. The dense rain of bullets formed a net, viciously closing in on Wang Ming, while the shoulder cannons fired rapidly in an attempt to force him back. But what happened next left him utterly dumbfounded and completely shattered. Countless bullets and shells whizzing through the air suddenly seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, veering away to the left and right just inches from Wang Ming. It was as if the projectiles were deliberately avoiding him. But how could this be? Was it a supernatural ability? Chen Yuyong's eyes were wide with shock as Wang Ming appeared before him. Wang Ming exhaled a turbid breath. After using Taiji Circular Turn to deflect 60 of the force, he had amplified his true chi output, channeling the impact of all the ammunition into the ground, thus emerging unscathed. He had just redirected those projectiles into the sky, a maneuver that had cost him a considerable amount of true chi. Fortunately, he had accumulated a good reserve of returning force within him. With a thought, 50 strands of returning force dispersed into his dantian, instantly restoring most of his true chi. Then, with another thought, 20 strands of returning force spread through his limbs and bones, forming hard force. With a whoosh, this strike carried a 200 amplification. Wang Ming slammed it fiercely into the ground where Chen Yuyong stood. That's right, the ground. Inch force armor breaker combined with hard force and his true chi. If this blow had landed on Chen Yuyong, it would have reduced him to a mist of blood. Now that he was affiliated with the Shao family, if he had actually killed Chen Yuyong with one punch, both the Shao family and he would likely face relentless retaliation from the Chen family. Although the Wangyue City tournament did not prohibit lethal force over the years, while there had been severe injuries, there had never been a single death. Therefore, Wang Ming had unleashed all this power into the ground. Boom, 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 crack. The solid premium granite sank under this stomp. Dense cracks spread from under Wang Ming's foot, instantly covering the entire arena. Silence reigned. Chen Yuyong stood frozen, all his weaponry silently powered down. Outside the arena, everyone stared wide-eyed at the crumbling platform. Hey, what? What kind of power is this? Even the largest caliber cannon couldn't have blasted the arena like this. That's top-grade, specially treated granite. Was that a supernatural ability he just used? When did abilities become so common? This is truly a feast for the eyes. Where did this monster come from? At the same time, Xiao Zhan on the viewing platform was rubbing his hands together more eagerly than ever. He was trembling with excitement. Their Xiao family was about to rise. Patriarch, do we even need to step in? I feel like Wang Ming still has strength in reserve. Looking at Wang Ming, who showed no sign of fatigue, Xiao Yun's mouth twitched. Everyone knew Wang Ming was formidable, but no one expected him to be this formidable. With destructive power like that, isn't he just a humanoid beast? Haha, I don't know if we'll need to step in, but this tournament is in the bag. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily, not even bothering to hide his joy. On the arena, the referee carefully stepped onto the platform. He was genuinely afraid that one step would cause the entire platform to collapse. But the spongy feel underfoot. This arena was completely ruined. Second match between the Xiao and Chen families. Xiao family wins. Without waiting for Chen Yuyong to surrender, the referee directly announced the result. Everyone knew that Wang Ming had held back, otherwise Chen Yuyong would have been dead for sure. Chen Yuyong did not dispute the result. He merely cast a complex glance at Wang Ming before silently stepping down. Perhaps for the first time he realized that some things truly cannot be bought with money. Patriarch Li Wenjing from the Li family camp was panting heavily, his face full of shock. Not just him, even Li Chuanqi was bewildered. Quick, make preparations first. This Wang Ming. We must ally with the Xiao family. Li Chuanqi's eyes gleamed with insight. Yes. Li Wenjing accepted the order and left. Wainer, investigate Wang Ming's background. A person with this level of strength cannot be unknown. The Xiao family has truly struck gold this time. Shui Linglong's eyes burned with interest. This was the first time she had shown such intrigue since the tournament began. Yes. Third match between the Xiao and Chen families. Begin. As Chen Duo stepped onto the arena, the final battle between the Xiao and Chen families commenced. Wang Ming. Truly terrifying strength. Stepping on the crumbling arena, Chen Duo couldn't help but marvel. If I had faced you at your peak, I would have surrendered immediately. Unfortunately, you must be running low on energy now, aren't you? Chen Duo sighed. Yes, according to his reasoning, unleashing such a terrifying blow would surely leave Wang Ming exhausted no matter how strong he was. Although he was taking advantage, such were the tournament rules. Senior, please, Wang Ming said calmly. His true chi was down to about 40%. That was enough. As long as he accumulated a few more strands of returning force, he could initiate recovery again. It wasn't a perpetual motion machine, but his stamina was still impressive. Then, begin. Boom. The moment the words fell, Chen Duoduo's exoskeleton armor suddenly began to transform. With the rolling of intricate parts, Chen Duoduo's armor expanded several sizes. His feet were now covered in thick armor with 2 tracks extending out, making him resemble a small tank. Additionally, various parts extended from his chest, back, and arms. In the blink of an eye, Chen Duoduo had transformed into a mobile artillery platform. Holy crap, this sight truly shocked Wang Ming. What the hell is he piloting, a Gundam? Although the intelligence report described Chen Duoduo's equipment as a multiform exoskeleton armor, did they call a Gundam multiform? But Chen Duoduo gave him no time to think. The heavily armed armor was covered with dense gun barrels. The next second, flames erupted. Boom, boom, boom. It was the roar of machinery. Countless flashes of fire, accompanied by thunderous sounds, viciously slammed toward Wang Ming. In terms of density, this barrage far surpassed Chen Yuyong's. Wang Ming dared not be careless. His true chi was limited and he still needed a few more strands of returning force. If his true chi were depleted, he would be dead. He took a deep breath, then suddenly activated Taiji circular turn. His true chi surged out like a floodgate opening, channeling the ferocious barrage into the flow of his chi. Feeling his true chi draining rapidly, Wang Ming was startled, then cursed under his breath. Damn, this is consuming too fast. He had intended to redirect these into the ground or sky, but now he had to send them back. At least it would occupy the opponent. Please don't die, Wang Ming muttered to himself. Holding back was far more difficult than going all out. If not for the fear of causing death, why would Wang Ming bother with all this effort? With that thought, he guided the true chi with a pull and a push, and the torrent of steel instantly turned around, returning intact. Holy shit, this scene left everyone present utterly dumbfounded. And Chen Duoduo, who bore the brunt of it, turned green with shock. Oh my god, Chen Duoduo had no time for anything else. He directed all his firepower at the incoming torrent of steel, while he himself retreated into the thickest part of his armor. Boom! A cataclysmic explosion erupted. A violent gale like a level 18 hurricane swept everything. The already ruined arena turned to dust with fragments of stone flying wildly in the wind. A small mushroom cloud rose slowly. The energy barrier around the arena fluctuated violently, as if it would shatter at any moment. Everyone in the stands turned pale. Were they supposed to risk their lives just watching a match? It took dozens of seconds for the energy barrier to stabilize, and only then did everyone relax. Alive! We made it! Someone said, drenched in sweat. This is really thrilling. Indeed, too thrilling. Thrilling enough to nearly send people to the afterlife. Someone laughed bitterly, then turned their gaze to the arena. It was a complete mess. The dust settled. The explosion had completely annihilated the already shattered arena. Chen Duodua, who had transformed into a turret, was now huddled in a sorry state within his damaged armored cannon. On the opposite side, Wang Ming stood against the wind. The true qi he had just recovered using Guiyuan Jin surged through his body, making him appear like a celestial being descending to the mortal realm. I concede. Chen Duoduo squeezed his rotund body out of the armor, his lips trembling as he spoke. His entire strength lay in his armor, even his ability. Ha! Chen Duoduo let out a bitter laugh. His ability was also based on the armor. He hadn't even had a chance to showcase it before his opponent had stunned him into submission. I accept your concession. Wang Ming nodded faintly, then drifted away gracefully. This match ended with much ado about nothing. Though the match had concluded, its repercussions continued to ferment. Wang Ming's strength was evident to all. The intensity of his ability was also astonishing, unprecedented at least in the long history of Wangyue City. In terms of pure combat prowess, he had likely reached the city's summit. Wang Ming. Shui Linglong murmured softly, a gleam in her eyes that Lin Weiner had never seen before. It was a look of longing, of possessiveness. Due to the arena's destruction and the separation of the winners and losers brackets, the final ranking battle was scheduled for a week later. At that time, the Xiao and Feng families would compete for first place, while the Chen and Li families would vie for third. Simultaneously, Li Chuanqi personally visited the Xiao residence. Subsequently, envoys were dispatched from the Chen and Feng families, and even the city lord's mansion sent someone. Our Xiao family is truly on the rise. Xiao Zhan's smile never faded. Patriarch, how should we respond to the Li family? Li Chuanqi. Xiao Zhan's smile froze slightly. That old fox Li Chuanqi had no good intentions. On the surface he wanted an alliance, but in reality he aimed to use Xiao Zhan as a pawn. Now that Wang Ming had emerged, the old fox wanted to leverage Wang Ming's influence to pressure the city lord's mansion. Though the city lord's mansion's favors had only gone to the Feng and Chen families, Xiao Zhan wouldn't bear a grudge over it. After all, he had chosen his own path, and he had chosen correctly. Ignore him. He's just a cornered dog trying to jump the wall. Li Chuanqi was now a rabid dog to be avoided, and the other two families and the city lord's mansion. Xiao Yu nodded, then pressed further. The Feng and Chen families had merely come to show goodwill, which was nothing unusual. However, the city lord's mansion's move was intriguing. Shui Linglong had actually set her sights on Wang Ming. Xiao Zhan narrowed his eyes. For now, it's just a probe. We'll discuss everything after the grand competition ends. Understood. A week later, the Wangyue City grand competition resumed. This time, however, all eyes were fixed on Wang Ming. Without any suspense, relying on his true qi and innate talents, Wang Ming had already reached the pinnacle of Wangyue City. Even Feng Yunyang's dual spears and formidable ability couldn't break through Wang Ming's defenses thanks to the damage reduction and redirection of Taiji Yuanzhuan. Instead, his attacks were returned to him intact. Thus Feng Yunyong conceded decisively. Meanwhile, in the match between the Chen and Li families, the Chen family secured victory by expending hundreds of specialized artillery shells. Finally, the rankings of the Wangyue City Grand Competition were confirmed. First place, Xiao family. Second place, Feng family. Third place, Chen family. Fourth place, Li family. Such a major shakeup had not occurred in nearly a century. But with Wang Ming's appearance, a complete reshuffle had taken place. The Li family had, for the first time, ended up in fourth place. Li Chuanqi's face was as black as a pot, yet he couldn't vent his anger. Now that the Feng Chen and City Lord's mansion were united, and the Xiao family stood aloof, ignoring him entirely, he was isolated, and could only swallow his resentment in silence. That Xiao Zhan is so short-sighted. Does he think the Xiao family can keep someone like Wang Ming? Li Chuanqi scowled, casting a sidelong glance at the bustling Xiao camp. That woman Shui Linglong would never let go of such a tender young talent like Wang Ming. With the grand competition over, the year's resource allocation was also finalized. Along with it came an invitation from Shui Linglong. Is this woman so impatient? Xiao Zhan clenched the invitation in his hand, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Patriarch Shui Linglong is using her authority to pressure us. Wang Ming's strength is undeniable. Even the City Lord's mansion would struggle to match him. Perhaps we should storm the City Lord's mansion. Silence. Everyone held their breath, their gazes fixed on Xiao Zhan, seated in the master's chair. No, Patriarch. The crowd's expressions shifted. Had the Xiao family finally found its chance to rise, only for the Patriarch to hand Wang Ming over? What's the hurry? Xiao Zhan cast a sidelong glance at everyone, then spoke slowly. Shui Linglong only asked to meet Wang Ming at the city lord's mansion. She's using the pretext of caring for Wangyue City's talents. Why would we storm the mansion? Wangyue City was not just the city lord's mansion and the four great families. Many were watching. Then she wants to see Wang Ming. Fine. Our Xiao family will naturally obey the city lord's mansion's command. But Wang Ming isn't a member of the Xiao family. He fought for us because of Rui. What if he were to go out for training? Shui Linglong can't very well blame the Xiao family for that, can she? The crowd was stunned, then exchanged glances. Wasn't this just playing tricks? Will this work? Why not? As opinions clashed, a voice suddenly interrupted. I think there's no need for all that trouble. Click. The door opened. Everyone turned to see Wang Ming strolling in. Wang Ming. Xiao Zhan shot to his feet. Uncle Xiao, I think it's not that complicated. The city lord wants to see me, so I'll just go. Wang Ming's expression was calm. No, Wang Ming, you don't understand. Shui Linglong. Going to the city lord's mansion would be like walking into a tiger's den. Xiao Zhan's face changed and he waved his hand to reject Wang Ming's proposal. Uncle Xiao, rest assured. If I weren't confident, I wouldn't do this. Don't you trust me? Wang Ming spoke nonchalantly. To be honest, it wasn't that he was getting cocky. His strength simply no longer allowed him to stay low-key. Though only half a month had passed, his power had undergone earth-shattering changes. From his perspective, the data displayed on his attribute panel was astonishing even to him. Name: Wang Ming, level LV. 20 class gunslinger LV. 10 martial artist LV. 10 lifespan 22250, strength 6, constitution 8, agility 5, spirit 29, true chi 267, talents gun master, perpetual cycle, telepathy, specialties limb coordination, keen eyesight, inch force, armor, break, blind shot, guaranteed hit, hold the line, curved shot, efficient repair, taiji yuanjuan, hongmen 12 bridges, silk wrap, meridian seal, guyuan, breathing skills, health, taiji fist, hung fist, baji fist, gun fu. Troops 52. Level 20. That's right. In less than half a month, relying on Taizhan's relentless slaughter in the wilderness and the contributions from his subordinates, Wang Ming had successfully reached the current level cap. Level 10 gunner, level 10 martial artist. A total of 20 levels. From level 6 to level 20A, he had gained 14 evolution points and 14 free attribute points. All free attributes were poured into spirit. This skyrocketed Wang Ming's spirit stat to 29 points. It was beyond human. Although leveling up didn't grant additional skills, Wang Ming could take pride in his stats alone. The boost in spirit meant a massive enhancement to his psychokinesis. His greatest trump card besides true chi. Wasn't it just a city lord's mansion? Let's get it done. He had secretly recalled Tieshan, and the 14 evolution points were just what he needed now. The next day, Wang Ming overruled all objections and insisted on attending the meeting at the city lord's mansion. He brought only Taizhan and Xiao Rui with him. As he put it, Uncle Xiao, since I dare to go, I naturally have some confidence. Don't worry too much. You bear the safety of the Xiao family on your shoulders. Please think carefully before acting. As he spoke these words, behind him stood the newly advanced T-800 the Skynet Core, and Xiao Rui, whose aura had transformed dramatically. Name: T-800 Skynet Core, race mechanical, strength 35100, constitution 50120, agility 5080, spirit 0, talent Skynet Core system, specialty precision operation, creator Nanomica, substrate skill nanocluster. Skynet Core system. As the Skynet Core, the T-800 possesses a superintelligent AI and the most powerful CPU processor, allowing continuous learning, optimization, and self-enhancement. Creator. As the bearer of the Skynet Core, the T-800 can manufacture series robots and perfectly control them. Nanomica substrate. The T-800 is composed of nanoclusters capable of reshaping at will and infecting or rewriting any machinery. Name: Xiao Rui, race human, strength 2, constitution 2, 5. Agility 5, spirit 10, talent 6th sense, premonition, keen senses, specialty weak, point attack, snipe, skill sniper, rifle mastery, special operations tactics. Keen senses. Her powerful spiritual talent grants her the peak of human senses, allowing her to perceive the subtlest changes. Baptized by evolution points, Xiao Rui had become a minor superhuman. Unfortunately, she could only undergo one advancement, likely a limitation of the human race. But it was enough for the Wasteland world. Besides, with the addition of the T-800, he would have an endless supply of Terminator robots, more reliable and effective combatants than humans. But Taizhan has also reached his limit. From the initial T-800 to the T-850, T-888, T-900, and then the TX Rev 9 at T-3000, and now the final form, the T-5000, Taizhan had undergone a full 9 advancements. It seems the mechanical race has greater potential. Wang Ming couldn't help but sigh. Flesh is weak, ascend to machinery. There was truth in that. But he was human and his body didn't seem to have reached its limit. Did the host have privileges? The question was too profound. Wang Ming dismissed it with a fleeting thought, then cast it entirely from his mind. Pondering useless things was pointless. He only needed to know he could still grow stronger. The city lord's mansion. It was situated in the most central area of Wangyue City. The land here was priceless, brimming with prosperity. Wang Ming and his two companions drove all the way until they reached the city lord's mansion's boundary, where they had to switch to a vehicle provided by the mansion's guards. Layer upon layer of checkpoints heavily guarded. Defenses were nearly watertight. Arriving at the mansion's core, the guards at the door were fully armed, wearing advanced exoskeleton armor. Two of them stepped forward and blocked their path. "Sirs, the city lord wishes to see Mr. Wang Ming. As for the two of you, you may rest in the guest room for now," one of them said, his tone neither humble nor arrogant, yet carrying an air of finality. "Wait outside for me," Wang Ming said without a fuss, turning to Xiao Rui and Taizhan. "Be careful." Xiao Rui tugged at Wang Ming's sleeve. Inside the city lord's mansion, Shui Linglong's private chamber. That's right, her chamber, not an office. Shui Linglong had chosen her own resting quarters for the meeting with Wang Ming. The intent was obvious. Yet Wang Ming remained unflappable, pushing open the door. "You don't seem surprised." Inside the chamber, on a lavish bed 3 to 4 meters wide, a woman draped in a sheer veil reclined languidly on her side. Her silver hair cascaded like a waterfall over her body, lending a slightly disheveled beauty. Especially her curvaceous figure tantalizingly visible beneath the sheer fabric. It would stir the blood of any young man, and even an old weary one would feel a rush of heat. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Ming's face remained impassive, but his heart raced. He felt his cheeks burning. Damn it, this woman's allure was overwhelming. Wang Ming inwardly groaned. In terms of pure looks, Shui Linglong and Xiao Rui were evenly matched, differing only in type and temperament. But Shui Linglong exuded a strange seductive charm that seemed to stir the flames of desire within. "Is there something specific you wanted to see me about, City Lord?" Wang Ming took a deep breath, trying to quell his burning body with an influx of air. But, as that fragrant air filled his lungs, he felt a stirring below. "What the hell? It smells this good." A miscalculation. Feeling the fire inside blaze hotter, Wang Ming quickly held his breath and focused his mind. "Heh, you've stolen the spotlight in this grand competition. Not a single young or even elder can match you. As the city lord of Wangyue City, I naturally had to see such an outstanding talent in person." Shui Linglong's snow-white jade-like thigh shifted slightly, and the sheer veil slipped away. Wang Ming dared not even glance at this blood-boiling sight. "You flatter me, City Lord," Wang Ming said in a deep voice. Just as he was about to circulate his true qi to suppress the heat within, a cool stream flowed from his mind, and his true qi surged wildly, instantly dispelling the burning sensation. In mere moments his eyes had regained clarity. Watching Wang Ming suddenly regain his clarity, Shui Linglong felt a jolt of shock. Her charm ability combined with the heart-enticing incense formed an absolute temptation. Not even a man but a woman would be utterly defenseless against it. Just moments ago, Wang Ming had nearly succumbed. How could he suddenly break free in the blink of an eye? What she did not know was that Wang Ming's spiritual attribute far surpassed the limits of humanity. With a spiritual attribute as high as 29 points, Shui Linglong's mere charm ability could not beguile Wang Ming, but she had also employed the heart-enticing incense. The combined effect of the two was far more potent than a simple sum. Even Wang Ming, with his 29-point spiritual attribute, nearly fell under her spell, yet he managed to break through her charm at the last moment. Otherwise, the thought sent a ripple of unbidden fantasies through his mind. "Tch," he shook off the errant thought. "If the city lord has no further business, I shall take my leave." "Wait." Shui Linglong rose, her eyes brimming with curiosity. "Wang Ming, how much do you know about ability modification technology?" Wang Ming furrowed his brow. How would he know about such things? It was not through that method that he had grown strong. Ability modification technology is no secret in the Wasteland, but all major factions tacitly research it in secret. The success rate has always been below 5%, and the cost of failure is death. Shui Linglong spoke as if to herself while moving with graceful steps, her willowy waist swaying as she approached Wang Ming. "But my Wangyue City is different. After years of effort by the city lord's mansion, we have mastered mature ability modification technology. Even ability enhancement." Shui Linglong stared intently at Wang Ming's face, but disappointment awaited her. Even as she mentioned ability enhancement, Wang Ming's expression remained utterly unmoved. "Is that so?" Wang Ming raised an eyebrow with a sardonic smirk. Ability enhancement? What did that have to do with him? His true qi grew stronger by the day. He became more powerful even while lying down. How could that compare? Heh. Seeing that soft tactics would not work, Shui Linglong dropped the pretense. "To be frank, I need your genes, or rather a union between you and me." Shui Linglong boldly lifted Wang Ming's chin, her gaze fiercely predatory. "And you only need to enjoy yourself. It costs you nothing, does it? With that, she reached out and pushed against Wang Ming's chest, attempting to shove him toward the bed. But despite her effort, Wang Ming stood as immovable as a mountain. Shui Linglong's face instantly darkened. Young man, my patience has limits. Will you enjoy this willingly, or shall I take you by force? Wang Ming paid no heed to her threat. In his perception, countless auras had already converged around the city lord's mansion. Whoosh! The next second, a faint sound of something cutting through the air arose. An ordinary person would never detect it, but under Wang Ming's psychic coverage, even the slightest disturbance could not escape. Through his psychic sense, he perceived a silver needle as fine as a hair hurtling toward his neck. How could this be? The wielder of the needle was none other than Shui Linglong. She flickered backward, her eyes fixed on the silver needle suspended just before Wang Ming's throat. City Lord Shui, you struck first. As for me, this is self-defense. As he spoke, his psychic power surged forth, no longer merely covering and sensing, but sweeping through the entire bedchamber like an overwhelming tide. In that instant, the air grew viscous. The invisible pressure made Shui Linglong's expression shift, and then she was pinned firmly in place. You! Shui Linglong struggled, but to no avail. What kind of ability did this Wang Ming possess? Boom! Before she could dwell on it further, an explosion erupted, shaking the entire city lord's mansion. A corner of her bedchamber collapsed, and two figures leaped in through the breach. I knew they had ill intentions. The mansion was surrounded layer upon layer, and they planned to take out Iron Mountain and me first, but we wiped them all out. Xiao Rui hefted her newly upgraded Hunter the exoskeleton armor on her body, emitting a faint glow. Wang Ming, shall we just fight our way out? Her tone made it sound like a trivial matter. This infuriated Shui Linglong. Little girl, you're from the Xiao family, aren't you? So what if I am? Xiao Rui glanced at Shui Linglong, especially at the hint of fair skin exposed on her chest, and couldn't help but compare it to her own. Click! The hunter was aimed directly at her. This one's useless anyway. Should I just kill her? Why such hostility toward me? Shui Linglong was taken aback. She seems to know something about ability modification technology. If it's useful to your Xiao family, I think we can spare her. City Lord! City Lord! At the same moment, a flood of guards rushed in. As defenders of the City Lord's mansion, these guards were at least silvertier, equipped with excellent gear. But with Shui Linglong held hostage, heavy weapons were useless, so they chose to charge. Surrounded by dozens or even hundreds of enemies, Wang Ming and his two companions seemed like turtles trapped in a jar. Not only Shui Linglong, but also the guards thought the same. Wang Ming, I was indeed impulsive today. Release me and I'll have the guards let you go. Let's pretend none of this happened. You'll still be the top contender of the Wangyue City tournament. What do you say? Shui Linglong took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Not interested. Wang Ming cast a glance at Shui Linglong, then shifted his gaze outside. Through his psychic perception, there were exactly 99 guards in the City Lord's mansion. If he truly wanted to prove his might, he would have to fight his way out directly. Only absolute power could crush any thought of resistance. Whoosh! Wind blew in through the broken opening, tousling the hair on Wang Ming's forehead. With a thought, his body rose into the air, buoyed by his psychic force. He emerged outside the City Lord's mansion with Shui Linglong in tow. City Lord Shui, what made you think you could toy with me at will? Wang Ming asked suddenly, but he did not expect an answer. The moment the question left his lips, a formidable wave of psychic power swept across the entire City Lord's mansion. The next second, a sight that made Shui Linglong's beauty pale unfolded before her eyes. From midair, Shui Linglong witnessed with her own eyes, as her elite warriors were simultaneously seized by an invisible giant hand, then crushed into a mass of flesh with a thunderous impact. Crack! Amidst the crisp sound of shattering, blood sprayed like a fountain, drenching the entire City Lord's mansion. This? Shui Linglong's already fair face turned as pale as snow. Her eyes were bloodshot, filled with disbelief and sheer terror. Was this Wang Ming even human? In just a moment, the Lord's mansion was drenched in blood, the strong scent of blood rushing into the nostrils. The weapons you take pride in are insignificant before me, Wang Ming said indifferently. Looking at the somewhat dazed Shui Linglong, Wang Ming's spiritual power suddenly surged into her brain. Now, can you tell me about that ability modification technology? Shui Linglong's pupils were filled with confusion, and then she mechanically began to narrate. Don't misunderstand, Wang Ming was not using hypnosis or any kind of mental manipulation. This was merely a small application of telekinesis, using refined spiritual power to influence the opponent's brain at their most vulnerable psychological moment, guiding them to speak the desired answers while in a hazy state. After quietly listening to Shui Linglong's explanation, Wang Ming finally understood. It turned out that what she said was not entirely false. She indeed wanted Wang Ming's genes, or rather she wanted to have offspring from their union. She believed that Wang Ming's qualifications were extremely high and his genes carried powerful abilities. If they combined, they could produce exceptionally talented children, who could then undergo genetic induction and enhancement from a young age. Not to mention the possibility of replicating Wang Ming's abilities. Such children would definitely excel in ability modification and enhancement compared to ordinary children with limitless future potential. I see you really are after my genes. Bang! A sudden realization struck him like a watermelon bursting. Shui Linglong was dead. At the moment of Shui Linglong's death in an underground space within Wangyue City, a young man wearing glasses with somewhat disheveled hair suddenly paused. Is there a problem with no? 2. Seeing the sudden extinguishing of a light on the screen, the young man was slightly taken aback, then began operating the screen. A large amount of complex data surged across the screen like waves. Dead. The young man's fingers suddenly froze. What's wrong, Dr. Li? A gentle voice sounded from behind, and then a woman dressed in a white dress slowly walked out. Linglong, your clone has malfunctioned. Malfunctioned? Hua Linglong was taken aback. In her impression, this clone, as the Lord of Wangyue City, was practically an unquestionable presence within the city. What could have gone wrong? Did she betray? She must have died. Li Bufan said softly. Died? Hua Linglong was stunned. Isn't she the Lord of Wangyue City? Did Wangyue City revolt? I don't know about that. Let's send no one to check it out. Li Bufan said casually, then lightly tapped on the screen. Meanwhile, in a corner of Wangyue City, in an inconspicuous residential house, a robust humanoid creature suddenly leaped out. As he stood still, his figure became visible. With dark armor muscles bulging, standing 2 meters tall, he resembled a little giant. Not only that, but he also had a horn that shot straight up into the sky like a rhinoceros beetle with armor. Yet he possessed human-like facial features and limbs. It's been a long time, Dr. Li has finally released me. Let's see. The position the doctor sent should be this way. The rhinoceros beetle turned its gaze toward Wangyue City, then the armor on its back suddenly opened and 2 wings as thin as cicada wings trembled before it soared into the sky. Buzz! Let's go. The Lord's mansion is already in name only. The 4 major families will only become increasingly chaotic from now on. Wang Ming sighed. It's a pity about this competition in Wangyue City. The resource distribution has been thoroughly wasted. Indeed, now the distribution of resources is entirely in your hands, Wang Ming. Xiao Rui joked. Wang Ming's mind turned. Yes, isn't the distribution of resources all determined by my words? Hey, I was being overly cautious. Let's go. Wang Ming's brow furrowed, and in his telekinetic perception, a figure shot in like lightning. What is that thing? Without time to think, a shadow came from the sky. The buzzing sound was like a locust swarm, irritating and chaotic. Ha ha ha. Are you little brats? The shadow hovered in the air. Only then did Wang Ming and the others see the strange humanoid rhinoceros beetle. What is that thing? Xiao Rui's eyesight had greatly improved. Even though it was far in the sky, she could see it clearly. This guy. The more Wang Ming looked, the more familiar it felt. Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him. Isn't this the strange creature? Rhinoceros beetle Azura? Wang Ming's eyes widened, and for the first time, he felt he might have come to an extraordinary place. Hey, do you know about the Hero Association? What association? Xiao Rui's eyes showed confusion. Nothing. Nothing at all. Couldn't be. It was probably just a coincidence. Wang Ming steadied his mind, then focused his gaze on the rhinoceros beetle. Whether or not he'll take him down first. Boom! This time Wang Ming did not hold back. His telekinesis erupted with full force. The entire space was enveloped by his telekinetic power. The air became extremely thick, and every inch of space was filled with a massive amount of telekinetic energy. The rhinoceros beetle, caught off guard, was directly pressed down by the powerful telekinetic force. Boom! The earth roared. A large pit suddenly appeared on the ground. What the hell is this thing? Despite the hit, the rhinoceros beetle remained robust. What a tough shell. Just now Wang Ming's telekinesis was completely blocked by its dark shell, as if metal had collided with diamond. His telekinesis was distorted, yet the creature remained unscathed. Taizhan! Thud! The ground trembled. At this moment T-5000 Tieshan erupted with terrifying speed. With a heavy stomp, his figure seemed to instantaneously appear next to the rhinoceros beetle. What do you want? The rhinoceros beetle raised its fierce face, just about to act when a powerful pulling force suddenly restrained it. It was Wang Ming's telekinesis. I also want to see which is harder, your chitinous shell or my fist. As the T-5000, the main body of the Skynet, was particularly confident in its own body. How could a biological entity possibly withstand a super-alloy body? He clenched his right fist, and a force more ferocious than a hydraulic press erupted at that moment. Clang! There was no dull sound of flesh colliding. It was the crisp ringing of metal striking. The powerful force accompanied by shockwaves akin to a raging storm erupted at that moment. Crack, crack. In less than a second the hard shell suddenly cracked with several fissures. As soon as these cracks appeared the dark shell could no longer withstand it, shattering with a series of painful cracking sounds. Ah! A large amount of green blood spilled out amidst the unconscious cries of the rhinoceros beetle. He never dreamed that a human could pierce through his exoskeleton. After all, that was a shell impervious even to bullets. Unfortunately, he encountered someone standing at the pinnacle of the world, and a creature that could not even be called human right after being released. What is this? Xiao Zhan's eyes widened as he stared at the pitch-black grotesque creature before him, utterly baffled. It was part human, part insect. Clearly not an ordinary aberrant. We don't know either. It just charged at us out of nowhere, intent on killing. I thought you might recognize it, so we brought the corpse back. Xiao Rui explained. Is that so? Xiao Zhan furrowed his brow. Wait. He suddenly looked up, his gaze shifting to Wang Ming. Weren't you at the city lord's mansion? Did this thing just come after you there? Xiao Rui glanced at Wang Ming, a smirk tugging at her lips. Ahem. Her words sweet as honey flowed forth with a playful grin. You wouldn't believe it. Wang Ming and I literally fought our way out. Fought your way out? Xiao Zhan was slow to react. Fought our way out. I reckon there aren't many left alive in the city lord's mansion now. Xiao Rui's gentle words sent a shiver down Xiao Zhan's spine. Gulp. He swallowed hard, his eyes darting between Wang Ming, Xiao Rui, and the taciturn Taishan. The implication was staggering hard for him to believe. What did she mean by not many left alive? Where were they all? Did the three of you slaughter them all? Did you three single-handedly raise the city lord's mansion? Huff. He drew a deep breath, his voice trembling as he asked. Did you kill Shui Linglong? That's not all. Xiao Rui perked up. With one move from Wang Ming, over 100 elite guards of the city lord's mansion were crushed to death in an instant. The scene. TSK. Having grown up in the Wasteland, Xiao Rui had witnessed countless brutal sights, yet she felt not terror but pride in Wang Ming's power. As for fear, disgust, or nausea, sorry, none of that. SSS. A collective gasp of cold air erupted. Not only Xiao Zhan, but the other Xiao clan members were terrified as well. For a moment they all felt as if they were dreaming. That was the city lord's mansion. The supreme power that had ruled Wangyue City for countless years. As the saying goes, no matter how the four great families fought among themselves or stood united, they could never shake the city lord's mansion's dominance. This was because the city lord's mansion possessed the Wasteland's most devastating weapon, nuclear bombs. No one wished to perish alongside the mansion, cementing its unchallenged authority. Wang Ming, tell me honestly, are you really human? Xiao Zhan's voice quivered. Uncle Xiao. Wang Ming chuckled wryly. Dad, what are you saying? If Wang Ming isn't human, is he a wild beast? Xiao Rui pouted in displeasure. Haha, just kidding. I'm just astounded. I've never heard of anyone with Wang Ming's power, not just in Wangyue City, but across the entire Wasteland. Xiao Zhan laughed heartily. He was genuinely happy. For the Xiao clan and for Xiao Rui, Wang Ming had grown strong enough to sever all covetous intentions. Uncle Xiao, the city lord's mansion possessed advanced ability modification technology. I've brought it all back for you. Ability modification technology. Xiao Zhan's breath caught in his throat. Behind him, countless Xiao clan members began breathing heavily, their eyes bloodshot. That was pure longing. Good. On behalf of the Xiao clan, thank you. Taishan, these metal materials are entirely yours to handle. I need Terminator robots produced in the shortest possible time. In the Xiao clan's secret chamber, Wang Ming and Taishan stood within an underground space piled high with various metal materials. Sir, the industrial capacity here is limited. For Terminator series robots, I can only produce a simplified version of the T-800. However, the Wasteland's wild beast materials are unique. With some technical improvements, I could create an entirely new Terminator. Taishan's eyes shimmered with data flowing through his mind. How long will the improvements take? Based on calculations, 3 months should suffice to integrate the wild beast materials with the Terminator. Good, I'll leave this to you. After Shui Linglong's death, Wangyue City should have undergone a great purge, but out of fear of Wang Ming it remained eerily calm. Of course, that was only on the surface. Beneath it, currents churned. In the underground space of Wangyue City, Li Bufan frowned deeply. Before him, countless test subjects soaked in green nutrient fluid. Though these subjects retained basic human form, their body parts had been replaced with various organs and limbs from different creatures. They looked like grotesque, stitched-together monstrosities. How strange. What happened in Wangyue City? Even in a class wild beast couldn't easily kill the Hercules beetle. Could it be the 4 great families? Hua Linglong speculated. No. The four families may sound impressive, but their real strength couldn't even get past Shui Linglong, let alone the Hercules beetle. Li Bufan shook his head with utter certainty. Although he had planted Shui Linglong within the Shui family, the family itself was formidable with deep foundations that allowed them to rule the city lord's mansion for generations. And in this generation they had Shui Linglong. I plan to deploy the modified human army. We've lost control of Wangyue City, and without resource support our research will be severely hampered. So I intend to seize the city. Li Bufan spoke calmly, but his tone carried an unyielding resolve. It's about time. Hua Linglong smiled radiantly. Linglong, prepare the awakening sequence. Once ready, open the exit directly. I want to take control of Wangyue City in the shortest time. Understood. Have you heard? The city lord's mansion seems to have changed hands. I've heard too. My brother's wife's cousin's second son stood guard outside the mansion, and he said there was blood everywhere, even flowing out of the gates. Do you think the four great families conspired? Shush. The man quickly covered the other's mouth, glancing around nervously. You fool. Look at the situation now. Are you trying to get me killed? Sorry. The other man broke out in a cold sweat. We're just ordinary folks. Whether Wangyue City changes hands or who takes the throne isn't our concern. Those families will do what they must. You understand in your heart, but speak it aloud. He glanced around before lowering his voice. And trouble will follow. I understand. As his words faded, a cacophony of shouts erupted in the distance. The two exchanged a glance and hurried away. Within Wangyue City, a large number of aberrants suddenly appeared within the city, their targets clear. They left the common citizens unharmed, charging straight for the major families. Due to their sheer numbers and complete disregard for concealment, the major powers within the city detected them immediately. The outcome was inevitable. Humans and aberrants have always been mortal enemies, locked in a struggle of life and death with no other possibility. Thus the battle erupted. Where in the hell did these aberrants come from? A hunter shouldering a large blade wiped the blood from his face and cursed viciously. Boss, it's not just here. These aberrants are specifically targeting the major powers. We've got it easy here. Are the city guards just collecting a paycheck? With so many aberrants entering the city, they didn't even sound an alarm. He cursed in frustration. But this time he was wronging the city guards. These aberrants hadn't broken in from outside. They had appeared directly within the city. Even the most vigilant city guard defenses would have been futile. Now's not the time for complaints. The city's in chaos. We can't rely on anyone else. We can only depend on ourselves. Gather the brothers first. No one acts alone. Yes. It wasn't just this one faction. All powers, large and small across the city, were in the same situation. The four great families bore the brunt of the assault. At the Shao family estate, compared to the smaller factions, the Shao family reacted with lightning speed. The moment the first aberrant appeared, the entire clan went on alert. Countless Shao clan members clad in armor and wielding blades instantly began to fight. Despite the overwhelming number of aberrants, they could not breach the Shao family's defenses by even a single step. Patriarch, have the city guards fallen? How could such a massive number of aberrants suddenly appear within the city? The Shao clan members were also lost in thought. The city guards were no ragtag militia. They were the face of Wangyue City. Even a beast tide assaulting the city would be held at bay, with the entire city warned. But now, what was going on? It's not the city guards' fault. A voice came from behind and everyone turned to look. Wang Ming walked towards them with Xiao Rui. The city's defenses are not compromised. These aberrants did not break in from outside. Wang Ming's words were like a stone cast into a calm lake, instantly stirring ripples. Wang Ming, what do you mean? If they didn't come from outside the city, did they just appear from within? Xiao Zhan frowned deeply. With such a large number, even if they appeared outside the city, they would have been detected immediately, let alone inside. It was impossible for someone to deliberately conceal their tracks and raise them within the city. Not only would the radiation they emit be detected, but the very uncontrollability of aberrants made raising them impossible. Uncle Xiao, these aberrants did indeed appear suddenly within the city, but I haven't figured out exactly how yet. Though it felt strange, he had indeed suddenly sensed these chaotic auras within the range of his psychic power. Could it be the work of a special aberrant again? He couldn't help but think of the family of special aberrants he encountered in Hope City. With the ability to control shadows, he wouldn't be surprised if a special aberrant with space-controlling powers appeared now. Well, regardless, the priority is to eliminate these aberrants. Uncle Xiao is right. The Xiao family is safe for now. They'll go check other areas. Maybe I can find the source of the problem. Hearing this, Xiao Zhan wanted to say something, but thinking of Wang Ming's strength, he swallowed his words, leaving only a final, "Be careful." Okay. Dad, I'll go with Wang Ming. Xiao Zhan nodded as he watched the two of them leap into the air and fly off into the distance. Name Wang Ming. Level LV. 20. Class Gunslinger LV. 10 Martial Artist LV. 10 Beast Tamer LV. 0. Lifespan 22,250. Strength 6. Physique 8. Agility 5. Spirit 29. True Chi 270. Talents Gun Master Perpetual Circulation Psychic Power Divine Contract. Divine Contract. The success rate of contracting with a beast is increased to 100, and the beast's loyalty is permanently fixed at 100, unaffected by any external force. Name Xiaoqing. Race Mutant Green Snake. Strength 1. Physique 1. Agility 3. Spirit 2. Talent Lethal Venom. Specialty None. Skill None. Lethal Venom naturally possesses a deadly neurotoxin. Those bitten will die within hours. Its potency strengthens as it grows. Indeed, with the Xiao family's support, Wang Ming underwent systematic Beast Tamer training, directly obtaining the Beast Tamer class. From the Xiao family's treasury, he chose the Serpent Egg as his initial beast companion. The green ribbon coiled around his left arm was not an accessory. It was Xiaoqing. Under normal development, Xiaoqing would still be in its infancy. Even as the offspring of a desolate beast, it would require a slow growth process. But Wang Ming had no intention of waiting. He chose the most direct method. Evolution Point Advancement. He had 9 evolution points left, and he poured them all into Xiaoqing at once. Instantly, streams of light surged into Xiaoqing's body, causing the ribbon-like creature to shimmer with a faint green glow. Ding! Your beast companion Xiaoqing has begun a life leap. Mutant Green Snake has evolved into Green Python. Green Python has evolved into Ancient Green Python. Ancient Green Python has evolved into Primeval Green Python. With 3 evolution points spent, Xiaoqing's race had directly transformed into a Primeval Green Python. Its once slender body suddenly swelled several times over. But it wasn't over yet. Ding! Your beast companion Xiaoqing has reached its racial limit. This bloodline is beginning to transform. Would you like to consume a large number of evolution points for a bloodline evolution? Though it was sudden, was there even a question? Wang Ming waved his hand and invested everything. The remaining 6 evolution points were poured in. Xiaoqing's body trembled continuously, green fluorescence swirling around it. After an unknown amount of time, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Your beast companion Xiaoqing has completed its bloodline evolution. Primeval Green Python has evolved into Green Hui. Green Hui. Hui means water snake. Legend says a snake cultivates for 500 years to become a hui. This was Xiaoqing's current form. Wang Ming looked down. The once much larger Xiaoqing, after evolving into a Green Hui, had shrunk back to the size of the original mutant green snake. However, its scales were a jade-like vibrant green. Though it looked small and delicate, it was a genuine ferocious beast. Name Xiaoqing. Race Green Hui. Strength 10. Physique 10. Agility 30. Spirit 20. Talent Lethal Venom. Affinity for water and earth. Specialty Toxin Devouring Resilience. Skill Poison Mist Constriction. So many. Emerging from the Xiao residence, the two hovered high above the city. Under Wang Ming's psychic force, the aberrants were densely scattered throughout Wangyue City. The scene resembled a horde of zombies breaking free, yet these creatures did not indiscriminately slaughter the populace. Instead, they purposefully attacked the strongholds of various factions within the city. This was highly abnormal. Aberrants are usually devoid of reason. Their actions suggest someone is controlling them from behind. Xiao Rui frowned. Their target is the city's factions, but they leave the common folk untouched. Could they be aiming to seize Wangyue City? Wang Ming was uncertain. No matter. We can't let them run amok. After all, this was the territory he had chosen, and their actions were a direct challenge to him. Wang Ming ceased his deliberations. His psychic force instantly expanded, covering a radius of 10 li with his current spiritual power. However, at this distance, the destructive capacity of his psychic force was diminished. To ensure sufficient damage, the range had to be narrowed to 3 li. Huff! Wang Ming took a deep breath, then focused his mind and retracted his psychic force. Once the range was reduced to 3 li, he suddenly mobilized all his psychic force and crushed down with immense pressure. Ift! 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 Countless muffled, explosive sounds rang out. Simultaneously, a torrent of blood surged skyward, forming a pool of gore beneath Wang Ming in an instant. Ding! Killed an artificial aberrant. Gained 500 experience. Ding! Countless system notifications scrolled across Wang Ming's vision. The words artificial aberrant were particularly striking in his sight. Artificial aberrants. Were these creatures not mutated by infection? They were man-made. In an instant, Wang Ming seemed to have uncovered a shocking secret, his eyes narrowing sharply. This was intriguing. The chaotic nature of aberrants was a universal truth of the Wasteland. Now someone was not only creating aberrants artificially but also controlling them. This discovery could overturn the current Wasteland order, and the hidden hand had already made its move. Wang Ming. It's nothing. Let's move to the next location. Whoever the enemy was, whatever their goal, they would not be allowed to interfere in Wangyue City, this patch of his domain. As his psychic force surged, the pair arrived at another gathering of aberrants. Wang Ming as before released his power and crushed them all. What is that? On the ground someone spotted the two figures in the sky. I don't know. Could it be a desolate beast? Or an aberrant? Aberrant, my foot. Look outside. Someone shouted in terror. Following the cry, everyone saw that the horde of aberrants, which had been like a zombie outbreak, had vanished completely. All that remained were piles of mangled flesh and patches of foul blackened bloodstains. Ugh! Some were instantly nauseated by the sight, retching dryly. What on earth happened? No one could answer their questions. However, Wang Ming and Xiao Rui in the sky became the prime suspects. That's Wang Ming of the Xiao family, and the Xiao family's second miss. Someone recognized Wang Ming. After all, the Wangyue City tournament had just concluded. As spectators, few could forget Wang Ming, who had triumphed like a god or demon. Is this his true power? Everyone stared in silence at Wang Ming's retreating figure. In that moment, all their ambitions were extinguished. Before absolute power, all schemes were mere tricks, fragile and insignificant. At the Chen family's compound in Wangyue City, the concentration of artificial aberrants here was far denser than elsewhere. However, the wealthy Chen family had a vast arsenal of weapons and ammunition stored in their vaults. As soon as the aberrants appeared, the Chen family responded with heavy artillery. Not light weapons, but a barrage of heavy cannons. Shells were expended without restraint, raining down furiously on every location where aberrants were found. Even a single aberrant was met with a salvo of several shells. Fire! Keep firing! Don't spare the ammunition! Chen Duoduo roared from the rooftop of the Chen family stronghold. He fired 2 cannons mounted on his shoulders in rapid succession. Although his prized armor had been bested by Wang Ming, it was by no means weak. After all, there was only one Wang Ming in the Wasteland. Let anyone else stand before him, Chen Duoduo. He would blast them to smithereens. Patriarch, these aberrants appeared so suddenly. Could they be linked to the city lord's mansion? A family member approached and asked in a low voice. The incident at the city lord's mansion could not be hidden from the spies of the major families. Shui Linglong was dead, and the Shui family had suffered heavy losses. The mansion's elite were drawn from the Shui family's best, and this blow had crippled them from a top-tier family to a half-ruined one. Thus, it was highly likely that the Shui family, in desperation, had deliberately lured the aberrants into the city. But where had they found so many? Chen Duoduo frowned deeply. The next second, a startled cry came from beside him. Holy crap! Ha! What are you screaming about? Chen Duoduo glared and saw the man beside him pointing into the distance, his mouth agape, stammering, Ah! Why have the cannons stopped? Chen Duoduo's heart leaped. Following the direction of the pointing finger, he looked sharply. Holy shit! With just one glance, Chen Duoduo's eyes nearly popped out. The once dense swarm of aberrants that had surrounded the Chen family compound had completely vanished. No, they hadn't vanished. They had been turned into a mess of mangled flesh and bloodstains, as if crushed by a hydraulic press. The scene was both magnificent and horrifying. It's Wang Ming. A family scion pointed at the distant sky and exclaimed. Chen Duoduo instinctively looked up. Through his visor's optics, he could clearly see Wang Ming's face along with the Xiao girl. My God, this Wang Ming is truly not to be trifled with. The Xiao family is about to rise. Chen Duoduo didn't doubt that Wang Ming was responsible. In his subconscious, no one else in Wangyue City could have done this. High in the sky, Wang Ming watched his rapidly increasing level. A smile tugged at the corners of his mouth as he looked at the accumulated experience. His Beast Tamer class had reached the maximum level of 10, granting him 10 free attribute points and 10 evolution points. He felt like throwing his head back and roaring, who else? But under the watchful eyes of so many, he retained a shred of shame. With this thought, he brought up his panel and with a thought allocated all 10 free attribute points to Spirit. Boom! The amplification of his mental attribute by 10 points skyrocketed Wang Ming's mental attribute to 39 points. Such an exaggerated boost momentarily overwhelmed his telekinesis, causing a torrent of formidable psychic energy to leak out uncontrollably. It wasn't merely an expansion of range. Wang Ming could distinctly sense a qualitative transformation in his telekinesis. If his previous telekinesis was a tightly twisted rope of hemp, now it was steel rebar. Their power was no longer comparable. Indeed, my choice was correct. Recalling his earlier hesitation over how to allocate attribute points, Wang Ming felt a secret relief. The subsequent cleanup became even simpler. With his greatly enhanced strength, Wang Ming merely swept through the city, leaving no living aberrant within a 5-mile radius. Dr. Li. This? Within the underground space, Hua Linglong stared at the data fluctuations on the screen, her face pale. The screen, once filled with vast amounts of data, now seemed as if it had encountered antivirus software. Large swaths of data were being forcibly deleted, causing the screen to flash red alerts. What in the world is happening in Wangyue City? Li Bufan could no longer maintain his composure. He had directly deployed aberrants within the city, not launched a siege. Even with the major factions reacting swiftly to such an unexpected attack, it was absolutely impossible for them to inflict this level of damage on his aberrant army. No, I must observe what's happening outside. Li Bufan could not remain seated, but as he rose, Hua Linglong grabbed him firmly. Dr. Li, you cannot go out. Hua Linglong steadied her nerves and blocked his path. The situation outside is unclear. It's too risky for you to go out now. If I don't go out, I won't even know what's happening, Li Bufan said in a deep voice. He too was reluctant to venture out, but the reality was that without doing so, he had no other means to observe the outside world. Limited by the chaotic radiation of the Wasteland world, remote monitoring and communications, anything involving signals, could not be transmitted. Being able to monitor the status of his aberrants in real time was already his utmost effort. I'll go, Hua Linglong suddenly declared in a firm voice. Dr. Li, your value far exceeds mine. This mission is too perilous. I cannot stand by and watch you take such a risk. As Li Bufan's assistant, Hua Linglong was well aware of the brilliance of the doctor before her. Even within the organization, he was among the top, for he was the man who pioneered the aberrant control gene. Linglong you. Li Bufan opened his mouth but found no words. His partnership with Hua Linglong had been arranged by the organization, but after years of working side by side, a deep bond had formed between them. However, within the organization, the safety of researchers like them was of the highest priority. If anything happened to him, death awaited Hua Linglong as well. You. Wait a moment. Li Bufan did not refuse Hua Linglong's goodwill, but he hurriedly walked into another room. Before long, Li Bufan emerged with a silver case in his hands. Linglong, this is an exoskeleton armor I made in my spare time. Wear it for some protection. All right. Hua Linglong smiled and gladly accepted it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Wang Ming's figure traversed the skies several times, finally eliminating all aberrants within Wangyue City. Unfortunately, his level had reached its limit, or otherwise, he could have gained at least 20 more levels. What a pity. What's a pity? Xiao Rui asked with a puzzled tone. But before Wang Ming could answer, an anomalous aura instantly appeared within his psychic perception. Again. Wang Ming frowned and vanished with Xiao Rui in an instant. At the southwestern corner of Wangyue City, Hua Linglong, clad in silver exoskeleton armor, radiated a luminous energy fluctuation from its streamlined frame. It seems nothing has changed. Through the data displayed on her visor, Wangyue City appeared peaceful. But where was their aberrant army? What happened in Wangyue City? A vague unease stirred within Hua Linglong. This utter unfamiliarity made her deeply restless. Beep, beep, beep. Warning, a powerful energy fluctuation is approaching. At that moment, a sharp alarm blared from her visor. This was, after all, a top-tier exoskeleton armor meticulously crafted by Dr. Li, embedded with state-of-the-art artificial intelligence and detection systems. So upon receiving the alert, Hua Linglong instantly activated all the armor's offensive measures. Small dark openings appeared on her back, arms, thighs, and even ankles. Those were not decorations nor weapons. They were the nozzles of flame thrusters. If all these nozzles operated simultaneously, her speed could even surpass the speed of sound. Where? Beep, beep, beep. Energy source detected from above. Following the data stream on her visor, Hua Linglong instantly looked up. Two dark figures approached from afar, appearing in her line of sight within the blink of an eye. Are those humans? Hua Linglong hesitated for a moment, but instinctively raised her arms. Whoosh! Two small cannons trailing flames shot forth instantly. This was muscle memory ingrained in their bones. Not aberrants. In the air, Wang Ming also clearly saw Hua Linglong in her silver exoskeleton armor. As for the incoming cannon fire, he paid it no heed, not even deigning to glance at it. Just as the cannons approached within 7 or 8 meters of Wang Ming and his companion, the two shells which had been trailing flames came to an abrupt halt. They simply hovered there, frozen in midair. Hua Linglong witnessed this clearly, and a jolt of shock ran through her. Psychic power. Without hesitation, she extended her hands forward, and several silver needles emerged from the sides of her forearms. Crackle! Sparks flickered among them. Electromagnetic convergence. Crackle, crackle, intense currents surged between her hands, and then two thick bolts of electricity shot forth. Like lightning tearing through the sky, the two electric arcs reached Wang Ming in an instant. Boom, crackle. The explosion mingled with the crackling of electricity resounded through the heavens. This was the most powerful technique of the armor, and Hua Linglong had unleashed it decisively. Yet she dared not relax, her gaze locked tightly on the electrified net. Beep, beep, beep. The detection system on her visor monitored and analyzed the situation in midair in real time. However, due to electromagnetic interference, the true situation remained obscured. It should have worked, right? Hua Linglong thought to herself, but then her pupils contracted sharply. How can this be? Through the visor's sight, Hua Linglong witnessed the raging electric arcs being firmly blocked before Wang Ming. The previous attack had failed to strike him entirely. It was as though the electromagnetic convergence had reached its maximum range, utterly unable to advance even a single inch before him. Yet Hua Linglong knew this was impossible. No energy barrier. This is your ability then. Crack! In the next instant, an invisible force suddenly bound her body, its immense power causing her exoskeleton armor to groan under the strain with a creaking sound. The armor deformed. A jolt of alarm struck Hua Linglong. Warning! 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 External pressure detected on the armor. Slight deformation has occurred. Activate the propulsion system. Hua Linglong commanded. Hiss! Hiss! Pillars of fire instantly blazed from the armor's back, unleashing a powerful thrust upon it. Buzz! Under that supersonic propulsion, she actually managed to break free from Wang Ming's telekinetic lockdown. Oh! Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, intrigued. This exoskeleton armor is rather interesting. Thrusters of this intensity remind me somewhat of Genos. Recalling that rhinoceros beetle monster, Wang Ming couldn't help but think in that direction. Genos? Who's that? Xiao Rui asked, tilting her head. An old acquaintance. This person's exoskeleton armor bears some resemblance to his. Is that so? Xiao Rui eyed Wang Ming with suspicion. Her armor surpasses ordinary high-grade levels. Do you really know someone that formidable? Xiao Rui gave him a once-over, her face full of disbelief. Though Wang Ming was powerful and Taishan unfathomably deep, she had followed him from the town of Serma and knew he had grown into his current self at a terrifyingly rapid pace. Before, he was merely a hunter with some skill in a small town. Well, never mind, I'm not interested anyway. With that, Xiao Rui turned her head back to watch Hua Linglong below. She knew Wang Ming harbored great secrets, including the abnormalities in her own body. All because of him. But this only confirmed that her intuition had been right. He was the one she sought. Heh! Wang Ming shook his head with a smile, then turned his gaze back to Hua Linglong. Though she had forcefully broken his telekinetic blockade, the entire Faveli radius lay under his psychic domain. Within this range, she couldn't escape. And indeed it was so. Though Hua Linglong's armor could burst forth at supersonic speeds within Wang Ming's psychic field, it felt like moving through seawater. No more like glue. Yes, like glue. She moved as if trapped in adhesive, every step met with a strong sticky resistance, the powerful drag and obstruction making each inch a struggle. Even after breaking the telekinetic lock, she had only advanced a mere tens of meters. This speed was slower than her running on foot. Hiss! Hiss! Damn it! Under such resistance, the energy consumption of the armor was enormous. In no time, the propulsion flames from her back began to sputter intermittently. Beep, beep, beep. Armor energy insufficient, propulsion system shutting down. Before Hua Linglong could react, the propulsion system ceased abruptly. And in that moment, her forward momentum was completely extinguished. Is it over? The next second, a calm voice suddenly sounded by her ear. She turned her eyes and saw that Wang Ming and the other had somehow arrived beside her. Can we talk properly? I want to know how you appeared in Wangyue City. Wang Ming wasted no words, getting straight to the point. Hua Linglong was silent for a moment, then her visor clicked open. It was a mature, seductive face looking. Shui Linglong. Xiao Rui gasped, and even Wang Ming wore a look of astonishment. This person was practically a replica of Shui Linglong. The only difference, if any, was the hair. Shui Linglong had silver locks, while this woman had jet-black long hair. You? Xiao Rui almost said, aren't you supposed to be dead? But looking at her hair and her sharp demeanor, she held back. She was not Shui Linglong, but there was an undeniable, intricate connection between them. I also have questions for you. Care to sit down and chat? Hua Linglong smiled lightly, seemingly unconcerned about her predicament. Let's talk like this. Her smile instantly froze at his words. She gave Wang Ming a deep look, then let out a breath. Was it you who killed Shui Linglong? Yes. Wang Ming nodded frankly. The aberrance that appeared in Wangyue City. Was it you or your people who caused it? Yes. Hua Linglong nodded too, then continued asking. Then did you also kill the aberrance in the city? Wang Ming nodded. How did you manage it? Hua Linglong pressed with a frown. Now it's my turn. How did you suddenly appear in Wangyue City? Silence. Hua Linglong didn't answer this question. It concerned Dr. Li's safety. Not talking. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you. How do you know I won't believe you if you don't say? Meeting Wang Ming's calm gaze, Hua Linglong pursed her lips then spoke slowly. You know about special aberrants, right? We have one with spatial abilities. You're lying. Wang Ming stared coldly at Hua Linglong, his eyes piercing as if into her very soul. An ordinary person might have panicked, but not Hua Linglong. She had fought her way through the organization's trials. I told you you wouldn't believe it. Hua Linglong's eyes were calm, her heart as still as a placid lake. True or false, I can verify it myself. My abilities include a soul-searching technique, though it causes irreversible damage. Since you won't confess honestly, you'll have to try it. Saying this before Hua Linglong could react, Wang Ming pressed his hand onto her forehead. With a thought, his immense mental force roughly invaded her mind. Instantly, Hua Linglong's pupils began to dilate, and she fell into a dazed state. Soul-searching? Since when do you have that ability? Didn't you say it was just simple psychological suggestion and hypnosis? Xiao Rui looked at Wang Ming oddly. Idiot. I was bluffing. How would she know if I can or not? Wang Ming glanced at Xiao Rui, then his telekinesis like invisible needles instantly pierced into the interior of Hua Linglong's armor, hardwiring its internal circuits to destruction. Armor of this grade was almost always equipped with corresponding auxiliary systems. They couldn't let Hua Linglong know what they had just said. Still, this one's willpower is indeed formidable. Wang Ming's telekinetic power was far stronger than when he had induced Shui Linglong in the city lord's mansion. Yet even so, probing into Hua Linglong's mind proved extraordinarily difficult. Under these circumstances, hypnosis or induction was out of the question at best. He could only plunge her into a deep coma, temporarily halting her brain's activity. During this time, she would retain no memory, and upon waking she would be disoriented. He could exploit this to bluff her further. If that still failed, then killing her was the only option. After waiting for 3 to 5 minutes, Wang Ming slowly withdrew his telekinetic power. Hua Linglong gradually regained consciousness, though her gaze remained vacant. I see. It seems there's more to your background than meets the eye. Wang Ming suddenly spoke, clicking his tongue in amazement. Indeed, who would have thought we'd caught a big fish? So how should we deal with her? Kill her. She's of no use anyway. Xiao Rui chimed in with feigned seriousness. Their exchange seemed to jolt Hua Linglong, her eyes snapping back to clarity. Oh, awake already? Xiao Rui exclaimed with exaggerated surprise. You're lucky to have withstood the soul search, Wang Ming said with a straight face. Their coordinated act caused Hua Linglong's expression to shift slightly. She had no idea what had just happened to her, mind felt blank, and then she knew nothing more. Could it be that he could truly read her memories? What? Any last words before you die? Wang Ming narrowed his eyes, his telekinetic power hovering around her neck. Hua Linglong opened her mouth but said nothing. Since you have nothing to say, then die. I'll find them myself afterward. Wait. A sudden voice rang out, startling Wang Ming. His telekinetic power surged instantly, enveloping dozens of meters around him, shielding both himself and Xiao Rui. His telekinetic sense had been covering the entire area, yet he had detected no one approaching. Now he compressed his vast power into a tight radius of a few dozen meters to guard against a surprise attack. But the next moment Wang Ming realized he had overreacted. The ground not far away suddenly sank, and a young man in a white coat and glasses emerged from it. And within that deep underground space, Wang Ming's telekinetic power could not probe even an inch. I see. So the man hadn't used spatial abilities at all? He had been right beneath their feet all along. A blind spot? Not exactly. It was simply that Wang Ming had never imagined something could block his telekinetic perception without him even noticing. Truly, the world was full of wonders. Even this wasteland was beyond his complete comprehension. Please wait. She's just my assistant of no real value. Spare her. Dr. Li, you? How could you? Hua Linglong could no longer maintain her composure. She cried out urgently, struggling fiercely. But with a slight application of his telekinetic force, Wang Ming immobilized her entirely. Oh, so you're saying you're of greater value? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow, silently enveloping the man with his telekinetic power. The man showed no reaction at all, yet Wang Ming did not let his guard down. Didn't you already learn everything from Linglong's memories? Li Bufan gazed calmly at Wang Ming. Though he didn't know the specifics, he had overheard the word soul search when he emerged. That was a technique from ancient legends, and he didn't believe in it. Still, he couldn't rule it out entirely, as supernatural abilities were too varied for him to know them all. Wang Ming was momentarily at a loss. He knew nothing at all. It was all just a bluff. Success or failure aside, he had never intended to let her live. Without further words, Wang Ming moved his telekinetic power, instantly binding Li Bufan and pulling him beside Hua Linglong. Dr. Li. Hua Linglong was horrified but powerless to act. This is. Li Bufan frowned, then fell into a contemplative expression. So this is your supernatural ability? Indeed. Care to talk now? Li Bufan remained silent, instead scrutinizing Wang Ming with a measuring gaze. But he didn't dwell on the so-called soul search. Are you the mastermind? Which one are you referring to? Wangyue City. Li Bufan was remarkably calm, showing no intention to hide the truth. If you're talking about what happened in Wangyue City, then yes, that was all my doing. Li Bufan nodded serenely. Oh, so there's someone else behind you. Wang Ming keenly caught the implication in his words. Li Bufan cast a faint glance at Wang Ming, a look that made Wang Ming feel oddly self-conscious. At this point, there was no need to keep up the pretense. They are them. I have nothing to do with them, Li Bufan stated frankly. This man was interesting. Was there discord among them? So what's your goal? To take over Wangyue City? Isn't that obvious? Li Bufan countered. Wangyue City has slipped out of my control, so I need to reclaim it. It's very important to me. Slipped out? Wang Ming frowned, then suddenly asked, Shui Linglong was your person? He glanced at Hua Linglong. The answer seemed clear. If you hadn't killed her, none of this would have happened. I hate trouble. With this time, I'd rather conduct more research. My time is precious. Or rather, humanity's time is running out. What do you mean by that? The cryptic words gave Wang Ming an odd feeling. It was as if the man opposite him wasn't the villain. He himself was. Exactly what I said. I took control of Wangyue City to secure resources for my research. With Shui Linglong dead, that resource stream was cut off. The fastest, most effective way to regain control is to eliminate the other families. That's still for your own selfish desires. Don't spout nonsense about humanity's time running out. Xiao Rui couldn't stand it any longer. This man was so pretentious. Your ignorance is not your fault. Your limited perspective constrains you. Li Bufan glanced dismissively at Xiao Rui, as if a superior being were looking down at a monkey. Who was the superior being? Who was the monkey? It was obvious. So Xiao Rui flew into a rage. Wang Ming, I say he's no good either. Let me blow his head off. With that, she pulled out her man-sized sniper rifle, the Hunter. Hey, stop messing around. Wang Ming quickly stopped her. He had a faint feeling that this man was different. His words seemed to state facts. Perhaps they were all truly ignorant. Dr. Li, is it? Could you elaborate? Could you elaborate? Wang Ming spoke with sincerity, genuinely eager to understand what Li Bufan meant by, time is running out. I can. Li Bufan nodded, speaking calmly. Let me start with the simplest example. Do you know how many A rank or higher desolate beasts exist in the Wasteland? This? Wang Ming turned to look at Xiao Rui. He wasn't a native. How could he possibly know? A rank desolate beasts each have their own territories, all classified as human forbidden zones. How are we supposed to know the exact number of A rank or higher beasts? Xiao Rui frowned, showing no fondness for Li Bufan. Yes, you don't know, and neither do I, but it's common knowledge that A rank and higher beasts possess their own domains. Li Bufan stated calmly, unbothered by Xiao Rui's tone or hostility. But look at it from another angle. Although A rank or higher beasts have strong territorial instincts, they rarely fight for another's domain of the same rank. It's thankless and risky. Unless they lack suitable territory. What did that mean? Wang Ming was momentarily stunned. A rank or higher beasts seldom seized territory unless they had no suitable land left. No suitable territory. A jolt struck Wang Ming's heart as a possibility dawned on him. It seems you've guessed it. Li Bufan suddenly smiled, breaking his usual indifferent demeanor for the first time. But aren't A rank desolate beasts few in number? Wang Ming voiced his doubt. According to Xiao Rui, the last time Wangyue City faced an A rank beast invasion, nuclear bombs were used to turn the tide. Beasts of such caliber couldn't appear as common as weeds. Was Li Bufan being overly pessimistic? I thought so too at first, but the truth is, every year A rank beasts claim vast tracts of land and human living space shrinks. It's not obvious now, but the Dawn Society. Dr. Li. Hua Linglong suddenly interrupted, staring intently at Li Bufan, with an unmistakable message in her eyes. Linglong, I've said it before. I'm loyal not to the Dawn Society but to my own research and ideals. The Dawn Society wants my findings. I want their resources. It's a mutual exchange. Li Bufan turned to glance at Hua Linglong, explaining softly, then looked back at Wang Ming. Members of the Dawn Society frequently venture into the wilderness, and their intelligence on it is formidable. Cross-referenced with the Hunter Guild's data, this conclusion is inescapable. At the current rate of expansion, within 3 to 5 years, the first wave of A rank beasts will occupy human towns. After that, Li Bufan didn't finish, but everyone knew once the initial contact began it would only escalate until human living space was completely overrun. But what does this have to do with your creation of aberrants? Do you plan to use them against rank beasts? Wang Ming suddenly asked. The moment the question left Wang Ming's lips, he could already imagine Li Bufan's justification. Something about necessary sacrifices for the greater good of humanity. But he wanted to hear how Li Bufan would phrase it. You know these aberrants are man-made. Unexpectedly, Li Bufan's focus wasn't on Wang Ming's question at all. He was far more intrigued by Wang Ming's ability to identify the aberrants as artificial. How did you figure it out? The aberrants I created may be mediocre in strength, but they look indistinguishable from natural ones. Li Bufan's eyes burned with curiosity. This stumped Wang Ming. Can't you focus on the main point? Why obsess over such trivial details? He felt exasperated inside but pressed on reluctantly. Perception. I can sense the life force of creatures. These aberrants have a completely different aura from others. They carry a human scent almost like half human, half monster. This wasn't entirely false. He did possess a sensory ability, though it couldn't detect whether aberrants were artificially modified. Unexpectedly, his words hit the mark. These aberrants were indeed created by combining human genes with those of aberrants or beasts, making the term half-human, half-monster entirely apt. I see. I didn't realize your ability was so strong in perception and detection. Li Bufan nodded, then muttered casually. It seems the concealment device I installed was worth it, or otherwise I'd have been discovered long ago. What a concealment device. This man was truly a genius. Wang Ming thought to himself. Now, how about answering my question? It's not that complicated. Research on both aberrants and beasts requires a vast number of experimental subjects. Simply controlling aberrants or beasts I found was inherently unstable. Li Bufan glanced at Wang Ming before continuing. Then I had a sudden idea, what if I used humans as the base, implanting aberrant or beast genes into them and let human consciousness dominate? That might minimize the instability. After all, compared to chaotic consciousness, humans are easier to control. So you experimented on humans? Exactly, Li Bufan admitted openly. At first Shui Linglong sent me the thugs from Wangyue City, but due to the high failure rate of the experiments I later targeted hunters with criminal records. Their physical endurance far surpassed ordinary people's. I see. Wang Ming didn't argue, nodding slightly instead. Sacrificing the lesser for the greater, the few for the many, cutting losses. That's the kind of person you are. Ruthless. No, absolutely rational, driven solely by cost-benefit analysis. But his intentions were good. In Wang Ming's past works, such a character would be a misunderstood villain, a big boss. Yet in the Wasteland, especially now that Wang Ming himself lived in this world, he found himself agreeing with Li Bufan's approach. On one side the human race, on the other thugs and arrogant hunters. The choice required no hesitation. Is that how you see it? Li Bufan's eyes suddenly blazed as he looked at Wang Ming, brighter than ever. As if he had found a kindred spirit. If everything you just said is true, then my view remains unchanged. Wang Ming. Ha! You're truly different. Alright, won't you invite me to your lab? It looks quite spacious in there. Wang Ming suddenly revealed a strange smile. Huh? You can't sense it. Li Bufan raised an eyebrow. Didn't you just come out? Wang Ming laughed heartily. Only he himself knew the truth. Sensing the clear coordinate in his mind, Wang Ming smiled faintly. That coordinate was none other than Shaoqing, who had been coiled around his arm earlier. While they conversed, Shaoqing had silently infiltrated Li Bufan's underground laboratory. Through his connection with Shaoqing, Wang Ming, though still unable to glimpse the entire underground lab, did not leave empty-handed. Humph. Very well. Li Bufan asked no further. Instead he turned and walked toward the entrance. Pressing his wristwatch against the ground, a deep hidden passage abruptly appeared. Linglong, aren't you coming? Ah, oh. Hua Linglong rose, realizing the force that had bound her had long since dissipated. She quickly stepped over and stood beside Li Bufan. Please, both of you enter. The underground laboratory. The moment Wang Ming stepped into the laboratory, his telepathic perception became utterly clear. With a single thought, the entire underground lab lay within his complete grasp. I never imagined there would be such a vast space beneath Wangyue City. This was not praise but genuine astonishment. According to his telepathic perception, the underground laboratory comprised 3 levels, each the size of several football fields. This clearly indicated that the lab had existed for far more than a mere year or two. For an experimental site, space must be both sturdy and spacious. Size is crucial. Li Bufan, leading the way, spoke softly. At the same moment, a green blur flashed swiftly from a corner, its speed so great that only Wang Ming noticed it. The blur directly climbed onto Wang Ming's right arm, resembling a green ribbon. Buzz! Meanwhile, Wang Ming and the others had boarded an elevator. As Li Bufan operated it, the elevator began to descend slowly. Most of the aberrants in the lab have been dispatched. There's nothing worth seeing here. Let me show you my latest masterpiece instead. As he spoke, they arrived at the third underground level. This was where Li Bufan conducted combat tests, so the space was exceedingly vast. In the center of this immense underground space lay a massive figure entirely wrapped in iron chains. That is, a lion's head, 4 limbs, yet standing upright. Its towering form was over 3 meters tall. What kind of monster is this? Not an aberrant, not a wild beast. Could it be an ability mutation? Xiao Rui stepped forward and asked. Animal-type abilities indeed manifested in such forms. Correct. This person underwent an ability modification to become a lion man. Li Bufan nodded. However, to enhance his strength, I injected a large amount of wild beast genes into him. To maintain his sanity, I also reinforced his brain. Li Bufan gazed at his creation with satisfaction. Though there are still some flaws, it is essentially a controllable A-class combat force. Oh right. At this point, Li Bufan turned to look at Wang Ming. The rhinoceros beetle under my command. You killed it too, didn't you? That was also a successful experiment of mine with strength far exceeding class, but not quite reaching a class. Ah, that weirdo that looked like a beetle. Yes, that was me. Though it's dead, it at least proves that my experimental direction is correct. A strange light flickered in Li Bufan's eyes. If only I had better materials, I could mass-produce controllable A-class combat forces. Then humanity's chances would greatly improve. Good heavens, this Li Bufan was truly remarkable. To conduct such research all by himself. Tieshan, though capable of producing an army of Terminators, was limited by the industrial and material conditions of the Wasteland world. The Terminators he mass-produced were only of the T-800 series. In other words, their strength ceiling was only class. But Li Bufan had directly elevated mass-produced combat power to a class. Absolutely insane. Had Wang Ming not arrived with his system, this man would likely be the greatest child of destiny in this Wasteland world. Dr. Li, I will certainly occupy Wangyue City, and I will continue to provide you with materials. However, Wang Ming's tone shifted. However, I need more intelligence from you. All of it. After leaving the underground laboratory, Wang Ming was in high spirits. The danger lurking in Wangyue City had been perfectly resolved. Wang Ming, do you really trust his words? Compared to Wang Ming, Xiao Rui did not fully believe Li Bufan. Yet she had no evidence and her sixth sense gave no warning. She simply felt it was all too smooth. Trust or distrust doesn't matter. What matters is that I am now capable of handling anything. Strength is my greatest confidence. This was not arrogance from Wang Ming but the truth. With a single thought, he could bring down the entire Wangyue City. This feeling of overturning heaven and earth with a mere idea made it hard for him not to be confident. After all, in the Wasteland world, strength reigns supreme. True. As long as you're in Wangyue City, no matter what he plans, he can't stir up any trouble. With that, the two crossed most of Wangyue City and returned to the Xiao family compound. After giving some instructions, Wang Ming plunged into his room. He still held 10 evolution points in his hand. These were best converted into strength as soon as possible. Name: Xiao Qing, race Green Viper, Green Jiao, Green Xiao, Azure Dragon, strength 1000, constitution 1000, agility 3000, spirit 2000, talent, source of all poisons, command wind and rain, drive thunder and lightning, expertise devour poison, tenacity, skills poison, mist, overturn seas and rivers, rolling thunder. Source of all poisons, mastery over all poisons in the world, able to create and control toxins. The wellspring of all venom. Command wind and rain, harness the power of heaven and earth, able to command wind and rain with ease. Drive thunder and lightning, harness the power of heaven and earth, able to command thunder and lightning with ease. 3 evolution points invested and Xiao Qing instantly reached its peak. Its ribbon-like form trembled continuously, then an emerald light completely enveloped it. In the blink of an eye, 2 horns sprouted from its head, its snout elongated, 2 dragon whiskers emerged, 4 claws grew from its belly, a mane appeared on its smooth back, and wind and thunder followed as it swayed its body. Xiao Qing had become a dragon. From a viper to a jiao, from a jiao to a cholong, and from a cholong to the present horn dragon, the azure dragon. In an instant, Xiao Qing had crossed countless bloodline transformations and ascended to the heavens in a single bound. In folklore, it is said that a snake cultivates for 100 years to become a hui for 500 years to become a ran for 1,000 years to become a jiao, and a jiao needs another 1,000 years to transform into a dragon. Although Xiao Qing's evolutionary path does not entirely align with folklore, it follows a similar trajectory. Azure dragon. Now let me see which is fiercer. An rank wild beast or my Xiao Qing? Pushing open the door, Wang Ming felt exceptionally lighthearted. Lord Wang Ming. As he emerged, a member of the Xiao family stepped forward. What is it? He was now an honored guest in the Xiao household, and though it felt somewhat awkward at first, he found no reason to complain. The family head and the young lady have gone to the eastern city gate due to the attack on Salma Town. Miss Xiao instructed me to inform you if you emerged from seclusion. Salma Town. An attack on the city. Had Salma Town grown so formidable already? I'll go take a look. Without hesitation, Wang Ming concentrated his thoughts, and in an instant he soared into the sky, vanishing into the clouds. Outside the eastern wall of Wangyue City, at this moment Salma Town, or rather Xian family fort, under the command of the Xian family, had seized the opportunity of Wangyue City's chaos to strike, aiming to deliver a fatal blow and seize control of the city. Yet as they reached the city walls, something seemed amiss. Hey, didn't you say Wangyue City was leaderless and in turmoil? This doesn't look like it to me. Xian Zhan glared with eyes like bronze bells, fixing his gaze on the scout beside him. This? My lord, the intelligence is absolutely true. City Lord Shui Linglong is dead. The City Lord's mansion is littered with corpses, and when I left, a horde of aberrations was attacking the city. Wangyue City should be too preoccupied to deal with us. He stood on tiptoe, straining to peer at the city wall, searching for any sign of bluff. But no matter how he looked, it was undoubtedly a well-trained elite force. And a vigorous, spirited elite force at that. Impossible. This can't be. It must be a bluff. Yes, a bluff. Suddenly it all clicked. He had witnessed the chaos inside Wangyue City with his own eyes, so it had to be true. There could be only one explanation. They were putting on a brave front. A bluff. My lord. I saw the chaos in the city myself. Suppressing those aberrations would cost them dearly. They can't possibly have the strength to fend off our assault. Xian Zhan stared at him intently for dozens of breaths before waving his hand. Attack the city. Siege warfare in the Wasteland was brutally straightforward. Cannons bombard the city, then charge straight in. As for nuclear bombs, they were scarce to begin with, and their indiscriminate devastation meant they were rarely used unless one sought mutual destruction. Moreover, Xian family fort had no nuclear stockpile, and Wangyue City's reserves had likely been exhausted in the previous wild beast assault. How dare they? What gives a mere town the right to counterattack Wangyue City? On the city wall, the heads of the four great families laughed in disbelief. Wangyue City might be leaderless for now, but aside from the Shui family, the others had suffered little loss. What gave Salma, this Xian family fort, the audacity? Was it sheer courage? We held back because the Li family started it, but now they dare to attack openly. Ha, they're asking for death. Chen Duoduo sneered, taking a jab at Li Chuanqi. Wasn't Li's face black as a pot? Delightful. Still, the conflict had indeed been sparked by the Li family. Previously it was just minor skirmishes, but an open military assault like this was a different matter entirely. A remote town. Who gave them the nerve? Fire. Hit them hard. Li Chuanqi's face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. His pride had been trampled countless times, but not by this backwater town. It was unworthy. Boom. 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 The cannons roared to life. Since Xian Wookie's complete takeover, Xian family fort had indeed developed rapidly, but matching Wangyue City in such a short time was a pipe dream. Thus, after just one round of artillery exchange, the disparity was evident. Is this what you call a bluff? A show of force? Xian Zhan roared, his eyes wide. This volley has nearly shattered my formation. But now the arrow was already knocked, and he had no choice but to press on. He could only hope that Wangyue City had concentrated all its available forces at the eastern gate. All heavy artillery target a single section of the wall. Blast a breach as fast as you can. Xian Zhan commanded his troops. Yet, after this barrage, the expected explosions never came. The high-speed shells had somehow frozen in midair. What is this? Everyone was stunned. War itself seemed to pause. In the sky, a tiny black speck grew larger, and in moments it revealed itself to all. Wearing no protective armor, only a plain white robe, his garments fluttered in the wind. It's Wang Ming. Xiao Rui's face lit up with joy. He seems even stronger. Below Chen Duoduo's jowls quivered thrice. The hail of shells was fiercer than what had faced during the Wangyue City tournament, yet Wang Ming had stopped them with a single hand. This Wang Ming was reaching for the heavens. No, he was already there. Wang Ming. Li Chuanqi stared intently at the figure in the sky. That prodigy who should have joined the Li family, only to be lost forever due to that accursed fool from the Salma family. While Li Chuanqi ground his teeth in hatred, the other factions also gazed at the figure in the sky with complex expressions. He seemed like an insurmountable peak. Xian. Wang Ming raised an eyebrow at the banner they flew. It seemed the Salma family had lost that battle. Sweeping his telekinetic sense, he recognized many familiar things. The weapons and equipment on these men included many from the Tai family, the young girl who had enthusiastically introduced him to their wares. Unexpectedly, so much had transpired in the blink of an eye. Wang Ming felt a fleeting daze, but Xian Zhan had no intention of waiting. Who is this person? Anyone capable of such a feat could easily be the new city lord of Wangyue City. Capture the leader to defeat the enemy. Even if he's not the city lord, he's a major threat. Take him out first. All firepower aim at that man in the sky. Fire! The Xian family troops were no slouches. Under Xian Zhan's command, they swiftly adjusted their cannons and opened fire. Boom! 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 The roar of cannons shook the heavens. But the next scene left Xian Zhan and everyone else utterly dumbfounded. The rain of shells hurtling toward Wang Ming all deviated from their trajectories, converging above his head. In an instant, a massive pitch-black sphere formed, blotting out the sky. If that sphere comes crashing down on us, Xian Zhan thought grimly, his eyes widening in terror. Because that enormous iron conglomerate formed by countless shells was truly hurtling toward him. A simple collision would be trivial, but if it exploded, the consequences would be unimaginable. Xian Zhan, disregarding everything else, roared frantically, "Scatter! Scatter now!" In truth, his warning was unnecessary. From the moment the iron mass descended from the heavens, all the soldiers had already begun dispersing and retreating. It was their instinct. Yet they forgot that this iron behemoth was unlike a shell. It wasn't falling straight down but was being manually controlled. Thus those standing atop the city wall could clearly see the iron mass shifting horizontally in midair, violently slamming toward the direction where the crowd was fleeing. Boom! The iron mass hit the ground, followed by boom, boom, boom. Countless explosions erupted, accompanied by towering flames. Those were shells detonating, a chain reaction of collective explosions. In an instant, a vast number of Xian family fort warriors were consumed by the blasts and flames. Xian Zhan, who had retreated early, was thrown to the ground by the residual force of the explosion with a cry of pain. He turned back, his eyes wide with fury. It was over. All was lost. The elite forces dispatched by the Xian family fort were nearly crippled in this single blast. These were the Xian family's most elite troops. If the family head Xian Wujiu were to learn of this, Xian Zhan couldn't help but shudder, but the situation left him no time to dwell on it. After the explosion, the remaining members of the Xian family fort suddenly lost control of their bodies, including him. Invisible shackles bound them, then violently lifted them into the air. "Are you the leader of this expedition?" Wang Ming's cold voice rang out, sounding to Xian Zhan like a death sentence from the king of hell. I. He wanted to deny it, but under Wang Ming's piercing gaze the words wouldn't come. "It seems it's you. The rest are useless now." As if muttering to himself, Xian Zhan then heard a series of dull thuds beside him. He couldn't see what was happening behind him, unable to turn his head, but the scene before him was all too clear. Those elite Xian family warriors floating beside him in midair were being crushed into pulp by an invisible giant hand, like flies being swatted. Blood burst forth, blooming into blossoms of crimson in the air. The ground seemed to rain blood. The gruesome sight left even Xian Zhan, who had grown up in the Wasteland, staring blankly, unable to react. "Monster! Demon!" he murmured unconsciously before being sent to the top of the city wall. "Rui, Uncle Xiao, this man is the leader of this attack. I leave him to you. I'll go to Salma Town myself." "To Salma Town? Alone?" Xiao Rui's expression changed. "Isn't one person enough?" Wang Ming smiled and asked in return. Xiao Rui was stunned. Not just her, but everyone present was taken aback. Was it not enough? Look at the carnage below the wall. The blood hadn't even congealed yet. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Ming had become a mountain vast enough to suppress an entire city. Rui, Wang Ming's power defies common sense. Hell find it easier to act alone. Xiao Zhan interjected from the side. Xiao Rui looked at Wang Ming, then pursed her lips. "Be careful in all things." "I will." He smiled, then shot into the sky. At that moment, within the Xian family fort, Xian Wujiu paced back and forth inside the castle. He was usually steady and composed, but this time, for some reason, shortly after Xian Zhan departed, a persistent unease had taken root in his heart. Could this be a trap set by Wangyue City? Impossible. He had planted more than a few informants. All intelligence pointed to chaos in Wangyue City. Surely they wouldn't kill their own city lord and lure aberrants into the city just to set a trap for him. The cost would be too great. But what else could be causing this anxiety? This is... Quick! Someone! Notify! Just then a commotion arose from outside, deepening Xian Wujiu's frown. "What's going on out there? Why all the noise?" he bellowed. Two attendants rushed in. "City Lord! Outside! Someone is flying over from the sky." Xian Wujiu's frown deepened. A single person. Flying over. What nonsense was this? He strode out to see for himself. The moment he stepped outside the castle, Wang Ming was already directly above it. A powerful telekinetic force blanketed every corner of the castle. As Xian Wujiu's personal guards, they had intended to open fire the moment they spotted Wang Ming, but under his psychic lockdown, they couldn't even move let alone shoot. What in the world is? Xian Wujiu felt as if an invisible force were pinning him down. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't move. He instinctively attempted to use his spatial ability to teleport, but the sluggish sensation made it nearly impossible to activate his power. He gritted his teeth. With the situation unclear, he was unwilling to waste more of his lifespan to forcibly activate his ability. He could only wait and see. If things turned dire, he would flee immediately as he was outside with a wide field of vision. With this thought, he strained to roll his eyes to see what was happening. Then he saw a figure slowly descending from the sky. A single person. One person had immobilized all the guards in his city lord's mansion. What kind of ability was this? Seeing the figure drifting toward him, Xian Wujiu hesitated no longer. He pushed his spatial ability to its limits, pouring a massive amount of life force into it. The sluggish sensation was shattered, and in the next instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Wang Ming was startled. A spatial ability. In the next second, his immense psychic power surged outward like a tide, enveloping the city lord's mansion and its surroundings. Nothing. Within his psychic perception, he couldn't detect the fleeing man. Tisk's spatial abilities are truly convenient. He didn't bother to search further. His purpose here was to destroy the city lord's mansion. Once that was done, his next step would be to have his forces occupy Salma Town. The death warriors trained by Taizhan would come in handy. Once the T-800 series Terminators could be mass-produced, he would have complete control over the Wasteland. Of course, controlling the Wasteland wasn't his ultimate goal. As someone with a system, he also sought the secret of immortality. Some say immortality is a curse. Bullshit. He hadn't lived enough yet. He'd worry about that when He'd had his fill. In the following period, the forces under Wang Ming's command entered a phase of rapid development. Note, these were Wang Ming's forces, entirely his own, having nothing to do with the Shao family. According to Wang Ming's plan, the death warriors trained by Taizhan were given full authority to oversee all affairs in Salma Town. Meanwhile, the improved Terminator manufacturing process developed by Taizhan was nearing completion, and everything was progressing positively. Thus another 3 months passed. On this day, Wang Ming finished his meditation practice as usual. Name: Wang Ming, level LV. 30 class gunsmith LV. 10 martial artist LV. 10 beast tamer LV. 10 lifespan 22260, strength 10, constitution 10, agility 10, spirit 39, true chi 3, 80 talents, gunmaster, unceasing circulation, telekinesis, sacred covenant omitted. At this point, Wang Ming had completed all genetic enhancements, and with the nourishment of true chi, his physical attributes had reached the theoretical limit of humanity. However, aside from the spirit attribute, the other 3 attributes showed no signs of surpassing human limits. Perhaps a catalyst is needed. The spirit attribute is not bound by the physical body, but strength, constitution, and agility are all based on it. Although the human body is said to have infinite potential, fundamentally it has an upper limit. The catalyst for breakthrough, as Wang Ming could envision, was solely the class. It wasn't as if he could undergo biochemical modification. Flesh is weak, mechanical ascension. Imagining that scene, Wang Ming couldn't help but shudder. Unthinkable. Absolutely unthinkable. He carefully examined his status panel, and finally his gaze fixed upon true chi. The effect of this supernatural energy might also be a breakthrough point, as it indeed nourished the physical body. Perhaps over time he could truly push his body beyond human limits. Sir, are you ready? Everything is as you instructed. 1,000 T-800 Terminator units have been dispersed throughout Wangyue City and Salma Town, awaiting orders. Wang Ming nodded with satisfaction. With the T-800 series robots guarding the area, he could confidently focus on his own endeavors. As for Rui, Miss Shao has now become the next heir of the Shao family. I believe that even without your support, given her current strength, she is the best choice for the family. Taizhan smiled faintly, a rare smile appearing on his usually cold face. As the T-5000 Skynet core, he had already developed true emotional intelligence, but this emotion only surfaced around those close to Wang Ming. That's true. She's already halfway into the gold rank now, isn't she? This strength was on par with the heads of the 4 great families, and Xiao Rui even held a slight edge. As long as she developed her abilities to a certain degree, reaching gold rank was only a matter of time. That's right. After establishing a connection with Li Bufan, Wang Ming naturally sought to extract as many benefits from him as possible. No, it wasn't exploitation, but rather mutual gain. Wang Ming provided materials, and Li Bufan supplied technology and equipment, including ability modification techniques. Initially, he had considered having Taizhan directly steal Li Bufan's research results. However, constrained by the Wasteland environment, his network god abilities were completely ineffective, requiring a wired connection to Li Bufan's mainframe. This, of course, was something Li Bufan could never accept, so Wang Ming had to give up. But what exactly is an rank Wasteland beast like? At that moment, he grew curious. Whether it was a new class or the application of true chi, he had no leads at all. Perhaps he should explore the Wasteland world. Tieshan, come with me for a tour. Leave this place to Rui and the others. Yes, sir. In Wangyue City, I have set up a simple assembly line factory with 10 T-800 units working. They can produce 20 T-800 units per day. According to your plan, it won't be long before we expand to the surrounding towns. Then let's go. First, I'll inform Rui. With a thought, Wang Ming's telekinesis lifted him and Taizhan instantly, and in the blink of an eye they vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in a valley thousands of miles away from Wangyue City, it was far from any human settlement, surrounded by desolation. Yet beneath this barren valley lay an astonishing underground city. To describe it, it was akin to the Umbrella Corporation beneath Raccoon City. Leader Dr. Li's technology is indeed highly successful. Many core members have already acquired abilities. That Li Bufan, though arrogant, truly has substance. The one called leader was an elderly man with graying hair. His face was full of smiles as he spoke in praise. But the smile lasted only a moment. His expression turned serious as he asked in a deep voice, "What is the status of the disk plan?" Well, the man showed a hint of difficulty. Leader, their expansion has never ceased. Based on the current rate, the timeline will likely be shortened. How many nuclear warheads do we have left? The elder fell silent for a moment, then asked in a solemn tone. Excluding the stocks in major cities, our base has 112. 112. That number was already terrifying. It was almost impossible for any single force in the Wasteland world to possess such a number. Consider this, even a major city like Hope City held no more than 10 warheads. And each one used was one less. 112. It probably won't by much time. The elder murmured. That's right. Even 112 seemed insufficient to him, merely a stopgap measure. We must accelerate our strength enhancement. Many have now gained abilities. We need to elevate our power to gold rank in the shortest possible time to have a chance against a rank Wasteland beasts. At least there was some hope. Gold rank hunters could at least contend with a rank Wasteland beasts. Of course, just contend. To kill them, they would have to sacrifice many lives. According to existing records, in the early days, out of billions of humans, only 10,000 became gold rank hunters. It was under their leadership that humanity managed to gain a foothold in the Wasteland. However, back then, a rank Wasteland beasts were extremely rare, but now. The elder shook his head bitterly. Difficult. So difficult. The Dawn Society derived from the breaking of dawn, shattering the long night, and the awakening of the world. Although they have long lurked in the shadows, their highest purpose is to bring salvation to the world. Regardless of how others perceive and evaluate them, at least this is what they believe themselves. Dr. Li, Wang Ming intends to go hunt an A-class beast, and wanted to bid you farewell before he leaves. In the underground laboratory of Wangyue City, Ling Long quietly approached Li Bufan from behind and said, "Oh, an A-class beast." Suddenly raising his head, Li Bufan's eyes lit up beneath his glasses. Where is he? He has already arrived at the entrance of the laboratory. I'll go right away. With that, Li Bufan dashed toward the underground entrance. As partners, the two were currently in a genuine honeymoon phase. Click. Wang Ming. Just as the entrance opened a crack, Wang Ming heard Li Bufan's voice, and then Li Bufan with a flushed face rushed out. Really? Wang Ming saw this kind of flush on a man for the first time, not the kind that comes from shyness. Well, what? You are going to hunt an A-class beast? Li Bufan rushed to Wang Ming's side, grabbing both of his arms. Yes, I came to say goodbye to you. He had underestimated the significance of A-class beasts in the Wasteland world. Ha! Li Bufan took a deep breath and said seriously, A-class beasts, although there are records of humans having killed them, without exception no complete corpses have been preserved. Thus there has been no specific research on A-class beasts. Nearly all information is conjectural. He paused, then spoke in a deep voice. If you truly manage to hunt an A-class beast and even obtain its corpse, even if it's only partially intact, it would be unprecedented for my research. For humanity's research, perhaps I could use this to develop even more powerful modification technology. Wang Ming chuckled wryly. Is this the mindset of a research expert? His mind was filled with his own studies. Dr. Li, even if you don't say it, I still plan to bring back the A-class beast for you to study. After all, you are the expert in this field. Upon hearing Wang Ming's words, a satisfied smile finally appeared on Li Bufan's face. Be careful, I hope you return victorious. 3 days later, Wang Ming had already taken Taizhan far away from Wangyue City, heading northward without pause. With Wang Ming's telekinesis, they traversed mountains and crossed waters. According to the map, we should be in a human forbidden zone now. In midair, Wang Ming unfolded the map. They had traveled northward, already surpassing the northernmost city of humanity, and had now entered an area that humans could not tread, the Forbidden Zone. It is well known that within every forbidden zone of humanity there resides an A-class beast. However, the exact range and location remain unknown. However, why go through the trouble of searching for A-class beasts when we can just make them show themselves? Wang Ming smirked, revealing a mischievous grin. Sir means, that's the meaning. Which king would tolerate intruders rampaging in their territory? Especially when the opponent is a territorial beast. Tieshan, this is your forte, make a big noise and I'll support you, hee. Don't worry, sir. Taizhan grinned, his mischievous smile mirroring that of Wang Ming. Click, click, click. With a series of crisp mechanical sounds, Taizhan's shoulders and chest opened, instantly revealing neatly arranged mini-missiles primed for launch. On the other side, Wang Ming's telekinesis spread out, enveloping all the trees within 5 miles below. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, countless missiles trailing flames were launched from Tieshan, scattering in all directions. At the same time, the trees on the ground were uprooted by a tremendous force. They quickly ascended into the air and then free fell. Boom, boom, boom. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the sounds of explosions mixed with falling trees echoed through the entire forest. Countless beasts let out terrified roars, scattering in all directions, crashing into a swath of trees. Roar! Just at that moment, a terrifying roar suddenly erupted. Its penetrating power was so strong that even the sounds of the explosions were hard to mask. Is here. Hearing this sound, Wang Ming's eyes brightened instantly. Sir, the sound is coming from the 3 o'clock direction. Taizhan quickly analyzed the source of the sound. Let's go. In the next second, the two of them tore through the sky toward the east. It was humanity. That was the sound of human weapons. A-class beasts have already developed intelligence, so they naturally recognize the sounds of human weapons. But precisely because of this, they became even more furious. After all, to A-class beasts, humans are nothing but ants. Crack, crack. Countless trees were knocked down and swayed. From above, it looked as if an old ox was plowing the field, charging rapidly toward Wang Ming's position. Through the dense forest, one could vaguely see a pale shadow. It was fast, but for Wang Ming, who was constantly alert with his telekinetic perception, once it entered his sensing range, as long as it wasn't moving through space, it couldn't escape his awareness. Hey, not slow at all. In midair, Wang Ming suddenly halted his movements. He fixed his eyes on the distance where the trees seemed to be swaying. As time passed, this change became increasingly evident. Sir, should I take care of it? Taizhan's eyes flashed with data as he volunteered. No, it's urgent. Wang Ming shook his head, then gently rubbed his right hand over his left arm. Go, let these beasts see what a beast king is. Whoosh! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a green shadow flashed past. In the next second, accompanied by a sky-shaking dragon, roar, a massive figure suddenly appeared in this realm. With majestic antlers atop its head, long whiskers hanging down, scales of green glimmering, a cold light, a long python body, claws sharp as hooks, and a mane of white hair growing along its back. With a sweep of its dragon tail, the wind and thunder followed. This was the Qinglong, little Qing. Roar. Meanwhile, in the distance on the ground, the collapsing trees came to an abrupt halt, and the previously chaotic roars of beasts suddenly fell silent. The entire forest instantly plunged into silence, save for the crackling sounds of burning trees. Hey, is this what they call bloodline suppression? In midair, Wang Ming watched the scene with a smile that was half amused, half serious. But little Qing wouldn't just stand there. As this was its first battle, it was more excited than anyone else. It let out a long roar, then leaped down toward the pale shadow below. Roar! Roar! Facing the pouncing Shao Qing, the white figure let out a thunderous roar. However, compared to before, this roar seemed to carry a hint of hesitation. Before he could think further, in the next moment, Lin Mu was instantly thrown off balance by Shao Qing's assault. The white figure fully revealed its form. Its fur was as white as snow, but there were black stripes scattered across its body, with a black king character on its forehead, highlighting its identity. A white tiger. This agreed wild beast was undeniably a white tiger. Swish! As the two collided, they unleashed their claws. Compared to Shao Qing's eagle-like claws, the white tiger's claws were evidently thicker. Yet upon impact, the white tiger's massive body was effortlessly sent flying. In terms of power, it was clear that Shao Qing had an overwhelming victory. This was still with Shao Qing holding back, or otherwise, with Shao Qing's impressive strength, a tribute of 1,000 points, the white tiger would have exploded into a mist of blood. It would be a shame to kill this white tiger for materials. Seeing the still stubbornly rising white tiger, Wang Ming suddenly had a thought. Now that there was a Qinglong and a white tiger had appeared, wouldn't it be a bit unreasonable not to gather all 4 spirit beasts? So, Shao Qing, keep it alive and subdue it for me. Wang Ming's voice echoed far away. Shao Qing's claws paused momentarily, then it arched its dragon body and let out a long howl. This sound seemed to carry a trace of unusual excitement. However, the white tiger on the opposite side was suffering greatly. The entire forest was almost filled with the white tiger's cries of despair. It couldn't fight back or escape, and to make matters worse, its opponent didn't intend to kill it, which was truly tormenting. Thus being treated like a spinning top and receiving a total of 81 hits, the white tiger's massive body ultimately collapsed, unable to rise again. Woo! Woo! The once imposing tiger roar, which sought to stand its ground, had now turned into whimpers, as if pleading for mercy or surrendering. Hey, your skin is really tough. It took so long to subdue you. No wonder you're the king of beasts. Wang Ming landed in front of the white tiger from midair. The special spiritual power associated with the beast tamer profession instantly infiltrated the white tiger's mind. Due to being battered and bruised, the white tiger was exhausted, showing no intention of resistance, especially with the 100 success rate provided by the holy contract. This grade white tiger was like meat on a chopping board ready to be carved up. Ding! Congratulations on successfully contracting the wild beast. Accompanied by a crisp system prompt, Wang Ming's spirit successfully established a connection with the white tiger. Name unnamed. Race mutated snow tiger. Strength 280. Constitution 300. Agility 200. Spirit 190. Talent tiger majesty. Specialty rapid movement. Skills descending tiger, starving tiger, pouncing. Wang Ming directly invested the remaining 7 evolution points into the mutated snow tiger. As 2 evolution points were invested, the snow tiger shivered violently, and its collapsed body instantly rose, its muscles swelling under the glow of golden light. Its body, already over 3 meters tall, now surged to a giant 5 meters. Its snow-white fur gleamed like pearls. The black stripes resembled black agate, dark and shiny. In just a few minutes, this mutated snow tiger completed a leap in its life. Hey, looking quite majestic. Since we have Shao Qing, you shall be named Xiao Bai. With Wang Ming's naming, Xiao Bai let out a whimper and lowered its massive tiger head, gently rubbing against Wang Ming's chest. Name Xiao Bai. Race white tiger. Strength 800. Constitution 1000. Agility 1300. Spirit 900. Talent tiger, demon majesty, golden edge prowess. Specialty metal blade, control tiger, roar in the mountains. Skills descending tiger, starving tiger, pouncing. Tiger, demon majesty, surrounded by inherent white tiger demonic aura. All physical attacks 20 or deals counter damage to demon beasts, evil spirits and undead. Golden edge prowess, mastery of metal force, claws and teeth. Possess sharp metallic energy, attacks have penetrating armor breaking power, ignoring standard defenses. Metal blade control, the power of metal transforms into killing blades, dealing damage equal to 70 of its original body's physical attack with armor-breaking effects. Tiger roar in the mountains, letting out a skyward roar that emits sound waves. It forces a wide area into a daze, stunning the targeted foes with a mental attack. Transformation. A complete transformation. Although on the panel it still fell short of Shao Qing at this moment, Xiao Bai could be truly called a white tiger. Great. Even if I didn't encounter other A-grade wild beasts on this trip, it's still been worthwhile. Wang Ming petted Xiao Bai's soft fur, then leaped onto its back. Let's go. Continue deeper. However, this action displeased Shao Qing, which flicked its dragon body in dissatisfaction. Although it often perched on Wang Ming's left arm, Wang Ming had never actually ridden it. Instead, the newly arrived little tiger had just joined and was already being ridden. Hiss! Wang Ming turned to glance at Shao Qing. He was spiritually connected with his pet beast, so he naturally understood what the other was thinking. He let out a bitter laugh. All right, I'll ride you too. Saying this, he floated directly onto Shao Qing's dragon head. He didn't dare to ride on Shao Qing's body. After all, if it swung its dragon body, who knows where he would end up. Taishan, you can ride on Xiao Bai's back. Yes, sir. Taishan smiled slightly, watching quietly. The 2 men and 2 beasts set off deeper into the north. Meanwhile, on the other side of the wasteland world, on the fiery, desolate earth, waves of distortion rippled and streams of red-black rivers continuously spread outward. From a distance it was hard to see clearly, but up close one would realize that these were not rivers but clearly magma. The reason the space above the ground was distorted was entirely due to the high temperatures roasting it. Yet in such a harsh environment, a stout arm suddenly broke through the magma. Smack! Magma splattered, and along with this arm, a pair of meaty wings also appeared. Not enough. The energy of this planet is insufficient. A deep hoarse voice echoed from beneath the magma, and after several bubbles erupted at the surface, the half-visible figure sank back down. The wasteland world is vast and small. According to Wang Ming's estimation, it is slightly larger than the blue planet of his past life. But is a grade wild beast the limit of wild beasts? Do grade wild beasts even exist? On the way, there was basically an A-grade wild beast resting every 500 or 600 miles. But for Wang Ming at this moment, these were merely appetizers. If it were only this, he could already declare victory in this wasteland world. It can't be that simple, right? Xiaoqing's agility attribute reached an astonishing 3,000 points, her speed far surpassing the speed of sound, nearly reaching Mach 11. At such velocity, even the fastest fighter jet from his past life couldn't keep pace. If she charged headlong in one direction, even if the Wasteland world was larger than Blue Star with Ziyaching speed, it would take merely 4 hours to circumnavigate it entirely. At this thought, Wang Ming's eyes shimmered with a peculiar light. After a long pause, Xiao Bai returned first. Tai Shan come to Xiao Qing. With a wave of his hand, Wang Ming recalled Xiao Bai into the pet space, then summoned Tai Shan onto Ziyaching's dragon head. Now advance north at full speed. I wish to see if there exist any beings more formidable in this world. Upon receiving the command, Xiao Qing let out an excited resonant roar, her dragon tail sweeping behind her as wind and thunder erupted instantaneously. With a whoosh in the blink of an eye, nothing remained at the spot but a faint whisper of wind. Xiao Qing had vanished. At a speed of fully Mach 11, to the naked eye it was virtually indistinguishable from teleportation. The scenery before him dissolved into mere blurs. With his eyesight, Wang Ming could discern nothing, only feeling dizzy and disoriented. Had Xiao Qing not intentionally shielded him, and Tai Shan with a wind barrier, the sheer wind pressure at takeoff would have torn him apart. Damn it, my psychic sense couldn't even register this speed. Wang Ming silently cursed his miscalculation. He had calculated everything yet forgotten himself. It wasn't that Xiao Qing was inadequate. On the contrary, she was almost too capable. He, the master, was the one holding them back. Hey Tai Shan, I was thinking of making a quick circuit to find a rank or higher wild beasts, but at this speed. He pointed at the blurred afterimages on either side, letting out a rather self-deprecating laugh. I'm not even qualified to see clearly. Is that your intention, master? Leave it to me then. With my super dynamic vision and the reaction speed of the heavenly net, I can still observe the passing scenery. Though it's a bit blurry, I should have no trouble locating wild beasts with energy levels above a rank. Wang Ming fell silent, staring blankly at Tai Shan. Then his face darkened. So I'm the only useless one here. The only one holding things back. At this his expression truly soured. Master. Tai Shan turned back, looking at Wang Ming with confusion. Wasn't he supposed to be looking for wild beasts above a rank? The master didn't seem pleased. It's nothing. Keep watching. Leaving the words behind, Wang Ming turned to face forward, arms crossed, standing silently. This was his final act of stubbornness. 2 hours later. By now they had nearly circled half the Wasteland world. Ziyaching's speed had noticeably decreased, a fact Wang Ming could clearly perceive. After all, his psychic sense could finally register it. What's wrong, Xiao Qing? You say there's a powerful aura. Wang Ming frowned. Although Xiao Qing lacked psychic sense, her spiritual attribute of 2,000 points granted her an astonishing level of perception. Let's go check it out. As Xiao Qing moved, a wave of scorching heat surged towards them. The already barren wasteland now displayed a crimson hue, like sand burned nearly to melting under extreme heat. Venturing deeper, rivers of lava flowed in all directions. Even at this altitude, Wang Ming felt an indescribable searing heat. Could wild beasts really survive in a place like this? Wang Ming wondered. Flesh and blood, even Xiao Qing without special protection would find this place far from comfortable. Master, the surface temperature here exceeds 1,300 degrees. Based on my observations, the temperature below is even more terrifying, likely exceeding 2,000 degrees. 2,000 degrees. Damn it, the surface temperature of the sun is only 5,500 degrees. And this place dares to exceed 2,000. Who would dare go down there in this heat? Wang Ming cursed under his breath, but then a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. His psychic sense didn't seem to be affected by the temperature. He had kept his psychic sense fully active since arriving, constantly perceiving his surroundings, and hadn't noticed anything wrong with it after all this time. Maybe, why not probe down there with my psychic sense? Once this idea emerged, Wang Ming couldn't suppress it. Act on it, no harm done anyway. He focused his attention, extending his psychic sense forcefully downward. Initially cautious, he completely let loose once his psychic sense plunged into the lava without any discomfort. He pushed his psychic sense straight down with all his might. Amidst the surging crimson flowing liquid nearly a kilometer underground, Wang Ming suddenly detected something unusual. It wasn't an inanimate object like magma, but something laden with a dense aura of life. Could it be a wild beast? Without overthinking, he probed it with his psychic sense, and then... Holy crap! This was no wild beast. It was clearly a massive humanoid creature. But before Wang Ming could examine it closely, the figure reacted, its colossal body trembling slightly. A deafening roar echoed. Turbulent currents surged beneath the earth, and magma on the surface splashed hundreds of meters high. Here it comes! Wang Ming barely had time to shout. Then he witnessed the most stunning sight since arriving in the Wasteland world. A figure entirely crimson and wreathed in blazing flames emerged from beneath the lava. Human head, human torso with wings sprouting from its back, and most crucially the two horns atop its head. This image made Wang Ming almost blurt out. A demon! It was identical to the Western description of a demon from hell. Could this thing even be considered a wild beast? Wang Ming was utterly dumbfounded. Master, this thing's energy level far exceeds a rank wild beasts. It should be the rank wild beast you were looking for. I can see that. Wang Ming muttered, stunned. A human. Unbelievable. This thing could talk. A dragon. The demon's rumbling voice carried a hint of confusion. Could this primitive planet have evolved such a creature? Instinctively, the demon reached out an arm still dripping with lava, fingers as thick as a cabinet, as if wanting to touch Xiaoqing. The result naturally was predictable. Xiaoqing's draconic body twisted, and the power of wind and lightning instantly coalesced on her front claws. Then, crack! A bolt of lightning thick as a barrel wrapped in howling wind slammed fiercely into the demon's outstretched finger. A bolt of lightning as thick as a barrel. But before this demon, it was barely as thick as one of its fingers. This showed just how enormous this creature truly was. The explosive lightning caused its finger to retract, sending large chunks of magma scattering everywhere, revealing its claw covered in fine red scales. It's injured. Within the blasted crimson magma, a gurgling green liquid seeped from his fingertips. Could that be blood? This is impossible. The creatures on this planet couldn't have mutated to this extent. Who the hell are you? The demon bellowed in a thunderous, muffled voice. Enough chatter. Xiao Bai, go. With a grand wave of his hand, Wang Ming released Xiao Bai. Tieshan, provide long-range support. Remember, I want him alive. At Wang Ming's command, Xiaoqing, Xiao Bai, and Taizhan unleashed their full power in an instant. This was a battle that Wang Ming in his current state could not partake in. He admitted that he had become a liability. But the strength of his subordinates was also a part of his own strength, was it not? Crack! Swish! Boom! Gale force winds, thunderbolts, golden energy blasts alongside missiles and plasma cannons savagely pounded the demon's form. Its colossal body had become a moving target. The combined might of the three, far exceeding the limits of this wasteland world, delivered an unexpectedly thorough full-body SPA to the demon. For a moment, the magma flowing around its body was blasted asunder and green blood poured down relentlessly. Roar! Yet despite this grievous injury, the demon did not fall. Instead, it flapped its wings with immense effort, raising a massive wave of magma that shot into the sky. In an instant, the magma surged like a tidal wave, crashing down upon Xiaoqing and the others. TCH, this bastard is a bit too cocky. If I didn't need it alive, that last attack would have blasted you to smithereens. Wang Ming cursed under his breath, then surged his telekinetic power, forming an invisible barrier that intercepted all the magma soaring into the sky. While his telekinetic strength wasn't enough to harm the demon, he could still block the magma that the demon had flung skyward in an attempt to burn Xiaoqing and the others with its heat. Step it up. If you have to beat it half to death. Oh! Roar! Receiving the order, the two beasts let out a long howl, and then even more terrifying bolts of lightning and beams of golden light burst forth. Taizhan also suddenly opened the plasma cannon on his chest, beginning a high-powered energy convergence. The next second, boom! An impact powerful enough to rival a nuclear explosion instantly obliterated the surging magma on the ground. Under this blow, the demonic creature was directly slammed back beneath the magma layer. It wasn't over yet. The aftershocks of the explosion relentlessly pursued, blasting large swaths of magma away and clearing a vacuum zone on the ground. The demon lay half dead on the nearly solidified magma layer, its body drenched in dark green blood. Its densely packed crimson scales were like those of a scraped fish, revealing rough raw skin beneath. Sacred contract. Activate. Without giving the opponent a chance to catch its breath, and fearing it might just croak, Wang Ming directly activated the sacred contract, attempting to incorporate it into his pet roster. The reason he didn't bother with interrogating it for information was that he preferred the most direct method. After all, demons were inherently cunning. Even if it spoke, Wang Ming wouldn't trust it. Having it bound by the contract was far more reassuring. As a wisp of crimson flame established a connection with Wang Ming, the demon's stat panel fully materialized before his eyes. Name: Yan-Yi. Race: Inferno Wrathhorn Demon. Strength: 1200. Constitution: 2400. Agility: 900. Spirit: 1600. Talent: Core Devourer Lava Body. Expertise: Blazing Assault Magma Hardening. Skill: Magma Eruption Inferno Charge Sky Scorching Sea of Fire. Core Devourer can dive into a planet's core, devouring the planet's magma and core energy to evolve, perfectly integrating with its own crimson flame and lava bloodline, permanently increasing stats like strength and constitution. Lava Body immune to fire and high-temperature damage. When struck by physical attacks, splashes of scorching magma counterattack the enemy. All attributes are slightly increased when in magma or volcanic terrain. Blazing Assault melee attacks are imbued with flame splash damage, capable of striking multiple nearby targets simultaneously. Magma hardening temporarily solidifies the lava on the Boda surface, greatly enhancing defense at the cost of reduced movement speed. Inferno Wrathhorned Demon Yan E. Indeed a demon, and a named one at that. Wang Ming scanned its attribute panel, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Core Devourer. Devouring a planet's core energy. Was this being an extraterrestrial entity? Perhaps. He had found the reason for the formation of this wasteland world. Yan E. He called out sharply, intending to make Yan E divulge everything it knew. Ugh! Yan E's limp body trembled slightly, a faint dreamlike moan escaping its maw. Wang Ming then realized. Shao Qing and the others had beaten Yan E within an inch of its life. It was now barely clinging to existence, with more breath leaving it than entering. Of course Wang Ming wouldn't let it die. Not only did it possess a wealth of intelligence, but with such a stat panel and power, he intended to cultivate it as a main battle pet. Yan E evolve. As an evolution point sank into Yan E's colossal body, a crimson flame suddenly ignited around it. Its body, once riddled with wounds, now visibly healed under the burning flames. The near-death state was swept away in an instant, and the demon became incredibly spirited and excited. Master! A voice like rolling thunder boomed, making Wang Ming's ears ring. Name Yan E. Race Inferno Wrathhorned Demon Lord. Strength 2160. Constitution 3000. Agility 950. Spirit 2000. Talent Core Devourer Lava Demonic Body. Expertise Scorching Domain Assault Lava Demonic Armor. Skill Magma Eruption Inferno Charge Sky Scorching Sea of Fire. A single evolution had reached its peak, and Yan E's race had transformed into the Inferno Wrathhorned Demon Lord. It was just a single word, Lord, but in the Western Hell, Lord signified a sovereign. A sovereign was the ruler of Hell. According to legend, there were 7 demon lords in Hell. Now Yan E was crowned the Inferno Wrathhorned Demon Lord, a testament that its status had reached the very pinnacle among demons. Now you can tell me everything properly. Yes, my most esteemed master. Yan E slowly lowered its massive form, then began to speak in a low voice. It turned out that thousands of years ago, Yan E had secretly descended upon this planet. As a member of the Inferno Wrathhorned demon race, they were born with the ability to devour a planet's core energy to grow. Thus they spent their lives searching for unclaimed planets. Of course, unclaimed meant that no being on the planet could match its power, making it convenient to devour the core. But it was precisely this devouring of the planet's core that triggered the subsequent cataclysmic changes. Do you mean that other stellar races will come here too? Wang Ming stared with wide eyes as he asked. Yes, master. The universe teems with countless races, but our demon clan has many enemies, the strongest being the angel clan. The opposition between angels and demons is like fire and water. If they detect my location, they will hunt me down no matter how far the distance. Yan E spoke honestly. Good grief, you come with a built-in hate magnet. Wang Ming twitched the corner of his mouth. He was well aware that angels and demons were locked in an irreconcilable conflict, but since Yan E was now under his command, he had to protect him. Still, it's all right. The angel clan symbolizes justice, so at least they won't act recklessly. Did I say something wrong? Mid-sentence, Wang Ming suddenly noticed the strange look in Yan E's eyes and frowned. Does Master know much about the angel clan? Yan E asked cautiously. Well, not exactly. Just hearsay. No. His understanding was limited to myths and legends from his past life. I see. Yan E didn't question how a native like Wang Ming knew of the angel clan. He simply chose his words carefully and reminded him softly. Then perhaps the records are flawed, or the people you encountered didn't truly understand angels. What do you mean? Wang Ming raised an eyebrow. At this, Yan E pondered briefly before speaking slowly. Although the angel clan embodies light, their power derives from faith. The more followers they have, the stronger they become. Thus, compared to other races, they are far more zealous in spreading their faith. He paused and continued. If it were merely spreading faith, it would be tolerable. But their methods are almost cruel. They draw intelligent beings into their divine realm, where the realm's influence twists, their will turning them into puppets that know only ceaseless prayer. Isn't that demonic heresy? Wang Ming frowned. Could such acts still be called angelic? Thus, where the angel clan passes, the devastation may be worse than that of demons. Master must never be deceived by their appearance. How powerful are the angels? This was Wang Ming's primary concern. Whether angels were righteous or wicked, if their strength did not surpass his, they posed no threat. Master, the strength of the angel clan is measured by their wings. From weakest to strongest, they are 2-winged, 4-winged, 6-winged, 8-winged, 10-winged, and the highest 12-winged angels. Compared to me, a 6-winged angel was once my equal, but now it would take at least a 10-winged angel to match me. With that, Yan E's face brimmed with pride. 12-winged angels. The hierarchy roughly matched the myths of his past life. According to Yen Yi, Xiaoqing's strength exceeded that of a 10-winged angel, but whether she could match a 12-winged one remained unknown. I want to see what lies beyond the stars, Wang Ming suddenly declared. Had he not known of the cosmic races, he might not have cared, but now his curiosity about the universe burned even brighter. As Xiaoqing soared into the sky, she and Taishan burst out of the Wasteland world in an instant. Several days later, when Wang Ming set foot in Wangyue City again, his mindset had completely transformed. Before he had schemed to unify the Wasteland world, but now, the boundless stars were his goal. Not for conquest but purely for self-preservation. Taishan, 1 month. I give you just 1 month to unify the Wasteland world, gather all its resources and develop space technology to prepare for the coming stellar war. Sir, if we use force to unify the Wasteland world, half a month will suffice, Taishan said calmly. This was no boast. At present no force or individual in the Wasteland world could rival them. Unification was merely a matter of time. With Taishan and Xiaoqing leading the charge within half a month, all 108 cities and the human forbidden zones of the Wasteland world submitted to Wang Ming's rule. Moreover, he selected an orangue sea turtle and a flamingo among the wild beasts to form sacred contracts, elevating them into the ice-cold Xuanwu and the crimson vermilion bird. And as Wang Ming completely unified the Wasteland world, he unlocked a new class. Ding detected that the host has become a planetary lord. Class unlocked. Star Lord. Star Lord mythic exclusive class. Uniquely bound to a complete living planet symbiotic with the planet's origin. The self merges with the star, the soul governs the realm. It integrates absolute defense, territorial dominion, life creation, terrain reshaping, and law governance. Within a single planetary dimension, the Star Lord is the supreme sovereign. Within their domain, they are the very Tao defining all rules. Talents: Star Soul Symbiosis, Domain Sovereignty. Specialties: Law, Engraving, Star Core Evolution. Skills: Star Core Unity. Star Soul Symbiosis 1. The soul is deeply bound to the planet's origin. As long as the planet exists, the Star Lord cannot die. All lethal damage is transferred to the planet's origin, preserving the Star Lord's body and soul in a minimal state, immune to execution, sealing, or possession. 2. Shares the planet's global life force and energy reserves. The Star Lord has no limits on stamina, mana, or spiritual energy. The planet's reserves are their own. 3. Synchronizes with the planet's self-healing ability. The recovery speed of body, soul, and injuries increases with the planet's integrity. Domain Sovereignty 1. Possesses absolute sovereign authority over the bound planet. All matter, life, energy, weather, and terrain within the domain are under the Star Lord's command, overriding any external laws, domains, or pressure. 2. All hostile units entering the planetary domain are automatically suppressed, all attributes reduced by 50/30 of skills disabled, and no luck critical hits or immunity effects can be triggered. 3. Within the planet, the Star Lord gains absolute invisibility and absolute perception, allowing real-time awareness of any movement, energy fluctuation, or life thought in every corner. Law Engraving can customize the Tao laws within the planetary domain, covering gravity, time flow, elemental rules, life and death rules, and cultivation rules. Can designate forbidden zones, safe zones, trial realms, and even modify the strength, victory probability, and fortune of local areas, creating a unique and exclusive world. Star Core Evolution unlocks the planet's infinite growth potential, allowing it to devour other star cores to evolve itself. Star Core Unity transforms into the planet itself. The body, soul, and domain merge completely with the planet, enabling the Star Lord to move, jump, hide, or crash into stellar bodies, using the entire planet as a weapon, crushing warship stars and extraterrestrial behemoths. This is the Star Lord's ultimate destructive means. Lord of the Star. Wang Ming's heart shuddered in astonishment. His vision and even his strength were confined to the cities of the Wasteland, yet the system had bestowed upon him a profession spanning the cosmos and the stars. Holy moly! Before his shock could subside, a faint yet vast will suddenly established a delicate connection with him. Is this the Wasteland world? Recalling the Star Lord's talent, Star Soul Symbiosis, a glimmer of understanding dawned in his eyes. Bind! With his command, a sliver of his spirit instantly separated and merged seamlessly with that faint yet immense will, the two becoming as one, indistinguishable from each other. The moment this inseparable bond was forged, Wang Ming's consciousness instantly enveloped the entire Wasteland world. No, it was more than that. His body, already at the peak of human limits, now underwent a terrifying evolutionary leap. Under the illumination of his spiritual perception, every cell in Wang Ming's body was coated in a layer of golden light. The strength and vitality of his cells reached an almost inconceivable level. This was the result of the Wasteland world's life force sharing itself with him through Star Soul Symbiosis. The life force of a planet, even a semi-barren one like the Wasteland world, was still that of a planet. What would happen when such a magnitude of planetary life force surged into a human body? The answer lay within Wang Ming. Name: Wang Ming. Level LV. 30. Class: Gunsmith LV. 10 Martial Artist LV. 10 Beast Tamer LV. 10 Star Lord LV. 0 Lifespan 22 Strength 10999 Constitution 10999 Agility 10999 Spirit 39999 True Chi 490 Talent Star Soul Symbiosis Domain Sovereignty Gunsmith Mastery Eternal Cycle Psychic Power Sacred Covenant Omitted. 999 was not his limit. It was merely that his attributes were constantly enhancing. He had truly transcended the shackles of humanity. Perhaps he should be called a god. If this isn't enough to deal with the enemies from the stars, then I might as well just lie down and wait for death. A smirk curled at the corner of Wang Ming's mouth and all his worries vanished. All that remained was to forge the Wasteland world into an impregnable fortress enough to repel any invader. After all, this Wasteland world was his source of power. In the days that followed, the Wasteland world fell into a rare period of peace. Without war or calamity, everyone devoted themselves to rebuilding it. Under Wang Ming's will, the Wasteland world was unified into the Human Alliance. And the one who contributed the most was the Dawn Society. Human Alliance. An old man murmured to himself, a long-lost contented smile spreading across his face. These young people nowadays are truly remarkable. The Dawn Society has trudged alone for so long, and the efforts of several generations pale in comparison to what this young man has achieved in just a few short months. Indeed, this old man was the leader of the Dawn Society, Bai Ming. From the moment the Dawn Society first encountered Wang Ming, Bai Ming knew that this young man would be humanity's future. But he never imagined that day would come so soon, nor that the young man would possess such capabilities. He gazed out the window at the towering skyscrapers. Just months ago, this place had been nothing but a small town. Now it was the headquarters of the Human Alliance, the City of Origin. The City of Origin was formerly Salma Town. Origin, the beginning of everything. This name and this place were merely Wang Ming's way of commemorating where it all started. Not just the City of Origin, but the entire Wasteland world. No, it could no longer be called the Wasteland world. Under Wang Ming's power, the whole world had undergone earth-shattering changes. As the Star Lord of this planet with the talent domain sovereignty, Wang Ming could reshape every aspect of this world according to his will. For instance, the once barren lands were now covered in lush forests, and the chaotic radiation that had permeated everything was completely dispelled. The planet's core, shattered by the flame calamity, had been restored to its former state. The Wasteland world had been reborn and given a new name, Origin Star. Humanity is truly fortunate to have produced someone like Wang Ming. Bai Ming sighed deeply, then picked up the teacup beside him and took a contented sip. He could finally retire in peace. Welcome to Tai's weapon shop. Within the City of Origin, the weapon shop that had once been in Salma Town had now become a large-scale arms store. It stocked everything from various models of missiles and cannons down to daggers and tactical gear. Although the threat of the wild beasts had long passed, Wang Ming had not exterminated them completely. Instead, he deliberately left a large number of them to roam the wilderness. He believed that before confronting the starfaring races, these beasts served as excellent practical opponents for humanity. Thus, the Hunter Guild continued to exist, and the battles between hunters and wild beasts were far from over, and would never end. What weapon would you like to purchase? Looking at Tai Shanshan before him, Wang Ming's thoughts began to drift. Though only a year or two had passed, it felt to him like decades. Ah! When the customer didn't respond, Tai Shanshan couldn't help but take a closer look. But that one glance stirred a sense of familiarity within her. She rubbed her eyes, then looked again, and then, Wang Ming, sir. Tai Shanshan covered her mouth in shock. As the leader of the Human Alliance, Wang Ming's face was well known to the public. But no one would believe that the person before them was actually the Alliance leader himself. You? How? Tai Shanshan stammered. The few customers scattered around began to gather. It really is Wang Ming, sir. Ah! My idol. What? Don't you recognize an old friend? Wang Ming smiled, pulling his thoughts back to the present. You? Tai Shanshan covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing. She knew exactly what he meant. Back in Salma Town, she had been the one to receive him. But that little hunter from back then had transformed into the leader of the Human Alliance and the greatest savior of the entire Origin Star. Phew! Tai Shanshan took a deep breath to steady herself. Sir, it's crowded here. If you don't mind, we can talk in the back room. Let's go. Wang Ming, sir. You're my idol. Mom, look, I see Wang Ming, sir. For real. A living Wang Ming, sir. The crowd behind him grew larger, and Wang Ming quickened his pace. In the backyard of the Tai family weapon shop, Wang Ming's visit this time was not merely for reminiscing. The development of the Tai family weapon shop had advanced by leaps and bounds since the establishment of the Human Alliance. Especially within Origin City, its technology was undeniably the strongest among all weapon shops. However, this strength remained confined to the mortal realm. It was certainly sufficient for use solely within Origin Star. but when placed among the interstellar stage, fell far short. Yet the fact that the Tai family had achieved this much demonstrated their innate talent, and precisely Wang Ming sought individuals endowed with such talent. At this moment, aside from Taishan, almost all the scientific research talents under Wang Ming's command originated from the former Dawn Society. These individuals possessed strong faith and willpower. Although they served him, they could hardly be incorporated into the military roster. Hence, Wang Ming desired to gather a group of his own, a foundation recognized by the system's military unit. The first person he thought of was Tai Shanshan from the Tai family weapon shop. "You? Why have you come this time?" Tai Shanshan asked somewhat nervously. "Don't be nervous, just dropping by." Wang Ming smiled faintly, his formidable spiritual energy sweeping over Tai Shanshan like a spring breeze, instantly calming her restless heart. "I see you have quite a few high-powered weapons here. Thanks to you, Origin Star is now peaceful and stable. My father and I can devote ourselves fully to the research and production of new weapons." "So are you interested in working under my command?" Wang Ming nodded, then extended an invitation without any warning. "Huh? Ah." Tai Shanshan stared at Wang Ming in utter shock. She doubted her own ears but hesitated to ask again. "Lord Wang Ming was recruiting me just now." "What? Unwilling?" Wang Ming's face still bore a gentle smile. Although he had anticipated the outcome, Tai Shanshan's astonishment at that moment stirred an unusual feeling within him. No. Tai Shanshan stepped forward, her face flushed. "Lord Wang Ming, I am willing. It is my honor to join your command." Then, glancing at the system panel, the military unit column now displayed Tai Shanshan's information. Wang Ming's smile deepened. Indeed, with his current status, recruiting talents recognized by the system was quite straightforward. "Then I formally appoint you as a researcher in the Human Alliance's Weapon Research and Development Department." "Yes." "Name Tai Shanshan, race Human, Strength 1, 4 Constitution 1, 4 Agility 1, 6 Spirit 4. 8 Talent, Mechanical Revelation Specialties, Weapon Deconstruction, Precision Forging, Extreme Modification Skills, Full Military Blueprint Analysis, High Precision Equipment Operation, Weapon Limit Optimization, Instant Fault Repair, Tactical Armament Adaptation." Mechanical Revelation 1. Possesses the ability of structural insight into all machinery, firearms, and military devices, instantly discerning the weak points, power cores, defensive blind spots, and potential faults of enemy weapons and mechanical creations. 2. Enhances modification efficiency, strengthening limits and durability recovery for all weapons and equipment by 30, surpassing the limits of conventional craftsmen. 3. When self-developing, manufacturing, or replicating military equipment, no process defects occur, and the performance stability rate of finished products is 100. Weapon deconstruction can visually dismantle any standard weapon structure in an extremely short time, quickly assessing power, range, ammunition capacity, flaws, overheating points, and failure rates. Precision forging excels in micron-level precision, assembly, rifling correction, and component weight optimization. Weapons crafted by hand have higher damage ceilings, exceptional stability, extremely low recoil, and failure rates near zero. Extreme modification can perform overload, expansion, power amplification, range extension, noise reduction, and armor-piercing enhancement on standard weapons. It can sacrifice certain unrelated attributes to maximize core output, creating transcendent special military equipment. Modified weapons can briefly break through original level restrictions, achieving cross-dire lethality. After enhancement through Wang Ming's evolution points, Tai Shanshan's abilities had nearly reached the pinnacle of weapon research and development. Under Wang Ming's command, she was firmly seated as the head of the Weapon Research and Development Department. And Wang Ming indeed acted accordingly, entrusting the entire Weapon Research and Development Department to Tai Shanshan. Thus, with Taishan handling mechanical creations and Tai Shanshan overseeing weapon development, their combined strength bolstered Origin Star's military industry. As for biotechnology, it was wholly entrusted to Li Bufan. Even without enhancement from Wang Ming's evolution points, he still stood at the apex of biotechnology, unrivaled by any. And so 5 years passed. During these 5 years, Origin Star constructed an interstellar fortress firmly protecting the planet. Energy barriers, interstellar fortresses, interstellar warships. Countless interstellar-grade weapons and equipment sprang up like bamboo shoots after rain. On the other side, Wang Ming, a major breakthrough. Come to my lab immediately. Early in the morning, Li Bufan's call reached Wang Ming. Who is it? A languid voice sounded, followed by a jade-like arm draped across Wang Ming's chest. It's Dr. Li. I suppose I need to head over. Wang Ming got up, patting Xiao Rui on the shoulder. Watching Xiao Rui turn over and continue sleeping, Wang Ming quietly rose. 5 years had passed. Not only had Origin Star developed rapidly, but he had also progressed. Tisk Old Li's research has finally yielded results. 5 years ago, he had entirely entrusted the challenge of human genetic enhancement to Li Bufan. Everyone knew that gene repair fluid and gene enhancement fluid represented the most complete development of the human body. Even when Li Bufan later introduced a new generation of gene enhancement fluid, it still could not break through human limits. This was a constraint of human genes, not a flaw in the enhancement fluid. Now after 5 years, Li Bufan had exhausted every means and finally made progress. Yet this progress far exceeded Wang Ming's expectations. For it was not simple gene enhancement but rather a form of gene modification. Though only 2 words differ, the fundamental difference is as vast as heaven and earth. You? This? Staring at the massive figure standing 3 meters tall before him, Wang Ming couldn't help but recall images from a past life. Wang Ming, look. This is my latest masterpiece. Using the human genome as a blueprint through enhancement and modification, the limits of humanity have been utterly shattered. Li Bufan was brimming with excitement. You see, through genetic modification I have given them additional lungs and kidneys endowed with more powerful functions. And their muscle density, bone density. Wang Ming stopped paying attention to what Li Bufan said next. His mind was filled with, isn't this just an Astartes, a space marine? Astartes space marines. These beings have transcended the bounds of humanity, forged exclusively for brutal combat as living war machines. Paired with the latest exoskeleton armor, this is the very embodiment of an Astartes. Since he wasn't a unit under Wang Ming's command, he couldn't see the creature's specific attributes yet. From mere perception alone, he knew it had surpassed human limits. Dr. Li, this kind of, I call it super soldier modification. Then what effects will this super soldier modification have on his body? Effects? Li Bufan raised an eyebrow. Aside from making him stronger, there are no negative side effects. He retains his own body, which is far superior to any cybernetic enhancement. Li Bufan had always held cybernetic enhancements in contempt. He believed that using machinery to replace human parts could extend life, but if the goal was to build a formidable army, pure mechanical constructs were far better. Is that so? Watching the awkward expression on the towering figure's face, Wang Ming breathed a sigh of relief, realizing the man's consciousness remained untainted. Dr. Li, is this modification technology mature? Rest assured. If it weren't, I wouldn't have called you here. Li Bufan regained his usual calm, though a sharp glint still shone behind his glasses. Very well, I authorized large-scale application of this modification technology, but... He looked solemnly at Li Bufan, speaking each word deliberately. But you must fully inform the subjects of all details and fully respect their wishes. Naturally, Li Bufan replied with a composed expression. Except for heinous criminals, I have never forced any civilian. Li Bufan stated this with unflinching honesty, and Wang Ming believed him. After all, this was a genius with his own convictions. Year 12 of the Origin calendar. On this day, the interstellar fortress orbiting Origin star suddenly blared with a piercing alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Abnormal energy detected. Abnormal energy detected. The celestial network intelligence within the fortress instantly initiated scanning. The entity is approaching Origin star at tremendous speed, estimated arrival in 1 hour. Quick! Transmit the message to the Alliance and enter first-level combat readiness. The commander within the fortress swiftly issued orders. Meanwhile, in Origin City, Taishan received all intelligence immediately. After all, the entire network of Origin star was now under the control of his celestial system. No whisper of activity could escape its coverage. Sir, it seems other star races have discovered us. The interstellar war you predicted is about to begin. In Wang Ming's room, Taishan's voice echoed softly. In this era of rapid technological advancement, artificial intelligence had permeated every industry on Origin star, and domestic robots were no exception. Is it the angel race? Xiao Rui paused in her movements, glanced at Wang Ming, and asked softly. Too far away, can't detect yet. Regardless, activate the energy barrier and send them a signal to ascertain their intent. Wang Ming patted Xiao Rui's delicate hand and issued the command. Also, open the weapon arsenal and adjust the aim. If they show clear aggression or refuse to respond, fire a volley of plasma cannons as a warning. Understood, sir. At the same time, in the boundless starry void, the angel race's warship hurtled through space at speeds surpassing light. The ship's exterior resembled a colossal sword. This was the angel race's flagship, the Angel's Blade, general, based on the aura trail that Little Demon is on this planet. The speaker was a tall woman clad in silver skirt armor, her long shapely legs exposed. Most striking were the pristine white wings on her back. 3 pairs in total. A 6-winged angel. Beside her, the angel addressed as General bore 4 pairs of pure white wings. An 8-winged angel. The nether flame horned demon is devouring the star core. We've gravely wounded it, so even after consuming the core, it will mostly use it to heal with minimal power increase. This time we must slay it on the spot. Yes, General. As her words faded, a peculiar signal source suddenly arrived. General, we've intercepted a signal. After decryption, it appears to be an inquiry about our intentions, seemingly from our target planet. Oh! Levia frowned. Are there other intelligent life forms on this planet? Though the Netherflame Horned Demon did not feed on other life, its destruction of the planet would irrevocably alter the environment, fatally affecting all life upon it. But now, General, while we slay the Netherflame Horned Demon, we can also spread the Lord's glory. Isn't that killing two birds with one stone? The adjutant's eyes lit up and her wings fluttered slightly. It's fine. We came to kill the Netherflame Horned Demon anyway. This is an unexpected bonus. Levia nodded, not rejecting the adjutant's proposal. It wasn't that they couldn't think deeper, but the angel race's power and glory rendered excessive deliberation unnecessary. Even if it were a trap or a conspiracy before the might of the angel race and the angel's blade, all schemes and snares were mere paper. Thus their actions were rarely tempered by deeper thought. So, they had no intention of replying to the message. But Wang Ming was not one to indulge them. After waiting over 10 minutes with no response, he issued the attack command. Countless orbital fortresses and battleships floating in space began charging their weapons. Beams of blue plasma energy flickered with immense power, then, at a single command, fired simultaneously. Boom! Countless massive plasma beams converged as if to cleave the universe itself. A blue channel seemed to pierce through the boundless starry void. In the distance, the angel's blade instantly detected the incoming plasma barrage. Beep, beep, beep. Amid the shrill alarms, Levia's vision was filled with the energy beam that spanned the cosmos. The colossal blinding energy, radiating an aura of annihilation, made even her an 8-winged angel gasp in shock. Quick! Activate the energy shield and engage the space jump module. Dodge at full power. A tingling sensation shot up Levia's scalp. Without a moment's hesitation, she ordered a spatial jump to evade while activating the energy shield as a precaution. The next second, boom! Boom! Like a long rainbow piercing the sun. All the meteors and debris along the way were instantly reduced to powder by this strike. In the next moment, a rift abruptly appeared in the void as the energy passed through. Then a massive angel blade leaped out from the rift. A spatial passage. That was close. Just a little more. Cold sweat dripped from Lei Wei Ya's forehead. Just a tiny bit more and that energy beam would have hit them first. Fortunately, the spatial jump was successfully initiated at the last moment otherwise. Glancing at the residual energy fluctuations in the void, she began to doubt her energy shield. General, shall we continue advancing? The voice of the adjutant was somewhat hoarse, having lost its earlier firmness. Advance. Lei Wei Ya laughed self-deprecatingly. What right do we have to do so? She took a deep breath. Though proud, she would not recklessly seek death. Since the opponent had demonstrated such overwhelming force, she naturally needed to find another way. Retreat 50 light-years, then establish a small-scale spatial transfer station. I need to report to the Majesty. Yes. A small-scale spatial transfer station is a means for the Angel Clan to call for help when encountering overwhelming foes. This small station cannot facilitate large-scale spatial transfers, but transferring a few life forms is not a problem. However, individuals capable of enduring spatial transfer must at least be 10-winged angels. Sir, the enemy has retreated, but they have not left. I see. It seems we need to think of another strategy. Wang Ming was extremely satisfied as he viewed the astonishing strike from the perspective of the interstellar fortress. Redirect more surveillance towards the enemy, track them closely, and notify me immediately of any changes. Yes, sir. Establishing a small-scale spatial transfer station is not complex. These are already carried by the Angel Blade and can be activated with a simple deployment. Lei Wei Ya had already contacted the Angel King Ariel. As the small-scale spatial transfer station emitted waves of blue energy, 3 humanoid beings stepped out from the rippling energy. The first to step out were 2 tall women clad in silver armor. With fair skin and exquisite aloof features, they radiated an indescribable cold pride. Both wielded silver longswords, and what stood out the most were the wings that slightly fluttered behind them. Pure white and flawless, they seemed to emit a faint glow, and there were as many as 5 pairs. 10-winged archangels. This is the elite fighting force of the Angel Clan. Even with the clan's resources, the number of 10-winged archangels does not exceed 10. Yet 2 had appeared at once. The last one. Lei Wei Ya's gaze fell on the last figure stepping out from the light curtain, and in an instant her pupils constricted to the size of pinholes. Wang! Wang! Unlike the other angel's silver armor, this one was clad in brilliant golden armor, wearing a golden crown atop her head beneath which flowed golden hair sprinkled with starlight. In her hand was a long sword burning with blazing white light, and her wings unfurled behind her, a full 6 pairs, 12 in total. 12 wings. Angel King. Your Majesty. Why? Why have you come? Lei Wei Ya hurried forward and knelt on one knee, hand over her heart. Lei Wei Ya, I have seen the footage you transmitted. An attack of that magnitude is not something an ordinary race can possess. I suspect It might be a cosmic overlord. Ariel's voice was ethereal, sounding extremely gentle, yet carried an undeniable nobility. Cosmic overlord. Lei Wei suddenly looked up. But that's the infernal fiendhorn demon. Lei Wei suddenly froze, realizing that they had been mistaken from the very beginning. She had always thought that since the infernal fiendhorn demon had gone to that planet, it would surely devour it completely. But now not only was there no sign of it being devoured, but a single energy attack had kept them at bay. Did this mean that the infernal fiendhorn demon had been captured by the opponent or directly slain? It seems you have also come to realize this, which is why I made this trip in person. If the opponent is a cosmic overlord, then so be it. If not, then this will be a highly potential race that should fall under the light of my clan. Ariel's tone was calm, as if in that moment the future of a race had been determined. If they were also cosmic overlords, they would naturally retreat, but if not, they would have to become their followers. Such is the nature of cosmic overlords. They do not care about the thoughts of the weak, only whether something holds value. Even the angel clan representing light is no exception. Understood, Your Majesty. Sir, the enemy has continued advancing, but this time the energy level is quite high, as if they have received reinforcements. Taishan faithfully reported the information. Hey, I knew it. Wang Ming stretched lazily, and in the next moment, his figure flashed, appearing directly in the boundless starry sky. This was the power of his status as a star master. With a thought, he could appear in any corner of Origin Star, and with some energy expenditure it was the same within the gravity range of Origin Star. Here they come. Suddenly a spatial rift opened and a starship resembling a giant sword charged out. At the same time, the interstellar fortresses surrounding Origin Star had locked onto the ship, all weapon units opening fire, their black muzzles pointed at the Angel Blade. Buzz! In the very next moment, a golden light burst forth from the Angel Blade, followed by a massive golden phantom, rapidly coalescing, unleashing an overwhelming aura that erupted across the starry sky. Though humanoid in appearance, the 12 wings behind it unmistakably signified its identity. The Angel Clan. Greetings, my friend. I am Ariel of the Angel Clan, and I apologize for my abrupt visit. Ariel's phantom spoke softly, her grand voice echoing in the hearts of everyone on Origin Star. Yet her gaze was solely fixed on Wang Ming, clearly having recognized him immediately. The Angel Clan, is it? Hello, this is the Human Alliance. I am the master of this planet. I wonder what brings the Angel Clan to our Human Alliance. While speaking, Wang Ming activated his talent, instantly channeling the power of Origin Star, creating a massive pale blue phantom that rivaled even Ariel's, spanning across the starry sky. This scene caused Ariel, who had already sensed something, to pause for a moment. After a while, she slowly spoke. We mean no harm, my friend. We merely pursued an infernal fiendhorn demon here, initially thinking this planet would suffer for it, but it seems we have overthought it. Ariel's imposing aura diminished, and she continued. Since this infernal fiendhorn demon cannot cause harm, there is naturally no business for my Angel Clan here, so we will not disturb you any further. Ariel's phantom gradually faded away along with her voice. The Angel Blade proceeded with its spatial leap, and Wang Ming did not put up any resistance. Both understood without needing to say anything. Should a fight truly break out, Wang Ming would undoubtedly emerge victorious, but at what cost remained uncertain. After this day, the name of the Human Alliance spread throughout the universe. Another cosmic overlord had emerged. As for Wang Ming, he continued to develop in relative safety. There were no living races near Origin Star, and the surrounding planets were all desolate, just right to provide resources for his Origin Star. He had no ambition to engulf the universe, but he could not halt his pursuit of strength. After all, peace also requires power to maintain. Perhaps years later he would entertain other thoughts, but for now, he only wished for self-preservation, to live well. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye 30 years had passed. Now Origin Star had undergone tremendous changes, having absorbed a multitude of planets, its size now surpassing that of a star. In this star system, the Human Alliance had firmly established itself. Interstellar fortresses, starships, and even several exquisitely selected planets with beautiful environments had been drawn to the vicinity of Origin Star, serving as another home for the Human Alliance. The Human Alliance had now fully entered the interstellar era. Under Wang Ming's leadership, the Human Alliance prospered, but did not actively invade any intelligent life. They only developed and survived within their own star system, which had already realized Wang Ming's original blueprint. Within Origin Star, thanks to Li Bufen's biotechnology, human lifespans had ultimately surpassed the constraints of genetics. Though those who did not undergo modification could not gain powers beyond human limits, extending pure lifespan was comparatively easier for this doctor. Wang Ming, it's time to eat. Inside the house, Xiao Rui was still busy cooking. Just as when they first met, Xiao Rui remained young and beautiful. If there was a difference, it was that she now exuded more femininity. Taishan, didn't you evolve a taste system? Come over and try it. Wang Ming said to himself. Yet a response truly came from the void. Sure, sir. It's been a long time since I saw Miss Xiao. Hey, you haven't shown your face since my little girl was born. As soon as he finished speaking, a porcelain doll in a white dress ran out of the house. Daddy, Mommy says it's time to eat. Coming. Lastly, he glanced at the endless starry sky. Wang Ming chuckled. He had never imagined he could reach this level. Opportunities. Who can truly predict? Meanwhile, in another part of the universe. Ding! Congratulations, host, for binding the survival system. The host will receive a survival gift package for each day of survival. Damn! I've crossed over. The journey of one lucky individual reached its end, while another seemed to begin his journey.